Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, listen to a word from our sponsor. The City of the Dead. There are 10,000 citizens in the City of the Dead, each with a white marble slab indicating each residence. The gates of the City of the Dead have long been closed to newcomers. It is a city whose population has remained unchanged for the last 10 years. And the mayor of this city is Joshua Friday. Some call him caretaker of the old cemetery in the valley. But anyone who knows Joshua Friday at all calls him mayor. He is the only living person in the City of the Dead. That is, unless you care to include Lammy Fink, a slow-witted fellow who does kitchen police duty and a little gardening in the city during the day, and retires beyond its precincts at night. The City of the Dead lies in a tiny valley 25 miles from the suburb of a great city. It is off the main highway and completely isolated from the world. But now it's 9 o'clock on a moonlit, windy night in October.
Come on, get out of that car. You heard me.
What do you want?
You want me to plug you?
Oh, Jimmy, do what he says.
You too, girl. Get out.
You let go of me.
You let that girl alone.
And get out of the car. Both of you. Yeah. Now start walking. No, the other way.
But that's toward the graveyard.
You heard me. And don't look back or they'll pick up your bodies in the morgue wagon in the morning. Now get moving.
Jimmy, what's happening to us?
Keep walking. Don't look around.
They've stolen your machine.
I know it, Phyllis. I couldn't tackle two armed men.
Well, of course you couldn't.
Shouldn't have parked way out here in the country.
But it was nice. It was so still in the moonlight. Who do you suppose they were?
Probably car thieves. They didn't touch us.
Jimmy. Listen.
Church bell.
Oh, but there aren't any churches around here.
Oh, sure there is. That little old church down at the other end of the valley.
Oh, but that's all falling to pieces. It hasn't been used for years.
That's right. Funny, isn't it?
Jimmy, I'm scared. Do we have to go on?
Oh, look, Phyllis. There's a light ahead of us. You know what it is?
No. Oh, Jimmy, what's that?
Quick, get off the road. Behind those bushes. Get down.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy, what was that? What was... Shh. Oh, I wish we were home.
Don't talk so loud, Phyllis. That fellow acted as though he were being chased.
Chased?
Listen. Don't hear anything, do you?
No.
I mean, come on. Keep on the grass.
Well, where are we going?
You saw that light. I just remembered that the caretaker of the City of the Dead lives around here somewhere. That must be his place.
Oh, I don't like that name.
What? City of the Dead?
Yes. Graveyard's bad enough.
Well, anyway, we'll get him to let us use his phone and call the police and have a car sent out for us. Oh, there, you can see the outline of the house among the trees. See it?
Uh-huh. Looks awfully lonesome, doesn't it? Look. What are those?
We're inside the City of the Dead. Those are the tombstones glistening in the moonlight.
I don't like it, Jimmy.
Oh, here's the door.
Oh, Jimmy, don't leave me.
I'm right here in the shadow.
He doesn't answer.
It's funny.
What do you want?
Oh,
Hey,
no.
hey, where did you come from?
What do you want?
Are you the caretaker?
Supposing I am.
Oh, what made you sneak up on us from behind?
That you making that crazy noise?
What noise? Oh, you mean the man crying?
Oh, so 'twas you.
Oh, no, it wasn't. He passed us down the road. He was scared.
What are you doing here?
Why, our car was stolen from us.
Oh, stolen? Hi, Doc. Open the door.
Yes, 2 men held us up. We want to phone to the city for help.
Do you hear, Doc?
They're coming, Mayor. Oh, here you are. Well, what have you there, Mayor?
Go on in, you two.
Yes, sir.
Lock up again, will you, Doc?
Sure. Were they the ones picking up the rumpus?
Tell a queer story. Here, you two, sit down. Said the car was stolen, Doc. Who stole it?
Well, I don't know. Just 2 gunmen.
Yeah.
Here, Mayor, you better let me do the questioning. We'll get further.
Go ahead.
What's your name, son?
James Parker, sir, and this is Miss Phyllis Carroll.
How do you do, Miss Carroll? Now, Mr. Parker, as I understand, you and Miss Carroll were out riding this evening.
Uh-huh. We were parked down the road near your house.
Parked? What for?
No, Mayor.
Well, it looks suspicious to me, Doc. With all these other goings on.
No, you just don't understand the modern young folk, Mayor. You'd better let me do the talking. Now then, you were parked on the edge of the road, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
Well, 2 men suddenly appeared, one on each side of the car, and told us to put up our hands and get out of the car.
They were armed, you say?
Yeah, both of them. When we got out, they told us to keep walking in the direction of the graveyard.
What's that?
Oh, son, don't ever say that word again in front of the Mayor Friday. This is the city of the dead.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, now, go on.
Well, just as we saw the light in the caretaker's...
It's Mayor, son. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Just as we saw the light in the mayor's house, we heard someone coming down the road as hard as he could run. He was scared.
Hysterical, huh?
Yes, sir, he was. Crying and sobbing.
Oh, Jimmy, you forgot about the bell.
Bell?
Yes, the church bell. It seemed to come from down at the other end of the city of the dead.
I guess it was from the old church down there.
You hear that, Mayor?
There ain't been no bell in them ruins for 10 years, Doc.
No bell? But we heard it.
But I tell you
Never
that...
mind, Mayor. Now then, son, what happened after that?
Well, after the man ran by, we waited a few moments, and we came to the door and knocked. That's all.
Oh, I see. What do you make of it, Mayor?
Don't like it. Think they're lying.
But we're not. Listen, let me call up the police.
Police?
The police? Listen, I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and what I say goes.
Yes, sir.
And I ain't never had any police in this city, and I ain't never gonna have.
And besides, there isn't any telephone here.
But I saw a telephone wire.
Son, you heard me say there was no telephone here.
Oh, but I've got to let my mother know.
I'm sorry, Miss Carroll. It seems to be fate.
But what are we going to do? No one ever comes by this way.
Well, Mayor Friday will put you up for the night, I think. He has a couple of extra rooms, eh, Mayor?
Huh? Oh, sure.
Oh, but I've got to get home tonight.
Now, Miss Carroll, you better just take it all as an adventure and make the best of it. Isn't that right, son?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe if we started to walk back, we could pick up a ride when we hit the main highway.
No. We couldn't think of letting you do that. You simply must accept Mayor Friday's hospitality. Now, I'll tell you what. While the mayor is fixing up your rooms, I'll brew us a cup of coffee.
But I don't want any coffee.
Tut. Of course you do. Yeah, there's still a fire in the kitchen stove. And the kettle's almost to a boil. We'll have coffee in a jiffy.
But I want to go home.
Don't say any more, Phyllis.
Jimmy, what does it mean?
I don't know. Something's up. I don't get it, but we better play up to him. Pretend like you thought nothing was the matter.
Well, are we prisoners?
Looks like it. Now, don't worry, though. I can take on these 2 old duffers if I have to.
Well, but who is this doc person?
Oh, here he comes.
Now then, coffee's all ready. There you are, Miss Carroll.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there you are, Mr. Parker.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And here's some buns. They're better if they're hot, but they'll do for this sort of a snack.
Oh, no, thank you. I'll just have coffee.
Sir, I thought that Mr. Mayor Friday lived here alone.
And you wonder who I am, eh? Well, I'm what your city doctors would call an old codger, I'm afraid. Just an old country doctor. Doc Tuner is what they call me.
But I wouldn't think they'd need a physician in the city of the dead.
Oh, no. The City of the Dead isn't my seat of practice. That is, I should say it wasn't my seat of practice. You see, son, I'm retired now. All my patients are dead.
Dead?
All of them?
Well, it's this way, young folks. I was a family doctor and had my little practice and was like a member of each family that I doctored. I knew all the little troubles and every pain of each of my patients. Never seemed to hanker to add new patients to my clientele, especially as I grew older. More coffee, Miss Carroll?
It does taste good.
Well, as time went on, I found myself laying more and more of my patients to rest in the City of the Dead.
But there hasn't been anyone buried in the City of the Dead for the last 10 years.
Well, this was years ago, son. Well, finally, about 10 years ago, I discovered that all the families I'd doctored were either dead or had moved away. As that I hadn't added any new patients, I was a doctor without a practice.
But couldn't you have got more?
Oh, suppose I could, but I never made a practice of it, so I didn't hanker to begin trying at my age. I was getting well along, and besides, I had enough to live on.
Oh, I see.
Which means that you don't see it all. Well, son, as I said, I lost the last of my patients about the time they closed the City of the Dead as a burying place and opened up a newfangled cemetery over on the other side of the city. My last patient just slipped in under the bars, you might say. Last person to be buried here.
All your patients are buried in this great the City of the Dead?
Every one of them. So you can see the City of the Dead has a very soft place in my heart. I often come down here and stay a spell with the mayor. It's kind of like being with old friends. Going down there among those little white headstones brings back all the old days to me.
And you just happen to be here on a visit tonight?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, here comes the mayor.
Well, your rooms is ready.
Yeah, that's good. I suppose, Miss Carroll, you'd better take the first room. Mr. Parker, you take the one right next to it. That right, Mayor?
Don't make no difference.
Well, good night. I hope you both sleep well. I'll call you for breakfast.
Good night, Dr. Tuner. And you too, Mr. Mayor Friday.
Good night, son. And you, Miss Carroll.
Yes. Good night.
Night, Phil. Remember, I'm right next door.
Night, Jim.
And now you, son.
Yeah. Hi. Hi out there. Hey, what do you mean by locking the door? Oh, Phyllis! Phyllis!
Jimmy, is that you?
Yes, Phyllis, they've locked me in and the window's barred.
Out of the night come two youngsters. Into the web of intrigue woven by two strange old characters they fall. Prisoners of Doc Tuner and Mayor Friday. Just who are? But before we go into that, a word from our sponsor. Having locked Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll in adjoining bedrooms in the caretaker's cottage, old Doc Tuner and Mayor Friday are out among the gravestones investigating.
Well, look here, Mayor. We won't be able to find anything down here among the graves this time of night.
Yeah, moon's good. Anyway, I know every stick and stone in the City of the Dead. I'll know if anybody's been prowling around.
But morning will do just as well.
No, it won't. I'm going to look, and if I catch anybody prowling around, well, I got my gun.
But if the men got away, as those youngsters said...
Rosenly ain't telling the truth. All that nonsense about hearing a church bell.
Well, the girl was telling the truth, Mayor. I know the truth when I hear it.
Dang funny. Ain't no church bells within 20 miles of here. I tell you, Doc, I'm just going to raise old Ned if I catch anybody bothering any of my citizens. They come to the City of the Dead to rest, and I'm going to see that they get it.
No, of course, Mayor, but what gets me is why anyone should want to rob a 10-year-old grave and let... By Jove, Mayor.
Huh?
Well, never mind now. This is going to take some thinking over. I'll tell you when we get back to the house. Look yonder at the wisp of fog among the stones.
Yeah, them's the first bits of fog sweeping down the valley. Another couple of hours and the whole city will be so thick you can cut yourself a hunk.
Strange how I love this old place. Those wisps of fog remind me of rays, nice friendly phantoms.
Reckon you have the same feel about this place as me. Oh, listen.
There's your church bell.
But there ain't any bell, I tell you. I seen him take it out of the tower 10 years back when they quit using it.
Yeah, maybe your ears are deceiving you, but personally, I hear church bells.
Yeah, gives the fella the creeps, don't it?
Yeah, it seems to me there are altogether too many mysterious things happening in the City of the Dead, if you get what I mean.
I don't.
Well, for a city of quiet, decent folk that are supposed to be at their last resting place, there's a beastly lot of nocturnal activity.
Listen. Bell stopped.
Say, I got a thought, Mayor.
Yeah?
Why don't you put old Lammy Fink to keep a lookout at night? If he saw a prowler...
If he saw a prowler, he'd have a fit. Lammy Fink. That addle-brain wouldn't stay in the city of the dead after dark for anything on earth.
Well, to be honest about it, Mayor, it looks to me like the kids are telling the truth. In the morning, we'd better feed them and send them on their way.
And have them go home and tell a long rigmarole about auto bandits and hysterical men and phantom church bells and us locking them up for the night?
Well, you can't keep them locked up indefinitely. Better turn them loose before any more harm's done.
Mighty funny they should show up right at this time. Looks queer to me. Somebody's been monkeying around in the city of the dead for the last week. Then we up and catch a couple. Don't seem natural to me that they should be innocent.
Well, then I lied to him about the telephone. That's something else for him to talk about.
Guy's sakes, Doc. If they went to the police with all that, the city of the dead would be run over with police and thrill hunters for weeks. I ain't gonna have it. What's this? Look here.
Man's cap.
Yes, it's a cap, all right.
Recognize it?
Yes.
You don't say, Mayor.
Yes, belongs to Lammy Fink.
Don't tell much. Might have left it here yesterday while he was working.
No, he didn't. I was by this way after he left last night. Wasn't here then. And anyway, he was working down at the other end of the city. And again, I seen him when he left after work, and he had it on his head then.
Well, those are three pretty definite reasons to make us believe that Lammy Fink isn't so afraid of the city of the dead after dark as you thought. Likewise, it rather indicates that Lammy was down here tonight.
I know Lammy. He wasn't down here. Not if he could help it, he wasn't.
You're a stubborn fellow, Mayor. You deny their church bells even when you hear them. Now you intimate that a man's cap has arrived on the scene without reason or assistance.
Well, things ain't like they should be, Doc. Something's the matter. Somebody's desecrating the city of the dead.
Well, the thing to do is to question Lammy tomorrow.
Shh, wait, listen.
Church bell again. Say, I'm beginning to think you're right about investigating that old church. I'll go down with you tomorrow.
I ain't gonna wait till tomorrow. I'm going down there now.
Oh, come now, Mayor. It's getting foggier than the deuce. You won't be able to see anything.
Going anyway. If there's anything there, I'll see it.
Oh, what's the use of chasing phantom church bells this time of night?
Don't come if you don't want to. I'm going.
Well, if you're going, I might as well go, too.
You ain't fidgety at your age, are you, Doc?
Who, me? Blamed old fool. Come on. About it. Can't see a blame thing.
Got a flashlight, Doc. Always carry one.
Dilapidated old ruin. Should have been torn down long ago.
Come on. I'll lead.
And look out where you step. Every board's full of rottenness. Floor's liable to collapse and let you through.
I ought to know that. Been in here often enough.
Hey, what in tunket's that?
Oh, nothing but the rafters creaking. Can't you feel the whole building sway when the wind blows? It's that old.
The whole shebang's likely to crash down on us.
Don't reckon so. Keep quiet.
What the deuce for? You don't expect to run into anything here, do you? Most folks have better sense than to risk their neck in this kind of a place.
If a bell rung, somebody rung it.
But you said there wasn't any bell. Last time I was in here is when we buried old man Burton. It's more than 10 years back. You remember old man Burton, Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, walked down this very aisle behind his coffin.
Oh, Lordy mighty, Mayor.
Just a screech owl, Doc.
That's the blamedest noise.
Shh, hold it.
I told you we should have waited till morning.
It ain't nothing. Come on.
Where are you going now?
We're gonna climb up this here ladder into the belfry.
No, we're not.
I am.
Like as not, one of the rungs will give way and you'll break your neck.
I'm gonna chance it.
Yeah, then let me go first.
No. This here's my funeral.
Well, be careful there. Listen to those rungs squeak under your weight.
Yeah, a little hold, I guess. Are you coming?
Yes, of course. Hold that light down here so I can see what I'm doing. All right. Right behind you.
All right, Doc.
You wait for me at the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
If there's anything doing, I might as well be in on it.
All right, Doc.
Yeah, except for a bad case of goose pimples.
Now, I'm going to turn on the flashlight. Better crouch down in case there should be anything.
I'm crouched.
Mm-hmm. Look out! Look out! Huh? What's the matter?
Didn't you see it?
See what?
Whatever made that noise?
Them was pigeons. Scared the pie out of them.
But I saw a shape, shadows.
Yeah, just the pigeons flying around.
I don't believe it. I saw something big.
Oh, yeah, where is it then? Couldn't have gone down the ladder. Couldn't have jumped out of the belfry without busting its neck.
Yeah, have your own way. Anyway, there isn't any bell up here.
Exactly like I told you.
So, you see, we had all this monkey business for nothing. You satisfied now?
I heard a bell tonight.
Of course you did. So did I.
Where did it come from? Ain't no other buildings around for 20 miles.
Yeah, looks to me like you deepened your mystery rather than solved it.
Yeah. Look. Cobwebs all over the place. Ain't nobody else been up here for years. Anybody could tell that.
Hey, Mayor, let's go back to the house to do our cogitating. I'm not what you'd call comfortable perched up here in this old belfry.
Yeah, reckon we might as well go down.
Glad that's over. I'd make a blame poor monkey at my age.
Come along.
Now, where do you think you're going?
Well, as long as I'm here, might as well look over the whole place.
You sure are anxious to break a leg. You feel how springy these floorboards are? Liable to give away any minute.
We'll take a look behind the altar.
Yeah, what's back there?
Well, it used to be the preacher's study. It was never used, though, after the old bell ringer committed suicide in there.
By Jove, Mayor, I'd forgotten about that. Old Sammy Martin hanged himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, locked the study off and never used it after that. Of course I remember now. 15 years ago, if it was a day.
It ain't locked no more, I don't reckon.
Look here, Mayor, I'm not so certain I like this.
Like what?
Well, we've got a dead bell ringer.
Yeah?
Now we've got a phantom bell. You think there's any connection?
No. You?
I hope not.
Who ever heard of a doctor being scared of ghosts?
I don't recollect saying anything about being frightened. I'm just putting two and two together.
Mayor! Where are you? Where's the light? Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. Just broke through the floor and...
Hurt? Have you got the light?
No, just skin my shin blast this rotten place.
But the light...
Yes, here it is. I hung on to it.
My soul, what was that?
Come from the study, didn't it?
Yes, sounded so.
Oh, that's only the rafters. Here, help me pull my leg out of this danged hole.
Wait a minute until I turn on the light.
No, leave it off. We'll sneak up on the study.
What do you mean, sneak up?
Here, give me your hand.
There you are. Now, look here, Mayor. I've had enough for one night.
I'm gonna see what made that noise.
No fat chance of sneaking up on anything after the crash you made when you fell.
We'll sneak up to the door and throw it open.
Yeah, and get shot for our trouble.
No, we won't. Be lying flat on the floor.
Yeah.
Yes. Then we'll wriggle into the room.
Now, listen, I'm no snake.
Then we'll wait until we hear a noise.
You're crazy, Mayor.
Yes, maybe so. Anyway, as soon as we hear a noise, we'll flash on the light and nab whoever's there.
Just as easy as that.
Come on now. Don't make a sound. Here's the door. Lie down flat.
Right in front of the door?
Yes. It swings in. I'm right alongside you.
Who's going to open the door?
I am. I've unlatched it. All I got to do is give it a push.
Well, push.
What? Ow! Oh, great jumping Caesar. What was that, Doc?
Oh, I don't know, but whatever it was, it ran the full length of me.
Stepped on you?
Stepped on me and dang near ground me into the floor. Stepped smack on my head.
Are you hurt?
Well, I don't feel any too good.
Can you walk?
Oh, of course.
Well, our ghost seems to have gotten away. Turn on the light. Let's get into the room and look around.
Yeah, I could do with some light. There. Mayor, I haven't told you the worst yet.
Huh? The worst?
Yes, the worst. Mayor, whoever it was that ran over me didn't have shoes on. Look where his nails scratched my face.
Oh, Gosh almighty, Doc. Wasn't it a man?
Well, I tell you, he was barefooted if it was.
Gee, Rushy. It'd take claws to make scratches like that. Here, tie your face up with this handkerchief. It's bleeding.
I hope you're satisfied.
Now, just a minute. I want to look around this study. Give me the flashlight.
No limit to your curiosity.
There it is again. Whatever it is, it's hanging about outside. Look there, Doc. It's a bell rope.
Bell rope?
Yes, see it? That claw-footed man, or whatever it is, has been ringing the bell from in here. Look where it disappears through the ceiling.
It's a new rope. Hey, Mayor, what are you doing?
I'm going to ring that dang bell.
Now, you want to prove to yourself that there is a bell, huh?
And of course there's a bell. I always knew there was.
Well, go ahead, pull it. My face hurts.
I'll give it a yank that'll pull the whole contraption down.
Well, pull.
Yeah, here goes.
Oh, Mayor! He's shot. It wasn't a bell, it was a trap.
You have just heard the opening episode of The City of the Dead, especially written and produced for your sponsor by Carlton E. Morse. What is this clawfoot thing? What is the meaning of the phantom church bell? Why are Jimmy and Phyllis held prisoners? And finally, who shot Mayor Friday? And how and why? The mystery grows deeper and creepier next week with Chapter 2 entitled, I've Dug Up Something Ghastly. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like big adventure, come with me. If you like stealth and intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, our sponsor. The City of the Dead. Midnight in October. A night when almost anything is liable to happen, and much already has. Old Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery no longer in use, had just been mysteriously shot. The shooting took place when Mayor Friday pulled a bell rope in the little church ruins at the lower end of the City of the Dead. Old Dr. Tuner and the mayor had been led to the abandoned ruins in their search for the phantom toll of a church bell. They found no bell, just a bell rope. And when the mayor pulled it,
The flames, and we barely escaped with our lives. The bodies were completely consumed. After this experience, the old mayor, my father, complained of being tired and returned to his cottage inside the gates of the City of the Dead. Dr. Tuner and I went down to the deserted ruins of a church to look for the phantom church bell. In the musty rectory where the bell ringer had hanged himself 10 years before, we found old Clawfoot amusing himself with a human skeleton. But the queer creature with flowing beard and flowing robes got away from us. Returning to the caretaker's cottage, we found my dad upset and Phyllis Carroll with a stab wound in her back just under the shoulder blade. Jimmy Parker had been locked in the room with the girl at the time, but he denied the deed. Then Phyllis regained consciousness and sobbed out, "Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me?" That was at 2 in the afternoon. Now, at 8 in the evening, Dr. Tuner is with his patient.
Dr. Tuner, am I going to die?
I reckon you aren't even going to be very sick, Miss Carroll. Just lost a mite of blood, and the wound won't even leave a scar. Feel much better after a little sleep, don't you?
Oh, I've been asleep?
Well, sure you have. Here, let me fix that pillow. Lie on your left side just a little. That'll ease that sick shoulder of yours. Look mighty pretty in that outfit, Miss Carroll, with the firelight playing on you.
Oh, I must look terrible. I've been crying so much, but
Not a bit of it. You look like a young girl should look.
Oh, Dr. Tuner, what would make Jimmy do a thing like that?
No, you'd better let Captain Friday figure that out. That's his business. By the way, he wants to bring Parker in here as soon as you feel like it.
Oh, no, please. I can't face Jimmy after he...
I reckon that'll be necessary, Miss Carroll.
Do I have to see him?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid.
Well, all right then.
Good. We'll have him in now and get it over with. Captain Friday and his father have Parker in his room giving him a going over. I'll just call him. Hi there, Captain.
That's you, Doctor?
Miss Carroll's ready to see you next door.
Good. Come on out, fella. Come on, Mayor.
I'd rather not see Phyllis tonight.
You know, what you want hasn't got anything to do with it. Go on in there and sit down.
Okay. Have it your way, then.
No. I want you facing the girl. Sit in that straight chair.
Yeah, if I'd have known he's going to be all this rumpus, I'd have said take him to the city and lock him up from the first.
Never mind, Mayor. We'll get things straightened out for you in the city of the dead. I know the reason why. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
No, I'm not.
I suppose you only regret that you didn't kill Miss Carroll outright, huh?
Oh, Jimmy.
You look here. I didn't stab Phyllis. How many times do I have to tell you?
Miss Carroll says you did.
Well, I didn't.
You said he did, didn't you, Miss Carroll?
Yes.
You see, Parker?
I'd like to hear her tell how I did it.
I haven't any objection to that. Miss Carroll, do you mind?
Oh, how could you, Jimmy? And all the time I thought it was you and me against everyone.
Phyllis, how can you even think?
Never mind, Parker. Tell your story, Miss Carroll.
Well, we were talking...
Tell us what you were talking about.
Well, I wanted to tell you everything we know about all this. I wanted to take a chance that you would help us out of a bad situation. Jimmy said no. He said that we...
Go on.
He said the circumstantial evidence was too strong against us. That we might...
You might what?
We might be found guilty of murder by our own words.
Oh, I see. And you wanted to take a chance and tell anyway.
Yes. I thought if we told everything now, we'd have a better chance than if we waited for you to find out for yourself.
Good deduction, Miss Carroll. Well, then what happened?
Well, we talked, and then I got angry. I turned my back and walked toward the door.
Then, Miss Carroll?
And then Jimmy stabbed me, and I fainted.
No, Phyllis, no, I didn't.
But it must have been you, Jimmy. We were locked in the room alone. It had
Just
to
a minute. Miss Carroll, is that your only reason for believing Parker stabbed you?
Why, yes.
Did you see a knife in the room previous to the attack?
No.
Did you see Parker walk towards you or know that he was approaching you before the blow was struck?
No.
Did he say anything just before you fainted?
Why, no.
Of course not.
Then all you know is that you were stabbed while locked in the room with Parker, and for that reason you suppose it was he that had done it.
Well, but how could it have been anyone else?
Didn't you ever hear of a knife thrower, Miss Carroll?
You mean somebody threw a knife at me from the window?
Why not? Wouldn't have been the first knife tossed through a window.
Oh, then it wasn't, Jimmy. Then you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm so ashamed.
Phil, I didn't do it. Honestly, I didn't.
Why, of course not. I know you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, can you ever forgive me?
Of course, Phil. It's all right. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, I've been such a fool.
Forget it.
But I've been so miserable. Oh, Jimmy, I felt so bad I could die.
It made me sick, Phil, when I found out you thought I'd done it. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, I didn't want to think it, Jimmy, but well, I didn't see any other way out.
All right, now, Parker, come on back to your chair. Your hands aren't clean in this business yet.
Oh, of course he's innocent. It's silly even to think of it anymore.
Silly, huh? Well, then listen to what the mayor has to say on the subject. Go ahead, Dad.
Don't want to be dragged on murder trials.
Come on, Dad. Now, don't get temperamental.
Don't sass me, young fella. I don't care if you are a detective. You was my son first.
Look, Mayor, do you want this business cleaned up or don't you?
Well, I was coming up on the porch after returning from Lammy Fink's cabin, where I left you folks.
Yes?
Heard a scream.
Girl's voice?
Naturally, seeing how did Miss Carroll.
All right, then what?
Well, I ran into the house and unlocked the door where them two youngsters been locked up.
Yes?
And there was this fella, Parker, standing over the girl with both his hands bloody, and he was holding a knife.
Well, what of it? Naturally, my hands would be bloody from pulling the knife out of Phyllis's shoulder, wouldn't they?
That sounds pretty thin. Why wasn't you doing something for the girl instead of just standing over her with the knife in your hand?
Well, I was so stunned by what had happened, I didn't know what I was doing.
Looks mighty funny to me.
Well, I can tell you some other things that look mighty funny, too. Why did you lock Phyllis and me up the first night? Where were you last night when old Clawfoot was roaming around? Why did Dr. Tuna here say you didn't have a telephone the first night we came? There's plenty for you fellas to explain, too, if you ask me.
Captain, take that kid out of here. Take him out.
Now, Dad.
Take him away, I say. Lock him up down at the city. Do anything you got a mind to, but get him out of my house. Me all-fired presumption of kids in this day and age,
Now, look here, Mayor. You haven't any call to be belligerent. You've been picking on him all evening.
Picking on him? Picking on him? He's guilty, ain't he?
I'm not so certain myself, Mayor.
Well, I am.
After all, Mayor, you haven't explained to us where you were while the Phantom was murdering that fellow at the back of the house last night.
I don't reckon I'm beholden to any of you. I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and if I take it on myself to go down into the city among my citizens, it ain't anybody's business but my own.
Of course not, Dad. Now, let's just forget all this quarreling and see if we can't untangle some of these threads.
Well, I'm agreeable, Captain.
In the 2 days I've been here, one thing stands out. There's some force at work in the city of the dead.
What you mean, force?
Some group or groups of people acting in their own interests down among the graves.
And I'd just like to lay my hands on them.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 possible places from which this force may originate.
3?
Yes, Dr. Tuner, 3. First, there's this Clawfoot Phantom of ours.
You know he's a murderer. Didn't we see him kill the fella at my window?
He killed him, all right. What we don't know, however, is whether or not he's the force working against us. If he is against us, why did he attack the man who was trying to break in and disturb us?
By Jasper, Captain, you mean Clawfoot's working with us and against the enemy?
I don't know. Now then, the second source of this dangerous force may originate outside the city of the dead.
Yes. That's it. It's an outside force that wants something here in the city of the dead and is willing to murder every one of us to get it.
How do you know that, Parker?
Why, I'm pretty sure of it.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I just think so.
Now, that'll keep. Let's get back to the original question, the source of our danger. I've named 2, Clawfoot and an outside gang. I suppose I don't have to tell you the third source from which this force may be emanating.
Well, I reckon you'd better. I don't follow you, Captain.
Yes, go on, son. Quit your intimating and come out straight.
I see you get what I mean anyway, Dad. All right, here it is. There's a fine chance that this malignant force we're fighting originates right in this little group.
You mean someone here's a murderer?
It's quite possible.
Horse feathers.
Why do you say that, Parker?
Well, if you're trying to put the blame for all this business on Phyllis and me, you're out of luck, that's all.
Why do you think I was accusing you? There are others in the room.
Well, you wouldn't be likely to accuse your own father of the murder.
No?
And you've known Dr. Tuner all your life.
Supposing I have.
And that leaves only Phyllis and me.
You can easily remove yourselves from the suspected group.
How?
Talk.
How do you know it wouldn't put us in deeper than ever?
Oh, Jimmy, no, it won't. Captain Friday will understand. We ought to tell. Honestly, we should.
I don't think so.
Don't be stubborn, Jimmy. Please let me tell.
I don't like it.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
Can't keep a thing, can you?
Jimmy, you know better than that. You know I'll never say a word until you give me permission.
But it's the same as... Oh, go ahead and tell it. After all, it's your story.
Jimmy, don't be angry. I've thought and thought about it, and any way I look at it, we'd be better off than we are now.
You know what would happen to us if they found us guilty.
But they couldn't do that. I know they couldn't.
How do you know what a jury would do?
Very well, Jimmy, if that's how you feel.
Oh, go ahead and tell the whole thing. Maybe I'm all wet. Doesn't make much difference anyway. They're bound to find out if they keep looking.
That's right, Miss Carroll. We're bound to find out.
Oh, I don't know what to say now. Supposing I get us into a lot of trouble.
Well, go ahead, Phil. Anyway, we're in up to our neck as it is.
Well, please, could I have a glass of water first?
Yeah, of course you can. Shoulder hurting you?
Not too much. Just a numb ache.
All right, here. Here's a glass.
Thank you.
Now, we're ready when you are, Miss Carroll.
Well, I guess I should tell you first that I've known Jimmy Parker since I was 6 years old. He lived right across the street from me for 10 years.
Should know each other pretty well.
Oh, yes. We went to grammar school together and then to high school. In his senior year, his folks moved back east and Jimmy went with them. I didn't see him.
Share in the Rockefeller Foundation to know how come Lammy Fink was scared to death. And who burned down Lammy's shack. And who it was that tried to get into your room and was murdered by old Clawfoot. And who Clawfoot is. And who filled up Ernie Morton's grave. And who tried to shoot Dad down in the old church. And who...
And what your father does every night when he slips out of the house after everyone else is asleep.
There's another bone that makes both feet and legs of our skeleton. We ought to gain on him fast now that he's left his lower extremities behind.
Look, there's a little pile of bones over to the left.
Oh, so there is. If I'm not mistaken, those are the bones of his fingers and right hand.
And I'd still like to know what the mayor does when he slips out.
You'll be just as well off, Parker, if you don't wonder too much. Go on.
Well, we'd probably find out a lot about this mystery if we did know.
I'll tend to that end of the matter. Well, there's the bones of the left hand in a nice little pile.
Wonder what's become of old Clawfoot himself. Certainly made himself absent since we come out of the house.
He's a little like the pink flea. Here one moment and where the next.
Well, anyway, your father won't be out tonight seeing you locked him in before we
Let the
left.
mayor alone. Oh, we must be getting near the end of the trail. There's the two forearms of our skeleton together.
Look here, Captain Friday. What do you really expect to find at the end of this trail?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised. Chance.
I don't like it. I don't want her down here. I don't want her nor nobody else.
Never mind that, Mayor. Now go ahead, Miss Carroll.
Well, before the 1906 fire and earthquake, my grandfather was a very wealthy man. He had a beautiful home on Van Ness Avenue with lawns and shrubbery and servants and, just everything, I guess.
You're right there, Miss Carroll. I've seen your grandfather's place, and it did have everything.
All this part is just hearsay to me, you know. It was all over before I was born. Well, anyway, I learned just lately that Grandfather Beverly had a yen for collecting black pearls.
Yeah, listen to that, Doc. You hear what she says? Black pearls.
Yeah, I reckon I heard all right, Mary.
Yes, black pearls. Before the fire, he had one of the finest collections in the world. It was worth about $500,000.
That's a lot of money, Miss Carroll.
It wasn't for my grandfather, Captain Friday. He was very wealthy. Anyway, the fire came and destroyed his business and wiped out his home and left him just a little bit out of his mind. He never quite recovered from the shock.
What happened to him?
Oh, he lived for a long time after that. I remember him when I was a very small child. He was austere and gruff, and he walked with a kind of stoop. He always acted as though he had something awfully important on his mind.
Yep, I remember that characteristic. Used to have the habit of staring right through folks. Give a person a creep.
Yes, well, what finally became of him?
He was drowned. At least he disappeared, and about a week later a body was taken from the waterfront, and the police identified it as my grandfather. But Mother was never sure.
Wasn't sure, huh?
No. She kept looking for him for 2 years, but it was no use. The body was finally buried out here in the city of the dead, and things settled down to normal again.
Your grandfather left you and your mother quite wealthy, I take it.
Oh, no. Hardly anything. Only a little insurance.
Well, what became of his business, all his money?
I don't know very much about it. I was too little to understand while he was alive, and everyone's awfully vague about it now, but everything seemed to melt away without him to handle it.
Well, that might easily happen to a man's business, Miss Carroll, but it couldn't happen to anything as substantial as $500,000 worth of pearls. What became of them?
We never knew. Until quite recently.
Then you know now?
Well,
Well, answer. What's the matter with your tongue, young woman?
Look here, you don't have to talk to her like that.
Mind your own business, Parker.
Say, what's the matter with you anyway, Mayor? You act like you were sitting on a keg of dynamite.
I reckon the mayor's just a mite interested in Miss Carroll's story, that's all.
Got a mighty funny way of showing it.
Now then, if everyone has had his say, we'll go on. Miss Carroll, you do know where the black pearls are now.
Well, I know what became of them.
Who told you?
Why, no one told me.
Then how did you find out? That the reason you're down here in the city of the dead?
Yes, Miss Carroll. How did you find out about the black pearls at this late date?
I had a birthday the 6th of last month. It was my 20th.
Yes?
On my birthday, I received a little package from Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the lawyers in the city, you know. And in the package was a letter from the firm saying that they were delivering a sealed package given them on the date of my birth by my grandfather.
Yes? Were the pearls in the package, Miss Carroll?
Why, no, Mayor Friday. It was much too small for that. It was just a big letter of instructions.
Instructions for what?
Telling where the black pearls actually were.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I was awfully excited. I called Jimmy at his hotel over in Berkeley and had him come over right away.
Just how many persons did you let in on your secret?
I didn't tell anyone but Jimmy.
What about your mother?
No, not even her. I wanted to keep it from her until I could be sure it was true.
So Parker here was the only one you confided in?
Yes.
Well, what did your grandfather's letter say?
It said that this letter was written to protect my future in case of my grandfather's death before I reached the age of 20. It said that my mother was his favorite relative and that he'd always intended that the collection of black pearls should go to her first child.
That's you?
Yes. I was the only child born to my mother.
How many children were there in your grandfather's family?
3. 2 boys and my mother.
Are they living?
Well, Uncle Robert may be alive. He disappeared after Grandfather's death, and we haven't heard from him since. Uncle Franklin and his wife are both dead.
Did they leave any children?
Yes. 1 son.
What's his name?
Bert Arnold.
Where is he now?
Why,
Dead.
What's that?
I said he was dead. Murdered. It was his body you found strangled in old Morton's grave.
Gosh, all hemlock, Mayor.
And I can guess who did it.
I'll do the talking, Dad. You mean the murdered man was this girl's cousin? The only known living relative that might dispute her ownership of the black pearls?
That's what I said.
No wonder you didn't want to tell. The 3 of you down here in the city of the dead alone at night. One of the 3 found strangled in an old grave. Another of you with fresh blisters on your hands. And the motive. $500,000 worth of black pearls.
You see, Phyllis, it's just as I said. Try to make a detective see light with all that evidence against us.
Oh, but Captain Friday, we didn't do it. We didn't.
What could your cousin have wanted in the city of the dead?
What? Well, I suppose he came for the same reason we did.
And what was that?
To find the black pearl.
In the city of the dead?
Yes.
Where?
Phil, don't tell him. That isn't necessary.
I'll let that go for now.
But look here, son. I think you ought to make him tell where those pearls are hidden.
I thought so. I'll bet you've known about them all along. That's why you're so anxious to keep everyone out of the city of the dead. So you could hunt for them by yourselves, you and the doc.
No, don't you go bringing me into your ruckus. I'm sitting on the sideline.
Captain, if you don't make that young'un stop accusing me of things, I'm going to lambaste him.
Leave the mayor alone, Parker.
Well, he started.
Never mind. Now, Miss Carroll, did you bring Bert Arnold down here with you the night he was murdered?
Why, I don't know what night he was murdered.
Didn't catch you, did you, mister?
No. Now, I'll put it this way. Did you bring him down to the city of the dead with you the night Parker's car was stolen?
No.
Did you know he was down here or that he was coming down?
No. Honestly, we didn't.
Now then, you say the black pearls are buried here in the city of the dead.
Yes. Oh, no.
That was a rotten thing to do. Let the pearls alone. They belong to Miss Carroll.
Well. So the pearls are buried in one of the graves in the city of the dead.
She didn't say that.
She didn't need to. No wonder the city of the dead has come alive by night. I wonder how many people in the world know about this.
Oh, probably a very few, Captain. The whole city of the dead had been dug up and redug by now. $500,000 ain't to be sneezed at.
Those pearls belong to Miss Carroll no matter who finds them.
Reckon they belong to the one who has them.
Well, Mayor Friday, if you aren't the lowest old codger...
Quiet, Parker. Miss Carroll, that letter of instructions from the law firm, where is it?
What?
We burned it.
That's a lie, Parker.
Prove it.
You'll be glad enough to bring it out when you go before a jury for murder.
You don't think I killed Bert Arnold. You know you don't. And what's more, you don't think I stabbed Phyllis.
You'd be surprised what I think. Do you know of anyone else who might have reason to stab her?
There's somebody else mighty anxious not to have her tell what she knows about those pearls.
Who?
If I knew, there wouldn't be any mystery. By the way, Mayor Friday couldn't throw a knife, could he? He had the opportunity.
Why, you young whippersnapper,
Hold it, Dad. That's enough out of you, Parker. Go on into your room.
But what about Phyllis?
Never mind about her. You get into your room before you get yourself in more trouble.
Afraid to look into your own father's actions too closely? Is that it, Captain?
Get into your room, Parker, now.
Okay. Never mind the strong-arm stuff.
Dad, I want to talk to you and Doc Tuner out in the kitchen. Miss Carroll, you'll be all right here for a few minutes.
Oh, yes, I'll be all right, I guess.
Well, if you feel uneasy or need anything, you just sing out.
Come on, Dad, in the kitchen.
Yeah? What for? What's this all about?
I think you know. Close the door, Doc. You and Doc Tuner have got to face it. Let's get it over with.
You'd think I was your prisoner instead of your father.
Now then, Dad, what's it all about?
Huh? What's what all about?
Come on. Why all this mystery with me?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know plenty. And if it's on the level, why can't you trust me?
Ain't nothing to trust you with.
You and Dr. Tuner here have known about those black pearls all along.
I knew Doc was making a mistake when he confided in you.
Oh, you did you? Don't you suppose I know why you haven't been down in the city of the dead to look for graves that might have been tampered with?
I wouldn't stick my nose in where it ain't wanted if I was you, son.
You've been opening the graves yourself, you and Doc. Fine pair you are. You with your talk about being mayor of the city of the dead and aiming to see that none of your sleeping citizens shall be disturbed.
No, Captain.
And you, Doc, with your pretty talk about coming down here to visit your old friends and patients. Yeah. And all the time you've been digging into grave after grave for those black pearls. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
You ain't got no right to talk to your father like this, Captain.
I suppose you both know you could be sent up for the rest of your natural lives for this.
I don't reckon you'd do a thing like that, Captain Friday.
I ought to.
Captain, you're hurting your father mighty deep talking that way.
Well, what's he doing it for? Good heavens, man. He's got a trust here. He was put here to see that these sacred mounds of earth were not violated. And what has he done? Broken faith. Opened the graves himself.
I reckon you see now, Doc Tuner, why I didn't want to bring nobody else into the city of the dead.
Captain, don't you reckon you better go a little easier on the mayor?
Why should I?
Well, after all, he's your father.
Of course, I know you didn't have any part in the things young Parker keeps hinting at.
Thanks.
Grave robbing is bad enough in itself without adding murder to it.
I reckon, son, if that's all you got to say, I'll be turning in.
Now, listen here, Dad. There's something more behind all this. You aren't disturbing the dead just for those pearls. There is something else, isn't there?
Reckon you had us lined up about right at the beginning, son. Doc and me are just a pair of skunks.
Look here, Doc.
I reckon your dad is right, Captain. Ain't no more use to discuss those.
That's Miss Carroll. Something's happened. Come on, you two. Miss Carroll, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, look! Look there by the door!
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look, Doc, a visitor.
A skeleton. Captain, what's that thing doing here?
Where did it come from, Miss Carroll?
Oh, take it away! Take it away!
Now, Miss Carroll, I don't reckon a skeleton can hurt you much. Supposing you tell us how it got there so we can do something about it.
Well, the door just suddenly opened and the skeleton walked in and collapsed on the floor. And then the door was full closed.
Dang lively skeleton to do that, if you ask me.
Hey, Doc, come here and look at this.
Now, what in the name of Sam Hill are you doing to it, Captain?
Now, look. The bones are joined together with pieces of wire.
Now, what sort of monkey business is this?
Here, look. A message tied about its neck.
Message? What does it say?
It says, I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
Theodore Beverly? Why, that's Miss Carroll's grandfather.
My grandfather.
Grab her, Doc. She's fainted.
And now the very skeletons in the city of the dead are coming up out of their graves to identify themselves. But what does the message mean? I am out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I am not his skeleton. And what has all this to do with the phantom church bell and old Clothwood? Many of these things will be revealed to you next week when you hear Episode 6 of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Ghoul in the Grave. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
But first, your announcer. Eight o'clock at night in October. The second night in the City of the Dead. 3 men stand on the edge of a partly opened grave. A fourth stands in the grave itself, whispering, I've struck something. Something awful. That was Jimmy Parker. The 3 men above him on the brink of the grave are Joshua Friday, mayor of the City of the Dead, otherwise known as the caretaker of the old cemetery. Dr. Tuner, now retired from practice, since he has buried his last patient here in the city. And third, Captain Friday, son of the mayor, a private investigator. A grave had been tampered with, and tonight it is being reopened officially to discover why. First, Captain Friday would dig, and then Jimmy Parker would dig, and it was Jimmy who uncovered the dead arm reaching up. There's something else you should know about Jimmy. He and his girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll, are virtual prisoners of the mayor, Doc Tuner, and Captain Friday. In fact, at the moment, Phyllis is locked in the bedroom assigned to her up at the mayor's bungalow just inside the cemetery gates. Jimmy and Phyllis themselves are under slight suspicion of grave robbing. But just now, Phyllis is locked up, and Jimmy is down in the grave with something horrible. Just as Parker whispered his discovery, there was a hair-raising wail from among the gravestones.
It disappeared, Captain Friday. You must have hit it.
I didn't hit anything. I fired into the air.
Dr. Tuner, Mayor Friday, everybody. I tell you, I've dug up something.
What's that? You're crazy, Parker. You won't hit the coffin under 4 or 5 feet.
I have struck something. It's an arm.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Are you lying, Parker? Let me turn my flash down in the hole.
I tell you. Hey!
Didn't you ever see a dead man before?
Let me out of here! Let me out of here!
Grab him, Doc.
No, behave yourself. Let me go. Let me get away from here.
You shouldn't have hit him so hard, Captain.
And when he comes to, we won't have any more hysteria than your grandmother.
Well, you're a tough customer, I'm afraid, my boy.
Sure, why not, Mayor? It's part of the game.
Yeah. Lay him out here on the grass. He'll be around presently.
He wasn't far off. He struck something pretty ghastly, all right.
But, son, that ain't Ernie Martin's body.
Sure it isn't, Dad. Ernie died a natural death 20 years ago. This man was murdered last night.
Do you mean that, Captain?
You're a doctor. You should know. Here, take a look at his face.
Strangled. Strangled.
Not long ago, either, was it?
Not more than 24 hours.
Here, hand me the shovel. I'll finish uncovering the body and we'll take it up to the shed behind the cottage.
Did you recognize him, Doc?
No, I didn't, Mayor. It isn't anyone I ever saw before.
Wasn't Lammy Fink, then?
By jiggers, I never thought about him. Let's have another squint at that face, Captain.
I looked especially, Doctor. It isn't Lammy. Lammy has a deep scar at the roots of the hair on his forehead. There's none on this fella.
No wonder somebody ran by the cottage and out of the city of the dead in hysterics last night.
You think maybe it was the murderer we heard, Captain?
No, not likely.
Why not?
Anyone with the courage to commit murder in a graveyard isn't likely to have a case of hysteria. Besides, anyone as frightened as that wouldn't have stopped to bury his victim and replant the turf on the grave.
Then where does the hysterical man fit in?
I don't know, but I can give a guess.
Well, let's have it, son.
Maybe some passerby who saw something he wasn't meant to see. Perhaps the murder. Ran out of the city of the dead, scared out of his wits.
Yeah, we don't have passerbys way off down here, son.
Oh, we'll have to see. Yeah. Now, I think we can lift the body out. Here, Doctor, can you reach the arms?
Yeah.
Good. Up we go. There it is.
Unhappy business.
You're not nervous, Dr. Tuner.
Yes, I am, Dad. Blame you. What of it?
No, it's perfectly okay with me, Doc. Dad, you got a stretcher around someplace, haven't you?
In the shed behind the house where you got the shovel.
I'll run up and get it. No fun carrying a body around in your arms. Keep an eye on young Parker.
Shall I fill in the grave while you're gone?
Don't touch anything. I want to examine that grave by daylight. You just wait around. I won't be long.
Say, Mayor, do you know what I think about this whole business?
No. How should I know what you think when I don't know what to think myself? Why in tarnation should anybody dig up one man's grave to shove another one in it?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I've got an idea that someone else has got onto the trail of what we've been after for years.
You think that's what's at the bottom of all this?
Yes, I do. Mayor, I told the captain all about this.
Then you broke your word, Doc Tuner. We promised to never say a word.
Well, it was necessary, Mayor. It was the only way I could make him keep Parker here and that Phyllis Carroll prisoners. Besides, he's your own flesh and blood.
He's that, all right. Is he going to help us?
Well, he wouldn't promise. The only thing he agreed to was to hold the kids a week to find out whether they knew anything about how you came to be shot.
You think they know anything about the other?
Well, of course they do.
Think they were responsible for this killing?
Well, I don't know. The girl was mighty anxious to keep away from this grave tonight. The boy held out better, but you saw how hysterical he got. That looks suspicious.
So it does.
Still, they don't fit into the picture right. There's something more to it. They couldn't have rung that phantom church bell we've been hearing. Neither could one of them been the claw-footed men that tromped on me in the old church. They were both locked up in the cottage at the time.
Could they have friends helping them?
It looks like a gang, all right.
Looks like two gangs. Else why the murder?
Jupiter, Mayor. If they're out after the same thing we are and want it bad enough to commit murder...
Yes, I've been thinking about that.
Well, I'm not telling anyone I know anything.
You already shot off your mouth.
The claw-footed man again. Look, see him, Mayor?
I'm going after him.
No, don't do it, Mayor. Don't do it. Look how he bobs and floats among the graves.
No, let loose of me, Doc. Let loose. Come on, we can catch it.
Hey, we're getting everything. Do you hear that bell?
Save your breath. We're gaining on it. Run faster.
Well, why don't you shoot, Mayor? You got your pistol, haven't you?
Yeah, yes, of course. I forgot all about it. Stop a minute and we'll take a crack at it.
Jumping Jupiter, Mayor. Where did it go?
I dropped it. That's what happened.
No, you didn't. It didn't fall. It just vanished.
Wait and see. Cut across the lawn here, but don't walk on the graves.
Well, it was right ahead. Here you are. Now, where's your claw-footed man?
Probably just wounded him. Maybe he dragged himself off.
Well, we'd have seen him, I tell you. He just plain vanished.
I tell you, I dropped him.
All right.
Hi,
But
there,
where...
Doc, what's happened?
Listen.
Where are you? Hi, Doc Tuner.
There's the captain.
Hiya, Captain. Here we are. Coming.
Dad, all right?
Yep, he's all right.
Hey, where have you two been? Where's the body?
Body? What body, Captain?
The body we just dug up.
Look here, son. You ain't fooling us, are you?
Of course I'm not. You mean to tell me you don't know where it is?
Now, look here, Captain Friday. Let's get this straight. Ain't the body lying beside the grave where we left it?
It is not.
You're sure it's gone?
It's gone, all right. What have you two been up to?
We was chasing that clawfoot fella.
Well, he came right down here close by and let off a whole series of wails, so we took after him.
Got away, huh?
Yep, vanished when the mayor took a shot at him.
I hit him.
The mayor thinks he hit him, or it, or whatever it is, but it was gone when we got to the spot where it vanished.
And while you were out chasing ghosts, the strangled body got up and walked off. I thought I told you fellas to watch young Parker.
And what's happened to him?
He got up and walked off, too. Oh, come on, let's go back to the grave.
Yeah? Did he take the body?
How should I know?
Then Parker got away?
He did not. As I came out of the shed with the stretcher, I heard a noise in the house. I peeked in the window and saw young Parker releasing Phyllis Carroll. Left the key in the door, didn't you?
Well, thought it'd be safe enough. What was the boy's idea?
Well, it looked as though they were trying to make a getaway.
Trying to run away. That looks bad for him, eh, Captain?
Here's the grave. Still got the hole left, anyway.
Empty, all right. I wish we'd have caught that wailing critter. Might have solved everything.
Whoever heard of catching a decoy?
Decoy?
Sure, Dad. Looks like your wailing ghost wanted you to chase him. Wanted to get you out of the way.
But why?
Likely we weren't supposed to examine the corpse. Probably its identification would have solved the whole business.
Sure, I hadn't thought of that. Well, what's to be done?
We're going back to the house and see what Parker and Miss Carroll know. I've got him locked up in his room again.
Miss Carroll, Captain Friday wants to see you in the living room.
What's happened?
Never mind. Go on into the other room. Come on out, Parker. The captain wants to see you.
What rights he got slugging me and locking me up this way, even if he is Captain Friday?
Well, you'd have gotten worse if you'd tried to make a break out of a jail. Now go on in the other room.
Well, we'll see about these high-handed methods.
So, come on in, Parker. Sit down.
You think you're pretty smart cracking people on the jaw.
Don't sit there. Come over here, away from Miss Carroll.
Why shouldn't I sit by Phyllis?
Oh, please, Jimmy, do what he says.
Okay.
There, that's better. Now then, Parker, what did you do with the body?
Body?
Yes, Miss Carroll, we found the body. Too bad, isn't it?
Body? What body?
The body somebody planted in old Ernie Morton's grave last night.
Oh, Jimmy.
We don't know anything about any body. Be careful, Phil. They're trying to frame you.
Those who are trying to frame you, are we? Tell me something, Miss Carroll.
Yes?
Did you see Parker the day he got his job?
What job?
You know, the gardening job, Phil, over at the university.
Oh, that. Why, no. No, I didn't see him that day.
Let me see. What day was it he got this job?
Why...
No, look at me, Miss Carroll. Don't look at Parker. That's better. Now then, when did Jimmy tell you he got that gardening job?
Why, I've just forgotten. Sometime last week, I think.
He told you about getting the job, did he?
Oh, yes.
Oh, well, Parker. So you told Miss Carroll about the job last week, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, then I'll explain. Didn't you tell me you got that job 2 days ago?
Yes.
Then how could you have told Miss Carroll about it last week? This is Saturday. That would have been at least a week ago.
What about it?
Oh, come on now. Admit it. You haven't got a gardening job and you never had one. Isn't that the truth?
Well...
Answer me. You haven't a job, have you?
No.
Oh. Then how did you get those fresh blisters on your hands?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right, Phil. It wasn't your fault.
Never mind, Miss Carroll. Answer me, Parker. How did you get those blisters?
I was...
You got them opening a grave, now, didn't you?
How can you even think of such a thing?
Answer me, Parker.
It's none of your business.
None of my business whether you go about strangling folks?
He didn't. He didn't kill anyone. Oh, Jimmy, tell them the truth.
The truth? Phyllis, what are you talking about?
Yes, Miss Carroll. What are you talking about?
Well, I've been so upset by all this. Oh, Jimmy, I want to go home.
Oh, so Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll are up to their chins in this after all. But what are a good-looking young woman and a college boy doing mixed up with grave robbing and murder? But more in just a moment.
Dr. Tuna, take Miss Carroll to her room and see if you can quiet her.
There, now, Miss Carroll. You'll feel better after a good night's rest.
Now then, Parker, let's have the truth.
I haven't anything to say.
I'd guess you have plenty to say. You lied about the blisters. You tried to escape after we discovered a murder victim in Ernie Morton's grave. And on top of that, now the body has vanished. We've got a lot of explaining to do.
I tell you, I don't know anything.
Phyllis urged you to tell the truth. What was she talking about?
She was scared. She didn't know what she was saying.
She did know what she was saying. What did she mean?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why did you try to escape after you saw the body?
I wasn't going to stay here and be beaten up by you.
That wasn't the reason. Something about that body terrified you. Now, what was it?
It was just a dead body. Never saw a murdered man before.
That wasn't it. Something about that body got under your skin. Did you murder that man?
No, I swear I didn't. I swear it.
Did you recognize the body?
No, of course I didn't recognize it.
Yes, you did, Parker. The moment you saw that face, you let out a yell.
Oh, please, Captain Friday, please let us go. Don't you understand? Can't you see?
Can't I see what?
The same thing will happen to all of us if you keep us here. We'll all be murdered.
How do you figure that out?
I know it.
Wouldn't you be in just as much danger if I let you go?
Oh, no, really, the danger's here, Captain. The danger's in the city of the dead.
What do you mean by that? What danger?
A murderer.
What murderer?
There's someone in the city of the dead that intends to kill everyone who knows...
Who knows what?
I can't tell. I couldn't if I wanted to.
How long have you known of this murderer?
Since I saw the body.
And you did recognize it?
Yes.
Who was it?
I can't tell you.
Now, look here, Parker. If you are in as much danger as you say you are, I should think you and Miss Carroll would want protection.
But it isn't only us. Don't you understand? You're in danger, too. So is the mayor and Dr. Tooner.
What's that?
I tell you, it's true. They won't stop at anything.
They? Is it a gang?
No, I don't know.
Huh. So you won't talk to save your own life?
No.
Isn't there anything that would make you talk?
Will you let me talk alone with Phyllis for a little?
Then will you tell us what we want to know?
If she's willing.
But she's already begged you to tell.
She doesn't know all I know.
Oh, I see. In other words, you want to tell her the name of the murdered man.
I didn't say that.
Very well, I'll let you talk to her. Hey, Doctor.
Yes, Captain?
I'm going to send Parker in to see Phyllis. Is she all right?
Oh, sure. She's all right. I gave her a powder. You want her to come out?
No, I'm giving Parker here 5 minutes with her alone. Go on in, Parker.
Yes, sir.
Let him shut the door, Doctor. It's just 5 of 10. You got till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, right in here, son.
Okay.
Oh, Jimmy, what's it all about? How did we get into all this trouble?
Look here, Phyllis. We've got to face it. There's something horrible going on in this place.
But you said it would be all right. You said all we'd have to do would be to come down here and dig the...
Shh, be careful, Phil. He may be listening.
But why do we have to be careful? Why don't you tell everything?
Phyllis, do you know who that was we dug up tonight?
You mean the body?
Yes.
Oh, please. It wasn't anyone I know.
It was, Phil. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jimmy, who was it?
It was your cousin, Bert Arnold.
Oh, no, Jimmy.
Please, don't cry, Phyllis. I'm awfully sorry, but you just had to know.
Oh, but I just saw Bert yesterday. Who would want to kill Bert, Jimmy?
Look here, Phil. I think Bert was down here for the same reason we came.
Oh, but how did he know? I thought I was the only one who knew.
I don't know how he found out, but it looks to me like he did know, and someone killed him while he was nosing around down here.
Oh, Jimmy, this is awful. Awful. What are we going to do?
I don't know. Whoever killed Bert is probably out after us, too.
Oh, Jimmy, don't say that.
You might as well face it. Have you any idea who it could be?
Oh, no. No.
Any relatives?
Mother's the only relative I've got, besides Bert.
Any distant relative that might have found out something in some way?
Oh, I don't know. No one I know of. Oh, please, why can't we tell Captain Friday all about it?
What do you suppose he's going to think if we tell him what we came down here for, and then told him the murdered man was your cousin?
Oh, I don't know.
I do. He'd think we killed him.
Oh, but we didn't. We didn't.
No, of course not, but... Well, if you want me to tell.
Not if they'll think we killed him.
Well, they will. You can count on that.
Well, then we mustn't tell. We mustn't. Oh, I don't know what I'll tell Mother.
I'll be lucky not to get kicked out of the university for this. Oh, shh, listen.
Come on out, Parker. Time's up.
You won't tell. You won't tell, will you, Jimmy?
No, fellas, but listen. If you hear anyone trying to get into your room, yell. Don't wait a minute, do you understand?
Oh, what do you think?
Come on out of there, Parker.
Coming. Remember what I say, Phyllis. Don't take any chances. Good night, Phil.
Be careful, Jimmy.
Sure. Well, here I am.
Yeah. You ready to talk?
No.
Oh, it's that way, huh?
Yeah, that way.
Then go on into your room. But let me tell you this, Parker. If you don't come through with me, and mighty soon, I'll take you into San Francisco and throw you to the cops. You'll be only too glad to talk. I'll go on to bed and think it over.
Did you lock both doors, Captain?
Right. And I'm keeping the keys to both Parker's and Miss Carroll's rooms with me. Are there any more keys to those 2 bedrooms, Mayor?
No, those are all, son.
Well, it's 10:15. I'm turning in. It's going to be heavy work from now on.
But, Captain, do you think we might be in any danger? After all, a man has been murdered here.
Who can tell where danger is? Doc, you and the mayor double up in the big bed in the front room. I'm going to make myself comfortable here on the lounge beside the fire.
Now, look here, son. You won't be comfortable there.
Do what I say, Dad. I'm going to boss things around here for a while.
Young jackanapes, turn you across my knee.
Good night. Parker. Parker.
Hello?
It's me, Captain Friday. Don't make a sound.
What do you want?
Get dressed as fast as you can. There's something hanging around outside the house.
Hey, are you sure?
Yeah, of course. Hurry.
Is Phyllis all right?
Yeah, I made sure of it. Everyone's asleep.
What are we going to do?
Find out who it is.
Isn't it a man?
Well, if it is, he's certainly got himself rigged out.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Well, by moonlight, it looks like a cross between the Headless Horseman and one of Shakespeare's witches. Come on, fella, aren't you almost ready?
Just a minute. One more shoe.
Oh, here it is. Get into it.
Thanks. But why are you ringing me in on this detective business? I thought I was a prisoner.
If this fellow's hanging around for a chance to murder you, as you seem to believe, I just thought I'd give him a chance at you.
You don't really mean that.
You know what I mean. All right. Hang right on my coattail and you won't be in any danger even if this fella is after you. Come on.
All right.
He seems to be patrolling around the house.
We'll watch here at the window until we spot him, then we'll slip outside and lay for him.
Where did you see him?
I watched him circle the house twice. Look, there he comes.
Yeah. Hey, what is it?
Can you see his face, Parker? Look sharp.
Yeah, long hair strangling down all over his face. Hey, look, it's crouching down.
Looks like an animal that scents its prey.
Look in the shadow there. There's something else moving. It's coming out in the moonlight.
A man. He's coming toward the house.
He doesn't see that crouching thing.
Hello. Fella's going around to the back of the house.
The thing's following him. He doesn't see it.
There they go around the corner. Come on, we gotta see the end of this.
Easy now.
There. Leave the door on the latch so that we can get back in fast if we have to. Follow close. Just a minute. Here, let me take a peek around the corner. It's all in shadow. Can't see a thing. We'll have to take a chance. Come on. Softly. Hold it. I'll give a look around this corner. Now we'll get some moonlight in the back of the house.
See anything?
Wait. Look at that, Parker.
What's happening?
Somebody's working on the bars to your window.
The murderer, I told you.
Yeah, but where's our pet ghost? He seems to have vanished.
Look, the man's cutting the bars.
We'll put a stop to that right now. But I hate like the deuce to make a move in the open until I know what's become of our long-haired phantom.
Maybe the thing spotted us.
Well, you keep a lookout behind. Here it is. Keep down.
Where? I don't see it.
Crouched in that shadow right behind the man. He doesn't know it's there.
I wouldn't have that thing.
Look out, it's killing him.
Don't let it get away!
I missed. It's gone. Quick, run for Dr. Tooner while I see if the fellow's still alive.
Yeah, but I...
Do what I tell you, run!
Dr. Tooner! Dr. Tooner! Dr. Tooner! Doc! Hey, Doc Tooner! Dr. Tooner!
Hey, what's your matter? Who is that? What's your matter?
Is that you, Doctor? Another man's been murdered. Captain Friday wants you.
Where is he?
Back of the cottage. Come on, I'll show you. All right, around this way.
Who's been killed?
I don't know. All I know is somebody's been murdered.
Not so fast, boy. Give an old man a break.
Right down here, you can see the body in the moonlight. Hurry. Hurry, Doc. Here.
Yeah, here's the body. But where's Captain Friday?
Maybe chasing the phantom. I don't know. Here, let's turn this fellow over on his back. See if he's still alive.
Take it easy now. What do you mean, boy? This body is Captain Friday.
Captain Friday? And where's the other body?
You have just heard Chapter 3 of City of the Dead. Why is it a corpse in the City of the Dead vanishes almost as quickly as it is made? Why is this phantom creature haunting the vicinity of the caretaker's cottage? And what's happened to Captain Friday? All this will unfold next week in the 4th episode of City of the Dead, entitled Old Clawfoot Again. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
First, a message from our sponsor. Eight o'clock on Sunday morning. The second day in the city of the dead. 8 o'clock in the morning after a night of unearthly events and sudden death. And it all seems to be centered about the caretaker's cottage at the gate of the old abandoned cemetery. Those present include the caretaker himself, better known as Mayor Joshua Friday, Dr. Tuner, retired, all his patients are laid away in the city of the dead, Captain Friday, son of the mayor, and private investigator from San Francisco, who has come down to the city of the dead to help his father fight grave robbers. The only persons caught in the net so far are Jimmy Parker, a nice-looking college boy, and his girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll. At 2 o'clock this fog-choked winter morning, Captain Friday was roused from sleep to find a phantom-like white-robed figure, its face covered with long, white flowing hair, patrolling about the caretaker's cottage.
Yes, I awakened Jimmy Parker, and the two of us slipped out of the house and around the corner just in time to see the phantom creature leap on the figure of a man, who at the moment was attempting to break into the cottage. The man died instantly under the gleaming knife in the creature's clawed hand. Before Parker or I could stop it, the thing had gone.
Yeah, Captain Friday and I rushed to the scene, but the housebreaker was dead. Captain Friday sent me back into the house for Dr. Tuner. I wasn't gone more than a couple of minutes, but when we got back, not only was the murdered man gone, but Captain Friday was lying on the ground, unconscious. And a peculiar thing, all the time this was happening, Mayor Friday's been missing from the cottage. But now it's 8 o'clock the next morning, and Phyllis is telling what she saw.
I tell you, I saw it all from my window.
You were awake, Miss Carroll?
The scream of that man outside my window awakened me.
You mean the man that was murdered?
Yes. Who was he, Captain Friday?
I don't know. He was trying to break into Parker's room when the family ghost jumped him.
It sprang on his back like an animal and was gone quicker than a flash.
Stabbed him in the back. He was dead when I reached him.
That's what I heard. I jumped out of bed and I looked out through the bars of my window. You were just bending over the body, Captain Friday.
Well?
I didn't know what had happened. It was too dark to tell who you were. Then all at once I saw two shadows creeping up on you from behind.
Two?
Yes, there were two. Suddenly I heard myself scream.
I heard you. That's what brought me to my feet just in time to get that crack on the side of the head.
That's funny. Dr. Tuner and I didn't hear a scream, did we, Doctor? Where did Dr. Tuner go?
Said he was going to walk around while he smoked his after-breakfast cigar.
Well, anyway, we didn't hear Phyllis scream.
Well, I did. I must have frightened the men. They didn't wait to examine Captain Friday. They just grabbed the body of the murdered man and ran.
Did you see the face of either of my attackers, Miss Carroll?
No, I was too frightened to notice.
Captain Friday, did you find out where the mayor was all this time last night?
What difference does it make, Parker?
What? Well, nothing, only... Well, Dr. Tuner thought it rather peculiar.
Did, huh? Well, there seem to be a lot of peculiar things going on around here.
Do you think that ghoulish killer we saw last night was a man in disguise?
At least it was human.
You didn't really think anything could actually look like that, do you?
Oh, Jimmy, let's not keep still any longer. I'd rather go to jail right now than spend another night here.
Phyllis, keep still.
If you're part of this gang of cutthroats...
Oh, we're not.
Look here, Captain Friday. If we tell you everything, will you let us go?
I can't promise that.
Well, will you take us away from the city of the dead?
You indicated last night that the presence of you and Miss Carroll was aggravating the situation. That it was due to your being in the city of the dead that all these murders are taking place.
No.
Oh, we're only part of the cause.
I see. Well, you see how it is. If I let you two slip through my fingers, my only tangible clue to the whole business would be gone. No, you've got to stay here.
You can't keep us here. We'll be killed. You saw what happened last night. That fella cut through the bars of my window. They'll try again, and next time they'll get me. I know they will.
You needn't worry about that. I'll fix the windows so they'll be murder-proof. Now, you're going to tell me what it's all about?
Oh, Jimmy, let's tell him. Please, Jimmy. We can't be any worse off than we are now.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'm going with Dr. Tuner and the mayor over to Lammy Fink's cabin this morning. After that, we're going down to the old church. I'll lock you two up together and you can thrash the thing out. But mind you, I expect an explanation tonight.
Oh, yes, but put us together. I couldn't bear to be alone in this horrible place again.
You understand, don't you, Parker?
I'm not promising anything.
So much the worse for you if you don't come through.
Oh, Captain Friday.
Hello, now what's up?
Hey, Captain Friday. Now, what in thunder do you suppose has happened?
Find another corpse, Dr. Tuner?
No, I didn't. But that grave we opened last night has all been filled up and the sod put back on it. Don't look as though it had ever been touched.
Filled up, huh? Now, there's an idea. Graves automatically opened and closed while you wait.
I tell you, Captain, this is no laughing matter. Something bigger than the mayor and I ever figured on has broken loose. Hey, where is the mayor, anyhow?
Catching up on the sleep he lost last night.
Where was the mayor last night, Captain?
Don't you know?
I swear I don't.
You were supposed to be sleeping with him. If you don't know, how should I?
I didn't even know he'd left the bed until Parker came in and woke me up. I swear I didn't. You don't think old Doc Tuner and your own dad would hold out on you, do you, boy?
Something's funny somewhere. Now I want you and Dad to go over to Lammy Fink's place with me.
I don't see what good that'll do.
After that, we'll run down to the old church ruins and see if we can find out who took a shot at Dad night before last.
Yeah, I've told you all I know.
Maybe.
Well, you don't suppose we'd have brought you down here in the first place if we'd had anything to hold back, do you?
I'm not supposing anything. I'm putting facts together. Doc, go right out to Mayor and we'll be starting. How far is Lammy Fink's house from the city of the dead, Mayor?
Just a hop and a jump. But it ain't a house, son. Just a shack. Look here. You can see it yonder among the trees. Built it himself at odd times.
Gloomy place for a house. Looks more like a hunted animal's hole.
He acts like a hunted animal most of the time, don't he, Mayor?
Yeah, he's a little off, all right.
I'd rather sleep in the city of the dead than down in this hovel.
Not Lammy. He's graveyard shy after dark.
Oh, this is it. Lammy Fink's residence. One room, one door, and no window.
And a cellar.
Cellar? I didn't know about that. Never even thought of a cellar when I was over the other day.
Well, then that's the first place we'll look. Go ahead, Dad. You know the way. Lean on.
Well, there's no need to lead. The sheer path leads around the house to cellar steps.
All right, keep going. Here's the steps. Seem to get down under the house. I'll lead off with my flashlight. When I get to the bottom of the cellar steps, one of you follow, then the other. And take it easy. Those steps don't look any too solid.
They ain't.
It's dark and murky down there. There I go.
Watch out you don't break your neck.
Oh, these steps won't hold much weight.
Hey, Captain! Captain!
What a rat trap this turned out to be.
Son, are you hurt?
Hello down there. Captain, are you still alive?
Yes, of course I am. I've lost my flashlight, and it's blacker than an old maid's future down here.
Light a match.
I'll give a man a chance to pull himself together, Doc. Still got 2 or 3 steps around my neck.
Can we help?
As soon as I unscramble myself. Hey, what's that? Hey, Doc Tuner, Mayor. I'm holed up down here with a body.
Who is it, Captain?
How do I know? We just met here in the dark.
Well, why don't you light a match and find out? We can't get down to the cellar without a rope now that the stairs are busted. How'd you happen to find it?
It just reached out and laid hold of me.
Jiminy Cricket.
There. I'm on my feet again. Now for a light. Well, Hey, there are 3. Doc, Mayor. There are 3 bodies down here in this cellar.
Watch it.
What did he say?
Did you hear me? There are 3 bodies down here. There. That ladder will hold any of us. Now, Dr. Tuner, I want you and Dad to come on down into the cellar with me and examine those bodies. One of them is Lammy Fink, all right enough. One of them is the strangled fellow we dug up, and the other is the man who was stabbed to death last night.
Yeah, if you know so much about him, why should we go down and look at him?
I want to see if you know either of the unidentified bodies.
I'd bet money I don't, but come along, son.
What makes you think you don't, Mayor?
Trying to get something on your father, boy?
Never mind, come along. Careful on the ladder. There you are. Now, over this way. Look out for those boxes. All right, I'll hold the torch for you. There they are. 3 bodies laid out side by side.
Yes. There's Lammy. Poor old feller. How do you suppose he died, son?
I can't find a mark on him anywhere, Dad. But get that look of terror on his face.
You mean he was scared to death?
Take a look for yourself. How long's Lammy been dead, Doctor?
Well, at least 36 hours.
You certain of that?
Well, that's fairly accurate.
Then Lammy Fink couldn't possibly have filled up the grave we opened last night.
He could not.
And who did do it? Dad, you said that you and Lammy were the only ones capable of doing an expert job of replacing turf on a grave.
Yeah, I said it all right.
Well, Dad?
Must have been wrong.
You mean there's someone else around the city of the dead who's capable of such work?
Looks like it, don't it?
Well, never mind. Mayor, did you or Dr. Tuner ever see either of these other 2 bodies before? I mean, while they were alive?
Not me, Captain.
I don't know nothing about him, boy.
That's darn funny. I've been through their clothes. Not a thing to identify them. Listen.
Footsteps. There's someone in the shack overhead.
Shh, just a moment.
Who's that, you suppose?
There's somebody up there, all right. Come on. We'll go up after him. Take it easy. We don't want to frighten him off. Up you go, Doc. You next, Dad.
Yeah.
Come on up, Captain. Everything's clear.
Yep. There. Here, I'll pull the ladder up, and then no one's likely to bother the bodies while we're away.
Captain, I smell smoke.
That's it, smoke. I knew I smelled something.
Look, the cabin's on fire. Quick, we gotta stop it. Come on around the house, quick, get water from the creek. Look there, holy mackerel, what a blaze.
Hey, somebody set that fire. The house has been saturated with oil. Look at that black smoke.
But where's the fellow we heard walking around?
He's probably a mile away by this time.
Of all the cockeyed, lunkheaded fools. Now we've lost those bodies.
But couldn't we still get him out?
That cellar was a furnace 30 seconds after that fire was set. There goes that can of kerosene I saw in the cellar. That ends that.
But why in tarnation did anyone want to burn down Lammy's shack?
Ask me a hard one, Doc. Somebody doesn't want us to know who's being murdered.
Dead men can't talk, especially after they've been cremated. But there is still the contents of Ernie Morton's grave and old clothwood down in the abandoned church. But more of that in a moment.
We've been dawdling, Captain Friday. It's almost 1 o'clock already, and we promised the mayor we'd meet him at the cottage at 2.
Well, there's the old church just ahead.
Yeah, gloomy as ever.
You know, Doctor, this place has always given me the creeps. Even when I was a kid. The mayor never brought me here unless it was to arrange for a funeral.
Well, that's about all it was ever used for, as far as back as I can remember. Funerals and now and again a country wedding.
This is the first time I've been near the place since it was abandoned. But I remember the day they found the old bell ringer hanging by the neck in the study.
Well, I always did think the place was infested with...
With what?
With something ghoulish.
That's a nice thought.
And our visit night before last only went to confirm my opinion.
You mean the claw-footed man?
Oh, he was only the climax of the whole business. I tell you, the place absolutely reeks of something unhealthy.
Oh, that's probably the bats.
Plenty of them here.
Well, shall we go in? From the slant of that roof, I'd say the whole place would be tumbling in another year.
Careful. The mayor went through the floor the other night.
Gloomy as the inside of a grave in here.
There. Don't you feel it?
Feel what, Doc?
The moment I stepped in here out of the sunshine, I felt something come over me like a slimy, wet cloak. Don't you get it, Captain?
You give yourself the creeps if you keep that up. All I get is an unpleasant smell of mustiness and decay. The place is rotten to the foundation.
Yeah, there's something more than a physical rottenness here, Captain. I smell something else.
Yeah?
I tell you, I do.
Well, shall we go back and have a look at the old study? That's where the mayor was shot, wasn't it?
That's right. That's where we ran into the claw-footed man or beast or whatever he is.
Did you leave the doors shut when you carried the mayor out the other night?
I did not. I was too scared. I just picked up the mayor and dashed through. The door was still open.
Well, it's shut now.
By jingo, that's right. Do you suppose that thing's in there now?
I got my gun handy to pot him if he is.
You better not stand in front of the door. You'll know what happened to me last night.
You stand at the side of the door. I'm going to block the way.
Don't be a fool, son. You're liable to get hurt.
Not while I've got this little plaything in my hand.
Yeah, I warned you.
You ready?
Go on, open the door and get it over with. Captain, are you hurt?
What in the Sam Hill kind of a thing is that? I'm a bald-headed liar if that jack-in-the-box didn't kick me in the face.
Are you hurt, Captain? Are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
Of course I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be all right?
That was a nasty fall.
That claw-footed old boy with his white beard knocked me down and walked the full length of me. Look at me. It's dusty footprints all over my front. Oh. Did I say I was going to block his path?
I got one good look at him, an ugly critter. Flowing white hair, a face that looked like a death mask.
I've seen him before. He's the chap that murdered the housebreaker last night. I wonder who he thinks he is in those long white robes.
It's crazy as a gooey, Doc. Hey, we'll need some kind of a light in this study.
I still got my flashlight.
Yeah, turn her on.
Yeah. How's that?
Good. Yep. Great jumping gee horsefat. Captain, look there on the floor behind you.
A skeleton.
Human bones. All laid out in order.
Laid out is right. Looks like old Clawfoot was in here reconstructing a skeleton.
Where do you think they came from?
The bones?
Hmm.
Probably out of one of the graves in the City of the Dead. Nice person, old Clawfoot. I don't care for the company he keeps.
He's crazier than I thought. Imagine a guy shutting himself up in a dark room to play with a human skeleton.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have to do some close inspection on the mayor's graves out yonder. This seems to indicate that grave robbing has sort of become a practice down here.
I told you something unhealthy was going on in this place.
Old Clawfoot never lacked for company. Whenever he got lonesome or downhearted, he just up and digs himself a skeleton to amuse him.
Here, Captain, where do you suppose this old fool lives?
Offhand, I'd say he'd been making this his headquarters.
There's no sign of a place to sleep here, and there's no food.
Oh, that's something we'll have to look into. Oh, now, Doc, where's this bell rope the mayor was pulling on the night he was shot?
Right there, Red. Oh, it's gone.
Gone? Where was it?
Well, it hung right down there where you're standing.
Look at the ceiling. No hole in the ceiling for it to come through.
Well, there was a rope. What's more, he just pulled it and he was shot.
And you're certain the door was shut at the time?
It certainly was. Anyway, the shot came from across the room.
Well, there's no window. Are you certain there was no one else in the room with you, too?
Well, of course there wasn't.
Where'd the shot come from, then?
The same place the bell rope's gone to. What in tunket does he do that for? Going around making noises like a sick cat.
Well, we'd seen the last of him today. Should we try to grab him?
Don't you think we'd better finish looking over these ruins?
What more is there to see?
Well, you haven't been up in the belfry yet.
What, climb that rotten ladder? Not me, Doc.
Well, the mayor and I did it, and in the dark, too.
Well, that was your own funeral. You can see with half an eye that you two are the only ones who've been up there in the last 10 years. Look at the dust and dirt and the cobwebs. Come on, we spent an hour in here. That's enough. I want to get my hands on that fella. Come on, it's 1 o'clock. We told the mayor we'd be back by 2.
All right, anything's better in this place.
Well, come on out in the sunshine and get it out of your system. Oh, where is our sunshine?
Fog, if that ain't the luck. First afternoon fog we've had this season.
That puts an end to hunting old Clawfoot.
Yeah, miserable stuff, fog. Gets in your nostrils, wets your clothes, hides murders.
Come on out of it, Doc. You'll feel better when you had your lunch. Let's go back to the cottage.
You gonna leave that skeleton in there?
Why, yes. You don't want to pack it around with us, do you?
Hey, you jackass.
It's as well off there as anywhere until we can find the grave it was taken from. Perhaps that's old Ernie Morton's skeleton. We'll dig in his grave this afternoon.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, thank goodness you've come at last. Captain, come in the house quick. Come in here.
What is it, Dad?
Mayor, you're as white as a ghost.
Well, if I'd have had a gun handy, I'd have shot that fellow where he stood.
Shot who? What are you talking about?
Come on in. Hurry up. You too, Doc. You'll have to tend to the girl.
Girl? You mean Miss Carroll?
Here, shut the door, Doc. That Parker feller stabbed the girl. He killed her, too, if I hadn't arrived just when I did.
Stabbed Phyllis Carroll?
So he did.
Wait a minute, Dad. Did you see him stab her?
Just as I come in the house, I heard her scream. I rushed in and unlocked the door. And there she was, lying on her face on the floor. Parker was standing over her with this bloody knife in his hand.
Where is the girl?
In her room. Go on in and see what you can do for her, Doc. She's unconscious.
Go ahead, Doc. Tell me how she is as soon as you can.
All right.
Now then, Dad, where's Parker?
He's locked in this closet. The bars on the window to his room's cut. I wasn't taking any chance of losing him.
Well, let him out. Let's see what he has to say.
Parker said he didn't do it.
Catch him!
What in blazes? Is he dead?
Dad, you've smothered him in that closet. Get me some water. Hi, Doc, come here.
What's the matter?
Get a move on.
Now, what's the matter? Hello. What's happened to Parker?
Smothered in that little closet. Now, his heart's still going.
Yeah, he's going to be all right. Just a faint. Mayor, throw a little water in his face. There he comes. Here you are, boy. Drink a little of this water. He's going to be fit in a jiffy. Girl's not in any danger either. Flesh wound and a little blood, that's all.
Air. Let me out of here. Give me air.
He's all right now. I'll go back to the girl. She'll be around in a few minutes, too.
Air. Where am I?
You're all right now, Parker. Here, can you sit up? Give me a hand, Mayor. We'll get him in the chair.
All right.
Yeah, how's that?
Oh, rotten. What'd you want to do, smother me?
Well, you had it coming. What'd you mean stabbing a girl?
I didn't. I told you that before.
I saw you.
You saw me stab Phyllis?
I saw you with the bloody knife in your hands, bending over. You'd have finished her off if I hadn't rushed into the room.
You old fool.
That talk won't do you any good, Parker. Now, what's your version of this affair?
Well, Phyllis and I had been talking for about an hour.
Talking about what?
Whether we should tell you all we know.
Did you decide to talk?
No.
Did you quarrel?
Well, she turned her back on me and called me pig-headed.
She was insistent on talking and you refused, huh?
Yes.
You know that what she could tell might get you in serious trouble, is that right?
I suppose so.
So you decided to stab her to death to prevent her talking?
No, it isn't so.
That's so. And what did happen?
You won't believe me.
You bet I won't.
Hold it, will you, Dad?
Well...
Go on, Parker.
Well, when she turned her back on me, I walked away. Went over to the dresser and put out my cigarette in the ashtray.
Your back was to her?
Yes. Suddenly she screamed. I turned just in time to see her fall with a knife in her back.
Likely story.
I told you wouldn't believe me.
Go on. I haven't said I didn't believe you, Parker. Then what happened?
I was so confused, I don't hardly know what I did. I guess I dashed over to Phyllis and bent over her. I don't remember pulling the knife out of her back, but I suppose I did. Because I know I had it in my hand wondering where it came from when Mayor Friday rushed in and grabbed it away from me.
Wondered where it came from.
Well, I didn't have any knife. How could I have done it?
The knife might have been in the room. You recognize it, Dad?
No. Parker could have smuggled it in with him. He's had every opportunity.
Well, I didn't.
How was the girl standing?
Facing the door.
That would have put her back to the window, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And if you were at the bureau, you couldn't have seen a window, I don't suppose.
No.
With the shade and window raised?
Well, the shade was. I don't know about the window.
Hey, Doc.
What?
Is the window up in there?
Yeah, clear up.
Well, there's a possible out for you, Parker. A good knife thrower could have sent a knife through the bars of the window without any trouble.
You think that's what happened?
I'm not thinking anything. Merely say it's a possibility.
Well, I didn't do it. Think I'd hurt the girl I'm engaged to?
People will do strange things to save their own skins. So you're engaged to Miss Carroll?
Well, practically.
What does that mean?
Well, we've kind of got an understanding.
You asked her to marry you?
No. How does I...
In other words, you said that about the engagement because you thought it would be a point in your favor. Look, Parker, you better stick to facts or you're going to get yourself in one fine mess.
Well, I intend to ask her.
I don't know whether you do or not.
Hi, Captain. Come in here. The girl's coming, too. Come in and give me a hand.
Come on, Parker.
Come on in here, Captain. Help me with her. I've got her all bandaged.
Oh, no.
Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
You let me alone.
Keep still, both of you.
There. You mustn't cry. Just lie perfectly still.
Oh, Phyllis. Are you all right?
Jimmy.
Yes, Phyllis, I'm here.
Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me? Why did you do it?
In the midst of the desperate happenings in the city of the dead, has Jimmy Parker turned on his own companion, Phyllis Carroll? And what about the phantom claw-footed killer and the desecrated graves? Who is disturbing the dead, and what do they expect to find, save moldering bones? Listen next week to the 5th episode of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Skeleton Walks In. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"8 o'clock on the third night in the City of the Dead. In the afternoon of the second day in the old abandoned cemetery, Captain Friday had locked Jimmy Parker and Phyllis Carroll together and had taken his father, the mayor, and old Dr. Tuner to Lammy Fink's cabin on the edge of the cemetery. They had found 3 bodies in the cellar. One was the strangled body found in old Ernie Morton's grave. The second was the body of the man whom the claw-footed phantom had killed at the back of the mayor's cottage. The third was Lammy Fink. According to Captain Friday, he'd been scared to death.
That's right. And while we were in the cellar examining the bodies, the cabin mysteriously burst into flames and we barely escaped with our lives. The bodies were completely consumed. After this experience, the old mayor, my father, complained of being tired and returned to his cottage inside the gates of the City of the Dead. Dr. Tuner and I went down to the deserted ruins of a church to look for the phantom church bell. In the musty rectory where the bell ringer had hanged himself 10 years before, we found old Clawfoot amusing himself with a human skeleton. But the queer creature with flowing beard and flowing robes got away from us. Returning to the caretaker's cottage, we found my dad upset and Phyllis Carroll with a stab wound in her back just under the shoulder blade. Jimmy Parker had been locked in the room with the girl at the time, but he denied the deed. Then Phyllis regained consciousness and sobbed out, "Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me?" That was at 2 in the afternoon. Now, at 8 in the evening, Dr. Tuner is with his patient.
Dr. Tuner, am I going to die?
I reckon you aren't even going to be very sick, Miss Carroll. Just lost a mite of blood, and the wound won't even leave a scar. Feel much better after a little sleep, don't you?
Oh, I've been asleep?
Well, sure you have. Here, let me fix that pillow. Lie on your left side just a little. That'll ease that sick shoulder of yours. Look mighty pretty in that outfit, Miss Carroll, with firelight playing on you.
Oh, I must look terrible. I've been crying so much, but...
Not a bit of it. You look like a young girl should look.
Oh, Dr. Tuner, what would make Jimmy do a thing like that?
No, you'd better let Captain Friday figure that out. That's his business. By the way, he wants to bring Parker in here as soon as you feel like it.
Oh, no, please. I can't face Jimmy after he...
I reckon that'll be necessary, Miss Carroll.
Do I have to see him?
Can't be helped, I'm afraid.
Well, all right then.
Good. We'll have him in now and get it over with. Captain Friday and his father have Parker in his room giving him a going over. I'll just call him. Hi there, Captain.
That's you, Doctor?
Miss Carroll's ready to see you next door.
Good. Come on out, fella. Come on, Mayor.
I'd rather not see Phyllis tonight.
You know, what you want hasn't got anything to do with it. Go on in there and sit down.
Okay. Have it your way, then.
No. I want you facing the girl. Sit in that straight chair.
Well, if I'd have known he's going to be all this rumpus, I'd have said take him to city and lock him up from the first.
Never mind, Mayor. We'll get things straightened out for you in the City of the Dead. I know the reason why. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
No, I'm not.
I suppose you only regret that you didn't kill Miss Carroll outright, huh?
Oh, Jimmy.
You look here. I didn't stab Phyllis. How many times do I have to tell you?
Miss Carroll says you did.
Well, I didn't.
You said he did, didn't you, Miss Carroll?
Yes.
You see, Parker?
I'd like to hear her tell how I did it.
I haven't any objection to that. Miss Carroll, do you mind?
Oh, how could you, Jimmy? And all the time I thought it was you and me against everyone.
Phyllis, how can you even think?
Never mind, Parker. Tell your story, Miss Carroll.
Well, we were talking...
Tell us what you were talking about.
I wanted to tell you everything we know about all this. I wanted to take a chance that you would help us out of a bad situation. Jimmy said no. He said that we...
Go on.
He said the circumstantial evidence was too strong against us. That we might...
You might what?
We might be found guilty of murder by our own words.
Oh, I see. And you wanted to take a chance and tell anyway?
Yes. I thought if we told everything now, we'd have a better chance than if we waited for you to find out for yourself.
Good deduction, Miss Carroll. Well, then what happened?
Well, we talked, and then I got angry. I turned my back and walked toward the door.
Then, Miss Carroll?
And then Jimmy stabbed me, and I fainted.
No, Phyllis, no, I didn't.
But it must have been you, Jimmy. We were locked in the room alone. It had
Just
to
a
be...
minute. Miss Carroll, is that your only reason for believing Parker stabbed you?
Why, yes.
Did you see a knife in the room previous to the attack?
No.
Did you see Parker walk toward you or know that he was approaching you before the blow was struck?
No.
Did he say anything just before you fainted?
Why, no.
Of course not.
Then all you know is that you were stabbed while locked in the room with Parker, and for that reason you suppose it was he that had done it.
Well, but how could it have been anyone else?
Didn't you ever hear of a knife thrower, Miss Carroll?
You mean somebody threw a knife at me from the window?
Why not? Wouldn't have been the first knife tossed through a window.
Oh, then it wasn't, Jimmy. Then you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm so ashamed.
Phil, I didn't do it. Honestly, I didn't.
Why, of course not. I know you didn't. Oh, Jimmy, can you ever forgive me?
Of course, Phil. It's all right. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, I've been such a fool.
Forget it.
But I've been so miserable. Oh, Jimmy, I felt so bad I could die.
It made me sick, Phil, when I found out you thought I'd done it. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh, I didn't want to think it, Jimmy, but well, I didn't see any other way out.
All right, now, Parker, come on back to your chair. Your hands aren't clean in this business yet.
Oh, of course he's innocent. It's silly even to think of it anymore.
Silly, huh? Well, then listen to what the mayor has to say on the subject. Go ahead, Dad.
Don't want to be dragged on murder trials.
Come on, Dad. Now, don't get temperamental.
Don't sass me, young fella. Don't care if you are a detective. You was my son first.
Look, Mayor, do you want this business cleaned up or don't you?
Well, I was coming up on the porch after returning from Lammy Fink's cabin, where I left you folks.
Yes?
Heard a scream.
Girl's voice?
Naturally. Seeing how it was Miss Carroll.
All right, then what?
Well, I ran into the house and unlocked the door where them two youngsters been locked up.
Yes?
And there was this fella, Parker, standing over the girl with both his hands bloody, and he was holding a knife.
Well, what of it? Naturally, my hands would be bloody from pulling the knife out of Phyllis's shoulder, wouldn't they?
That sounds pretty thin. Why wasn't you doing something for the girl instead of just standing over her with the knife in your hand?
Well, I was so stunned by what had happened, I didn't know what I was doing.
Looks mighty funny to me.
Well, I can tell you some other things that look mighty funny, too. Why did you lock Phyllis and me up the first night? Where were you last night when old Clawfoot was roaming around? Why did Dr. Tooner here say you didn't have a telephone the first night we came? There's plenty for you fellas to explain, too, if you ask me.
Captain, take that kid out of here. Take him out.
Now, Dad.
Take him away, I say. Lock him up down at the city. Do anything you got a mind to, but get him out of my house. Me all-fired presumption of kids in this day and age,
Now, look here, Mayor. You haven't any call to be belligerent. You've been picking on him all evening.
Picking on him? Picking on him? He's guilty, ain't he?
I'm not so certain myself, Mayor.
Well, I am.
And after all, Mayor, you haven't explained to us where you were while the Phantom was murdering that fellow at the back of the house last night.
I don't reckon I'm beholden to any of you. I'm mayor of the city of the dead, and if I take it on myself to go down into the city among my citizens, it ain't anybody's business but my own.
Of course not, Dad. Now, let's just forget all this quarreling and see if we can't untangle some of these threads.
Well, I'm agreeable, Captain.
In the 2 days I've been here, one thing stands out. There's some force at work in the city of the dead.
What you mean, force?
Some group or groups of people acting in their own interests down among the graves.
And I'd just like to lay my hands on them.
Yeah. Well, there are 3 possible places from which this force may originate.
3?
Yes, Dr. Tooner, 3. First, there's this Clawfoot Phantom of ours.
You know he's a murderer. Didn't we see him kill the fella at my window?
He killed him, all right. What we don't know, however, is whether or not he's the force working against us. If he is against us, why did he attack the man who was trying to break in and disturb us?
By Jasper, Captain, you mean Clawfoot's working with us and against the enemy?
I don't know. Now then, the second source of this dangerous force may originate outside the city of the dead.
Yes. That's it. It's an outside force that wants something here in the city of the dead and is willing to murder every one of us to get it.
How do you know that, Parker?
Why, I'm pretty sure of it.
Why?
Well, Oh, I don't know. I just think so.
No, never mind now. That'll keep. Let's get back to the original question, the source of our danger. I've named two, Clawfoot and an outside gang. I suppose I don't have to tell you the third source from which this force may be emanating.
Well, I reckon you'd better. I don't follow you, Captain.
Yes, go on, son. Quit your intimating and come out straight.
I see you get what I mean anyway, Dad. All right, here it is. There's a fine chance that this malignant force we're fighting originates right in this little group.
You mean someone here's a murderer?
It's quite possible.
Horse feathers.
Why do you say that, Parker?
Well, if you're trying to put the blame for all this business on Phyllis and me, you're out of luck, that's all.
Why do you think I was accusing you? There are others in the room.
Well, you wouldn't be likely to accuse your own father of the murder.
No?
And you've known Dr. Tuner all your life.
Supposing I have.
And that leaves only Phyllis and me.
You can easily remove yourselves from the suspected group.
How?
Talk.
How do you know it wouldn't put us in deeper than ever?
Oh, Jimmy, no, it won't. Captain Friday will understand. We ought to tell. Honestly, we should.
I don't think so.
Don't be stubborn, Jimmy. Please let me tell.
I don't like it.
Please, Jimmy. Please.
Can't keep a thing, can you?
Jimmy, you know better than that. You know I'll never say a word until you give me permission.
But it's the same as... Oh, go ahead and tell it. After all, it's your story.
Jimmy, don't be angry. I've thought and thought about it, and any way I look at it, we'd be better off than we are now.
You know what would happen to us if they found us guilty.
But they couldn't do that. I know they couldn't.
How do you know what a jury would do?
Very well, Jimmy, if that's how you feel.
Oh, go ahead and tell the whole thing. Maybe I'm all wet. Doesn't make much difference anyway. They're bound to find out if they keep looking.
That's right, Miss Carroll. We're bound to find out.
Oh, I don't know what to say now. Supposing I get us into a lot of trouble.
Well, go ahead, Phil. Anyway, we're in up to our neck as it is.
Well, please, could I have a glass of water first?
Yeah, of course you can. Shoulder hurting you?
Not too much. Just a numb ache.
All right, here. Here's a glass.
Thank you.
Now, we're ready when you are, Miss Carroll.
Well, I guess I should tell you first that I've known Jimmy Parker since I was 6 years old. He lived right across the street from me for 10 years.
Should know each other pretty well.
Oh, yes. We went to grammar school together and then to high school. In his senior year, his folks moved back east and Jimmy went with them. I didn't see him for a year then until he came back out here to attend the University of California.
That explains how he happens to be living in a hotel.
Yes. Well, now that you know about Jimmy and me, I guess I'd better go still further back. To my grandfather. My mother's folks. His name was Dr. Theodore Beverly. And he was...
What? What did you say?
Why, I said my grandfather was Dr. Theodore Beverly.
Well, I swan. You hear that, Mayor?
You mean Ted Beverly? Beverly that used to live on Van Ness Avenue before the San Francisco fire in 1906?
Oh, yes. Yes. Do you know him, Mayor Friday?
What are you doing down here in the city of the dead?
Why,
I said, what are you doing down here? Captain, these young'uns are up to no good. No good, do you hear me? Pack of thieves and cutthroats, that's what they are.
If you just hold your horses, Mayor, you'd hear the reason why Phyllis and Jimmy are down here. Or would you? Are they, after all, the thieves and cutthroats the old caretaker wants us to believe? Personally, I have my doubts, but we'll know better in just a minute.
Hold on, Dad. Give Miss Carroll a chance.
I don't like it. I don't want her down here. I don't want her nor nobody else.
Never mind that, Mayor. Now, go ahead, Miss Carroll.
Well, before the 1906 fire and earthquake, my grandfather was a very wealthy man. He had a beautiful home on Van Ness Avenue with lawns and shrubbery and servants and, just everything, I guess.
You're right there, Miss Carroll. I've seen your grandfather's place, and it did have everything.
All this part is just hearsay to me, you know. It was all over before I was born. Well, anyway, I learned just lately that Grandfather Beverly had a yen for collecting black pearls.
Yeah, listen to that, Doc. You hear what she says? Black pearls.
Yeah, I reckon I heard all right, Mayor.
Yes, black pearls. Before the fire, he had one of the finest collections in the world. It was worth about $500,000.
That's a lot of money, Miss Carroll.
It wasn't for my grandfather, Captain Friday. He was very wealthy. Anyway, the fire came and destroyed his business and wiped out his home and left him just a little bit out of his mind. He never quite recovered from the shock.
What happened to him?
Oh, he lived for a long time after that. I remember him when I was a very small child. He was austere and gruff, and he walked with a kind of stoop. He always acted as though he had something awfully important on his mind.
Yep, I remember that characteristic. Used to have the habit of staring right through folks. Give a person the creep.
Yes, well, what finally became of him?
He was drowned. At least he disappeared, and about a week later a body was taken from the waterfront, and the police identified it as my grandfather. But Mother was never sure.
Wasn't sure, huh?
No. She kept looking for him for 2 years, but it was no use. The body was finally buried out here in the city of the dead, and things settled down to normal again.
Your grandfather left you and your mother quite wealthy, I take it.
Oh, no. Hardly anything. Only a little insurance.
Well, what became of his business, all his money?
I don't know very much about it. I was too little to understand while he was alive, and everyone's awfully vague about it now, but everything seemed to melt away without him to handle it.
Well, that might easily happen to a man's business, Miss Carroll, but it couldn't happen to anything as substantial as $500,000 worth of pearls. What became of them?
We never knew. Until quite recently.
Then you know now?
Well,
Well, answer. What's the matter with your tongue, young woman?
Look here, you don't have to talk to her like that.
Mind your own business, Parker.
Say, what's the matter with you anyway, Mayor? You act like you were sitting on a keg of dynamite.
I reckon the mayor's just a mite interested in Miss Carroll's story, that's all.
Got a mighty funny way of showing it.
Now then, if everyone has had his say, we'll go on. Miss Carroll, you do know where the black pearls are now.
Well, I know what became of them.
Who told you?
Why, no one told me.
Then how did you find out? Is that the reason you're down here in the city of the dead?
Yes, Miss Carroll. How did you find out about the black pearls at this late date?
I had a birthday the 6th of last month. It was my 20th.
Yes?
On my birthday, I received a little package from Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the lawyers in the city, you know. And in the package was a letter from the firm saying that they were delivering a sealed package given them on the date of my birth by my grandfather.
Yes? Were the pearls in the package, Miss Carroll?
Why, no, Mayor Friday. It was much too small for that. It was just a big letter of instructions.
Instructions for what?
Telling where the black pearls actually were.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I was awfully excited. I called Jimmy at his hotel over in Berkeley and had him come over right away.
Just how many persons did you let in on your secret?
I didn't tell anyone but Jimmy.
What about your mother?
No, not even her. I wanted to keep it from her until I could be sure it was true.
So Parker here was the only one you confided in?
Yes.
Well, what did your grandfather's letter say?
It said that this letter was written to protect my future in case of my grandfather's death before I reached the age of 20. It said that my mother was his favorite relative and that he'd always intended that the collection of black pearls should go to her first child.
That's you?
Yes. I was the only child born to my mother.
How many children were there in your grandfather's family?
3. 2 boys and my mother.
Are they living?
Well, Uncle Robert may be alive. He disappeared after Grandfather's death, and we haven't heard from him since. Uncle Franklin and his wife are both dead.
Did they leave any children?
Yes. 1 son.
What's his name?
Bert Arnold.
Where is he now?
Dead.
What's that?
I said he was dead. Murdered. It was his body you found strangled in old Morton's grave.
Gosh, old hemlock, Mayor.
And I can guess who did it.
I'll do the talking, Dad. You mean the murdered man was this girl's cousin? The only known living relative that might dispute her ownership of the black pearls?
That's what I said.
No wonder you didn't want to tell. The 3 of you down here in the city of the dead alone at night. One of the 3 found strangled in an old grave. Another of you with fresh blisters on your hands. And the motive? $500,000 worth of black pearls.
You see, Phyllis, it's just as I said. Try to make a detective see light with all that evidence against us.
Oh, but Captain Friday, we didn't do it. We didn't.
What could your cousin have wanted in the city of the dead?
What? Well, I suppose he came for the same reason we did.
And what was that?
To find the black pearl.
In the city of the dead?
Yes.
Where?
Phil, don't tell him. That isn't necessary.
I'll let that go for now.
But look here, son. I think you ought to make him tell where those pearls are hidden.
I thought so. I'll bet you've known about them all along. That's why you're so anxious to keep everyone out of the city of the dead, So you could hunt for him by yourselves, you and the doc.
No, don't you go bringing me into your ruckus. I'm sitting on the sidelines.
Captain, if you don't make that young'un stop accusing me of things, I'm going to lambaste him.
Leave the mayor alone, Parker.
Yeah, he started.
Never mind. Now, Miss Carroll, did you bring Bert Arnold down here with you the night he was murdered?
Why, I don't know what night he was murdered.
Didn't catch you, did you, mister?
No. Now, I'll put it this way. Did you bring him down to the City of the Dead with you the night Parker's car was stolen?
No.
Did you know he was down here or that he was coming down?
No. Honestly, we didn't.
Now then, you say the black pearls are buried here in the City of the Dead.
Yes. Oh, no.
That was a rotten thing to do. Let the pearls alone. They belong to Miss Carroll.
Well. So the pearls are buried in one of the graves in the City of the Dead.
She didn't say that.
She didn't need to. No wonder the City of the Dead has come alive by night. I wonder how many people in the world know about this.
Oh, probably a very few, Captain. And the whole City of the Dead had been dug up and redug by now. $500,000 ain't to be sneezed at.
Those pearls belong to Miss Carroll no matter who finds them.
Reckon they belong to the one who has them.
Well, Mayor Friday, if you aren't the lowest old codger...
Quiet, Parker. Miss Carroll, that letter of instructions from the law firm, where is it?
What?
We burned it.
That's a lie, Parker.
Prove it.
You'll be glad enough to bring it out when you go before a jury for murder.
You don't think I killed Bert Arnold. You know you don't. And what's more, you don't think I stabbed Phyllis.
You'd be surprised what I think. Do you know of anyone else who might have reason to stab her?
There's somebody else mighty anxious not to have her tell what she knows about those pearls.
Who?
If I knew, there wouldn't be any mystery. By the way, Mayor Friday couldn't throw a knife, could he? He had the opportunity.
Why, you young whippersnapper.
Hold it, Dad. That's enough out of you, Parker. Go on into your room.
But what about Phyllis?
Never mind about her. You get into your room before you get yourself in more trouble.
Afraid to look into your own father's actions too closely? Is that it, Captain?
Get into your room, Parker, now.
Okay. Never mind the strong-arm stuff.
Dad, I want to talk to you and Doc Tuner out in the kitchen. Miss Carroll, you'll be all right here for a few minutes.
Yes, I'll be all right, I guess.
Well, if you feel uneasy or need anything, you just sing out.
Come on, Dad, in the kitchen.
Yeah? What for? What's this all about?
I think you know. Close the door, Doc. You and Doc Tuner have got to face it. Let's get it over with.
You'd think I was your prisoner instead of your father.
Now then, Dad, what's it all about?
Huh? What's what all about?
Come on. Why all this mystery with me?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know plenty. And if it's on the level, why can't you trust me?
Ain't nothing to trust you with.
You and Dr. Tuner here have known about those black pearls all along.
I knew Doc was making a mistake when he confided in you.
Oh, you did you? Don't you suppose I know why you haven't been down in the City of the Dead to look for graves that might have been tampered with?
I wouldn't stick my nose in where it ain't wanted if I was you, son.
You've been opening the graves yourself, you and Doc. Fine pair you are. You with your talk about being mayor of the City of the Dead and aiming to see that none of your sleeping citizens shall be disturbed.
No, Captain.
And you, Doc, with your pretty talk about coming down here to visit your old friends and patients. Yeah. And all the time you've been digging into grave after grave for those black pearls. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves?
You ain't got no right to talk to your father like this, Captain.
I suppose you both know you could be sent up for the rest of your natural lives for this.
I don't reckon you'd do a thing like that, Captain Friday.
I ought to.
Captain, you're hurting your father mighty deep talking that way.
Well, what's he doing it for? Good heavens, man. He's got a trust here. He was put here to see that these sacred mounds of earth were not violated. And what has he done? Broken faith. Opened the graves himself.
I reckon you see now, Doc Tuner, why I didn't want to bring nobody else into the City of the Dead.
Captain, don't you reckon you better go a little easier on the mayor?
Why should I?
Well, after all, he's your father.
Of course, I know you didn't have any part in the things young Parker keeps hinting at.
Thanks.
Grave robbing's bad enough in itself without adding murder to it.
I reckon, son, if that's all you got to say, I'll be turning in.
Now, listen here, Dad. There's something more behind all this. You aren't disturbing the dead just for those pearls. There is something else, isn't there?
Reckon you had us lined up about right at the beginning, son. Doc and me are just a pair of skunks.
Look here, Doc.
I reckon your dad is right, Captain. Ain't no more use to discuss those things.
That's Miss Carroll. Something's happened. Come on, you two. Miss Carroll, what is it? What's the matter?
Look there by the door.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. Look, Doc, a visitor.
A skeleton. Captain, what's that thing doing here?
Where did it come from, Miss Carroll?
What's that
Carol. I don't reckon a skeleton can hurt you much. Supposing you tell us how it got there so we can do something about it.
Well, the door just suddenly opened and the skeleton walked in and collapsed on the floor. And then the door was full closed.
Dang glad with a skeleton to do that, if you ask me.
Hey, Doc, come here and look at this.
Now, what in the name of Sam Hill are you doing to it, Captain?
Oh, look. The bones are joined together with pieces of wire.
Now, what sort of monkey business is this?
Here, look. A message tied about its neck.
Message? What does it say?
It says, I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
Theodore Beverly? Why, that's Miss Carroll's grandfather.
My grandfather.
Grab her, Doc. She's fainted.
And now the very skeletons in the city of the dead are coming up out of their graves to identify themselves. But what does the message mean? I am out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I am not his skeleton. And what has all this to do with the phantom church bell and old Clawfoot? Many of these things will be revealed to you next week when you hear episode 6 of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Ghoul in the Grave. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Midnight, on the third night in the old abandoned graveyard, better known as the City of the Dead. A melancholy silence has settled on the cottage of Mayor Joshua Friday, lifelong caretaker of the old cemetery. Jimmy Parker, a prisoner, sleeps uneasily in one bedroom. His girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll, lies in a bed before the flickering embers of the dying front room fire. The knife wound in her back breaks her light breathing with barely audible moans. Dr. Tuner is sleeping heavily on the lounge, ready to attend her at an instant notice. The mayor and his son, Captain Friday, private investigator, occupy the double bed in the bedroom assigned to Miss Carroll before she was stabbed. Earlier this evening, but let Captain Friday tell it.
Earlier in the evening, a skeleton had suddenly been thrust through the front door to collapse on the rug almost at Phyllis Carroll's feet. It was a skeleton neatly wired together, joint by joint. Around its spinal column was fastened a message which said, I have come out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton. Theodore Beverly was Miss Carroll's grandfather and was supposedly buried in the City of the Dead 14 years ago. He likewise had buried $500,000 worth of black pearls in the City of the Dead before he died and left instructions where to find them in papers received by his granddaughter on her 20th birthday.
Yes, that's why Jimmy Parker and I came down to the old cemetery here. And now this skeleton has come up out of my grandfather's grave to tell me that he is not my grandfather and should not have been buried in my grandfather Beverly's tomb.
Yes, well, Miss Carroll went all to pieces over the presence of the skeleton, and it had taken several hours to get the household settled down for the night and to lay the skeleton out decently in the shed at the rear of the house. Finally, a semblance of quiet had descended upon the house, and its occupants had retired to their rest. And so came midnight.
Oh.
Shoulder hurting you, Miss Carroll?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tuner. I didn't mean to awaken you.
You didn't. It was that caterwauling outside.
I was just dropping off to sleep when it began. Why do you suppose it does that? Makes that awful noise. Captain Friday swears it's human.
Don't worry about old Clawfoot. You feel feverish?
No, just uncomfortable.
Let's see. Open your mouth. And put the thermometer under your tongue. There. Have you slept at all?
Mm-mm.
Why, Tunkett, didn't you say so? I'd have given you something. How was I to know you were awake when you lay there still as a log? Here, now, hold your tongue still. I'll do the talking. You haven't been worrying, have you? Didn't I tell you not to talk? Here, let me have that thermometer. And just a mite of fever. Not enough to keep you awake. I'm going to give you a sleeping powder and tuck you in. I want you to go to sleep.
I'll try.
What in Tunkett's that?
Oh, that came from Jimmy's room.
Hi! Hi out there! What's the matter? Is Phyllis all right?
What's the matter with you, Parker?
I can't sleep. I heard someone talking. Is Phyllis worse?
No, Phyllis is not worse. She's trying to get some sleep.
Look here, Doctor. Let me out of this room. Let me sit beside her the rest of the night. I won't run off.
Hey, who's making all this rumpus? Who is that pounding?
You awake too, Captain? Young Parker's pounding on his door. He wants out.
Does, huh? What do you want, Parker?
I can't sleep, Captain Friday. Let me sit by Phyllis the rest of the night. I won't run away.
Why should I do that?
Well, I'd feel easier.
Oh, I'm sure I could sleep if Jimmy was sitting by me.
You kids aren't up to something, are you?
Oh, no, really. I feel too woozy, and Jimmy wouldn't go away without me.
Hello. Old Clawfoot's out again tonight.
Yeah, he's been around for the last hour, up to some new devilment, I suppose.
Aren't you going to let me out?
All right. Come on out.
I promise you I won't try to escape.
You won't try if you know what's good for you.
That room gives me the creeps. Did you hear old Clawfoot at it again?
How could we help it?
I caught a glimpse of him through the bars of my window. He was out there by the shed.
You mean where we put the skeleton?
Say, I'd forgotten the skeleton. Yes, that's right where he was.
That bird's got a nose for old bones. I think we better investigate. Doc, you stay here with Miss Carroll. Parker, you come with me.
Captain, is the mayor sleeping through all this?
What? Oh, Dad? Oh, I guess he is. Tell you what I'll do. I'll lock his door so nothing will disturb him. Let him sleep.
Now, what in Tunkett are you locking the mayor in for?
I just told you, didn't you hear me, Doc?
Sounds like a lot of foolishness to me.
No, never mind. Let's go, Parker.
You all right, Phyllis?
I'm all right, Jimmy. Don't worry about me.
Come along, Parker.
Yeah, okay.
You sure you saw old Clawfoot hanging around the shed?
You don't think I could mistake him, do you?
This is the screwiest business. Yeah, keep on the grass.
Listen. The church bell.
If that isn't coming up the valley from the old church ruins, nothing ever did. Hello, you were right, Parker. The shed door's open.
Golly, I wonder if...
Let's have a look. The skeleton's gone.
Door broken open and the skeleton gone.
Not a sign of him. We laid him out on the bench there, didn't we? Look around outside for footprints.
Yeah, it's hard to see anything, even with the moonlight.
Yeah, but no fog. See anything? Nothing over here.
I don't think so. Hey! Captain Friday, come here.
What have you found?
Some kind of a bone.
Bone? Well, look what you found. You know what this is, Parker?
No.
One of the bones off the foot of our skeleton.
Off the skeleton?
Looks like he dropped something in his escape.
Yeah, but Captain...
Look over there. There's another. Yeah, who says a skeleton can't leave a trail? Come along, maybe we'll find another one.
But it's taking us down into the city of the dead.
What of it? Graveyard's a natural place for a skeleton, isn't it?
I suppose so, but...
I was right. Here's another bone. Looks like an ankle bone, doesn't it?
I don't know. I never studied anatomy. Do you think old Clawfoot has done this? Strung that skeleton's bones out over the country this way?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
But why?
I wish I knew. That's the reason we're following this trail of bones. If there's a purpose, we'll find it out soon enough.
Oh, there's another bone.
Where?
There ahead, glistening in the moonlight.
Ah, so there is. It's a bone from the skeleton's lower leg. Looks like old bag of bones is going to pieces fast.
Well, so am I. I don't like trailing skeletons in a cemetery. Not with that claw-footed thing slinking around.
I think I see another bone ahead. That trail's leading us down toward the old church. Who knows? Maybe we'll find another message.
Messages tied around the neck of a skeleton. That's about the limit.
It was a weird bit, wasn't it? Let's see. What was it now? I have come to you out of the grave marked Theodore Beverly, but I do not belong in his grave. I am not his skeleton.
That sounds as though the man who was buried as Phyllis's grandfather wasn't her grandfather at all. Do you think that's what the message intended to say? You know, Phyllis's mother never was certain that the body was that of Theodore Beverly.
That was a good many years ago. If no one could be certain back at that time, how could anyone know for certain at this late date?
I don't know. After all, who wrote the note?
Hello. Here's a bone from the upper leg. What do you suppose we'll find next?
Look here, Captain Friday. Let's not carry this thing out any further. Let's go back to the house and wait till morning.
I should say not.
But you don't know what kind of a trap you're running us into.
Trap?
Yes, trap. Listen.
Just the phantom church bell again.
Look. Look over there. Didn't you see something move?
I did not.
Well, I did.
I doubt it. You're just plain scared.
I tell you, I'm not. I saw something. Something creeping. Something in the shadows of the tombstones.
Rot.
It isn't rot. It isn't. It's something alive. There are creeping things all around us. I tell you, I can see them everywhere.
And I wish to heaven you'd point some of them out to me. I can't see a thing. Except up ahead, I see another bone.
I tell you, I'm going back.
You're going ahead with me.
I'm not.
Parker, are you going to come along?
No.
Well, you are, and quick. I have a gun here, Parker, and it's loaded.
Pretty brave with a gun in your hand, aren't you?
I'll give you until I count to 3 to start walking toward that next bone.
I won't move.
1. 2.
Go ahead and shoot.
I'm not going to shoot you, Parker. I just wanted to see if you were really as yellow as you were trying to make out.
Yellow?
Sure. Trying to kid me into believing you're deathly afraid of a cemetery at night.
What about it?
You haven't seen anything to make you scared, and you know it. And you wouldn't be as scared as you pretended, even if you did see all those creeping horrors you were babbling about. Creeping horrors.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
Any man who'll stand up against a gun, as you've just done, isn't very much afraid of anything.
Thanks for nothing.
So, as I've got it figured out, there's some very definite reason why you don't want us to go any further.
Go ahead and figure all you like.
I'm all through figuring tonight, fella. I know now why you balked on me.
How do you know?
Because I have the same suspicion as you where this trail of bones is leading us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You think, and so do I, that someone is guiding us to the place where the Beverly pearls are buried.
What is this trail of bones? This search for a king's ransom in pearls? What are these messages from the grave? If the skeleton in the grave of Miss Carroll's grandfather is not her grandfather, then who is it? And where is Grandfather Beverly, supposedly for so long at his rest? And why... But more in just a moment.
Captain Friday, I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Parker. You think, and so do I, that someone is guiding us to the place where the Beverly pearls are buried.
No, nothing of the kind. It's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. Now then, are you going to come along with me to find out, or do you want me to go on alone?
I wasn't thinking about the black pearls.
Deuce you weren't. Look here, Parker, there's no use trying to kid me. I can read a man's face, and I know exactly what's been passing through your mind. Now, if you like, I'll take you back to the house and lock you in and then return alone.
I'll go along with you.
I thought you would.
Oh, I wish that bell would stop that.
Forget about it. Look, here's another little heap of foot bones. Skeleton's lost his second foot now. And right up there ahead is... No, it's his ankle bone.
Well, I'll certainly know bone structure of the human body by the time I get out of this place.
Too bad you're not studying medicine over at the University of California. Look at the starch you'd have on most of the fellas.
No, thank you. And I'm not growing up to be a grave digger either.
Well, here's the bone of the lower left leg. We're getting well down into the city of the dead, do you realize that?
We must have come a mile.
If it was just a little lighter, we'd be able to see the outline of the old church.
I wish I knew who threw that knife that stabbed Phyllis.
A number of things I'd like to know. For instance, I'd give a half share in the Rockefeller Foundation to know how come Lammy Fink was scared to death. And who burned down Lammy's shack. And who it was that tried to get into your room and was murdered by old Clawfoot. And who Clawfoot is. And who filled up Ernie Morton's grave. And who tried to shoot Dad down in the old church. And who...
And what your father does every night when he slips out of the house after everyone else is asleep.
There's another bone. That makes both feet and legs of our skeleton. We ought to gain on him fast now that he's left his lower extremities behind.
Look, there's a little pile of bones over to the left.
Oh, so there is. If I'm not mistaken, those are the bones of his fingers and right hand.
And I'd still like to know what the mayor does when he slips out.
You'll be just as well off, Parker, if you don't wonder too much. Come on.
Well, we'd probably find out a lot about this mystery if we did know.
I'll tend to that end of the matter. Well, there's the bones of the left hand in a nice little pile.
Wonder what's become of old Clawfoot himself. Certainly made himself absent since we come out of the house.
He's a little like the pink flea. Here one moment and where the next.
Well, anyway, your father won't be out tonight, seeing you locked him in before we
Let the
left.
mayor alone. Oh, we must be getting near the end of the trail. There's the two forearms of our skeleton together.
Look here, Captain Friday. What do you really expect to find at the end of this trail?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if it were the pearls. The why in the deuce anyone would want to give the secret away, I don't know.
No one knows where the pearls are hidden but Phyllis and myself.
Well, if you knew, why didn't you dig them up the first night, the night you were taken prisoners by the mayor and Doc Tuner?
Well...
You certainly did some digging. The blisters on your hand show that.
Oh, I dug all right.
Well, did you find anything?
I guess I miscalculated in the dark.
Did you dig in just one grave?
I didn't say I opened a grave.
Well, then, did you dig in just one spot?
Yeah.
Why did you give up so easily?
Well, we thought we heard someone moving around in the city of the dead, and Phyllis got scared. She wouldn't let me try a second time.
Heard someone, huh? Did you see anyone?
Just shadows. We couldn't be sure it was anyone. Phyllis was nervous about being down here anyway, and you can't blame her.
No, I suppose not. Then what happened?
Well, there's some more bones, Captain.
Oh, good. The two upper arms. We must be getting close. There isn't a heck of a lot left to this skeleton. Now, well, go on. What happened after Miss Carroll insisted that you leave the city of the dead?
We went back to the car, which we left on the road outside the city of the dead above the mayor's cottage.
Didn't you fill up the grave?
You mean the hole, don't you?
Yes. Didn't you fill up the hole you dug?
No. We left in kind of a hurry.
Then my cue is to look for the excavation.
A lot of good it'll do you.
Why do you say that?
Because I've seen the spot since, and it's been filled up.
It has? You certain?
Yeah, I know it has.
When did you have the opportunity of investigating? You've been locked up since that night.
I saw the place the day you took me down into the city of the dead and discovered that Ernie Morton's grave had been opened.
Oh, so that's it.
Look there.
Well, ain't that something? Our skeleton has had the audacity to leave his pelvis bone lying right out in the open. I suppose we'll find a trail of ribs and vertebrae scattered along ahead of us next.
I suppose so.
By George, Parker, why didn't I think of it before? I know where we're headed for.
Yeah? Where?
I'll bet you money this trail is going to lead us directly to Ernie Morton's grave.
Oh, you don't say.
I most certainly do say. I'll be a mighty disappointed man if I don't find the grinning skull of our friend the skeleton perched on Ernie Morton's headstone.
There's a couple of ribs. 2 more of them down there about 20 yards.
Good enough. We'll be in sight of Ernie's grave in a few minutes now.
Well, what will you do if the trail does end there?
We'll sit down and keep guard until morning, and then first thing after breakfast, we'll reopen that grave. There must be something buried there. All the activity seems to center around the place.
Well, if you're going to do it by daylight...
Shut up, Parker. I hear something.
What is it?
Shh, listen.
Someone's digging over there.
Not a word now. Follow me.
Yeah.
We'll sneak up on the grave robber. Keep down in the shadows of the headstone.
I can see his outline.
Be careful, they'll hear you. Look. Look there on the headstone.
The skull.
The skull of our skeleton. The end of the trail. And it is Ernie Morton's grave. Oh, if that fellow would turn around, I'd be able to see his face in the moonlight.
Look. Look. Now you can see who it is.
Dr. Tuner, why are Jimmy and Captain Friday staying out there so long? Do you think anything's happened?
No, you don't need to worry about them. Captain Friday can take care of himself, and young Parker.
But they were just going out to examine the shed, and they've been gone almost an hour.
And then you just settle down there and go to sleep. Hasn't that powder I gave you made you drowsy?
Yes, but I keep thinking... Oh, he's right outside.
Well, I don't reckon it matters much if he is.
Oh, but why don't Jimmy and Captain Friday drive him away?
You can't tell. Maybe they're trying to trail old Clawfoot, and he gave him the slip and came back to the house.
Oh, but what does he want here? Why does he keep hanging around the house?
Well, you're not afraid with me here, are you, Miss Carroll?
No, but I wish Jimmy was back in the house.
Yeah, I reckon you're safe enough. And then there's the mayor sleeping right in the next room. Oh, goodness knows how he can sleep with all this ruckus.
But his door's locked. He wouldn't be any good to us if anything should happen.
Well, he could break the lock easy enough. It's tolerably old. But there isn't any need, young lady.
Oh, I am afraid, Dr. Tuner. Maybe Jimmy and Captain Friday were lured away from the house on purpose.
Crickety, I never thought of that. Say, maybe I'd better wake up the mayor. Then if he says so, I'll bust the lock. Captain had no business locking the door in the first place.
Oh, I wish you would. Oh, listen to him. Look.
What in
Look at the window. Look at the window.
Where? I don't see it.
He was there. He was there at the window staring in at me.
Who, old Clawfoot?
Yes. Oh, it was horrible.
Getting mighty brave. I'm going to arouse the mayor. Mayor! Hi, Mayor! Mayor Friday!
Oh, hurry. I can hear that thing prowling around outside the house.
He's sleeping dang heavy, even for the mayor.
Try again.
Hi there, Mayor! Mayor Friday! Hi in there, Mayor!
What do you suppose is the matter with him?
Dang funny, I can't get a sound out of him. Listen a moment, see if I can hear him breathing.
What do you suppose makes him do that?
I can't hear the mayor at all. That's funny, too, because he always snores like a foghorn when he's sleeping heavily.
You don't suppose something has happened to him, too, do you?
What could happen to a man in there? The windows are barred and the door's been locked ever since Captain Friday left.
But the windows were barred and the door was locked when someone stabbed me.
Oh, Savannah, I wonder if the mayor's been stabbed. I'm going to open that door.
Oh, yes, please. I think you ought to. Oh, Dr. Tuner, I'm so frightened.
You got me going now.
He's at the window again. He's at the window. Oh, make him go away.
Well, what do you want me to do? Wave the tablecloth at him? Now, you keep still. I can't do more than one thing at a time, and I'm going to see what's happened to the mayor.
Oh, all right.
Don't look at the window if he frightens you.
Oh, I can't help it. What are you going to do with that chair?
I'm going to break in the mayor's door. I wished I had a gun. I'd take a pop at that thing. That'd burn his wailing anyway.
Oh, please hurry with the door. What are you doing now?
I'm moving the other furniture back so I can get a good swing. Now then, we'll see how strong that lock is. Stouter than I thought.
You've broken the leg off the chair.
Blast the chair. She's giving away. There she is.
Is he in there? Is he all right, Dr. Tuner?
It's blacker than Sam Scratch in here. Where's the mayor's flashlight?
They're on the table.
Yeah, now we'll know in about a half a minute what's what.
Dr. Tuner? What's the matter? What's happened in there? Oh, Dr. Tuner!
He ain't here. The mayor ain't any place in that room.
He's not there.
Not hiding her hair of him.
Oh, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I even looked under the bed for the body.
But how did he get out? Are the bars still on the window?
Yeah, I looked especially to see. Now, if that ain't the craziest thing I ever heard tell of.
Oh, but he must be there.
Well, he ain't.
Oh, but people simply can't just disappear through a locked door. They can't.
Well, the mayor's gone and done it.
Oh, but if the mayor's disappeared, then one of us may be next.
I don't calculate that makes me feel any better.
Oh, I wish Jimmy was here. Oh, where is he? Dr. Tuner, do you suppose he and Captain Friday have vanished, too?
I ain't thinking of anything, except I'm going out and clean up on that claw-footed son of a gun in about a half a minute.
Oh, please, you won't leave me, will you? Promise me you won't.
Don't reckon you need to worry on that score. I ain't one of them brave fellas that goes out looking for trouble. No, I'll stay here with you, all right.
Oh, but what'll we do? You don't suppose that thing...
What thing?
Well, whatever it was that got the mayor... You don't think it's still in the house, do you?
Well, how should I know? I don't even know that the mayor's been got.
Well, if something hasn't got him, then what has become of him?
Does your imagination always work overtime this way? A fella could get the creeps just sitting listening to you imagining things.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm acting badly, but nothing like this ever happened to me before.
Well, it doesn't happen to me every day either, thank heaven.
If that thing outside the door would only go away, I wouldn't feel this way, but... Dr. Tuner, look. Look at the front door. It's opening.
Gosh sakes, I forgot to lock it.
Oh, hurry. Lean against it. Oh, hold it shut. Don't let him get it open.
I've got it. If I can push it shut, Who's out there?
Oh, can't you hold it? Can't you hold it?
I'm trying my dangest. Whoever's on the other side of that door is as strong as an ox.
It's the claw-footed phantom. You mustn't let him get in. You mustn't. You must.
I can't get any hold with my feet. He's gaining on me. I'm slipping.
Dr. Turner, the fireplace poker's on the rack. Can you reach it?
Good. It'll give me something to fight with.
Oh, can you reach it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to let go of the door and crack him over the head with the poker when he comes in.
Oh, be careful. Oh, you missed him. Look out, Dr. Turner. Look out. He's got a knife.
Well, if he comes within range of this poker,
Oh, no. No! You killed Dr. Turner. You killed Dr. Turner. Oh, don't. Go away. Don't look at me like that. Go away. Oh, don't come near me. Don't come near me. Oh, please. Please go away. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Jimmy! Oh, no.
The terror of old Clawfoot has descended on the old caretaker's cottage. What of the girl's peril, alone in the presence of the wailing phantom? What of the ghoul caught digging in Ernie Morton's grave? What of the skeleton that walks, the phantom church bell, the buried treasure of black pearls? Listen at this same hour next week when we bring you Chapter 7 of the Carlton E. Morse adventure drama, City of the Dead. Listen to Chapter 7, entitled Captain Friday Vanishes. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
2 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. 3 nights and 2 days have been spent in this old abandoned cemetery. This is the morning of the third day. But let Captain Friday tell you.
At midnight, we were asleep in the cottage of my father, Mayor Friday, who's caretaker of the old cemetery. Then there came the disturbing wails of the old Clawfoot phantom. I got up, and with Jimmy Parker went out into the night. Almost immediately, we stumbled onto a trail of bones that led us among the tombstones down into the City of the Dead. It led to a grave upon whose headstone had been placed a skull. It was a freshly opened grave, and there was a man down in it, digging.
So much for that. In the meantime, Dr. Tuner had been left at the cottage with Phyllis Carroll, kept abed by her knife wound. Also, the old mare was supposedly asleep in one of the bedrooms, locked in by Captain Friday, so that he would not be disturbed. Dr. Tuner became frightened when old Clawfoot began to prowl outside the door and broke into Mayor Friday's room, only to find that he was not in the locked room at all. And then the Clawfoot creature took measure in his own hands. He broke into the front door, overwhelmed Dr. Tuner, and came to the bed beside the girl. When it reached toward her, she cried out and lost consciousness. It is now 2 a.m, and we are down in the City of the Dead, where Captain Friday and Jimmy Parker are watching the ghoul at work in the grave. The grave of old Ernie Morton.
Get down, Parker. Down on your face and keep still.
Did you see who it was digging in the grave, Captain?
Keep still, I tell you. Not a move out of you. Don't even raise your head to look.
Why so mysterious? Who is it?
Never mind. You do as I say. Keep down here behind this tombstone.
Here, where you going?
Keep still. Now Now listen, I'm going to sneak out alone.
Yeah, help.
Be quiet. I'm going out alone because it'll make less noise. He's down in the grave now. I want to catch him red-handed.
Well, I think that's a fool idea. Let me go along.
You do what I tell you, Parker.
Yeah, but he'll be desperate. He's liable to be the killer.
I can take care of myself. Now mind you, do what I say. Don't move a muscle until you hear me yell. I'll yell when I jump him.
I don't like
That
it.
doesn't make any difference. Remember now, wait until I yell.
Oh, Jimmy. Jimmy. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, my shoulder. Oh, my shoulder. Oh, Jimmy. What? Where am I? What's happened to me? The clawfoot. The clawfoot was here. Oh, Jimmy, what's happened to you? What? Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy.
Phyllis. Why, Phyllis, what's happened? What's been going on here?
Where have you been? Why have you been gone so long? Why are you so white? What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing that matters now. Tell me what's been going on here. Where's Doc Tooner?
He's over there behind those overturned chairs. Jimmy, he's dead.
Dead?
Jimmy, the clawfoot phantom's been here.
Phyllis.
Dr. Tooner tried to drive him out, and the thing killed him.
Phyllis, are you sure Dr. Tooner's dead?
Oh, please don't leave me.
I'm not going to leave you. I want to see if there's anything I can do for the doctor.
I know he's dead, Jimmy. I saw him fall.
No. No, he's not, Phil. No, he's not dead. He's still breathing.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad.
Oh, wait, I'll get him on the lounge. I don't think he's very badly hurt. There. Looks to me like he's just been knocked out.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What a fight there must have been. This place is a wreck. Everything upside down.
Yes, it was pretty bad.
And what happened after old Clawfoot knocked the doctor out?
It turned on me. It made a little mewing wail. I never felt so awful in my life.
Mewing wail? Phyllis, what are you saying?
It was just like that, Jimmy. Just as though it was an animal that was glad to see me.
Oh, for goodness sake.
It crept toward me, wailing a little soft wail. Oh, Jimmy, I can't tell you how terrible it was. It just kept coming closer and closer.
And you couldn't move.
I screamed at it to go away. I begged it not to come near me, but it kept coming on and on. And then suddenly it was over me. It stretched out a lean claw hand.
Oh, Phil, dear.
And then I fainted.
Ah, you poor kid. I thought you'd be safe here. I'd never let you.
I just came to. Just a moment before you came in. The thing was gone.
I wish I knew what to do about Doc Tooner there.
You're certain he isn't dying?
No, he's not dying. Just a bump on the head. He'll be around presently. Hey, where's Mayor Friday? Who broke open his door? I forgot all about him.
We don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
We don't know what's become of him. When old Clawfoot began to wail outside, Dr. Tooner broke in the door to awaken him. But the mayor wasn't any place in the room.
Yeah, but that's silly, Phil. We saw Captain Friday lock his father in.
He wasn't there. He vanished.
Vanished from a barred and locked room?
And I've got to lie here in this miserable bed with my shoulder hurt. Oh, what if something should come after me? I couldn't run. I couldn't do anything.
Don't you worry about that, Phil. I'm not moving from your side from now on.
But what about you? You were so white when you came in. Something's happened. Why don't you tell me?
What do you mean, Phil?
You're holding something back. What happened out there in the city of the dead? Why were you so white when you ran into the house? Where is Captain Friday?
Well, Phyllis...
Has something happened to the captain?
Now, Phyllis, you've got enough to worry about. Don't bother your head about it.
It's Dr. Tooner.
Yeah, still
He's
unconscious. Yeah, he's still unconscious, but he'll be around pretty soon now.
Oh, Jimmy Parker, you tell me what happened. You've got to tell me. Is he dead? Is Captain Friday dead?
No. That is, I don't know.
You don't know? Well, weren't you with him all the time?
Oh, Jimmy, don't put me off.
I'm not putting you off, Phyllis. Honestly, I don't know.
Then...
Phil, Captain Friday's vanished.
Vanished? Captain Friday's vanished. Oh, Jimmy.
Now, Phyllis, don't give way. Please don't.
Oh, but first the mayor disappeared, and now his son. Jimmy, do you think we're to be next?
Of course not.
But think of what's happened. First it was my cousin, Bert Arnold. They strangled him and threw him in an old grave.
Oh, don't talk about it, Phil. It'll only make you feel worse.
And then that stranger was stabbed to death outside your window.
Well, we know old Clawfoot did that. We saw him.
And then Lammy Fink, frightened to death. What is there in the world that could frighten a person to death?
Well, that old caretaker was always scared of a cemetery at night, you know that.
But what a horrible way to die. I've heard that a person's heart sometimes bursts wide open with fear. Did you ever hear of that, Jimmy?
No, of course not. Stop it now, Phil. You're frightening yourself sick with this kind of talk.
And then Mayor Friday vanished from a barred room.
Oh, Phil, I tell you...
And now Captain Friday. Tell me, Jimmy, how did Captain Friday disappear? How did it happen?
Oh, listen here, Phil. Wait until morning, won't you? Wait until daylight and I'll tell you all about it. It'll only be a few hours now.
No, I want to hear now.
But Phyllis, it's not a nice story.
Tell me now.
Well, I left the house and went to the shed where we laid out the skeleton.
The skeleton with the message tied to it, saying it wasn't my grandfather?
Oh, Phil, I wish you wouldn't.
Go on, Jimmy.
Well, the skeleton was gone.
Gone? The skeleton, too. The mayor, the captain, and now the skeleton.
Yes, the skeleton was gone. We were looking about outside the shed when I ran across the bones of its foot.
Its foot?
Yes. Just a little further down into the city of the dead, and Captain Friday found its ankle bone.
What? Well, that's strange. What did that mean?
We didn't know at first. But presently we found leg bones and most of the rest of the skeleton scattered out ahead of us. It was a trail of bones, Phyllis.
A trail of bones?
Yes, a trail of bones leading us down into the city of the dead. Leading us down to a grave.
Any particular grave?
The grave of Ernie Morton.
Ernie Morton?
The grave we opened in search of the black pearls.
Oh, Jimmy.
The grave in which the strangled body of your cousin Bert Arnold was found.
Oh, what does it mean? What is it?
And Phil, when we got down into the city of the dead, there perched on the headstone of Ernie Morton's grave was the grinning skull of our skeleton. And that isn't all.
Yes?
Phyllis, there was someone digging in that grave again.
Jimmy.
Yes, someone digging. Digging. He didn't see us. We threw ourselves down in the shadow of a tombstone. It was brilliant moonlight.
Who was it?
I couldn't tell. I don't know. Captain Friday made me lie flat, and I couldn't see a thing. All I could hear was the shoveling. Shoveling of the ghoul in Ernie Morton's grave.
Then what happened?
Captain Friday was peering around the edge of the tombstone. Suddenly he called my name and dropped back to the ground.
You saw who it was?
That's what I thought, but if he did, he wouldn't tell me. He said he was going out after the fellow and that I was to lie still until he yelled. He said he would yell when he leaped into the grave on the man, and that was my signal to come to his aid.
Why didn't you go with him?
Well, I wanted to, but he wouldn't let me. He wouldn't even let me raise my head to watch him while he sneaked up on the grave.
Why?
I don't know. Then he slipped out, and I waited. I waited. Pretty soon I heard the shoveling stop. I got ready to jump to my feet. I expected the captain to yell any second, but there wasn't any yell. I waited a few seconds longer, and then I raised myself and looked over the top of the gravestone.
Yes, Jimmy?
Phyllis, there wasn't a sign of anyone any place around.
Jimmy!
It's as true as anything I ever said in my life. Captain Friday had vanished. The gravedigger had vanished. Even the shovel had gone. I rushed to the edge of the half-uncovered grave and looked everywhere. There was nothing.
Oh, Jimmy, I couldn't have done that.
I stood there in the moonlight at the edge of the grave, petrified for a moment. Then I yelled until my lungs hurt. And all I got from my trouble was a lot of echoes. Echoes coming up from the ruins of the old church. Echoes and the faint sounding of that phantom church bell.
I couldn't have stood it.
Then I got sick, and I got away from the edge of the grave and started to run. It's more than a mile, but I ran the whole way back here to the cottage without stopping.
No wonder you were white and out of breath.
And when I came in the door and found everything so upset and you so frightened, it brought me to my senses. I think the doctor's coming too, Phyllis.
Get a pan of cold water, Jimmy. Bathe his head.
Yeah, okay. Watch him, Phil. If he starts to move around, yell. I don't want him to fall off the lounge.
He's all right. Only hurry.
Coming. Now we'll fix him up. Poor old guy. Yeah, this cold water will help that head. You know, Phil, this is pretty rough treatment for a man as old as Doc Tuner.
It's pretty rough treatment on any of us. And Jimmy, just as sure as anything in this world, this is building up to something.
Yeah. I suppose everything has a payoff.
I just hope that payoff won't end up in a funeral parlor. That's all I hope.
The old mare missing, Captain Friday missing. The prowling of old Clawfoot is building up to something more surely than Phyllis Carroll can know. And on the next appearance of one of these three, who is even now making his way between the moonlit headstones toward the cottage. But more of that in just a moment.
Oh, my head.
He's coming to all right, Phil.
I'm awfully sorry about him. He's been so kind to me.
The mayor keeps some stimulant around here somewhere. I think a little something would do him good.
I saw it on the lower left-hand shelf in the kitchen cupboard, Jimmy.
Oh, good. I'll get it.
Did you find it, Jimmy?
Yeah, I got it. This'll snap him out of it. Here now, Doc. Try and drink this. That's put color in his face. He's opening his eyes, Phil. Hello, Doc. Feeling pretty bad?
What is it? What's the matter?
Just a little bump on the head, Doctor. You'll be all right in a minute.
Bump on the head? How did I get a bump on the head?
Oh, don't remember, huh? Old Clawfoot slugged you.
Clawfoot. Clawfoot, I remember. He was after Miss Carroll. Did he get her? Did he get her?
I'm all right, Dr. Tuner. Honest, I am. Don't you worry about me a bit.
Oh, I shouldn't have let that thing get the best of me. I guess I ain't as young as I used to be.
Well, don't you worry about that. You put up a good fight. Phyllis told me all about it.
I'm still a good fighting man, Parker. I'd have brained that thing with the poker if my foot hadn't slipped. That's what was the matter. My foot slipped.
Yeah, of course, Dr. Tuner. That's the way it happened. Now, you just lay back and rest a while.
Say, Parker.
Well?
You know, I'm feeling kind of dejected like. I think I could do with another spoonful out of that bottle.
Oh, that's right, sir. I'll bet you could. In just a minute, I'll fix it for you. Here you are.
Oh, thanks, Parker.
Yeah, that's all right. Now, you just lie still for a bit until you feel stronger.
Jimmy, could I have a drink of water?
Oh, sure thing. Now, I'll have it for you in a jiffy. Here you are, Phil.
Hey, where's Captain Friday, Parker?
He hasn't come in yet.
What's he doing out meandering around the city of the dead this time of night?
Oh, he'll be in when he gets ready.
What gets me is what that old Clawfoot critter wanted in here. I reckon he didn't come for Miss Carroll after all, seeing as he went away without hurting her none. Did you see what he did after I was knocked out, Miss Carroll?
No, Dr. Tuner. He came toward me and I fainted.
Oh, fainted, huh?
Yes, and he was gone when I came to.
And you ain't noticed anything different since you waked up? Anything about the room or anything in the room?
Why, no.
Funny. What do you suppose he wanted, Parker?
I don't suppose he wanted anything. Probably the midnight ramblings of a mad creature. I think you and Phil were lucky to get off with your lives.
Listen.
The phantom church bell again. I wonder if it's going to begin all over.
Begin over again? What do you mean?
I mean, I wonder if we're going to have more trouble with old Clawfoot tonight.
Oh, Jimmy, would you please look out of the window and see if anything's outside?
Oh, of course, Phyllis. Hey, Dr. Tuner, what are you doing? You lie down there.
No, sir. I reckon I'm feeling a mite sprier than I did. I guess I'll be moving about a bit.
Yeah, but you had a nasty blow on the head.
Well, you don't want me to stay in bed the rest of my life just because I bumped my head, do you, Parker?
No, of course not. Not if you feel like getting up.
There goes the bell again. Oh, please look out of the window and see if that thing is around again.
I don't suppose I'll be able to see much.
Shh. Someone on the porch. Yeah, someone on the porch.
Listen. Shh. He's coming up to the door.
Is it bolted?
Yes, I locked it.
I don't want it to come in here. I couldn't stand seeing it again.
Shh, Phil. Doc and I can take care of you. I wouldn't mind having a gun.
Yeah, that's what I wished for on his last visit.
Here. You take the leg of this broken chair. I'll handle the poker. Shh, shh. Hello! Who's there?
Mean disposition, whoever he is.
Oh, Jimmy, I'm so afraid.
Hi, you out there! You better answer if you know what's good for you.
That's right. We're 2 against you. You ain't got a chance.
Doc Tuner. Doc Tuner, is that you?
It's Mayor Friday. Will that be? Sure, it's me, Mayor. Here, unlock that door and let the mayor in.
Dr. Tuner, are you certain it's the mayor?
Certain? Of course I'm certain. Go on, open the door, Parker. Yeah, what did I tell you? Of course it's the mayor.
Well, why shouldn't it be me? What in tarnation you going to lock me out for?
Well, why didn't you answer instead of tromping up on the porch and banging on the door without a word?
Because I ain't used to asking for permission to enter my own house. What in the Sam Hills happened here anyway? Who broke that chair? Who smashed in that door?
I reckon it couldn't be helped, Mayor. We had a little visit from old Clawfoot while you were out.
Clawfoot?
I reckon so.
By the way, Mayor Friday, where have you been all night?
Curious young squirt, ain't you, Parker?
Perhaps so, but a lot of things have been happening around the city of the dead tonight, and I think you can throw light on a great deal of it.
What's been happening?
Well, to begin with, we all saw Captain Friday lock you in that room there before he and I went out into the city of the dead.
You saw the captain lock me in?
That's right, Mayor. I reckon we all saw him do it.
Doc, you saw him lock me in?
I reckon that's right, Mayor.
When was that, Doc?
Just before he and young Parker here went out. I reckon it was something about like midnight, Mayor.
Oh.
How'd you get out, Mayor Friday?
Where's the captain, Parker?
Why, he vanished.
Vanished?
Yes. We went down into the city of the dead together and, well, he disappeared.
You mean something's happened to my son, Parker?
I'm sorry, Mayor Friday. I don't know what happened to him. You see, we found someone digging in Ernie Morton's grave.
Ernie Morton's grave?
Yes. Captain Friday made me lie down behind a tombstone while he crept up to the grave. He told me to wait until he shouted.
Well?
He never shouted.
Didn't shout?
No. I waited as long as I thought it wise, and then I followed.
What did you see?
Nothing. Captain Friday had vanished, and so had the fellow that had been digging.
Did you see who it was in that grave?
No. When I got to the edge of the grave, there was nothing but a partly filled hole.
That's a likely story, young man.
Well, it's true.
I reckon I know better than that.
Well, what do you mean?
Just what I say. It just happens that I came up through the city of the dead right by Ernie Morton's grave not half an hour ago, and that grave ain't been touched. Maybe, though, you filled up the grave before you came in.
No, I left it just as it was. You say it's filled up now?
Reckon it ain't been opened this night.
Well, I tell you it was open.
And I tell you, Parker, if you killed my son, it's going to be the last sneaking thing you do.
That's the most asinine statement I ever heard.
Oh, another country heard from.
Phyllis is right. It is asinine.
Now, look here, Mayor. Are you certain Ernie Morton's grave hasn't been dug into?
I'll take you down there if you can't take my word for it.
No, if you say so, Mayor, it's so. But look here, Parker ain't been acting like my idea of a killer.
You're an old fool, Doc Tuner. How do you know how a killer acts?
Now then, Mayor, you can't make me believe that you think the captain's dead. I ain't lived around you 40 years for nothing. If you really thought anything had happened to that boy...
You keep your thoughts to yourself, Doc Tuner.
But Mayor Friday, why would Jimmy do a thing like that? He hadn't any reason. Honestly, he didn't.
The captain was getting too much on him. Of course he had reason. Plenty of reason.
Oh, no. Honestly, Jimmy wouldn't hurt anyone. Honestly.
Yeah, there now, Miss Carroll.
Oh, Phil, don't cry. It's all right.
Oh, but you didn't.
Now, Miss Carroll, you've gone and made yourself unhappy again. You've had too much trouble tonight.
Oh, but Dr. Tuner, you know Jimmy wouldn't hurt anybody, don't you?
Well, yes, of course. Here, now, you let me straighten out your pillow for you.
But the mayor said...
There now. Let me lift you up a little. Yeah, now I can fix that pillow. I'll give you a powder that'll put... Hello. What's this under your pillow?
Why, I don't know.
Look here, Mayor, Parker, look. Look what I found under Miss Carroll's pillow.
What is it? Let me see. What have you got there, Dr. Tuner?
A black pearl. A black pearl.
Jumping Jerusalem. Did you ever see anything like it? A black pearl as big as a pigeon's egg.
But where did it come from? Dr. Tuner, where did you get it?
I found it under Miss Carroll's pillow, just where I said I found it.
Phil, where did you get it?
I don't know. It isn't mine. I never saw it before.
But it was under your pillow, young woman.
I don't care. I never saw it before.
Ain't it a beauty? One of old Theodore Beverly's collection as sure as you're born.
But it's uncanny. How did it get under my pillow?
Well, one thing's certain now anyway.
What's that, son?
That somebody has found the pearls. Their whereabouts is no longer a secret to somebody.
And to someone in this group.
How do you figure that out, Mayor?
Because we're the only ones who've had an opportunity of placing the pearl under the girl's pillow.
Old Clawfoot. It was old Clawfoot.
By jiggers, I wonder.
Of course it was old Clawfoot. We were wondering why he broke into the place. He didn't take anything, didn't hurt anyone more than was necessary to carry out his mission.
Sounds reasonable.
Well, of course. If Phyllis hadn't fainted, I'll bet he'd have put the pearl right in her hand.
Jimmy, do you really think so?
I'll bet money on it.
But why? Why?
I don't know. Just the same, I'll bet it was he. I know it was.
You seem awful anxious to convince us, Parker.
What do you mean, Mayor?
I mean, I don't think Clawfoot had anything to do with that pearl.
Oh? Well, what's your theory?
I think you put that pearl there.
What? Me?
Yes. I think that pearl explains why the captain didn't come back to the cottage with you, James Parker.
But I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do. In some manner, you and my son hit on the hiding place of them black pearls tonight. And it didn't suit your purpose to have anybody but yourself know about them.
You're crazy.
Well, maybe I am and maybe I ain't. But just the same, young fella, I ain't taking any chances. You're going in that there bedroom of yours, and you're going to stay there until we can turn you over to the police.
But you can't do that. You mustn't.
Look here, Mayor, that's absurd. Why on earth would I give myself away by bringing one of the pearls here to the cottage?
You couldn't resist the temptation of bringing one along to show to the girl. Likely you and her was looking at it when Doc Tuner came to. You didn't have time to hide it, so you stuck it under her pillow.
No. I never saw it before. Honestly, I didn't. I swear it.
Now, don't you go getting all excited again, Miss Carroll.
What's the matter with you, Mayor Friday? Why don't you give me a break? You're always making me the goat for everything. What have you got against me? I've never done anything to you.
That won't do you no good, Parker.
Well, you know what I think of you.
With as much circumstantial evidence against you?
Circumstantial evidence? I'd like to know if there's anyone in the world that's got more against them than you.
You went out of this house with my son, and you came back alone. That's enough for me.
Look!
What? Are you pointing at me?
Yes, I'm pointing at you. Look, there in his vest pocket.
Jimmy, what is it? I don't see anything.
Must be losing his mind. What's the matter with you?
Look at that gold pencil in his vest pocket. That's Captain Friday's pencil.
You mean...
Captain Friday had that pencil in his pocket when we left the house tonight.
What? What's that?
And look at the fresh dirt on the knee of the mayor's trousers.
Oh, Jimmy.
Mayor Friday, supposing you tell us what's become of your son, Captain Friday.
There have been many clues pointing to old Mayor Friday of the City of the Dead all along. But now, had he finally hanged himself? And was it Clawfoot who left the black pearl for Phyllis? Not only these questions, but the whereabouts of Captain Friday will be brought to you next week when Carlton E. Morse presents Chapter 8 of The City of the Dead, entitled The Kidnapping of Clawfoot. Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"4 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. 4 o'clock, the dead black hour, just before dawn in this old abandoned cemetery. The night has already brought fear, mystery, and sinister implications. At midnight, Captain Friday and Jimmy Parker had slipped out of the caretaker's cottage, had picked up a trail of human bones, had finally come upon a ghoul digging in the grave of Ernie Morton. While Captain Friday and Jimmy were about this nocturnal business, old Clawfoot broke into the cottage, overpowered Dr. Tuner, and frightened Phyllis Carroll into a fainting fit. But let Jimmy Parker tell what happened then.
Well, first, Captain Friday made me lie behind a gravestone while he approached the ghoul in the half-hour found. There was a man down there. He was bound and gagged and near death from a blow on the head and from starvation. He was the one who had been ringing the bell. Dr. Tuner and I unbound the now unconscious fella and started back to the cottage with him. And halfway there, suddenly out of the murk and gloom came the piercing squeal of a police whistle. I knew that meant Phyllis was in danger. I dropped the unconscious man and ran through the fog for the cottage, leaving Doc Tuner to follow with the stranger as best he could. I'm coming! I'm coming, Phil! Oh, I was a fool to leave her with Mayor Friday. There's the house. Phil! Phil, I'm coming! I'm coming! Phyllis! Phyllis, what's the matter?
Jimmy, you're so white. What's the matter with you?
Well, isn't anything wrong? You blew the whistle?
Why, no, I didn't, Jimmy.
You mean that police whistle, Parker?
Captain Friday. Well, where did you come from?
He's back, Jimmy. Nothing happened to him at all.
Never mind that now. Were you talking about the police whistle?
Yes.
There's one of my men outside. I've got a whole crew down from the city hunting for that phantom church bell.
Well, you don't need him. Dr. Tuner and I found it.
What? You found it? You say you found the phantom church bell? Where?
Yeah, Mayor Friday. Found it in the basement of the old church.
Basement. Basement. Well, now, ain't that the beatenest... Why didn't I think of that right off?
He slipped through our fingers. I believe he's somewhere up here in these northern jungles. I expect to get him back.
And so the party came to Angkor. On the evening of the first day there, Captain Friday and Skip Turner with Professor Lebrun were walking through a banyan grove when suddenly they were set upon by natives. They were bound hand and foot and thrown in a howdah on the second elephant in a caravan of elephants, camels, wild ponies, and mules.
Oh, boy. What's the matter, Skip? Don't you like riding elephants? Oh, I'm sick as a dog. Seasick on an elephant. Riding an elephant seems to be something like riding a fishing smack in a storm, eh? Lots of disturbing motion. You're telling me. Oh, courage, Skip. No, look at the elephant's driver sitting out there on the beast's head with that sort of an ice pick. He's quite relaxed. I'm gonna die? Oh, no one ever died from nausea, old boy. Watch the driver. It's most interesting. See how he sits there half asleep, tapping the elephant first on one side of the head, then on the other, to keep him in the proper direction.
It's quite a picture in the moonlight. Darker than sin in this howdah, though.
Dark and the smelly.
Lebrun, what's the meaning of this, anyway?
Kidnapped, Captain Friday, kidnapped.
Well, who are these people? Why are we captives? Where are they taking us?
My word, Captain.
I demand to know.
But, Captain, I'm in the same pickle as you. Why become ferocious with me?
Because you promised protection for your entire party and for your secretary. Skip and myself are the only ones in danger, according to your own words. Now, here you are, trussed up in a howdah on top of an elephant along with us. Fine protection you have, I must say.
Oh, now, Captain, you mustn't fret about me.
I'm not. I'm wondering about my secretary back at Angkor.
Oh, now, this may be just a passing band of Indians and has nothing to do with the Khmer trouble.
Just a band of gypsies, I suppose.
That may be. You can't tell.
Band of gypsies with elephants and camels and enough other animals to make up a good-sized zoo.
Oh, my stomach.
Anything I can do for you, Skip?
No, just let me die in peace. Hey, who's this guy next to me? So dark.
What's that?
Is there a fourth person in the howdah?
Oh, if that rolling motion would only stop for just a minute.
Feel around, Captain. See if there really is another person in here. It's so blamed dark.
Feel around? How on the Sam Hill am I going to do that with my feet tied together and both hands tied behind me?
Wait a minute.
One is a pure descendant of the ancient Khmer, that race that built such marvels as the Angkor Wat.
Angkor Wat, which means Temple of Angkor.
That's a good literal translation, Perry. You see, some 2,000 years ago, this race of Khmers arose to mighty strength.
A civilization sufficient unto itself.
Quite right, Perry. The kingdom grew until it must have held some, 30 million souls. They built great wats, or temples. They had trained armies and a remarkable background, both historical and mythological. In fact, they had everything that should have made them a lasting nation.
And yet 30 million people vanished from the face of the earth.
That's exactly the word, vanished. When Angkor Wat was first discovered some 80 years ago by the Frenchman Mouot, it looked as though the entire population had one day laid down their implements, walked out, never returned.
But what did happen to them?
If we knew, my dear, we'd not be on this expedition.
And we're going to Angkor Wat to see what we can find.
We is good.
Well, I'm part of the expedition, for goodness sakes.
Of course you are, my dear. Yes, we're going into the old Khmer realm. But we're not going to stop at Angkor Wat. That particular region has been milked dry of information. Further to the north, however, are other abandoned cities, some of which have been recently discovered, others of which are only known to exist by rumors and legends.
And we're going to hunt for one of those legendary cities?
Well, something like that. Only it isn't going to be quite such a hopeless proposition. That's where Taquan comes into the picture.
I wondered about him.
Professor Lebrun picked him up over at the University of California. His brilliant mind so attracted Lebrun that he struck up an acquaintance and discovered that Taquan was a descendant of the Khmers, and had only recently come from Saigon, the French capital in the east.
He's an interesting chap, all right.
Yes, it seems that he'd come in from the agricultural region in nothing more than a breechclout, and he demanded to be taught. He was turned over to a French parochial mission. Fathers dressed him and taught him. His brilliance delighted them, so they laid aside an allowance to send him to the University of California.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I remember the day Lebrun brought him to see you, Dr. Carter.
Yes, the professor knew I was interested in the Cambodia problem, and so he brought Taquan to see me. Developed that he knew the region north of Angkor Wat unusually well. In fact, knew of a city back in the wilderness that has not yet been discovered by explorers.
Well, a little lecture in Cambodian archaeology.
Oh, there you are, Lebrun.
Oh, as you say, here I am. There we all are. All except our little premier. Where is he?
He's not receiving visitors. Having a little private trouble with old Devil Sea.
Sorry I was delayed, the doctor, but coming up the companionway, the most amazing thing happened to us.
Nothing unpleasant, I
In asylum.
Oh.
Doc and Dad here talked it over quite a long time. To put them away would have meant a tremendous scandal. So finally, after much thought, Dad built a little cabin back there in the woods and moved both of them in.
Say, look here, Captain Friday. You're not going to tell us one of them was masquerading as Lammy Fink.
Exactly what I'm saying. Robert Beverly and Lammy Fink are one and the same person.
Yeah, but if you knew...
I didn't know it, Parker, until I got on this case. I grew up as a kid down here thinking that Lammy Fink was no one else but Lammy Fink, an addle-pated gravedigger, and that the old man who lived with him was his crazy father, Old Fink.
So Mother's suspicions were right. Grandfather wasn't drowned.
No, not drowned. They just faded out of the world they'd always lived in and became mere shadows in the city of the dead. Their obsession concerning the pearls took a peculiar form. They set up a sort of guardianship over the city of the dead. They watched everyone who approached the cemetery like hawks. Everyone who came down here, they believed, were here to dig for their pearls.
Yeah, never hurt no one. Just watched them until they left.
That's right. Well, it got so they didn't do much digging themselves. The old man would grow uneasy about once a month and go out and dig like fury for a few hours. Dad here got so he could tell when a spell was coming on. After old man Beverly had worn himself out and had left, Dad would go down and fill up the hole and replace the turf.
So that's how all those graves have been refilled so mysteriously.
Captain Friday said the main salon. Ah, oui. Here we are. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Carter.
Oh, so you brought them down. Well, this is a great meeting.
Skip Turner, you here too.
Howdy, Professor Lebrun. Sure, I'm here. Playing guard of honor for Captain Friday and his secretary, Patricia.
But I say, Captain, who's running your agency back in San Francisco, eh?
Oh, I rather think it'll get along somehow for a while without skipping me.
Dr. Carter, this is Captain Bart Friday.
My pleasure, Captain.
And this is Mr. Skip Turner, Captain Friday's right-hand man.
Glad to know you.
Captain Friday, this is Perry Mills, Dr. Carter's assistant.
How do you do, Mills?
And Skip Turner.
Say, this is great. Well, sit down, gentlemen. Draw up some chairs. Here's some cards. There now.
Captain, if it isn't a state secret, what on earth are you and Skip doing here so far off your beats?
Well, Professor, as a matter of fact, it comes very nearly being just that. State secrets.
Well, you don't say.
I wouldn't care to have our business made general knowledge on shipboard.
Oh, by no means. I retract my question.
Oh, no. That isn't at all necessary. I intended to tell you. It's a very unusual story. And, rather fits in with your own work.
Something.
Prove that?
I don't have to. Major Lawrence saw the casket taken aboard this craft left port.
Perhaps the Major was mistaken.
What kind of mischief are you hinting at now?
Do you think for 1 minute, Captain Friday, that we did not anticipate just this? You don't suppose we're such fools as to be caught with a girl stowaway
What are you saying?
But of course, naturally, if we did have a girl in a coffin on the ship, it would be so arranged that the whole business could be jettisoned into the bay.
Are you saying you threw Judith right into the bay?
If she was ever aboard, it would be the thing to do, wouldn't it? With plenty of weight to send her and the casket to the bottom quickly.
Skip, come here quick.
Right behind you, Captain.
You hear what Abbott's been saying?
Yeah, you want I should wring his neck?
I've got both you men covered. The first one to make a move.
Get him, Skip!
You bet you.
Get that gun, Skip! I got Abbott. Get the gun!
Got him!
That takes care of friend Abid.
Yeah, you got him right on the point of the jaw.
And that's not all he's going to get if they threw Judith right overboard, nailed in that coffin.
Mr. Perry.
But why right at this moment?
Oh, they have gone to jewelry shop. If it is better, I should be present. You please excuse my departure?
Is it all right, Captain Friday?
Yes, let him go.
Very well. We'll expect you back for lunch.
Yes, one always return at feeding hour.
Huh. You notice the way that bird looks at you?
I think he has interesting eyes.
Yeah, the eyes of a fanatic. Pequan would as soon slit your throat as look at you.
In the courtyard of the typical Saigon hotel on the coast of French Indochina sit Captain Friday, his right-hand man Skip Turner, and the famed archaeologist Dr. Howard Carter. Outside the terrace, the sun is blazing and smoldering. Within the cool shade, Captain Friday is unfolding a plot of intrigue.
Dr. Carter, there's something very, very peculiar going on in Cambodia at the present time.
You've seen something?
Well, to begin with, the French authorities almost went down on their knees to me this morning, begging me to accompany your party.
Well, that's strange.
Hey, you mean we gotta be an armed guard?
No. At least I don't think there's danger for your party, Dr. Carter. There's something else. If it was dangerous...
Well, you're not so dumb. Oh, now to get back to the gun trap in the church. Bert's men were using the church for a hangout in the daytime, doing their searching at night. One evening, while Bert and his men were out, Roger's men slipped into the back room and rigged up the booby trap for revenge, hoping that one of the other gang would be shot. Evidently, however, Doc, Tuner, and Dad were the first to run across it.
Yeah, just my kind of luck.
What a horrible, cowardly thing to do.
Well, now to get back to the night you came down. You went to Ernie Morton's grave and began to dig. It wasn't any time until Bert and his men heard you and crept up to see who it was. Bert recognized you in the moonlight, Miss Carroll, and kept his men back.
You see, Jimmy? I knew someone was watching.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only ones watching.
Really? Who else?
There were two other groups.
Two?
Yes. There were the men of Rogers' gang, and back watching you and the Rogers' gang were Old Man Beverly and Robert.
Well, now, if that wasn't a setup.
Finally, Miss Carroll, you became frightened, and you made Parker quit digging before he'd really had a chance to get deep enough to find anything.
I couldn't stand it any longer.
The minute you two left, Bert and his men sneaked up, saw that it was Ernie Morton's grave you were digging in, and took up the work where you two left off. You see, they saw that you hadn't found the pearls.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't find them now. Just think what might have happened.
Well, the Rogers gang waited until you were out of hearing, and then they jumped Bert and his men, and in the fight, Bert was strangled and his men driven off.
Oh.
Then they...
History of the Khmer Empire. Hey, you girls stay a few steps behind, just in case we run into anything up ahead.
Here's the corner where we picked up those elephant pods.
We're not far from the entrance to the courtyard now. Quiet, everybody. Walk on your tiptoes.
Talk about adventures.
Yeah, too much. I didn't like it down there underground a bit.
Look, there's daylight. We're almost out.
Wait, the boss is waving us to keep quiet.
It's all right. Come on out. The courtyard's empty.
Empty? You mean all the elephants and camels and everything are gone?
Not even a smell left behind.
Well, I don't understand it. It's like magic.
Oh, it's not so much like magic when you examine the ground. Look here.
Yeah, all they've left behind are tracks in the dust.
The caravan has just moved on, that's all. Well,
We've been left stranded out here in the midst of the Cambodian jungle without supplies or weapons of any kind.
But for what reason? Probably on the order of some of the old Khmer priests who were instigating the Cambodian Revolution with the aid of their precious seven-headed emerald cobra.
Yeah, Captain. They probably got wind of the fact that you and I was coming in here to grab off the Cobra Idol and recapture Fenlo.
Oh, boss, you're not still after that Cambodian boy, are you?
Fenlo is a menace to the French government, and he killed a man to escape. He's a criminal. And he's the first criminal that ever escaped from the steps of the hotel for a bit. Tell me that later this evening the natives are going to hold a torch dance on the elephant terrace at the front of the temple. Might be interesting.
Yeah? You don't say. Some of these Hindu girls, snake dancers?
No, afraid not, Skip. They tell me in the hotel that the native girls of Cambodia aren't much at dancing. And by the way, I hope Patricia and Celia haven't left the hotel.
No, I went to their room.
That's good. You seen LeBrun or young Mills since dinner?
Yeah, they went off together over towards the temple. Said they wanted to get a close-up view of some of the carvings.
A queer time of night to be studying carvings on a temple wall.
Well, they had flashlights. Hey, the nights here are certainly blackouts, ain't they? You'd think we was on the bottom side of a tea kettle.
Our Cambodian guide has certainly made himself scarce since we arrived here.
Tarquin? I think I caught a glimpse of him just before we went into dinner down in that grove of... what kind of trees did you call them things?
Banyans.
Oh, yeah, down in that grove of banyans.
What was he doing?
Or nothing that I could see. Just caught a glimpse of him, and then he disappeared in the shadows.
Now, look here, Skip. What do you think about this business?
Not a bloomin' thing. It's all wild horse meat to me. You and I start to bring a prisoner to Saigon, and he gives us the slip aboard ship. Then we arrive in Saigon, and you suddenly decide to become an explorer and drag us off up here to Angkor with Dr. Carter's party.
Yes, but I explained the reason for that. The French government's afraid of an uprising.
No, I'll get along.
Here, I'll take the 3 horses in the stable.
You won't need to do that, mister.
Oh, hello. You the stableman?
That's right. Will you be leaving the horses here overnight?
Looks like it from here.
Then I'll be taking them along. Come along, boys. Oh, by the way, mister.
Now, what's the matter?
Whoa, boys.
What's the matter?
One of you better come along. I'll be needing a small deposit on the feed bill.
Well, that's silly. You can hold the horses if we don't pay.
It's a rule we got. Avoid arguments later on.
Well, that's the silliest.
Never mind. I'll go along with him. You and Miss Wright wait here.
Sorry, mister, but a rule's a rule.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, come on, boys. Whoa, boys. Whoa. You folks staying across the street at the Comstock Hotel?
I expect so.
You mind just leaving the bay horse in the box stall there?
All right, but hurry it up. We've had a long ride and we're tired. Come on, Baldy. Whoa, Baldy, whoa, boy. Just time... Hey!
That takes care of one of you.
It's like being the only ones left in the world, isn't it? But I bet that whole ruin is going to look wicked when the sun starts to go down.
There is a sinister aspect about it, at that.
Yeah, it's just the kind of place where you'd expect him to throw a person into the gorilla's cage.
Skip Turner, what are you talking about?
Sure, that's what the guard told me they used to do.
Well, why did you have to say that?
I think it was quite inexcusable.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to have gorilla nightmares tonight, I want to know that some of the rest of you are having them, too.
I think your guard gave you a fine fairy tale for the $20 you gave him, Skip. He told you his caravan was turning us over to someone else, too, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, if there is as much truth in his story about this being the temple of the gorillas, then it is probably all fiction.
Well, as I said before, it's his story, not mine.
Hi, Professor LeBrun, Captain Friday.
Hello, Perry's run into something.
What's the matter, Perry?
Hey, come over here and see what I've got. Bring the crowd.
Hey, come on, let's go.
Well, I can't imagine.
What have you found, Perry? I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
And look, gummy sacks.
Well, what about them?
Food.
Huh?
Are you certain, Perry? Sure, the big one's rice, and the one over there's dried dates and figs, and then there's coffee and even some dried monkey meat.
Well, it looks as though we weren't meant to starve anyway.
This thing doesn't add up. What do you make of it, Professor?
Nothing, beyond the fact that we appear to have a most humane antagonist.
Well, anyway, let's drag this stuff inside the temple where the birds and animals can't get at it.
Terrible things take place in the East.
Dr. Carter, I don't believe there's a man in existence that could got out of those handcuffs alone. His hands were cuffed behind him and fastened to his bunk. And I saw to it that the cuffs were tight to his wrists.
Sure, he couldn't have got away without help. But hadn't we better get on his trail?
I don't think there's any hurry, Skip. He can't escape from the ship, and we're still a good number of days from Saigon.
But if the French attaché was murdered...
The first thing to do is to inform the master of the ship. He'll warn everybody aboard to remain in his cabin, then form a searching party. I'll attend to that myself. Please excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Now, look here, Dr. Carter. Supposing I go give Celia an earful of this and send her to her cabin if she's still on deck.
Good idea, Perry. Tell her to keep to her stateroom and keep door and portholes locked.
I certainly will.
Oh, that lad does crave excitement. Up to now, the party's been just fish and beans to Perry. But now, things are looking up a bit.
A mighty fine youngster.
Oh, but aren't we
Look here,
all...
man. I just happened to think of Captain Friday's secretary. Patricia ought to be warned.
Oh, by all means. Don't hang back on our account. We'll survive somehow.
Yeah, I don't know whether you will or not if you get in the road of that there Fenlow guy.
Oh, I say, Dr. Carter.
Yes, Lebrun?
Now that we're alone, what odds will you give that our own little Khmer playmate, Taquan, hasn't got a finger in Penlow's pie?
Be careful, Lebrun.
Uh-huh. Right the first.
Oh, dear.
Are you awake, Patricia?
Isn't it the limit? I'm so excited I can't even close my eyes. You sleepy?
Not very.
It's a shame. Me rolling and tossing and sighing after bringing you over to my hotel. Bed's nice, though, isn't it?
I didn't suppose they had beds like this out in this part of the world.
Wasn't it the most curious thing, the way your father just up and left us?
I hope Dad's all right. It'd be terrible to have anything happen to him.
That Taquan gives me a creepy feeling.
I hope Captain Friday and the professor get on together. They're to be joint leaders of the party until we get to Angkor Wat.
Just think of it. Angkor. A place you read about in books. I never dreamed of actually seeing it.
Cambodia. The realm of the Cobra King.
And tomorrow we leave Saigon. Tomorrow. I'm certainly glad we did our shopping this afternoon.
Uh-huh.
Must be beautiful to the north. Your father was telling us. Red and purple flowers, poinsettias, rhododendrons, orange and yellow lilies, cane and coconut and bananas and bamboo, and rice and cactus and creepers. Can you imagine a country like that?
Episode of The Cobra King Strikes Back, the newest adventure thriller by Carlton E. Morse. Adventures by Morse bring you new excitement week after week. Next week brings you the second episode, laid in Saigon, that weird and wonderful seaport of Cochin China, known as the French capital of the East. The deadly shadow of the ancient Cobra King already has fallen upon both the party headed by Dr. Carter and that led by Captain Friday. But not until the two groups land on the shores of French Indochina does the deadly force of evil descend in all its venom. Watch for next week's episode entitled Something About the Hooded Snake.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
"9 o'clock on the morning of the third day in the City of the Dead. The most harrowing night in the lives of Phyllis Carroll and Jimmy Parker is past. During this night of terror, the following incidents have taken place. Captain Friday has disappeared. Jimmy Parker is convinced that it was Mayor Friday whom he and the captain saw digging in Ernie Morton's grave just before Captain Friday disappeared. One of the black pearls belonging to the collection of Theodore Beverly, Phyllis's grandfather, was found under her pillow. It was placed in the mayor's care, and within half an hour was taken from him by some mysterious person. Then, in conclusion, the inmates of the mayor's cottage, including Jimmy, Phyllis, old Dr. Tuner, and the mayor, watching it. The major's alive. But never mind that now. Captain Friday wants action, and he wants it in a hurry.
Major Lawrence, if you've got any influence, use it now.
What do you want?
Can you get a speed launch, something that can run circles around that steamship that's getting away from us?
It's important?
Important? Man, don't you realize that Judith Wright is on that ship?
You must be wrong. I was standing over there by the gangplank checking every person.
Do we have to argue the girl went aboard in a coffin?
Coffin? Well, come along, both of you.
Hey, Captain, you realize we're leaving that bird English where he lay after you socked him?
Where were your eyes, Skip?
What you mean?
Didn't you see those two men sniffing around the body?
Well, yeah, but I thought they was a couple of natives.
Oh, Major Lawrence's men. They'll look after English.
Come on down these steps. Look lively in the dark. They're rickety.
Ah, what do we got down here?
Government patrol launch. Watch your step.
Hey, this is a little beauty.
Ahoy, Commander!
Aye, aye, Major Lawrence.
We're coming aboard the launch. I want to stop that steamer before she gets out into open water.
Come aboard, sir. We can round her up before she gets out of the harbor with this little job, sir.
All right, aboard with you.
Yep. There. Come on, Skip.
Yeah, coming up. Oh, a nice solid deck, too. I'll give you a hand, Major.
Oh, don't need it. Oh, thanks just the same. All right, Commander, let's go.
Belay there. Drop the stern line. Line release, sir.
Captain Friday, we've got 2 or 3 minutes before we get near enough to steamer to signal. I want to know what this is all about.
I think I can put the whole thing together if you'll tell us how you got away from Marmaduke Island alive.
Well, as you remember, we landed on the island, and I left you and Skip Turner here hidden near the shoreline.
Yeah, for 3 hours.
Yes, well, things went wrong. I was supposed to go inland to a trapper's cabin and pick up the girl.
Judith Wright?
Yes. Instead, I was taken prisoner. I had an Army GI watching the cabin to be sure the girl was kept there until I could arrive.
Was she a prisoner in the cabin?
Yes, being held by a couple of pretty rough characters. We'd located the cabin, and my soldier was watching the place.
Yeah, but if you wanted the girl, why didn't you take Captain Friday and me in with you? We could have stormed the place.
I couldn't do that. That'd have given my whole show away. I'm up here to break up a smuggling and kidnap ring.
So that's what we're up against, huh?
Well, isn't it pretty obvious? They got away with Judith Wright, didn't they?
But if you were going to kidnap her by yourself...
Well, you see, I'm known in these parts. You and Skip Turner aren't. I knew that the next depot in the smuggling chain was here in Port Lancer. I wanted to get the girl in your hands and have you deliver her here. I thought you, as strangers, might spot the hideout here quicker than I could. The gang on this end might even come out in the open, thinking you were the men who were supposed to deliver Miss Wright here.
Oh, but the plan didn't come off, huh?
No. I was made a prisoner. The soldier on guard saw it happen. He dashed in and grabbed up the girl and got out of the cabin.
He thought you was dead.
Well, they yelled to him that they'd kill me unless he brought the girl back. But I ordered him to keep running.
Well, he arrived where we were with a knife blade between his shoulder blades.
Yeah, one of the kidnappers was a French-Canadian knife thrower. When he ran out of the cabin with a knife in his hand, I was afraid of what was going to happen.
But the boy made it, and we got the girl to the mainland where we left the horses. We rode into Port Lancer, stopped at the livery stable. By the way, that Scotch livery stableman is one of the gang.
Good. We'll pick him up. How do you know?
He slugged me. I didn't hit hard enough. When he lured Skip here into the stable, I'd come around and I clipped him instead.
That wasn't very clever of him.
Oh, but it did distract our attention long enough to give the girl a break. She made the most of it.
You mean she ran away when you were in the stable?
Yeah. Luckily, we came to in time to see her running in the direction of the forest. We followed her to her cabin.
Not the cabin of that East Indian hobbit.
That's the cabin.
Hey, we're drawing up on a steamer. Look how much brighter our lights are.
Yeah, only a minute or two longer now. Now, go on, Captain.
Now, we looked in the window and saw Hobbit putting the girl into a casket.
No, that's how they've been shipping human beings into the United States.
United States?
Somewhere in the shadows, as a child, I have heard vague stories of terrible jungle orgies, human sacrifices on the altar of the emerald seven-headed cobra, unholy practices.
The Black Mass.
Here in the jungles of Cambodia.
The Black Mass. And all the time that is supposed to have been an evil byproduct of a overly sophisticated civilization.
Hey, I thought you said these Khmers were civilized.
Go on, Taquan. As I get it, this group that participated in this sort of thing had nothing to do with the priesthood as you knew it in your youth.
That is most true. It was hated. The old men did everything in their power to stamp it out.
And while you were away in Saigon and later in the United States, these human wolves in some manner got a foothold in the Temple of Priests. That right?
That is so. I do not know. But they have turned this ancient temple from a place of honorable worship into a house of abominable practices.
Are all the priests contaminated?
All, Captain Friday, all. Those who refuse to run with the pack and join in the orgies have one by one been slain.
You knew this, yet you brought us to this jungle temple?
But I did not know, Captain Friday. I did not know until I came here.
Go ahead, Commander. Take him apart.
We'll run up alongside now. Ahoy there! Lower the line. Down the ladder over your side. Who places are you anyway? United States government, and keep a civil tongue in your head. Well, why didn't you say so, mister? All right. Hurry up, come aboard.
All right, Major. Up the ladder with you. Thanks, Commander. Follow right behind me, Captain Friday. You too, Skip.
Yeah, right with you, Major.
All right, up we go.
Hey, this ain't no cannery boat, Captain.
Yeah. I was mistaken.
How much further?
Major's up. Here I go over the rail. All right, over with you, Skip.
Yeah.
This man says he's the master of this ship, Captain Friday. How do you do, sir?
Name's Hanson. If I'd had any idea it was a government boat chasing us, I'd have pulled around before.
What's your destination, Captain Hanson?
South Pacific, Indian Ocean.
Bay of Bengal?
Certainly. All the ports around the bay.
First time I noticed there was something lying on the deck. A duffel bag or something. He pulled it up after him, onto the rail.
Was it tied to him?
Oh, there was a rope on it, but I couldn't be sure whether it was fastened to him.
Did it seem very heavy?
Well, it must have been. He had an awful time getting it up.
And then both he and the bag plunged over the side. Is that it?
Yes, sir. Just as Father and Perry ran down the deck.
Here come drinks for everybody. First, Professor LeBrun.
We met Perry Mills, and the two of them went down to take another gander at that Star Sapphire. All right, pick your drink. There's them that likes theirs frosted, and there's them that likes them iced.
Oh, Skip, you shouldn't have brought me any more. I haven't finished this one.
Keep it. You'll need another and another and another to keep the little red devils away. Here you are, Captain.
Which one for me?
Why, both of them. A green one and a yellow one.
Thanks for nothing. Taquan.
Yes?
Taquan, would you have any objections in assisting a friend to commit suicide?
If it was his will, no.
Sure you wouldn't. I know you guys. You wouldn't have any objection to doing the job yourself either if you thought you could get away with it, would you?
It would depend most certainly upon the circumstances, Mr. Skip.
There's sure a lot of queer setups in this man's country.
Have you felt it too, Skip?
Felt it? I've seen it. Look out there.
Slim nuts who think they're wolves swarming around?
It is the only way. And now is the time. When tomorrow dawns and they have returned to their normal selves, they will find Fenlow's body and will know that I am against them. Then it will be too late.
You think we have a good chance of getting to the entrance of the Hollow Mountains?
It has been very still for some time now. All of the members are running with the pack. I think we have a good chance.
What do you say, Chief?
Just one thing. Taquan, you're leading us into danger. If I have the slightest feeling that you're purposely leading us into the hands of the pack, I'll shoot you where you stand.
That is your privilege, Captain Friday.
Good. I just wanted you to understand.
Then are we going now?
We should have food.
There is not time. Once we are at the foot of the Hollow Mountain, there will be food. The horseman who brought us here will be waiting.
But won't there be danger from them?
No. They know nothing of the priesthood or its practices. They know me for a priest. I will do my bidding.
Then the quicker we act, the better.
What about Celia? She's dropped off to sleep here on the rug.
Sure exhaustion.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't waken her. I'll carry her.
We're going to need all hands if we run into a fight.
Plenty of time to wake her up if we run into danger.
You stood up marvelously well, Patricia.
Oh, but would I give worlds for someone to carry me?
Please hurry. There is great danger. Silence is most necessary.
Well, I'll go help Professor LeBrun with the door.
While they're getting ready, let me talk for a moment. Dr. Carter, you and I'll go first with Taquan. You can give him an arm if he feels weak. Next, Patricia, you follow with Perry and Celia.
Yes, boss.
You, Professor LeBrun, bring up the rear with Skip.
Very well, then.
All right, then. Open the door. Open the door slowly. Nothing outside, Captain.
Good. Then let's move along.
Down the corridor to the left, eh, Doc One?
Yes.
The whole place reeks with that wolfish smell.
At the end of the corridor, we come out upon a great open court. Take the stairway downward at the left.
I remember. Anyone see a lurking shadow, let me know. Don't shoot until we're attacked.
No, that would be fatal. Silence is our only hope.
Here's the stairs. Now we begin the descent. All right behind?
Yes, we're close behind. Celia hasn't opened her eyes since Perry picked her up.
Sleeping like a babe.
Oh, I could die when I think. Saul was most certainly mad. Viciously mad.
And it whimpered just like an animal.
Listen. Oh, I didn't hear nothing. Be still.
Dr. Carter, did you and Captain Friday hear anything?
What is it, Professor?
Just listen. There it is. Wolf howl.
Oh, Perry, not really.
What do you think, Doctor?
Professor Lebrun, exactly the same thing you do. I know what that signifies. So do you.
I'm afraid so.
You mean the thing you were telling me about, Dr. Carter, is about to take place?
Exactly, Captain Friday.
The thing for us to do is to barricade ourselves in this room. Can be done. Perry, the big entrance door bars from the inside. Skip, see what you can do with that smaller door, will you?
Hey, now, this is something like it. Come on, Perry, let's get a little action into this. I've had the jitter and juju sitting around holding my hands.
What about it, Dr. Carter?
Captain Friday's in command now, Perry. Do what he tells you.
Come along, Dr. Carter. Out on the balcony.
Oh, there it is again. It's coming nearer.
But what is it that's happening?
I don't know. Maybe that's the leader of the pack.
Coming here?
Oh, you two girls remain right here by the fire. You'll be safe enough.
But what are my father and Captain Friday doing out on the balcony?
A matter that does not concern you in the least. No, stay here.
You're not telling me what to do, Professor Lebrun.
I warn you, Patricia, if you step out on that...
What is the report, Lancer, to make Captain Friday think that... But wait.
Watch out your horse doesn't stumble. We gotta wade this creek.
I don't hear no creek.
You will as soon as we turn the corner. It's just up ahead.
How much further, Captain Friday?
We'll be at Port Lancer in another 5 minutes.
I'm not used to riding.
Neither am I, and that's a fact. I bet they'll have to peel the seat of my pants off. I've ground it between me and the saddle so hard.
I hear the running water up ahead.
Yeah, here's where we cross. I keep a tight rein. The creek bed has a rocky bottom, and your horse is liable to stumble unless you keep his head up. Here we go now. Come on, boy. Come on. Now then, up the bank with you. Good boy. Come on, Miss Wright. Just hang on. Keep right behind her, Skip.
Okay, here it comes. Come on, boy. Come on. Hang on, Judith.
Up the bank. Come on, boy. Come on.
Right behind you. Up, boy. Up. Come on.
Oh, he's a stowaway.
Where is he?
Oh, Houlihan. Please, it's all right to come out.
Oh, Houlihan, huh?
They don't mind if you're a stowaway. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, but sure now you shouldn't have given me away.
You have nothing to fear from Captain Friday and Skip Turner. This is O'Houlihan, Captain Friday.
Hello, Houlihan.
And the same to you, mister.
Now, then, what's been going on here?
Well, as the little lady here says, I'm a stowaway.
You sure picked yourself a sweet ship to hide out on.
Well, you can't be pickish. Ain't many ships come up this way anymore. Take what you can get.
Okay. So you stowed aboard this craft. What then?
Well, I overheard Captain Hansen and that East India feller, Abed. I heard him talking.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was down here. They put that there coffin right up next to that hatch there. And Abed told the captain that if there was any sign of trouble, the hatch was to be opened and the coffin dumped overboard.
Yeah?
And then they went away.
Go on.
Well, being a curious cuss, I kept wondering what was in the coffin that they didn't want the police to know about.
And so you unscrewed the lid?
Yeah, I reckon I did. And you can imagine the surprise when out pops the little lady here. She was kind of mad at me at first, though.
Well, I thought he was spoiling the whole thing.
You hadn't heard the conversation about dumping you?
No, I'd heard nothing. But when O'Houlihan told...
Wonder they lived in the same neighborhood 10 years without the lid blowing off.
Well, still, I don't understand. What made Doc Sims write that note threatening to turn Mr. Walters over to the police? And after all these years?
Oh, that's easy. Doc Sims was burned up about the whole business. He suspected there was something smelly about the affair, so he kept nosing around, writing letters to Australia, keeping his eyes and ears open. And finally, he got the straight dope on Walters.
Discovered he was really his brother, eh?
Mm-hmm. And wanted for murder.
And then Doc Sims wrote that note threatening Andrew Walters, the one you read to us.
That's right.
You think then, Captain, that upon receiving the note from Doc Sims, Walters went to his room and hanged himself?
That's what it looks like. Trapped after all these years of safety, you know how you'd feel. Settle down to spend the rest of your life in peace and quiet, and then suddenly find yourself facing the gas chamber.
Please, I can't bear to think of it.
Oh, it is deplorable.
The thing I can't figure out is, if Walters hanged himself, who cut him down? Well, somebody else was in on this thing.
You don't suppose Doc Sims cut him down before going out on the beach to die, do you?
Could have done it, but why?
Please, I have a confession.
Andres, you didn't...
Conscience bothering you? All right, Andres, out with it.
Please, you will try to understand why I have not told this before.
Well, what's on your mind? Did you kill Andy Walters?
No, I did not do that.
Well, you've got something on your conscience.
No, I will explain.
That's blackjack.
With pleasure.
Hey, hitting a man behind the ear with his hands up.
Oh.
Good.
That was terrible.
Exactly what they deserve. Now then, Mr. English, tie these men up this time so they will stay tied.
All I can do is my best.
And make it quickly. And then screw the lid back on this casket, and we will get the girl and coffin away from here.
Oh, my head. Skip, wake up. Skip, wake up. Come on. He didn't hit you that hard.
Oh, what fell on me?
They sapped us with a blackjack.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, what a head I got.
And more than that, we're cinched up again with buckskin thongs.
Oh, just let me lay here and die.
Come on. You gotta use that safety razor blade again. You think you can get it out of the sole of my shoe?
Where are we?
In the basement of the cabin.
Laying on this cold cement floor ain't gonna help my arthritis.
What I'm doing? You want me to fasten you up again?
No, never mind that now. Come on out in the light so we can see what we're doing. Here, give me the skirt.
Here's your pan of water, Captain.
All right, Skip. Hold the pan. I want Perry to help me bathe these scratches.
What's keeping LeBrun? He's checking the hall doors, Chief. Said he'd be right back.
Dr. Carter, start cutting away his clothes wherever you see a claw mark, will you?
My poor friend.
How are those bandages coming along?
Does it make any difference how long they are?
Longer the better, that's all.
Okay.
The doors are secure. Well, what's the trouble here?
It's Daquan. Hey, you'd better take over, Professor.
Yes, these wounds should be washed. We'll need warm water.
Hey, Professor, there's another one of them pots out on the balcony. What about filling it up and setting it on the fire?
Go ahead, Skip.
He hasn't said a word. Is he conscious?
Do not fear for me. It is not I for whom my heart weeps.
Out of his head.
Find any marks in his body?
Number of deep gashes on his left side. Look here. Something's bitten into the flesh here.
Here, let me see. That needs immediate attention. Perry, you go on washing the face. Here, Captain, roll him toward you just a bit. There. That's better.
Yeah, that's a humding of a fire. You'll have hot water in no time.
Oh, wring out your handkerchief and hand it to me, Perry. Thanks. Captain Friday, take the longest blade of your knife and...
From those high arched windows, and Celia was still sleeping beside me.
Everything was normal? No blood on the bedclothing or on the floor where this strange being was murdered?
No.
Patricia, tell them about our pajamas.
Well, there must have been evidence of the murder on us. The thing was killed right over us, and I remember seeing blood before I fainted.
Go on, Patricia.
Well, when we awakened this morning, we weren't in the pajamas we went to bed in. Our baggage had been opened and clean things put on us. The bedclothes had been changed, and everything was different.
What I would call super excellent service,
Your humor is a little misplaced at a time like this, LeBrun.
Oh, really now? I say, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Look here, Celia. Have you and Patricia examined your luggage?
Yes. And that's something else that's queer.
How's that, Celia?
Well, we found the pajamas that we put on when we went to bed last night. The ones we were wearing when Taquan killed the man. Were all freshly washed and pressed and with our other clothes.
Patricia, are you certain you two didn't dream all this?
We didn't dream it, boss. It happened.
What do you make of it, Dr. Carter?
It's beyond me, Captain. I never heard of such a thing before.
Oh, the hallucinations of overtired brains.
Professor Lebrun, are you trying to make me sound mad? I tell you what happened.
Please.
Man, Captain Friday. He has a splendid mind. He's a natural-born leader.
You seem to know a great deal about him.
I've met him. I've seen him command men. I like him tremendously.
Well, he's still a murderer. He's a prisoner who escaped from my hands. He'll return to Saigon my prisoner, or one of us will return in a casket.
I'm sorry, Captain. There is nothing I can do for you, then.
You're not leaving us behind, Lebrun. According to the instructions of Dr. Carter's note, I'm co-leader with you on this expedition now.
Oh, no. You go along all right.
There's nothing more you could do for us. Skip and I look out for ourselves, as long as you promise protection for Patricia.
Your secretary is in absolutely no danger.
And the matter's settled.
There's an old biblical quotation, Captain. It goes something like this. He who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword.
Yeah. Well, it's lucky swords have gone out of fashion then, ain't
it? If I didn't know you to be a pair of brave men, I'd think you the biggest lunatics out of asylums.
Hey, look yonder across that patch of woods. What are all them lights?
The dancers. There's a religious ceremony down on the Elephant Terrace.
Oh, yeah, the chief mentioned it. What kind of lights have they got?
Torches of bamboo, bound in some kind of a leaf and dipped in perfumed oil.
Yeah?
And Agnes right. I think you've won the friendship of the United States government.
Oh, those are good words. That's what I've wanted you to say. More than anything, I wish to be friends with the great government of the United States.
And so Judith Wright ended her misguided flight from Norway to Port Lancer, finally made her peace with this government, and was given shelter from the desperation and violence of her homeland. And now she is a citizen. A Coffin for the Lady is a Carlton E. Morse production, and another in the series of Adventures by Morse.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
Two o'clock on the afternoon of the third day in the City of the Dead. A drenching wet blanket of fog still lays upon this old abandoned cemetery. In our last episode, Jimmy Parker and Dr. Tuner had gone down into the City of the Dead in search of the phantom church bell, leaving Phyllis Carroll alone with Mayor Friday. Jimmy tried to prevent this arrangement, but was unsuccessful, and so at the last minute he slipped Phyllis the knife with which she had been stabbed 2 days previously, and a police whistle. If in danger, she was to blow the whistle. Jimmy and Doc then went down to the old church ruins and accidentally discovered the bell in the basement of the ruins.
But that wasn't all we found. There was a man down there. He was bound and gagged and near death from a blow on the head and from starvation. He was the one who had been ringing the bell. Dr. Tuner and I unbound the now unconscious fellow and started back to the cottage with him. And halfway there, suddenly out of the murk and gloom came the piercing squeal of a police whistle. I knew that meant Phyllis was in danger. I dropped the unconscious man and ran through the fog for the cottage, leaving Doc Tuner to follow with the stranger as best he could. I'm coming! I'm coming, Phil! Oh, I was a fool to leave her with Mayor Friday. Here's the house. Phil! Phil, I'm coming! I'm coming! Phyllis, what's the matter?
Jimmy, you're so white. What's the matter with you?
Well, isn't anything wrong? You blew the whistle?
Why, no, I didn't, Jimmy.
You mean that police whistle, Parker?
Captain Friday. Where did you come from?
He's back, Jimmy. Nothing happened to him at all.
Never mind that now. Were you talking about the police whistle?
Yes.
There's one of my men outside. I've got a whole crew down from the city hunting for that phantom church bell.
Well, you don't need him. Dr. Tuner and I found it.
What? You found it? You say you found the phantom church bell? Where?
Yeah, Mayor Friday. Found it in the basement of the old church.
Basement. Well, now, ain't that the beatin'est... Why didn't I think of that right off? But who in Sam here would think of looking in a basement for a ringing bell?
Oh, but look here, Parker. What made the bell ring?
Well, there was a man. Say, we've got to go help Dr. Tuner. He's got a dying man down there in the city of the dead. I left him alone when I heard the whistle.
A man? Who is it?
I never saw him before. Neither did the doctor.
You say he's dying?
Well, that's what Dr. Tuner said.
Well, come on, Parker. I want to see that man.
Well, listen. Here he comes now.
Captain Friday, now, where in Tunket...
Never mind that now, Doc. What'd you do with the man?
I reckon you won't need him any longer.
Of course I do. I want to question him.
Can't question him, Captain. He died back yonder while I was fetching him up.
Died? Without saying a word?
Unconscious for a few seconds. Gave his name, told me who he was, and how come he was tied up, and then he died.
Oh, the poor fellow.
Well, who was he?
Said his name was William Rogers. Said he was an employee of Cartwright, Hobson, and Cartwright, the attorneys who sent Miss Carroll here her letter about where the black pearls were hidden.
There. That's the key to the whole story. That's what I've been looking for. Doc, did he say what he was doing down here in the city of the dead?
He said he was looking for the black pearls.
Why, the dirty, double-crossing son of a thief, he got what was coming to him.
Them was his own last words, Captain. Said he deserved what he got.
Did he say how he got information about the pearls?
Yes, he said that 2 days before the letter was sent to Miss Carroll, it was taken out of the company vault and put in a special file. He had access to this file and made a practice of stealing information that he could sell.
What a fine piece of jailbait he was. Cartwright will be tickled pink to hear about this. Well, that just about gives me a line on this whole affair.
You mean you can explain everything now?
Yes, Miss Carroll. It's a deuce of a mess, but I got it straight, I think.
And you don't think Jimmy or I killed my cousin, Bert Arnold?
No, wait. Let's go back to the beginning of the whole thing. Here, sit down, Parker. You too, Doctor. It's a long and intricate story, and it's going to take a while telling you.
Sit here on the bed beside me, Jimmy.
Oh, you mind putting another log on the fire first, Parker?
Oh, sure thing.
So you got the whole thing straightened out, Captain.
Yeah, but with you and Dad acting like a couple of clams, I mighty near slipped up.
So you think you got the thing straightened out now, huh, son?
I certainly have, Dad. No fooling. Oh, you all set, Parker?
Yeah. Go ahead. Comfortable, Phil?
Oh, yes, Jimmy.
Well, as I said, to get the thing straight, we'll have to start way back at the beginning.
You mean the night we caught these two youngsters sneaking out of the city of the dead? The night somebody shot at the mayor?
No much further back than that, Doc. I'll have to go way back to the San Francisco fire in 1906.
Oh.
Yes, Miss Carroll. Back to the time when your grandfather, Theodore Beverly, and your uncle Robert Beverly lost everything in the blaze.
Robert Beverly? You mean my uncle who disappeared?
That's right.
Is he mixed up in this, too?
Oh, rather. Well, this is the way things happened. On the night the fire got such a hold on San Francisco that it was apparent most of the business and residential district was going to burn, old Theodore Beverly and his son Robert took that precious collection of pearls, drove down here to the city of the dead, and buried them in one of the graves. Their clue to the place where the pearls were buried was the name on the tombstone. The name was Ernest Morton.
Well, that explains all the activity in the vicinity of Ernie Morton's grave.
Yes. Now then, after the fire had been subdued in San Francisco and everything was put more or less to rights, old man Beverly and Robert came down here to recover their hidden treasure. It wasn't there.
What?
Nope, not there.
Oh, but I don't understand. What about the letter he left with the Cartwright lawyers for me?
Well, the old man lost a good deal of his reason in the fire. He saw his business burn up before his eyes. He saw his great fortune vanish overnight. Saw his beautiful home burn, everything go. His mind went with it. So even before they returned for the pearls, Theodore Beverly was a broken man.
Well, then he might have forgotten where he hid the pearls.
Yeah, but Robert should have remembered.
That's true, and yet Robert wasn't all that he might have been. I'll have to say a little about him to explain. He was an unhealthy young man, had always been pampered, not too brilliant. In every way, a minus quantity. Almost subnormal, wouldn't you say, Dr. Tuner?
No, I wouldn't say that. Just a fellow who'd never have to lift a hand to help himself. absolutely at sea when thrown on his own.
Well, there he is. Certainly he was thrown on his own after his father's fortune disappeared. And he was twice as helpless when his father lost his reason.
Well, then the pearls may still be buried somewhere down here in the city of the dead?
You're getting ahead of the story, Miss Carroll. Well, it was sometime during this period that old man Beverly made out those elaborate papers giving the pearls to you. He was obsessed with the idea that the pearls were buried in Ernie Morton's grave. That's the excuse for the papers. You see, Cartwright didn't know what the letter contained. They just filed it away to give to you on your 20th birthday as ordered.
Oh.
Now then, Doc Tooner didn't quite tell the truth when he said all his patients were buried in the city of the dead.
Told all that was necessary.
Well, perhaps for general knowledge, yes, Doc. But as a matter of fact, he had one patient left. It was Theodore Beverly.
Oh, my grandfather. You were his doctor.
One of my best friends before he lost his mind, Miss Carroll.
Now then, for the next 3 or 4 years after the fire, Theodore Beverly and Robert used to make trips down here to the city of the dead to dig around for the pearls. It wasn't only the old man who was becoming obsessed with the idea that the pearls were still in the cemetery. Robert grew more and more peculiar. At first, the mayor here, who knew them both well, too, tried to curb them, but it was useless.
Yeah, we'd have had to lock them up.
Yes. It soon became apparent that either they'd have to be allowed the run of the cemetery or else they'd have to be locked up in an asylum.
Oh.
Doc and Dad here talked it over quite a long time. To put them away would have meant a tremendous scandal. So finally, after much thought, Dad built a little cabin back there in the woods and moved both of them in.
Say, look here, Captain Friday. You're not going to tell us one of them was masquerading as Lammy Fink.
Exactly what I'm saying. Robert Beverly and Lammy Fink are one and the same person.
Yeah, but if you knew...
I didn't know it, Parker, until I got on this case. I grew up as a kid down here thinking that Lammy Fink was no one else but Lammy Fink, an addle-pated gravedigger, and that the old man who lived with him was his crazy father, Old Fink.
So Mother's suspicions were right. Grandfather wasn't drowned.
No, not drowned. They just faded out of the world they'd always lived in and became mere shadows in the city of the dead. Their obsession concerning the pearls took a peculiar form. They set up a sort of guardianship over the city of the dead. They watched everyone who approached the cemetery like hawks. Everyone who came down here, they believed, were here to dig for their pearls.
Yeah, never hurt no one. Just watched them until they left.
That's right. Well, it got so they didn't do much digging themselves. The old man would grow uneasy about once a month and go out and dig like fury for a few hours. Dad here got so he could tell when a spell was coming on. After old man Beverly had worn himself out and had left, Dad would go down and fill up the hole and replace the turf.
So that's how all those graves have been refilled so mysteriously. Remember, Captain, I told you the place where Phil and I had dug had been covered up. And the grave was refilled after we opened Ernie Morton's grave and found Bert Arnold.
Yes, Dad was responsible for all that. Well, now, that brings us down to the night that the phantom bell started ringing and old Clawfoot put in his appearance. And you, Miss Carroll, and Parker here were captured.
Yes. Well, who was old Clawfoot, Captain Friday?
Ah, just a minute. At least 2 days before you and Parker came to the city of the dead, Dad here discovered that the cemetery was receiving night marauders other than Robert or old man Beverly. He called Dr. Tooner down the second day, and things had just about reached some sort of a mysterious climax when you two kids walked onto the scene. Dad and Doc naturally thought they'd finally caught the guilty parties, and they locked you up. They didn't call the police because they feared giving away the Beverly secret, which they dreaded doing after all these years.
So they just locked us up.
That's it. But they were curious about this phantom bell. They went down to the old church and found that new rope hanging from the ceiling. As you know, Dad pulled the rope thinking it would ring the bell, and he was creased by a bullet.
Yes. Well, who did that?
That was a booby trap. That rope wasn't fastened to a bell. It was fastened to the trigger of a revolver on the opposite side of the room. A thread fastened to the rope ran across the ceiling and down the opposite wall to the gun, which was pointed directly at the rope. Anyone pulling the rope would be in a direct line with the bullet.
But who would rig up a trap like that?
That's what took me the longest to figure out. You see, it wasn't the sort of thing a person of old Clawfoot's type would do. This was underworld stuff. Somebody was trying to bump somebody off. I began to check up on Bert Arnold's recent friends, discovered that he'd hired 3 men to work with him on some kind of a hidden treasure hunt. He didn't know it, but they were some of the Morelli mob, bad boys to tangle with. The moment he mentioned $500,000 in buried treasure, they were with him all the way. Well, the police in San Francisco have picked up 2 of these fellows. That's where I got this information.
Oh, Bert Arnold wasn't bad, Captain Friday. I know he wasn't.
I know that. He just picked the wrong men to work with him.
Well, but where did Bert find out about the pearls?
Well, that's where this chap from Cartwright's office comes in. The phantom bell ringer. He opened your letter, got the information about the pearls, sealed up the letters again, and then took his information to Bert Arnold.
Then that's the man we found bound and gagged in the old church?
That's it. He sold his information to young Arnold for $1,000. But he evidently didn't know what square shooting was. As soon as he got the $1,000, he organized his own searching party and came down here to hunt for the pearls himself.
Seems funny he gave Bert the information.
Yeah, it does seem funny, Doc. On the other hand, his game was to give out stolen information. Probably the idea of hunting for the pearls himself was an afterthought. Anyway, Bert and his 3 friends came down to the City of the Dead, and right after them came, what was his name? Rogers and his men. Neither party could locate Ernie Morton's grave the first night. Eventually, they clashed, and Bert Arnold and his men caught this Rogers fellow, but his men got away. They tied him up in the basement of the church, intending to leave him there until they found the pearls.
Real gang stuff.
And that's not the half of it. Here, throw another stick of wood on the fire, and we'll get to the second night. That's when murder really came to the City of the Dead.
Slowly the skein of intrigue and desperate action is beginning to unwind. When Jimmy and Phyllis came down to dig in the grave of Ernie Morton, they set into motion a train of events which shook the whole graveyard. Death was breathing down their very necks. But wait.
The second night, Bert's gang had no better luck in looking for the Morton grave. But the third night brought you 2 kids down here. You went directly to the grave. How did you find it?
Well, there's a map in the City of the Dead with all the plots named on it in the recorder's office in the City Hall up in San Francisco. We found it on that before we came down.
You don't say. Well, you're not so dumb. Oh, and now to get back to the gun trap in the church. Bert's men were using the church for a hangout in the daytime, doing their searching at night. One evening, while Bert and his men were out, Rogers' men slipped into the back room and rigged up the booby trap for revenge, hoping that one of the other gang would be shot. Evidently, however, Doc, Tuner, and Dad were the first to run across it.
Yeah, just my kind of luck.
What a horrible, cowardly thing to do.
Well, now to get back to the night you came down. You went to Ernie Morton's grave and began to dig. It wasn't any time until Bert and his men heard you and crept up to see who it was. Bert recognized you in the moonlight, Miss Carroll, and kept his men back.
You see, Jimmy? I knew someone was watching.
Yeah.
But they weren't the only ones watching.
Really? Who else?
There were 2 other groups.
2?
Yes. There were the men of Rogers' gang, and back watching you and the Rogers gang were Old Man Beverly and Robert.
Well, now, if that wasn't a setup.
Finally, Miss Carroll, you became frightened, and you made Parker quit digging before he'd really had a chance to get deep enough to find anything.
I couldn't stand it any longer.
The minute you 2 left, Bert and his men sneaked up, saw that it was Ernie Morton's grave you were digging in, and took up the work where you 2 left off. You see, they saw that you hadn't found the pearls.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't find them now. Just think what might have happened.
Well, the Rogers gang waited until you were out of hearing, and then they jumped Bert and his men, and in the fight, Bert was strangled and his men driven off.
Oh.
Then they, in turn, took up the job of digging.
Then the Rogers gang got the pearls after all?
Now, wait a minute. After they dug to their satisfaction, they threw Bert's body in the grave and partly covered it up. Later, Dad came along and saw the half-opened grave, and thinking that Old Man Beverly had been up to his tricks again, filled it in, not knowing that he was helping to cover up a murder.
But what about the sobbing we heard on the road? And who stole Jimmy's car?
The car was stolen by Bert's 3 friends. They wanted to make a quick getaway after Bert was killed. You thought there were only 2, but the third one got into the car further down the road.
And what about the person we heard sobbing?
That was Robert, or Lammy Fink, whichever you wish to call him.
But where was Old Man Beverly?
In Lammy's arms.
In his arms?
Yes. The old man's terror at seeing a man murdered was so great that it killed him. Lammy, or Robert, grabbed his father's body up in his arms and fled sobbing through the tombstones and down the road. That's who you 2 youngsters hurt.
Yeah, but look here, Captain. I thought you told me it was Lammy Fink who was scared to death.
I thought it was at first. You see, I hadn't seen either Lammy or his father for 10 years or more. Besides, I only had a few moments to examine the 3 bodies down in the cellar of Lammy's cabin before the place was set on fire. Light was bad, and added to that, Lammy and the old man always did look a great deal alike.
Yeah, but Dr. Tuner and the mayor should have recognized the old man.
Well, they would have, except that they had even less time to look over the bodies than I had.
I thought Lammy's face looked awfully old, but the captain said it was Lammy, and I never thought to check up.
The light was so bad I didn't even get a good look at his face.
So my grandfather has just died. It seems so strange. I can't realize it. You see, I've thought of him as dead for more than 10 years.
But that means Lammy Fink isn't dead.
Yes, Parker. That means Lammy Fink isn't dead.
Well, where is he then?
In custody.
You mean Lammy Fink is in jail?
Robert Beverly, alias Lammy Fink, is under observation. But we'll get to that presently. The next question in line is who burned Lammy's cabin?
Yeah, I'd like to know about that myself.
Well, it was one of Bert's gang, Dad. They made their getaway in Parker's car, but they'd left so many clues behind them that it was necessary for them to return and sort of clean up. I got this from one of the men we caught. According to him, they returned the next night after Bert was killed and saw us dig up Bert's body. We left him at the grave while I went after a stretcher, and you, Dad, and Doc here, dashed off after old Clawfoot. Parker was still out from that clip I gave him on the jaw. They sneaked in and got the body. Parker woke up just in time to see someone carrying the body away in the fog.
But why'd they bother about the body?
Because they knew that as long as we didn't know who was murdered, we wouldn't be able to get a line on their gang. That likewise was the reason for the burning of the cabin. Now, the next incident was the murder of the stranger who tried to saw his way into Parker's room.
The man we saw Clawfoot murder?
Yes, that was another member of Bert's gang. Remember, I was clipped on the head, and his body also stolen for the same reason that Bert's was stolen. To hide the identity of those still remaining alive.
Yeah, but how did the bodies get in the cellar of Lammy's cabin?
Well, according to the men we have in custody, they put the bodies in the cabin thinking it was a deserted shack. Lammy must have come along and lugged them down into the basement and arranged them alongside the body of old man Beverly. Lammy, by this time, was completely out of his head.
Say, Captain Friday, just when did you capture Lammy Fink?
Later.
Oh.
But why did Clawfoot kill him?
To protect you and Miss Carroll.
To protect... Say, who is Clawfoot anyway?
Oh, Jimmy, don't you know by this time? It was Lammy Fink, of course.
Yes, Lammy Fink. Or if you prefer, your Uncle Robert, Miss Carroll.
Oh, well, then he must have known me.
Yes, he knew you all right. That was why he patrolled about the house. That's why he brought you the Black Pearl.
The Black Pearl? Clawfoot or Lammy Fink brought me that?
Yeah. The night he broke into the cottage. He put it under your pillow when you fainted. He threw the knife through the window that stabbed you, too, Miss Carroll.
He did? Well, but why if he was protecting me?
He didn't mean to hit you. That was an accident. By the way, where's that knife?
What? Well, but tell me, Captain Friday, why did he throw it?
Well, where's the knife? I'll show you.
Well,
Give it to him, Phyllis.
Well, what's it doing there in bed with you?
I gave it to her for protection when I had to leave her.
Oh, you did you? Thought I was going to murder her, I suppose.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Friday. Honest, I am. I shouldn't have suspected you, but... Well, I had to do everything I could to protect Phil.
I think I understand, boy. Forget it.
Well, look here at the knife. See here how the handle screws off the blade?
Oh, what's inside?
There.
The Black Pearl.
Not the Black Pearl, Miss Carroll. A Black Pearl.
But I don't understand.
Well, it's simple. Old man Beverly kept 2 of the pearls out of the collection for some unaccountable reason. And the old man died, Lammy fell heir to them, and he was trying to give them to you. He was highly unsuccessful both times he tried. The first time he almost stabbed you to death. The second time he nearly frightened you into fits.
Say, I reckon while we're on the subject of that visit, I want to know how the mayor here got out of that bedroom when he was locked in.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that.
Well, the mayor had slipped out of the house hours before. I didn't know where he was or what he was up to, but I didn't want the rest of you to know he was out and increase your suspicion. So I pretended he was asleep, and I locked the door.
Yeah, I'll be dead, Burns.
So it was you, Mayor, who was digging in Ernie Morton's grave at the end of the trail of bones?
No, Parker, Dad wasn't digging in the grave. He was just filling up the grave that Robert Beverly, alias Lammy Fink, alias Clawfoot, had opened. He was getting battier and battier. The opening of the cottage door and dropping that skeleton inside was one instance. The scattering of his bones through the city of the dead was another. And finally, he gathered them up again in a sack and left them on the porch.
But I want to know what became of you, Captain Friday, while I was lying behind that tombstone.
Well, you have got an explanation coming. I saw it was Dad in the grave. I didn't want you to see him. So I made you lie flat, and then I sneaked out and took him away. After you'd gone back to the cottage, Dad finished filling up the grave and then returned to the cottage.
So that's how it was. And about that gold pencil you had, Mayor.
Go ahead and explain it, son.
Well, when I caught Dad in the grave, I had him in a tight place. So I made him sit down and write out the whole story, most of the story I've told you. He'd been trying to cover up for the Beverlys, but I made him give me the lowdown then and there. Anyway, he borrowed my gold pencil and then stuck it in his pocket. That's how that happened. I hear you tried to lie out of it, got caught, Dad.
Yeah.
Doesn't pay to lie if you're not good at it. Now then.
But who jerked the mayor in my bedroom and robbed him of the other black pearl?
Here, just a minute. Yeah, here it is. Here's your other black pearl.
Then it was you in there.
Yes, I needed that pearl. But I didn't choke Dad to get it, and I didn't take it away from him. He gave it to me.
Well, I had to tell some story. You didn't want him to know the truth.
That's right. You see, folks, I wasn't getting anywhere working in the open, so I decided to disappear and keep my eyes on things from cover. Didn't take long to get to the bottom of things that way.
Was it you that kidnapped Clawfoot out in front?
Yes. Did you see that?
Well, partly. It was still so dark we couldn't see who it was.
It was I.
Say, what made him make those horrible noises? Why didn't he talk?
I rushed into the city and an examination was made. His throat became paralyzed, evidently, the night he saw Bert Arnold murdered. It was a condition paralleling his mental state. All he could do was wail.
Oh. Well, but why did he wear that funny robe, then? And what about his claw feet?
Oh, yes, his claw feet. Haven't you ever seen these Indian moccasins made out of the foot skins of animals with the claws left in to make them ornamental?
By gum, of course.
Oh, then his feet weren't clawed at all.
No. Lammy had a pair of those moccasins. He lost all of his clothes. When the cabin was burned, he didn't even have a coat. It was awfully cool. Dad had some sheets out on the line airing, and Lammy stole one of them to wrap himself in.
Oh, the poor thing was just trying to keep warm.
That's all. He wasn't the least bit interested in being ghostly.
Well, isn't that the limit?
About explains everything, too, I guess.
No, there'll be points coming up from now on, but that covers the most important phases of the case.
Yeah, but look here, you haven't even touched on the most important thing of all.
Yeah?
Yes. What's become of Theodore Beverly's collection of black pearls?
Oh, the black pearls. Well, my dear Parker, the pearls are waiting for Miss Carroll up in a strongbox in the Civic Center National Bank, where they have been ever since the fire of 1906.
What's that? You mean to say those pearls never were buried down here in the City of the Dead?
Yes, they were. When the fire started, the pearls were buried here. But after it had been checked, old man Beverly came down here alone, dug them up, and deposited them in the bank. Right after that, he lost his memory. He remembered burying them originally in the City of the Dead, but he forgot all about coming back here for them and putting them in the bank.
You don't say. Criminy, how did you find that out?
Well, at dawn this morning, I rushed Lammy to the city, and the whole story came out in the first editions of the paper. About me having two of the collection of the Beverly pearls and all that. Well, the bank saw the story and called me. They had the rest of the pearls. They had an order to deliver the pearls to Miss Carroll on her 20th birthday.
They did? Well, why didn't they do it then?
Because the old man had made a mistake of a month in her age. The bank would have automatically delivered the pearls to you, Miss Carroll, next month.
You mean to say that I'm worth $500,000?
Exactly that.
Oh, golly. Well, Jimmy, now you've just got to marry me.
Hey.
Yes, you do. A girl with that much money needs protection.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, darling. And you're all invited to the wedding.
Yeah, and we'll be there. Don't you think we won't?
And you, Captain Friday?
Well, I don't know. I've got some business that's going to take me out of town if I get back.
What kind of business, son?
Military intelligence, Dad. The government's put a finger on Skip Turner and me to do a job for them up off the coast of Canada.
Who's Skip Turner?
One of my operatives in my agency.
Off the coast of Canada? That sounds like smugglers.
Well, I can't talk about it, but I can guarantee you there's liable to be plenty of death and destruction before we get through. There's some pretty lonely, wide-open spaces up in that country. And not all the animals go around on four legs.
Smugglers, death and destruction, a country where all the animals don't go around on four legs. Next week, you will find Captain Friday and his sidekick, Skip Turner, fighting for their lives and for a very beautiful young woman when Adventures by Morse brings you the first episode of A Coffin for the Lady, a new Carlton E. Morse production.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. As usual, you're punctual to the minute.
Naturally, when I have an appointment with my favorite doctor.
Oh, well, draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was going over my notes on the case before you arrived. I came across this old theater program. I think it'll interest you.
Garrick Theater, Sir Basil Wentworth in a revival of Martin Reeves' famous play, The Road is Narrow. A production that you and the great Sherlock Holmes attended, I'm sure.
We certainly did, Mr. Bell, though at the time we had no idea that we were about to become involved in the tragic death of Martin Reeves. You've probably heard of him, haven't you, Mr. Bell?
It seems to me I had to read him in school, Dr. Watson.
He's rather out of fashion now, like so many other good things. But in the 1890s, apart from Lord Tennyson, there wasn't a more famous writer in England, or a more respected one. The story I'm going to tell you tonight, Mr. Bell, concerns the horrible circumstances surrounding his death.
Sounds like a mighty intriguing Sherlock Holmes adventure. But before you begin, Dr. Watson, do you mind if I...
You have your little talk? No, of course not, Mr. Bell.
Men, well-groomed hair helps so much in giving a man that prosperous, successful appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why Kreml hair tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives. Kreml never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients that's never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair, and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml keeps hair in perfect order from morning till night, always looking so healthy and handsome. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the singular death of Martin Reeves?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began late on a foggy evening many, many years ago. Sherlock Holmes and I had been to the Garrick Theater to see the revival of Martin Reeves' play, and I remember that we decided to walk home to Baker Street. As we approached the old familiar door of 221B, our footsteps echoed hollowly in the deserted street, and the chimes of a neighboring church reminded us of the fact that it was midnight.
A delightful evening, Watson. A good dinner, an excellent bottle of wine, and 3 hours of theatrical magic.
Well, personally, I found the play rather depressing.
Its theme is a morbid one, but the writing and construction are flawless. Yes, a magnificent play and well worth reviving. By the way, I noticed an item in the Times this morning concerning Martin Reeves. He's dangerously ill.
Oh, really? Well, he must be quite an old man.
82, to be precise.
Really, is he as old as that?
Curious career, Watson. His greatest success was written when he was a young man. In the past 50 years, he has never written anything to compare with tonight's play.
No, I don't think it... Holmes, look up at our window.
Hello. The gas is brightly lighted, whereas Mrs. Hudson invariably turns it low when we're out. And look at the silhouette on the blind. There's a man pacing up and down the room.
A visitor at midnight, Holmes. This looks ominous. Be careful now. It may be some sort of trap.
I think not, Watson. If some desperado were lying in wait for me, I doubt whether he'd be stupid enough to turn up the gas to advertise his presence.
Just the same, I wonder how he got in.
Presumably through the front door. Mrs. Hudson has instructions to let a client wait in our rooms if his business seems urgent.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, sir.
I'm Dr. Manners, Harvey Manners.
How do you do, Dr. Manners? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
I must apologize for being here at such an hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but my business is urgent.
I'm sure it is, Doctor.
I left Carlisle this morning, arriving at St. Pancras Station 2 hours ago. I came directly here, persuaded your housekeeper to let me wait for you.
Then sit down, my dear doctor, and tell me what urgent business has brought you to London.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been acting in the capacity of personal physician for Martin Reeves, the playwright.
Martin Reeves? What an extraordinary coincidence. We've just returned from seeing the revival of his play, The Road is Narrow. We were talking about him as we walked home.
I understand the grand old man is dying.
He's not in good shape, Mr. Holmes. His heart's in very bad condition. Auricular fibrillation, Dr. Watson.
No, then at his age, I imagine you don't hold out much hope.
No, but I think with care, he might last a year or two. But the reason I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, is that I'm convinced that although he's a dying man, someone is trying to murder him.
To murder him? Good Lord.
What reason do you have for saying that, Dr. Manners?
Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been in almost daily attendance on Mr. Reeve. Last night, his coachman drove over to get me, saying that his master had suffered another bad attack. When I got to the house, I found that Mr. Reeve had received a severe shock. He was in a state of almost complete hysteria, and he kept insisting that he'd seen an apparition in his room a few hours earlier.
What kind of an apparition?
A ghost from his past, as he referred to it. I think that someone arranged for that apparition, that they knew of his heart condition, and also knew that a sudden fright could kill him.
It's possible, Dr. Manners, and it would be one of the least detectable methods of murder.
But who would want to kill a dying man?
Who lives at the house with him, Dr. Manners?
His daughter Catherine, his brother Silas, who's a drunken good-for-nothing, and his secretary, a fellow by the name of Hugh Kingslake.
Do you know the condition of Mr. Reeves's will?
No, but I do know he had dictated a new one a few days ago.
A fact that might easily have provoked a crisis. Dr. Manners, you say that Mr. Reeves spoke of seeing an apparition, a ghost from his past. Was he able to describe its appearance?
Well, he was a little incoherent, but he kept babbling something about blonde hair and blue eyes and a young man who'd come back from beyond the grave to haunt him.
Don't you think, Dr. Manners, that these might simply be the delusions of an old and a sick man?
I didn't overlook that possibility, I assure you, Dr. Watson, even though Mr. Reeves' mental faculties are remarkably acute for his age. But last night, after I'd given him a sedative, I examined his room. I found these, Mr. Holmes. That's when I decided to come to you.
Well, let's have a look at them. They look like blonde hair.
Yes, they are, Doctor. I found them on the bedclothes, and yet no one in that house has blonde hair.
Interesting. Very interesting. The hair is human, and yet the roots have minute particles of glue attached to them. Obviously, they're from a wig. Get out the timetable, Watson, will you?
Yeah, we're going to Carlisle?
On the earliest possible train. Though the grand old man of the English theatre is dying, we must do everything in our power to see that his death is not an unnatural one.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm Hugh Kingslake, Mr. Reeves' secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Your accommodations at the hotel are satisfactory, I trust, gentlemen?
Entirely, thank you, Mr. Kingslake.
Thank you. Good. Frankly, I'm most relieved that you're here. Mr. Reeve received a severe shock the night before last. I quite agree with Dr. Manners that someone deliberately induced that shock, knowing the serious condition of Mr. Reeve's heart.
Have you any idea who that someone might be?
Well, it's a little difficult for me to talk, Mr. Holmes. After all, I'm only an employee here, but I can't help feeling that... Oh, good morning, Mr. Reeve.
Kingslake, who are all these men?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and Mr. Silas Reeve.
How do you do, Mr. Reeve?
And what, may I ask, is the professional meddler Sherlock Holmes doing in my brother's house?
I'm here at the request of Dr. Manners.
Manners has no right to bring you here, sir. A lot of rubbish. All this talk about apparitions. Nonsense. Martin's in his second childhood. He's become a gibbering old fool. Personally, I wish he'd die and have done with it.
Well, upon my soul...
Never mind your soul, my good doctor. Why don't you mind your own business and get out of the house? We don't want detectives here.
Mr. Reeve, I've traveled some 200 miles to see your brother, and I have no intention of leaving this house without talking to him.
And talking the devil with you. And if my dear, distinguished brother tells you that I've been sponging on him for years, it's perfectly true.
Uncle Silas.
Enter the beautiful Catherine to try and persuade her drunken old uncle to return to his room.
No, Uncle Silas. I came to get Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Dr. Manners said that Daddy can see them now.
Shall I take them up, Miss Reeve?
No, Mr. Kingslake. I will.
And don't be deceived by the Mr. Kingslake and the Miss Reeves gentlemen. My dear niece and this young man here have a dark secret. A secret that is perfectly apparent to every member of this household.
Uncle Silas.
They're in love. Delightful, isn't it?
Uncle, you're intolerable.
Will you lead the way, Miss Reeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes.
Don't forget to ask him about the play that made him so famous. You might learn some interesting facts.
I must apologize for Uncle Silas, gentlemen. I'm afraid he's like this all the time these days.
I quite understand, Miss
It
Reeve.
must be very distressing for you, my dear.
Oh, I'm used to it, Doctor. Here's Daddy's room. I won't come in with you. Too many people upset him.
Come in.
Please go in, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
Ah, there you are.
Who is it, Manners?
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, Mr. Reeve.
Ah, good. Good. You can leave us, Manners.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. I'll see you both later.
Very well, Doctor.
Come, sit on my bed. That's it.
How are you feeling, sir?
Old and ill. But I'm glad you're both here. Manners displayed unusual enterprise in persuading you to visit me. There's been a lot of nonsense printed about my impending death. Anyone would think a great man is dying.
The author of The Road is Narrow is a great man, Mr. Reeve.
He was a great man, Mr. Holmes.
What do you mean, sir?
The author of that play died 45 years ago.
What?
And yet, his ghost appeared in this room 2 nights ago.
Mr. Reeve, are you saying that you didn't write The Road is Narrow?
Yes, my boy, I am. And it's a secret that's been gnawing at me for years. Now that I'm on my deathbed, I'd like to clear my conscience.
Then who did write the play, sir?
A young friend of mine, by the name of Colin McGrath. I started life as a lawyer's clerk in Keswick, a few miles from here. Colin lived in the same village, and we became great friends. One day, he gave me the manuscript of his play to look at. And I realized it was a work of a genius. Suddenly he died. And no one knew about the manuscript.
You claimed it as your own, sir?
Yes. To my eternal shame, I did. Now, I want to make amends. Mr. Holmes, I want you to find out if any heirs of Colin McGrath still survive. If they do, I'll give them half of my estate.
Mr. Reeve, does anyone else know of this, fraud?
Yes. Knowing that I hadn't long for this world, I confided the secret to 3 members of my household.
And you're convinced that the apparition you saw the other night was that of the dead Colin McGrath?
There was no mistaking him. The blue eyes, the long golden hair. It was Colin, or his ghost come to haunt me on my deathbed.
This decision on your part to leave half of your estate to any heirs of the man you wronged, was that decision made before you had this strange visitation the other night?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Did you mention it to any member of your family, sir?
No. I did say something to Dr. Manners, and I didn't mention Colin McGrath's name.
It's obvious that someone wished to frighten you, knew your secret, and disguised himself to resemble Colin McGrath.
Yeah, it was Colin. Never forget his blue eyes. He was standing over there, in the chest of drawers. He looked at me. So reproachfully. So...
He's asleep. Yes, Watson. And while he lies there, some member of this household continues to plot his death. We must work fast.
Well, what are we going to do?
Split forces. I shall remain here for a while and see what may be found out. I'll meet you at our hotel later and we'll compare notes.
And what shall I do?
Go to the village of Keswick. Colin McGrath lived and died there. See what you can find out about him, Watson.
Of course I remember Colin McGrath.
Well, I should be very grateful for any information about him, madam. As postmistress, I imagine that very little village gossip has escaped you.
Of course it hasn't. I remember the McGrath boy well. He was no good. Didn't he marry poor old Mrs. Northrip's granddaughter Susan and then go and desert her just to kill himself? And the poor girl was going to have a baby. No good on earth. That's what young McGrath was. And you can tell him I said so if you ever reach the place I'm sure he went to.
Oh, I said, well, they had a child, you say. What happened to it, madam?
How should I know? I'm only the postmistress. You'd better go and see the vicar, young man.
It's a tragic story you've told me, Dr. Watson.
But you remember Colin McGrath, sir?
Oh, very well. And I always suspected something akin to genius in the boy. That he burned with too hard and gem-like a flame. As Walter Pater has said, he burned himself out, destroyed his life, and poor Susan Northrip's with it. She died of a broken heart less than a year after his death.
And their child?
There was no money, no one to look after the boy. He was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
Then that child, if he's still alive, stands to inherit half of Martin Reeve's fortune. If only we can find him. Oh, it's good to be back here at the hotel, Holmes. I've had an exhausting day.
I trust you had better luck than I did. What did you find out?
That Colin McGrath had a child, that his wife died shortly after the child's birth, and that the boy was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
In Liverpool? Go on, Watson.
Well, the vicar gave me this photograph of Mrs. McGrath. It was taken on their wedding day.
Let me see it. But this is amazing, Watson. One of our problems is solved.
Well, I'm blessed if I see how.
Let me explain it to you. After you left, I had quite a long talk with the secretary, Hugh Kingslake. It transpired that he knew nothing of his parents. He had been raised in an orphanage, and the only memento he has is a picture of his mother. A picture that he carries in his watch.
And that picture
is a duplicate of this one.
Great Scott, and the fellow calling himself Hugh Kingsley is really the Colin McGrath heir.
Precisely. A fantastic situation indeed. Come on, old chap. Grab your hat and coat. We must drive over to Mr. Reeves and break the good news that the missing heir is a member of his own household.
But we're still no nearer finding out who's been trying to frighten old Mr. Reeves.
Surely that's obvious now, Watson. Come in. Dr. Manners, what's wrong?
Please come at once, both of you. It's Mr. Reeve.
Hart?
Yes, Dr. Watson. This evening, he had another visit from that apparition. I'm only afraid this time the devilish plan may work and that Martin Reeve won't live through the night.
In a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes says is obvious. But first, more and more men today are beginning to realize they should take better care of the hair they've got. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not get your money's worth? Why not enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day long, and always gives it such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates circulation right in the surface of the scalp, leaving your scalp feeling so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. It's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, remember, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, just as soon as possible, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Let Kreml always keep your scalp feeling clean and refreshed, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this story certainly has me on the edge of my chair. What happened next? You drove over to Mr. Reeves' house, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Bell, we did. And as we went rattling down the country lanes, the flickering oil lamps on Dr. Manners' carriage lighting a shadowy path, I found it almost impossible to get a word out of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, sometimes you're the most irritating man on earth.
And what prompts that little tirade, Watson?
You haven't opened your mouth since we left our hotel.
Purposeless conversation is a waste of time. Not much further, is it, Dr. Manners?
No, Mr. Holmes. We're nearly there.
Well, I don't consider conversation purposes when it clarifies the problem, Holmes. You said it was obvious who had been frightening Mr. Reeve. I suppose I'm stupid, but I find it far from obvious.
And yet the facts are clearly in front of your eyes. Eyes. That's it, Watson. Think about eyes.
The blue eyes of the supposed ghost, eh? But the Reeves family have all got brown eyes. Apparently it's a marked family characteristic.
Quite, Watson. That fact should lead you to the obvious conclusion.
Oh, you're always talking in riddles, Holmes.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
And Hugh Kingslake is standing at the front door. How is he, Mr. Kingslake?
Better, Mr. Holmes. Seems to have rallied a bit. I'm glad you're all here.
I'll drive my carriage round to the stables. Be back in a moment.
Come in, gentlemen. With Mr. Reeve so ill, it may seem a little inappropriate to announce my news. But Catherine consented to marry me tonight. We're engaged.
Oh, really? My congratulations.
Yes, indeed. She's a charming girl.
Oh, Catherine, darling. I've told them our news.
Oh, it must seem a terrible time to announce it, Mr. Holmes, with poor Daddy lying so ill upstairs.
It's quite understandable, Miss Reeve. And before we go up and see your father, I'd like you both to know that we have something in the nature of a wedding present for you.
A wedding present?
Yes. You're both familiar with the story of Colin McGrath, I understand?
You mean that he was the true author of The Road is Narrow?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Daddy told us all about it.
And did you also know that Mr. Reeve is planning to leave half his estate to the heir of Mr. McGrath?
I knew that, Dr. Watson. In my capacity as secretary, I had occasion to draw up a rough draft of the new will a few days ago.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Kingslake, that you'll be very interested to know that today Dr. Watson and I discover that you are the son of Colin McGrath.
That I am?
You is the heir? Well, that doesn't seem possible.
The fact is proven beyond a doubt, Miss Reeve.
Then if Mr. Reeve makes the new will, I stand to inherit half the fortune.
Yes, my boy, you do. That's what Mr. Holmes meant when he was talking about wedding presents.
Come here, somebody!
That's Uncle Silas. He's upstairs with Daddy.
What's wrong, Mr. Reeve?
Fire! I knocked over a lamp in Martin's room.
And Daddy's up there.
The room's ablaze.
What?
Come on, Watson.
Well, the whole top landing's burning, Holmes.
Can't go through this way.
We just can't stand here. Mr. Reeve will roast alive. I'm going after him.
Come back, Kingslake.
Come back, come back. Great Scott, he went right through the flames, Holmes.
Send one of the servants for the fire brigade. And tell the rest to bring buckets of water. And to bring them fast.
Dr. Watson, how is Hugh?
Well, he's going to pull through, Miss Reeve. He's badly burned, but he'll be all right, won't he, Dr. Manners?
Yes, a few weeks in the hospital, and he'll be as good as new.
And Father?
Well, I am afraid he's dead, Catherine.
Dead? Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, my dear, he might have lived for a time, but the shock of the fire coming so close on top of the other one was too much for him. He died just as I took him from your fiancé's arms.
So that by knocking over a lamp, I was responsible for my brother's death?
Yes, Mr. Reeve. The credit is yours. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the local police might consider booking you on a charge of arson.
Rubbish! It was an accident, and you can't prove otherwise.
Possibly not. But there's one matter I can settle here and now. 2 nights ago, someone in this house tried to murder Martin Reeve by posing as Colin McGrath. The same despicable action was repeated tonight.
Well, one person that we can eliminate is Hugh Kingslake. He nearly gave his life just now, trying to save his employer.
Then who was responsible, Mr. Holmes?
A feature of the impersonation that especially struck your father, Miss Reeve, was the color of the eyes. He described them as a brilliant blue.
Then that rules out Catherine and me. We both have brown eyes.
Precisely, Mr. Reeve. I have devoted some considerable study to the art of disguise. There are wigs and methods of altering height and weight. But the color of the eyes cannot be altered. Watson, 10 minutes ago you had the opportunity of examining Mr. Kingslake's eyes without the tinted glasses he's in the habit of wearing.
Well, they did fall off when he stumbled back down the back stairs, but I can't say that I noticed the color of his eyes.
They were blue, Watson. Brilliant blue, just as his father's were before him.
You mean that young Kingslake was responsible?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I do.
But that's ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. He just hurt himself severely in trying to save Father.
True, Miss Reeve. But surely his reason was obvious. He intended to marry you. And when he learned a few days ago that your father planned to will half his estate to the McGrath heir, he decided to try and kill him before that will could be put into effect.
Oh, I see it all, Holmes. And then tonight, he realized that he was the heir.
Precisely, Watson. And so it was to his great advantage to see that his employer stayed alive to execute that new will. That accounts for his bravery in the fire tonight.
I can't believe it of him, Mr. Holmes.
I can. I've always disliked you, and I'll have great pleasure in prosecuting him.
It'd be hard to prove, Silas. After all, your brother did die a natural death.
Yes, Dr. Manners. I fear that legally there's very little we can do to Mr. Kinslake. But when he recovers and realizes that he risked his life for nothing, I think he'll find his own punishment. The change in the will was not made. The estate will be divided between the family, and I doubt if Mr. Kinslake will now acquire any of it by marriage.
No, of course he won't. I'll never see him again.
Oh, quite right, my dear, quite right. What a despicable scheme. And to think that his father wrote one of the greatest plays of our century.
I prefer to forget the fact, Watson. Emotional qualities are antagonistic to clear thinking. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money. And the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor. Now, my dear chap, I think we should look up the next train back to London. Our work here is done.
In a moment, we'll hear about next week's story. But first, girls, here's a sensational beauty tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls. Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And really, ladies, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo brings out all your hair's natural sparkling beauty. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
And you can always count on Kreml shampoo to thoroughly cleanse your scalp and hair. It never leaves any dull, cloudy film. Then, too, the beneficial oil base helps keep hair from becoming dry and brittle.
That's right. Kreml shampoo leaves your hair so much softer, a silkier hair with satin smoothness. Your hair holds a better wave, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and see how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And remember, a bottle of Kreml hair tonic or a bottle of Kreml shampoo makes a fine addition to that Christmas stocking. Well, Dr. Watson, I won't be seeing you before next Wednesday, so I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bell, and the same to you, my boy. I'd also like to take this opportunity of extending the season's greetings to all our listeners and all our friends. On behalf of our sponsors, on behalf of Mr. Conway and myself, and on behalf of Mr. McKnight, our director.
So, Dr. Watson, we'll be meeting again next Saturday night. What new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us then?
The strange story of a weird jungle music that was heard in the peaceful English countryside and of a diabolical plot that failed. I call it The Singular Affair of the White Cockerel.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sign of Four. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion. Help win the war against tuberculosis. Buy colorful Christmas seals and use them to dress up all your cards and packages. Buy the Christmas seals that help save lives today. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the White Cockerel. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Packard, return to London immediately for urgent assignment over Saudi Arabia. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park. I love adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident is entitled The Great Airmail Robbery. All out, please. Piccadilly Station. All out, please.
Cab, mister? Cab, lady?
All right, cabby.
Oh, cab? All right, yes, sir. Take your luggage.
Thanks.
Right inside of you. You carry heavy bit of luggage, sir.
Yeah, my extra suit of heavy underwear.
Do tell. There.
10 Gramercy Park.
10 Gramercy Park it is. Here we are, mister. A bit of an old heap of ancient history, if you ask me.
Oh, you're familiar with 10 Gramercy Park, are you?
Oh, ain't. It's been standing there since the beginning of time. All through the war, the Nazi Huns dropped their explosives like a bloody snowstorm, and people's houses was a-popping and a-busting like paper bags. But not one of them stingers ever come near 10 Gramercy Park.
Had the good luck sign on it, huh?
Yeah, more than that, if you want my opinion. Oh, thank you, mister.
Well, all right, keep the change.
You're a scholar and a gent. Shall I rustle your luggage up the steps?
No, I'll take it, thanks.
Good going, mister.
Oh, hello.
Major Jack Packard?
That's right.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please. Right ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was here before.
Very good, sir.
Again, the awesome beauty of this cathedral-like room gives me a feeling of standing in the midst of solemn, reverent things. The ceiling lost in the upper gloom, 3 stories above. Great leaded windows showing the color and pageantry of the Crusades, King Arthur's court, Charlemagne, the signing of the Magna Carta, all the history of the civilized world. And there on the giant tapestries are woven still more of the biography of human life. And the fabulous carpets on the floor, and the period furniture. This reception room, this waiting room at 10 Gramercy Park, was certainly designed to give interviewers the greatest respect for the 21 old men. The tapestry across the west wall is still drawn, hiding the great mirror. Hello. And they have company, apparently. Reggie! Reggie York!
I say, who? Why, Jack Packard! Why, I say, of all the jolly meetings. Well, but where did you drop from?
I might ask you the same thing.
Oh, look here, this is the best ever. Begging your pardon, but will you go inside and close the door? Sorry, old boy. Joe, what is this? A bit of a monastery, what?
Well, never mind this room for now. Tell me about yourself. Where have you been since the war? What have you been doing?
Well, sales happens. The A1 Detective Agency is still running out in Hollywood, California.
Yeah, the A1 Detective Agency is dead history. Will you answer...
Well, what about Doc Long? Look here, isn't Doc with you?
I don't know where Doc is. He disappeared out in the Orient after the war.
Missing in action?
No, just dropped out of sight. Same way you did, you no-account English renegade. What do you mean by it, anyway?
Oh, look here, isn't this a bit of the best? If we only had Doc with us.
Look here, will you calm down and answer some questions before the Inquisition?
Inquisition?
Yeah, you see that great tapestry on the west wall?
I do.
Presently, that'll be drawn back to reveal the largest mirror you ever saw. Covers that complete wall, at least 40 by 60 feet.
But what's it all about?
Well, it's only a mirror on this side. Behind the glass is a room where the 21 old men sit to interview us.
I say, there really are 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park?
I guarantee it. From their side, the glass wall is a window.
Oh, so they look at us and we're a couple of blind mice, is that it?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I'll say this, you know more about it, what we're up against than I do.
Just what do you know?
Hardly anything. I got this wireless out in the midst of the Gobi Desert.
What in blazes are you doing in the Gobi Desert?
Keeping off the desert tribes who thirsted for infidel blood while an old chappie with long whiskers looked for dinosaur eggs. Here, look at the radio message. Read it.
Sergeant Reginald York, you are herewith summoned to London in the name of peace and goodwill for the purpose of combating those who would pilfer and murder in the midst of today's utter chaos. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
A bit like being called to arms, what? Matter of fact, I felt a bit like Sir Lancelot, riding out to save beauty and goodness and perhaps recover the Holy Grail.
Surprised you took a message like this seriously.
I showed it to the old professor with the whiskers. Asked him how balmy a man could get. I thought it was a bit of a joke.
Yeah?
But the old man knew something. He grabbed me by the arm and hustled me into his tent and paid me off in full. Called the camel boy, had me on the way to the nearest airport some 200 miles away before I knew which end was up.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. I went... Uh-oh.
Jove. They're pulling the tapestry back. Can you hear us?
Yeah. We'll be able to talk back and forth. This is my second assignment.
If only Doc were here. He'd love this.
Major Jack Packard and Sergeant Reginald York, it gives the 21 old men extreme pleasure to bring two such old friends together again.
Yeah, now if you'll only dig up Doc Long for us, we'll be complete.
Yes, we know about your Texas friend. We have been looking into the matter. However, leaving friendship apart, we have summoned Sergeant York to work with you on the next assignment. Because beyond a doubt, it's a two-man operation. Dr. Paktan from India will give you your assignment.
Twice within the last 6 months, the London-Bombay 100-passenger airliner has been dropped in midair.
Sure.
As you are aware, this giant air cruiser not only carries 30 cabin passengers and 70 second and third class passengers, but delivers the bulk of mail and first-class freight between the English Commonwealth and my country. On the two occasions of these villainous attacks in midair, the aircraft was carrying riches of unnamed value.
What do you mean, robbed in midair?
A plane appeared out of nowhere. A shot was fired across the airliner's nose, and radio communications ordered the craft to be slowed to minimum cruising speed. A top escape hatch was ordered opened, and all passengers and crew members were ordered to remain in their cabins or seats or at their posts on pain of having the craft blown to bits in midair.
This was done?
On both occasions, this was done. A rope ladder was lowered from the pirate plane. 2 men dressed in black, leather jackets, and trousers with leather hoods and goggles came down the ladder into the liner, robbed the mail sacks, and then stripped the passengers of money and jewelry.
Sure. And then escaped back up through the hatch to their own plane, huh?
That is true. Your assignment is to take tonight's trip out on the London-Bombay plane, which is again carrying a sensationally rich cargo.
I say, bit of all right.
You will capture the 2 men who descend from the enemy plane. You will don their attire and return to the pirate ship in their stead.
Wouldn't you like it just as well if we mounted a cannon on the airliner and blew them out of the sky?
No, we must have that plane. It is of an unknown design, and it is our opinion that it is from some base or headquarters of far greater concern to the world than simply air piracy. We want the plane whole, the men alive, and such papers as they have aboard carefully preserved.
Well, we'll do what we can.
You will do better than that. This malignancy must be dealt with at its very source.
I say, Jack, talk about your luxury liner. If I didn't know differently, I'd think our quarters were a drawing room on the Super Chief out of Hollywood.
Yeah, not bad.
Regular 3-quarter beds and plumbing facilities right out of tomorrow. Oh, Joe, here's a button I haven't pressed yet.
Hey, Reggie.
Nothing seems to be... Oh, I say. Will you listen to that?
You turned on the radio.
Hottest heights down to the Blue Danube at 23,000 feet in the air over Saudi Arabia. Oh, if only Doc could be here with all his Texas boy amazement.
Well, we're riding first class. This is the cabin deck.
Don't worry about the steerage passengers, old boy. I was down there an hour ago checking with the co-pilot.
Steerage passengers doing all right, huh?
Millionaires have been traveling back and forth across the United States by air for the past 10 years with less.
Well, if you're ready.
Hello. Who's that?
I'll see.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, hello. You lost?
Not in the least. May I come into your cabin, please?
I say, do that.
Just a minute.
I was just saying to Jack, we have everything a man might ask for here in this cabin but a beautiful girl. May I take your wrap?
You're a forward young man, Mr. York.
I am.
You are. Making like a wolf. And I doubt if you even know my name.
But I say, you asked to come in, you know.
You know who I am, don't you, Mr. Packard?
Yeah. Miss Judy Roberts. You won a British beauty contest, and this trip on the London-Bombay Air Express is part of your reward.
Oh, of course. You're the special guest of the pilot of this bellied dreadnought. I saw you at his table at lunch.
Good. Then it's worked. Even you two gents have been fooled.
Oh, now, look here.
Will you say that again?
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park didn't give even you a tip-off.
21. Then you're one of us?
That's right.
A little thing your size, a little dame as pretty.
Oh.
Yeah. Where did that gun come from?
All right. So I'm a pretty little dame, so I'm pint-sized. I'll still come in pretty handy with a stinger of this sort in case of a tie, don't you think?
Yeah. Ruddy gun woman.
Put it away, Judy. We believe you. We just don't understand the need for reinforcement.
I'm your secondary defense in case of surprise tactics. The 21 old men decided on me at the last minute, just in case there might happen to be someone connected with the enemy who rides the ship as a passenger.
In other words, Reggie and I will be able to cope with the two pirates who come down the ladder from the attacking ship. But we might need help if there are members of the gang planted in the passenger list.
Quite right.
The girl at our back guarding against the assassin's knife.
Furthermore, if there are agents on the passenger list, they are to be taken also.
But why a girl?
A girl's just right. If there are gangsters on board, they're going to be on watch for government undercover men. They'll examine every male passenger with suspicion, but who's going to give a second thought to anything as dainty and feminine as Judy here?
You can take me to the cocktail lounge and buy me a cold, pink drink with bubbly beads on top for those kind words.
Shut off the radio, Reggie.
Righto.
Oh, before we go out, there's one thing.
Yeah?
You've made all the necessary arrangements with the pilot.
All set.
But I guess there's nothing else.
After making so bloomin' many arrangements, the Jolly Roger of the Stratosphere will probably shun us like false teeth in a soup plate.
He's not supposed to know a trap's been laid.
He'll strike this time if he ever intends to strike again. We got a payload that'd come close to breaking the Bank of England if it were to be lost.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
But why? I mean to say there are other ways of shipping precious cargo?
It's done on purpose to tempt our pirates. Make the bait so alluring it can't be resisted. Well, shall we go to the cocktail lounge?
Oh, yes, please.
How far are we from the place we should expect to take?
Hey, Reggie. Keep your voice down in the corridor. You got the key?
Quite.
Okay, lead off, Judy.
They don't waste much space on corridors in these airplanes.
Who spends any time in corridors? Here we go up forward to the lounge.
Live music this afternoon in the cocktail lounge.
Well-filled lounge.
But they're so quiet.
Overawed at sitting in a modern lounge and sipping a cocktail at 23,000 feet.
Perhaps it's the pressurized cabin that makes them so restrained, huh?
Oh, and it is good music.
Oh, it is at that.
Mademoiselle, monsieur, please to come this way if you will.
Thank you. Come along, Judy.
This will be convenient?
Good.
Me, I am.
Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Your order, s'il vous plaît.
Miss Roberts?
A pink lady, please.
Oui.
A martini, very dry. 4-1.
This is our formula, monsieur.
Good. Reggie?
A glass of milk.
I beg monsieur's pardon.
A glass of milk, old boy. Don't give me that glassy stare.
With perhaps an egg and a jigger of sherry?
1 glass of milk just as it came out of the cow. No doctoring.
The patron of the cow. One meets the strangest people in the stratosphere.
You don't suppose I've offended the poor fellow, do you?
Ah.
Hello. Our entertainer is a versatile fellow. First the piano, now the electric organ.
Those things can be awful.
Like a cat screeching on the back fence.
And then I have heard it played as sweet as milk and honey. I wonder which... Ah, listen to this.
Not bad, not bad.
Oh, waiter.
Oui, mademoiselle. The drinks will be here in just a few moments.
No, please. Where is the powder room?
Powder room to the back of the lounge. First door to the left.
Thank you. Will you gentlemen excuse me? Oh, no, don't get up.
Pleasure.
Thank you. I'll be back before the drinks get here.
Jack, what are your manners?
Sit down, Reggie.
Joe, do you usually get up when a lady leaves the table?
Who said Judy Roberts is the lady?
Why, sir.
Don't stand there with your mouth open. Sit down.
The man lost his wits.
Listen to me, Reggie. I think I know who the enemy agents are aboard this ship.
You do?
Are you blind?
Apparently I am.
You didn't see the expression on the piano player's face when Judy came in with us?
Sorry, I don't use my eyes half so well as my fists. Oh, look here, you suggest...
Never mind. She's coming back.
I say there is something between those two.
You saw something?
Oh, didn't you see a right hand?
Never mind now.
What, no drinks yet? Oh, thank you, Mr. York.
Pleasure. Say, we're slowing down. Shoved on the brakes faster. Hey, listen. Can't see another plane from here.
Don't get up, Reggie.
I say, hadn't we ought to go forward, Jack? Contact the pilot.
It's all arranged. The pilot's going to open the hatch directly over the cocktail lounge.
What do you want me to do?
Turn around. Turn facing the full length of the lounge.
That will put my back to you and Mr. York.
Exactly.
If you wish.
Reggie, you know where to keep your eyes.
That piano player.
Reggie, that man at the third table, he's got a revolver out. Point it in this direction.
Piano player shot him.
Of course, you idiot. The piano player and I are on your team. Look out!
Well, you got that second one, Jack. You laid him out for good.
We certainly scared the patrons.
Boy, everybody making himself as small as possible.
All right, all you people. Stay right where you are. Not a sound out of you. This is an airmail robbery. Somebody take care of that woman. Shut her up.
Listen. You can hear the pirate plane.
They're coming in to drop their men for the robbery.
Yes. You can see them out the window. 2 men swinging on the ladder below their plane.
Sure. Such acrobatics.
That's what we'll be doing in 10 minutes from now if everything clicks.
Oh, they're out of sight. They're coming directly over.
The pilots released the hatch door right overhead. All they got to do is push it back and drop down in.
You think they'll come in until they're sure it's safe?
Can't tell. Listen.
They've landed.
They've been landed. Now the plane's circling the liner.
I want to go back to London. Let me out of here.
Keep that woman quiet.
We're doing our best.
Listen. 2 desperate men are going to drop in from the hatch in the roof in a minute. Everybody keep still and out of the way. Reggie, you and I'll jump them the minute they hit the floor.
With pleasure. I'll take the first one, you take the second.
The hatch is open.
Listen.
What is the situation in the cabin?
Now what do we say?
They're being cagey.
Let me answer.
I am talking for Honoré and Pascal. They say, come down quick.
Who are you?
I am girlfriend of Honoré and Pascal. They have 2 government undercover men trapped in private cabin. They tell me for you to come quick. It is safe.
You'd better be telling the truth.
Good girl.
2 men are being killed. Hurry! Hurry!
We are coming down.
Get set, Reggie. But don't grab the first one till the second one swings down so I can get him, too.
Right.
Here he comes.
Hurry! Hurry, do not wait!
We are coming.
Hold it. Now get them both.
Yeah, I got my man. How about you, Jack?
One more, sir.
Get back, everybody. Get back.
That takes care of that.
With true artistry.
Judy, you and your piano player police this room while Reggie and I strip these babies of their black leather uniforms and paraphernalia.
You're going to put them on?
We're going to let that pirate plane pick us up.
Oh, it's insane.
If they can do acrobatics on a rope ladder from a plane, why can't we?
Oh, please, it's murder.
Not at all. I always wondered how I'd look hanging from a rope.
All right, everything's checked. Go them again, Judy.
Safety belts?
Check.
Another?
Parachutes?
Check.
2 diplomatic pouches stuffed with the alleged mail robbery loot.
Alleged is good.
Yeah, we each have a pouch.
Holsters, ammunition, shoulder guns.
Until I feel like a belly arsenal.
Well, that's how they came, so that's how we got to go back.
If they spot you on the ladder...
How can they? We're dressed exactly like their 2 men. Our pressure mask will protect our faces until we're hauled up.
I say, come on, Jack. Heave me up through the hatch, huh?
Our timing's perfect, according to the prisoner with a battered nose. All right, step in my hand.
Yeah. Up you go. Right up. Hold myself up through. There.
All right, one of you men step over and give me a heave up. You waiter with the accent. Give me a hand.
Oh, but oui, monsieur.
Thanks.
Here.
Easy.
There you go.
Now then.
There you are.
Garfield, come on up now, Jack. Well, I gave the pirate ship a wave. They're coming around.
Close the hatch.
Goodbye, boys. I love you 2 guys. Goodbye.
Didn't take the enemy plane long to get into position behind us.
Watch it, Jack. Here she comes.
We're both going to have to grab the rope ladder at the same time, so grab as high as you can.
Right.
And hang on for dear life.
Here she comes.
Hey, you got hold all right?
Right. Got my feet on the lowest rung. How about you?
I got a hold with my hands all right. I can't seem to get a foothold.
Here. Does that help?
Thanks.
I say, we're flapping out here like a shirt tail in a high wind.
Breezy, all right.
Well, if either of us gets thrown off this contraption, remember, we've got plenty of space under us and a couple of parachutes.
We're not going to get thrown off. We got a job topside.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start climbing up to it.
Right up. Here we go. Every time you take a foot off the rung, that blasted rope vanishes out in midair.
We're making progress. Not much farther now.
Well, they're coming up on the... We've got the Bombay door open to receive us now.
Yeah, I noticed. We're going to have to act fast. Start knocking heads together the minute we set foot on the solid flooring.
Oh, Joe, do I love action.
You're going to get it. If anyone's too far away to slug, shoot him. But not to kill.
Yeah, unless he gets knocked in, start shooting back.
They want prisoners, not corpses.
Okay.
Hey, there's 4 heads peering down at us. All right. Here we go up under and inside. No more conversation now.
All right, you men. What took you so long? Come up through the hatch. Did you get away with it? You did, eh? All right. Boys, heave them up. Get a good take, did you? Heave them up and close to Bombay and let's get out of here. There you are, boys.
Get him, Reggie.
Right
Hey, we got him, Jack. We met the belly brutes and their R's.
Never mind the historical speeches. Tie these birds up while I go and make friends with the pilot.
Oh, Joe, I forgot about him.
And then get on that radio and let them know in Bombay.
Yeah, what shall I say? Anything special?
Tell them on schedule, on the beam. Passengers under the weather, but will recover in plenty of time to be hanged.
I say, Jack, old boy, pick up that telephone, will you?
Are you ever going to get out of that bathtub?
I am out. Hey, there's a jolly good hotel they have here in Bombay.
Hello. Oh, hello, Judy. I wondered if I'd lost you for good at the airport. Huh? Yeah, come right up.
Oh, I say, old boy, I don't have on a stitch.
Yeah, Reggie's still in the bathroom, but we'll just lock the door.
Not at all. I refuse to stay in the bathroom.
Right away. Good.
I say, is she coming?
Right away.
Now what are you up to?
Hello. Room service? 2 pink ladies, some ice, and a bottle of seltzer. Yeah.
And a pitcher of milk, old boy.
Oh, yeah, and a pitcher of milk. Yeah, milk. You don't want the baby to go hungry, do you? Yeah. And make it fast.
What was that crack about babies?
How else can you explain milk to a bartender?
Oh, I say, is that the girl?
Close that bathroom door. And keep it closed.
I'm here.
And dressed for it, too, I see. Come in.
Thank you.
Let me take your wrap.
Oh, Jack, I know the most wonderful Russian gypsy place on the waterfront where 2 people...
Sold. We'll have our drinks and be on our way.
Good. Oh, this afternoon when you 2 men climbed up that ladder to the second plane, I didn't think that tonight. And the officials who met us at the airport and took over the prisoners, they were so delighted. Goodness, the town of Bombay is yours tonight if you wish.
Who wants Bombay with you in the vicinity?
Yes, they talk a bit louder. I can't hear very well.
Quiet in the bathroom.
You going out?
Right away. We'll leave the drinks for you. Have a party for yourself. 2 pink ladies, seltzer, ice, and a pitcher of milk. See you in the morning.
You know, Jack, this is not a bad life we live.
I quite agree. And I might add, this is the first time I'd ever thought to look for a Russian gypsy hideout on the waterfront of Bombay.
I was here only one time before. I remembered the music, the dim lights, the pink ladies with bubbles on top.
With bubbles on top, she likes them.
And on the floor above, there's dancing. And a balcony with the booths all closed in, where one may watch the moon go down and the morning sun come up.
I say, Major Packard.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, please. Please don't listen.
I say, Packard, it's most important.
Who the blazes are you?
No, Jack, don't disappoint me. It's not too late. Send him away.
See here, old chap, there's a most frightful message awaiting you at the consulate. We've been combing Bombay for you.
What kind of message?
If you don't stop to pack, you can catch the night air express back to London.
What?
Sergeant York is waiting for you at the airport.
Why the rush?
Oh, I can't tell you. It's our whole secret. Cops and robbers, cloaks and daggers, and all that berry rot. Not to mention 21 old gentlemen.
The 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park?
And something about a berserk submarine and piracy rampant.
You see now our night's all shot to ribbons. A girl never gets her innings in this business.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Raffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, The Devil's Sanctuary, an epic adventure in the South Pacific. Others in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Lal Chand Mehra, Everett Glass, Rolf Sedan, Earl Lee, and Don Morrison. The Great Airmail Robbery was written and directed by Carlton E. Morse. Music by Rex Corey. Sound effects by Fred Cole and Robert Conlon. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstedt. Now, a listening reminder. The clock ticks off 30 minutes of intrigue and excitement. So don't miss another thrilling drama on The Clock, heard tonight over this same ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. International Incident Number 4.
Jack Packard and Reggie York. Report to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
I Love Adventure. The American Broadcasting Company presents a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring the international escapades of Jack, Doc, and Reggie. Tonight's incident brings you The Pearl of Great Price.
Good morning, Major Packard. And you too, Sergeant York, sir.
Good morning.
Glad to have you two gentlemen back at 10 Gramercy Park with us again.
Thanks.
Right into the great reception hall, if you will, please.
Come on, Reggie. Right up.
Right in, please.
Quiet. Well, I say, Jack. The door closed with no sound at all.
Sound's been deadened in this great room.
But it made such a frightful noise from the outside. I say, Jack, do you have the feeling of having been to church when you come into this room?
Well, why not? The cathedral-like windows, tapestries depicting the history of the world hanging from the vaulted ceiling 3 stories up, furniture and paintings and carpets that were used by emperors and queens, and a princely horde from the beginning of organized government.
Sure. Is that what all this represents?
And more.
No wonder I feel reverent. I'm communing with the ghosts of the great names of history.
And it's against this background the 21 old men are working.
Look here. Except that we've done a couple of nasty jobs for them, do we know anything about them?
We don't know who they are individually. What they stand for, yes.
Do we indeed?
They're a group of international figures, each one representing his native country, gathered together with wealth and power and the good of the world at heart.
Come to London at once for assignment in French Indochina. Who wants to go to Indochina?
I do. So do you, if it's interesting enough.
I'd still like to know just what these 21 old graybeards are up to.
Well, it's pretty simple. The world's in chaos today. Governments are weak and suspicious. Everyone feels as though he's sitting on dynamite. 21 old men use us and others like us as their undercover instruments to work behind the scenes and clean up festering spots with no one the wiser.
A very excellent explanation, Major Packard.
Uh-oh. There goes the tapestry back. 21 old men are in session.
Did you speak, Sergeant York?
Not at all, sir. It's just the fact that you can see us from behind that ruddy glass while we seem to be talking to the empty air.
Believe me, Sergeant, you are not talking to the empty air.
I'm sure of that, sir.
Before I give you into the hands of Monsieur Renault, our French representative, for your next assignment, the 21 old men have asked me to state that you, Sergeant York, were overheard referring to us as 21 old graybeards.
So I say.
Quite all right, Sergeant. Quite all right. It is simply that the majority of our members are entirely smooth-shaven, and they feel out of character being referred to as graybeards.
I shall refrain in the future.
And now then, Monsieur Renault.
Hey, one more question, please.
Well?
What about our third partner, Doc Long? Are you looking for him?
We are making inquiries. The matter has our attention. And now, Monsieur Renault.
Major Packard, Sergeant York, your next assignment will take you to the northernmost border of French Indochina, where it joins Burma. It is jungle country. It is dangerous country at this moment because there is deep unrest among the natives of both countries. Therefore, you will travel from the last civilized outpost to the lost city of Shiva, upon the backs of elephants.
So, not elephants.
Quiet, Reggie.
Upon the backs of elephants, with Hindu and Sikh outriders upon Tibetan ponies and camels.
A circus, no less.
What's our jumping-off place?
That you do not need to know. One of our planes will fly you to Saigon, and another will take you to the last outpost. There you will contact the camel and elephant train.
I say, what for? What's the assignment?
That you will be told at the last outpost of civilization. Do not waste time on questions. There is a cab driver waiting who will take you to the airport directly.
Thanks for the ride.
Oh, Allah. Jack, look here. This is no airport.
Just the same, this flying junk heap has landed. Come on, get out.
Yeah. Nothing but a bloomin' cow pasture. And all the cows look like buffalo.
Not buffalo, caribou.
Last outpost of civilization's right. No town, no hotel, and night coming on. Hey! Where's he going?
I don't know. He's delivered us here. Now I guess he's going home.
Well, but look here, Jack. We're just being dumped out here in the middle of nowhere. Getting dark and no friends, no contact.
Oh? Are you so sure?
Hello. Where did you pop from?
I've got some Tibetan ponies hitched to a buckboard, or what's left of a buckboard, over there behind those banyan trees.
Yeah. There goes our plane.
Yes, I kept out of sight until he taxied off.
Nobody told us we were going to meet a girl.
Especially not an English girl. What are you doing out here in the fringe of nowhere?
My husband was an OSS officer out here during the war. He liked it here. He brought me back afterwards.
Oh, that explains you being here. And your husband?
Dead.
Oh.
Sorry.
Don't bother. He couldn't resist the charms of the native women. And I found him on the doorstep one morning with a kriss straight through him. I guess that taught him.
Oh, look here.
I should think you'd return to England.
Has that got anything to do with your assignment out here?
No.
No. Is your curiosity satisfied?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, then, let's get into what's left of my buckboard after these four-legged Tibetan devils get through kicking the blazes out of it and head into town. All right, you shaggy little imps of Satan. Take us to the hotel.
Jolly good dinner. Yeah, I'm a great curry eater myself.
Yeah, so I noticed.
I brought you out here in the garden behind the hotel where we can talk in the darkness without being overheard.
It's about time we got down to something definite. You say you had direct word from the 21 old man?
Yes. Listen. That music's coming from the Temple of Agog behind the garden. That's a real Chinese flute.
It has the flavor of this jungle setting. What are those chimes?
Chinese bells, cymbals. I don't know all the names for their instruments.
Well, never mind that. What I want to know is, what are Reggie and I doing in the backcountry of Indochina? What's up?
You're 10 days' journey by camel or elephant from the Burma border.
Yeah?
Someplace near the border is the lost city of Shiva.
Well, I thought this was the last outpost.
The lost city is dead.
Dead?
Banyan trees and jungle vines have swallowed it up. Except for a few priests of the old religion, worshippers of Shiva, it is uninhabited.
I've heard of these old cities of a lost civilization. Why are we going there?
Keep your voices guarded. There is a pearl of great price hidden there.
Pearl?
Those are the words I was told to give you. Recently, the sacred temple in Lai King on the Burmese border was raped and pillaged. The marauders and their precious loot are said even now to be under the protection of the priests of the lost city.
What's all this stilted English you're using?
I'm repeating a message word for word which I was told to give you.
Marauders from Indochina crossed the border and pillaged a Burmese temple?
Yes.
And brought their loot back across the border into Indochina?
And are now under the protection of the high priests of the lost city of Shiva.
And we're to round up the marauders and loot?
The pearl of great price.
What?
That is all that is required of you. Return the pearl of great price.
You mean look for a single precious stone in a sweltering jungle hundreds of miles? Here. Aren't we getting an awful long way from the hotel?
The further from listening ears, the better.
So, jungle creeps right up to the very threshold of civilization, doesn't it?
It's a fight. Man against nature. Never ends in the tropics.
Those creeping vines gleam like serpents in the moonlight.
Yeah, let's turn back. I don't like a... Hey, Reggie, look at that. Men creeping out of the jungle.
Run!
Oh, we can't. They're behind us.
Hello!
The jungle raiders! The jungle raiders!
Tear into them, Reggie! Marone! Zinda Bagalo! Hey, Reggie!
Enough. We want them alive.
Tell this slimy native to take his hands off me. I should think so. I deliver these men into your hands and you treat me like a piece of merchandise.
It was a mistake in the confusion. You have delivered them according to plan. The Mem Sahib does her job well.
chalo. Jaldi, jaldi. Hati, chalo.
Oh. You coming around, Reggie?
Oh, I say, this awful motion. A bit of an earthquake, huh?
We're in a howdah aboard an elephant.
Oh, no. You're only spoofing, Jack.
How do you feel?
Rotten. Head splitting, stomach churning, tongue swollen.
Hey, guard! Water! Give him water!
Funny.
Yes, sir. Bound, head and foot.
Yeah, same here.
All right, remember?
Funny.
Oh, sure, yes. Hold that water bag to my mouth. Water. Beautiful stuff, water.
What, hey?
Thanks, old boy. Oh, now I remember, Jack. We were set on by these jungle jackals and beaten into insensibility.
Yeah, back in the hotel garden. They swarmed over us like locusts.
What are we now?
Listen.
What's that? Monkeys. Birds.
Yeah. We're plunging through trackless jungle.
Captives on an elephant. Well, what's it all about? I say, Jack, couldn't they roll up the canvas sides of this howdah? It's hotter than blazes.
I got one or two glimpses out. There's nothing to see but jungle.
Oh, the heat.
The heat's worse in the open.
Listen. Did I hear something following us? Even a belly musician. What am I hearing, please?
Whole caravan. Elephants leading off to break trails. Camels and Tibetan ponies to the rear.
You mean we've been grabbed off by some roving jungle tribe? Well, what do they expect to get out of us?
I don't know. Doesn't make sense. What's become of the girl?
Flora? Sure.
They could have her on another elephant, I suppose, but looks to me like something else.
Oh, the swaying and rocking's doing things to my insides.
It'll get worse before it gets better. Keep your mind on what I'm saying.
Yeah, you said... What did you say?
I say I think Flora framed us with this bunch of bandits.
But she had word from the 21 old men to help us.
Or did she? Mighty funny she had to take us to the back end of that hotel garden to talk to us. And how did these boys happen to be back there waiting for us?
Well, but she had to be what she said, Jack.
Why?
Because she's the only one who knew why we're here. We didn't even know ourselves until she told us.
Hey, that's right. The pearl of great price. If she's an enemy, that may be a lot of hokum. How about that? Kidnapped on elephants without the faintest idea what our assignment is.
Oh, boy, this heat's brutal. If we don't get someplace pretty soon, you've lost yourself a good right-hand man.
Good evening. It is getting cooler.
Well, such politeness.
Who are you?
I am the one who kidnapped you to this place.
I'm not surprised you got the face for it.
You do not like my face?
Hey, what is this place? Where are we? What became of the elephant caravan?
This is the lost city of Shiva.
Sure. The lost city of... Hey, look, what is this? You kidnap us. You drag us out here trussed up like chickens. Then you turn us loose, give us this adobe cottage on the edge of the jungle with servants and fresh clothes, and treat us like guests. What's it all about?
You are dissatisfied? Did we not bring your luggage from the hotel? Did we not return your weapons?
Well, you did that.
But why the about face? One minute we're captives, next nothing's too good for us.
Listen.
Okay, drums.
Ceremonial drums from the temple. The old ones are performing the rites of purification with the dancing girls.
Dancing girls?
Those you will not see. They are the maidens of the temple.
Look, I don't care about dancing girls or maidens.
Oh, look here, Jack. Let's not go too far.
Stop beating around the bush. What's up?
You do not know? I do not know.
You don't know why you brought us here?
It was a commission given to me. Kidnap the 2 white men from the hotel garden, deliver them by elephant train to the lost city of Shiva. Give them the Mahatma's quarters with the Mahatma servants to wait on them. And after that...
Yeah? After that, what?
Do their bidding.
Oh, Joe, really?
How about that? Bring us here and then do our bidding.
Yes. The elephant and camels are tied up in the jungle to the west of the city. We await your orders.
What about that white woman back at the hotel? What about Flora?
She was but a small cog in the great wheel, which has begun to turn.
Uh-huh. You know anything about a band of cutthroats around here?
Cutthroats?
Jungle bandits. Just got back from sacking a sacred temple over in Burma.
I would not know.
Ever hear of the pearl of great price? Well, did you?
I'm not a dealer in precious stones.
Look here, old boy. Your tongue says one thing, your eyes say something else.
You call me a liar?
Hey, put that pig sticker back in your robe. Take it easy. That's better.
Oh, but, Jack, the old boy's eyes...
Let it alone, will you, Reggie? Say, how about the temple? Can we get in?
It is forbidden.
What's to prevent us? It rambles all over the landscape. Half the walls have caved in.
It is forbidden.
Say, which side of the fence are you on?
The dog of an infidel who defiles a temple with his presence shall have his throat cut before the morning.
Take him, Reggie.
That's good boy. Tie him up.
Will we ever get out of this jungle now?
I don't know, but at least he's not going to keep us out of the temple.
Say, old boy.
Hold it, Reggie.
What now?
I heard an echoing footstep. Let me get a look around this next corner.
Well?
Easy. Someone's coming.
Get a look at him?
Yeah, dressed in a priest's robe, but there's a dagger in his belt and a pistol in his hand.
He's a man of peace, no doubt.
Listen. When he comes around the corner, jump him.
He's my man.
Ah, good. Quick. Drag him in here under this stairway.
Coming. Poking around these dank, cobwebby places makes me think of tarantulas and puff adders.
There, that's good.
Hello. Ring of keys.
Great. Now we can go back and find out what's behind that locked door we had to bypass.
I say, Jack, we're not getting anywhere.
Well, we've had 3 hours in here without getting caught.
And if all the priests we put to sleep were laid end to end, the
Come on. Let's see where that big door leads to.
If there's a pearl of great price in this decrepit old temple, we've got about as much chance of finding it.
Take it easy. We may have to search for days.
And I suppose the priesthood will hold still for that.
Here, this is the door.
50 keys. Which one fits?
How about this? No. Then this ought to do just about it. Aha.
Well, I'll be blessed. I say, Jack, not so much noise.
Yeah, sounds like a jailhouse break. Too late now. Where do we seem to have got?
Sure. Blasted tunnel. Reed torches burning along the wall. Dirt underfoot.
Here, give me your flashlight.
Here, well.
Thanks. Here, look. Footprints of horses in the dirt.
Mighty small horses.
Tibetan ponies, the little ones. Either that or the small, shaggy burro.
Recently used, too.
I think we found something.
No doubt of it, but what?
I don't know. Maybe the hideout of the raiders.
Raiders?
The gang that robbed the Burmese temple.
Jove. The chappies with the pearl.
Could be.
Barely reed torches are all right for atmosphere, but they smoke like chimneys. Electricity much more practical.
Less light, the better for us.
Hello, Jack. Do I hear something? Listen.
Sounds like Santa Claus.
It does, doesn't it? Listen.
Coming from around the corner down the passage.
I'm getting closer, too.
Here they come.
Well, I say, Tibetan ponies with sleigh bells. Pack horses.
10 ponies. Every one of them packed to the running board.
So, Jack, could that be the loot from the temple?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be guarded. Just one native priest guiding the lead pony by the halter.
Well, look on the 4th, 5th, 6th pony. Isn't that the girl?
A girl. Bound hand and foot and strapped to the pack saddle.
Well, is that our idea of chivalry? What's fair about that?
Here they come alongside. You clip the priest, I'll grab the pony's halter, and we'll just keep going.
Get him!
That's a good boy. Come on. We've got the spoils from the temple. We've got the whole thing right in this pony caravan.
I say, where are you taking us?
I'm taking us out to the west of the lost city, to the elephant and camel caravan.
Oh, this pace is killing me.
We'll soon be there. I got it figured out.
What?
The reason this pony train had only one priest in the tunnel that guarded it was because the bandits themselves weren't allowed in the temple.
Oh, I say, good deduction. We weren't supposed to be in there either.
Well, we caught him by surprise. The priest was delivering the caravan back to the bandits.
What, native priests and bandits working together?
Well, who knows which is which in this country.
Well, where were they going with it?
It's been hidden here since the Burmese temple was sacked. Our arrival probably made them nervous. They were going to move the booty to some safer place.
We grab it off first.
And that's the reason for getting to the elephant caravan fast. If the bandits find out that we grabbed off their loot, this jungle's not going to be fit for man or beast.
Yeah, but I knocked out the leader of our elephant trains. You don't think that chap's going to be on our side now, do you?
We'll give him a choice. He can still be on our side or get a hole in his head. Hey, now look, Shandu, or whatever your name is, you got nasty with us and we had to take care of you while we worked. We apologize. We'll do whatever we can to make up for the insult of knocking you out, but you got to get your elephant caravan going and get us out of here, see?
I have been insulted. My ancestors have been insulted. My progeny have been insulted.
Look, old chap, here's $100 American. Doesn't that wipe out all the insults?
There is other things in the world besides money.
Look, can't you get it through your head? We've captured the whole pack train of loot from the Burmese bandits.
Ram Ray.
Yeah, you better say Ram Ray. Once they discover what we've done, they'll be on us like wild animals. They'll butcher your whole caravan.
I think you lie.
Reggie, go get the girl.
Be back with her in a shake.
Girl?
They had a Chinese or Burmese girl tied to one of the ponies.
Chinese or Burmese? You cannot tell the difference?
Ordinarily, yes. This time the girl seems to speak Chinese, but her looks are...
You have captured her? You have in your possession that
all
one...
right, honey. You're in safe hands.
The one... मंदिर की देवी को नमस्कार हो नमस्कार हो
點你咁用待我？呢啲人係邊個嚟？
उनको आपको बचा लिया है
你是還未錯當呀？
मैं सफारी को चला देता हूँ
快啲嘢，快啲！
सफारी चला लो चलो
Mercy, what's going on?
快啲，冇乜時候啦呀！
Well, we certainly stirred things up. Are we getting underway?
The caravan starts in 5 minutes.
All right, Reggie. Cut those ropes off his wrist.
Righto. All right, hold out your hand. There.
What happened? What sold you on becoming our friend again?
You do not know this priceless one. This princess, Ye Devi.
你又幫我？
You mean this girl's someone of importance?
The pearl of great price.
I say. Well, how about that? We're looking for a piece of jewelry and come up with a Burmese princess.
Come, the elephant train is ready. Sir, step forward. The elephant will lift you with his trunk to the howdah.
Step right up, Reggie.
Oh, I say. Braced by an elephant. Look here now. Tell the brute to be careful. What? Look, Jack. Run the elevator.
It will be dark presently.
The marauders don't like the dark?
No one likes the dark in these jungles if he's wise.
What about us?
We have elephants. All jungle beasts are afraid of elephants. Major Packard, the elephant is ready.
The Burmese princess first.
Devi ji, aap hathi pe chadenge.
好，我同佢哋走。
Devi ko le lo.
Hey, Reggie, give the little lady a hand when she arrives up there.
Righto. Here she comes.
你幫我，你咁邋遢。
I say, Jack, he doesn't need any help. We've got a jungle cat on our hands.
If you please, Major Packard, the elephant will lift you now.
Coming right up. Here I come.
How's that for elevator service, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome home. We've got the sides of the howdah rolled up, and with the sun down behind the jungle, it's not half bad.
Why doesn't old Shandu get the caravan on the way? Hey, let's get started.
Hadiwala,
Well, we're moving off.
You ever see so much confusion? But we're on our way.
Living monkeys and jungle birds don't help him.
有敵人喺東方。
I say, my dear, you may be the pearl of great price, but you'll have to talk plainer than that if you want my companionship.
Hey, listen. Shandu! Hey, Shandu, what's that fighting?
It is the enemy trying to break through.
The enemy?
It is the enemy trying to break through our rear guard. But they will not succeed. Our horsemen will hold them off for another half hour when it will be darkness. After that, we have nothing to fear.
That's great. If that's the case, we should be out of this jungle and back in the outpost of civilization in just 10 days.
It is an enchanting evening, is it not, Major Packard?
You were going to call me Jack, remember?
But it will be a pleasure.
Hey, Flora, tell me something. Does that Shiva temple over there go on with that Chinese flute like that forever?
You don't like it?
It's not bad, but out here in the garden under an Indo-China moon with jasmine in my nostrils and a beautiful English girl on my arm.
Yes.
Well, you'll have to admit the Chinese flute isn't a Viennese waltz or mood music for an affair of the heart.
On the other hand...
Good. I just wanted to be sure.
Oh, Jack. Oh. Well. Where have you been all my life?
And to think, 10 days ago, I thought you betrayed us into the hands of the enemy in this very garden.
Forget business. We have something more important for this evening.
Poor Reggie.
Oh?
He's inside the hotel guarding the Burmese princess till her government sends officials to return her to the temple.
He's fond of Burmese girls?
Not in the least. He's in there fuming because you and I are out here.
Poor boy. We must find some nice girl to help him enjoy his stay also.
Ah, yes. Sahib Pocket? Who said that? So dark here.
There, by the banyan tree. What are you doing in this garden?
So sorry, Mem Sahib. It is important I deliver this message to Sahib Pocket.
Message?
This message, if you please.
You've delivered your message. Now leave.
I follow Mem Sahib's orders.
Here, hold this flashlight while I read this.
Who'd be sending you messages out here?
Listen to this. You are requested to return to London immediately for special assignment in connection with a $100 million diamond robbery. Signed, the 21 old men of 10 Gramercy Park.
Adventure. That's all you care about. You care nothing for a pretty woman. All you want is adventure.
Lady, I still have 24 hours to make you eat those words.
You have just heard I Love Adventure, a new Carlton E. Morse production featuring Michael Ruffetto as Jack Packard and Tom Collins as Reggie York. Next week, International Incident Number 5. The $100 Million Manhunt, an affair of girls and nations resulting in a high adventure halfway around the world. Other players included Alma Lawton, Lal Chan Mehra, Donald Morrison, Everett Glass, Barbara Jean Wong, and Harry Lang. Sound effects were created by Fred Cole, Robert Conlon, and Ed Lutis. The Pearl of Great Price was written and produced by Carlton E. Morse. Organ music and effects by Rex Corey. Your announcer, Dresser Dahlstead. I Love Adventure came to you from Hollywood.
La-tee-tee-tee-too, la-too-too-tee-ta-too. Can you identify that beautiful voice? It belongs to me, Bert Parch, your MC on ABC's Stop the Music program. I might call you this Sunday evening to identify a tune. And if you have trouble naming it, I'll even sing it for you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Take one man consumed by a driving ambition. Add the red color of hate in the blistering heat of a baseball diamond. That's our story, Comeback, taken from the files of John Steele, adventurer.
Hello, friends. This is John Steele. If you like stories of savage action and hard emotion, pull up your chair because you've come to the right place. Most of our tales are about old friends of mine, but this week's is an exception. I first met Lou Johnson when I was scouting for one of the Major League Baseball clubs, and though his story is a sports story, it's also one of a man. But here he is to tell it himself. Lou?
They say once you're through in the big show, you might as well get out and stay out, because it's never the same after that. Well, I didn't feel that way about it. Baseball was my whole life, and I wanted to play the game, even if it meant going down to the Class B League to do it. So after I was released from the majors, I went down to AAA, then on down the line till I ended up with the Memphis Grays in the 3-State League. But I never stopped hoping that someday I'd get called back upstairs. That's why I could put up with the lousy food and the night bus rides and all the rest of it. It's baseball. I played it hard all the way. Like the day we were playing the Chattanooga Chiefs. It was early in the season. Everybody on the team had pretty much made up their mind we weren't going any place anyways. Chiefs were in first place by 3 games, pulling away from the rest of the league. We were last. Skip, our manager, had started a young kid by the name of Snell in my place at third. I'd been warming the bench all day. It was our half of the 9th, and we were 1 run behind. Coombs, our shortstop, got a single to start things off. Next 2 men flied out. That brought up the kid, Georgie Snell.
Snell! Wait a minute.
What?
Lou's gonna hit for you.
Huh? Just keep an eye on me, kid. I'll show you how it's done.
Let's get a batter over here.
Get going, Lou.
Yeah. Just watch the old professional, kid.
Hey, I don't get it, Skipper.
Come on, you're delaying the game.
Johnson for Snell.
I know. Step in here and let's get this over with.
That's just what I'm planning on doing.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Major League himself.
Hey, Lou.
Okay, Curly, here's the big man himself. Pappy, let's see that high one. Pappy right under his chin. And here it is.
Hey!
How you like them apples, big shot?
That his fastball?
Yeah, that's his...
Counted the stitches on it as it went by.
Hey, hear that, Pappy? Says you're not throwing them hard enough.
Come on, I got a train to catch.
Just giving them their money's worth.
Big man's giving them their money's worth, Curly. Come on, let's give him that big floater, baby. Bend in that big one and watch him swing. And it's now, big man, now! That's my baby, Pappy. How many stitches on that one, big shot?
Tell him not to come over the plate again or he's lost a ball game.
Listen to him sing, Curly. Listen to him sing.
Yeah.
Okay, Pappy, we're way out in front. Got him to waist, baby. Come on now, let's put one right over the button on his cap, Curly. Let's bank him out of there. And here it is. Hey!
Coming down the middle with that one.
Yeah, get into that shower now.
All right, Skip. Hey, Snell.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
What do you want?
Did you learn anything out there today?
Sure.
What?
I ain't ever gonna get used to the clutch if the skipper's gonna take me out when things get hot.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Don't take it so hard. Them as has it and them as ain't.
Well, I know I've got
Maybe
it.
you just ain't a ball player, kid.
Why don't you get off his back, Lou?
He's got to learn to take it.
Yeah, you sure that's the reason?
Of course it is.
Okay. Did you hear the news?
What?
The Sox called Charlie Harris back to the majors.
When?
Yesterday.
What do you know about that?
Guess you need some pennant insurance.
You sure?
Yeah, it's in tonight's paper. Says he's going to be used as a pinch hitter.
Old Charlie.
They should have been out in front by 5 games by now.
Yeah.
Maybe Harris will give him the power they need.
Maybe.
Have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing?
Well, let's get in that shower before the hot water's gone.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. After we cleaned up, I bought a paper and beat it back to my room at the hotel. Yeah, there it was in headlines on the sport page. Harris recalled to the majors. That was good. At least I knew the Sox needed some help, and if Harris didn't work out, well, I might get back upstairs yet. Like Herman says, I was going to keep an eye on him. I went out to the field for practice next morning, but it's different. Now, going back to the big time was a lot more than just a dream.
play the game harder than ever. Make every play count. Yeah, that was the way to do it. I was walking up to take my turn in the batting cage when the skipper called me aside.
Hey, Johnson!
Yes, Skip?
Come here a minute.
Sure. What's up?
I want to talk to you.
Shoot.
I've been worrying.
Oh, forget it, Skip. We ain't always going to be in last place.
No, it's not that.
Well, what then?
I don't like to do what I did yesterday.
Oh, that's okay, Skip. I don't mind a kid playing in my spot.
I don't mean that.
Huh?
Young Snell's a pretty good ball player.
Yeah, he's a kid.
That's just it. He needs experience.
Well, why don't you send him down?
Down to where? We're the bottom.
Yeah.
He's never going to learn if I don't give him the chance.
Well, what are you supposed to do? Throw away ball games so a green kid can get used to the heat?
I know.
That's your job, ain't it? Winning games?
That's part of it.
I don't get you.
The other part's developing good prospects to send up to the majors. You think anyone up in the Sox office cares where the Memphis Grays stand in the 3-state league?
Well, I don't know. Seems to me...
Well, I don't. If I can send up one good player every 3 years, that's what makes some sense upstairs.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
Just this. I like to win ball games just as much as you do.
Yeah?
I know that during a game, there isn't always a time to let a kid get his lumps.
So?
You've got experience.
Now, wait a minute.
There's a lot you could teach, Snell, if you would.
You think I'm going to be nursemaid to a skinny kid?
I just meant
I got
that
myself to think of. Someday I'm going back to the majors.
Are you?
Yes, I am. I ain't got the time. Let him learn the way I learned, the hard way.
I guess I had you figured wrong.
Oh, what are you talking about?
I never thought Lou Johnson would worry about a kid taking his spot.
Oh, you're nuts.
Am I? What is it then?
Okay, where is he?
Over at the sliding pit.
Yeah. Remember, this was your idea.
Thanks, Lou.
Yeah, remember.
What do you think they make them sliding pads for? You gotta hit that dirt a good 10 feet from the bag and then come in roaring. Look at some of the best base runners in the game today. They spent hours in the pit and then went... Oh, hello, Lou.
Hi, Herman.
This bunch of kids afraid to get their pants dirty.
Yeah, I know.
What are you doing over here?
Skip's wanted me to help out.
Oh, you can have it. I never saw...
How's Snell doing?
Oh, he's the only one who shows anything.
Hey, kid.
What do you want?
Let's see a follow-away slide.
What for?
Don't give me a hard time. Skip's orders.
Go ahead, kid.
Back off further than that. That's better. Now go ahead.
Kid's pretty good. Not bad.
You call that a follow-away? I'd have had the ball in your teeth.
Says who?
You don't believe me? Try it again. I'll get on the bag. You throw me a ball, Herman. Give a kid a chance. Ready, Herman?
Yeah.
Come on, Snell. Was he out?
5 feet.
Okay, wise guy.
What's the matter, kid? You getting hot?
Try it again.
Sure. Only don't do a fall-away. This time, come in with your spikes flying and break up a double play.
Sure.
I'll stay on the bag and hold the ball. Now, if I can get out of the way of your spikes and throw to Herman, your slide stings. Okay?
Sure.
Hey, wait a minute, Lou. We don't want no one getting hurt.
It's all in fun, ain't it, kid?
Yeah, all in fun.
Go on, Herman. Get back here.
Okay. It's your legs.
Go on, Snell.
Sure.
Ready, Herman?
Yeah.
Come on, kid. Spikes up. That's the best you can do.
What do you mean?
Oh, I got the ball to you. Did I get the ball to you, Herman?
Sure.
Listen, kid. That slide's won more ball games than any other play in the book.
Yeah?
You got to play it hard. You got to knock the pivot man's pins clean out from under him. Don't worry about the bag. Just get those spikes on his legs. Here, I'll show you. You stay on the bag and try to get the ball to Herman.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Stay out there, Herman. Skip's orders.
Go ahead, big shot. Show me how.
Sure. Okay, Herman?
Yep.
Okay, kid, here I come. See what I mean?
You dirty! Don't get you!
Let's get a look here.
Here. Let me see that leg, Snell.
I'll get him if it's the last
Shut up
thing.
and lie still.
Just a scratch.
Get it up!
Shut
Grab
up.
it.
Now, wait till I get the sock down.
Oh, no.
Wow. That cut's 7 inches long. Somebody get the doc.
Bad, huh?
Be a month before you play again, kid.
Dirty rat.
You shouldn't have done that, Lou. You shouldn't have done that.
ain't nothing. You want to have a soda with me? Come on, go on.
Pretty good picture, huh, Herman?
Yeah.
That movie stuff's all the bunko.
Suppose so.
All that love stuff, that ain't for real.
No.
You take that girl. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Huh?
You've been so quiet. What's the matter with you?
No, it's nothing.
Want to stop for a beer?
No, I don't feel like it tonight.
It's awful hot.
I don't care if you want.
What's the matter with you? Snap out of it.
Come on, we'll stop for a drink.
No, forget I brought it up.
Love stuff's the bunk, huh?
Yeah, sure it is.
How come you never got hitched, Lou?
Huh? Oh, I don't know.
Used to have plenty of girls.
Yeah, I guess I had my share.
How come you never married one of them?
Never had the time, I guess.
That's what I thought.
Oh, you know how it is. Always shoving on to another town.
Yeah.
Ever in one place long enough to get to know anybody.
Didn't you never want to get married?
Yeah, I thought about it.
Be nice to have a little house. A kid, maybe.
I guess I figured that'd come later. Other things more important.
Like what?
Playing the game. Working my way upstairs.
Yeah. Maybe I played it too hard.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
I was feeling good till you started talking.
I know.
What a creep.
Sorry.
Want to buy paper?
Okay.
Give me the Chronicle. Thanks.
What's the headline?
Here's some stuff about Korea. See the sports page.
Yeah.
Here we are. Let's see. The Sox, what'd they do today? Yeah, here it is. They lost 3-2. Now, where's the write-up? Oh, yeah, it'll be down at the bottom here. Was pitching well in the ninth inning. Charlie Harris, who flew in from Indianapolis this morning, was sent in to pinch hit for Robinson. He might just as well have come by train, because with 2 out and the tying and 1 runs on base, he struck out to end the game. How about that?
What?
Harris was sent in to...
I heard you.
A couple more like that, and the Sox will be beating the bushes for another pinch hitter.
I suppose so. How long we known each other, Lou?
Oh, 15 years, I guess. Let's see, we come up with the Sox together in 35.
Funny thing. I've never really known you till now.
Huh?
I guess the guys were right this afternoon.
Oh, they're just a bunch of punks.
Are they?
Well, sure they are. That's the trouble with
I don't think they are.
What do you mean?
They wanted to go to Skip and have you thrown off the team. But I stood up for you. Said they didn't know you like I did.
Well, why would they...
They think you spiked the kid on purpose.
Well, those things happen.
No, they don't.
It was an accident.
I thought so this afternoon. Now I know I was wrong.
What are you trying to...
You spiked that kid today, and now you're out laughing and having a good time. He'll be out for a month, maybe more. You didn't even go over to the hospital to see him.
It's a tough game. You got to play it hard all the way.
The guys was right.
Well, what difference does it make? Skip never would have listened to him.
Maybe not. So long, Lou.
Dumb jerk. Guys all got together the next day and went to Skip. He told them they were crazy. It was just an accident. From then on, I played third regular. What with playing every day, my game sharpened up. My batting average started climbing until I was hitting around 390. Team climbed up in the first division. I knew I was carrying him. Kid's leg got infected, and that kept him off the field another 2 weeks. In late August, he started taking practice with us, and being a kid, he come along fast. Meantime, I'd been keeping my eye on Charlie Harris up with the Sox. From what the paper said, he was having a rough time. He had 2 hits and 35 trips to the plate. Sports writers were calling him the All-American Out. It was the last week in August. We had a big game with the Chiefs that afternoon. We're just going out for fielding practice when Skip called us all together.
All right, now, hold it a minute, hold it. This'll interest some of you, but not many. I got word from the office today that a scout from the Sox will be at tomorrow's game. So if you have any big ideas, tomorrow's the day to show 'em.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Okay, fellas, that's all.
Hey, Skip. Skip.
Yeah, Johnson, what do you want?
Who's coming down? Did they say?
What?
The scout. Who is it?
Oh, fellow by the name of Steele.
John Steele.
You know him?
Uh-huh, sure. I know him well.
Lou, I've been watching you careful for the last week.
Yeah?
I notice your hitting's kind of tapered off. I think you're pressing too much.
Nah.
I know this means a lot to you tomorrow, and I thought...
What?
Thought maybe I'd play Snell this afternoon.
No,
The kid's about ready to start, and it'd give you a day of rest.
No, Skip.
You don't even have to take fielding practice today. Might be just what you need to have a big day tomorrow.
I don't need no rest.
Well, you can suit yourself about practice, but Snell's going to play this afternoon.
Skip.
You don't know what's good for you.
I'll show you I don't need no rest. I'll go out there and catch everything in sight.
I know you can field.
I'll show you.
Come on, Skip. Let's get going.
Okay. Go on, Lou. Get out there.
You just watch me, Skip. I'll catch everything in sight.
What do you expect us to do? Cut the grass while you finish your private conference?
Jerk.
What's the matter, big shot? Trying to get out of practice?
Jerk.
Heads up. Here comes one. It's yours, kid. Snell.
Mine. I got it. Get out of the way, kid.
Hog. That was mine all the way.
Yeah, why didn't you take it then? Hit us another, Skip.
Here comes. Mine.
I got it. Mine.
What are you trying to do? Catch everything?
That's right.
Quit hogging the ball, Johnson.
Let's have another, Skip.
It's yours, kid. Snell.
Mine. Look out for the wall, kid. I'll get it.
Ran smack into the wall.
Out cold.
Jerks.
Head first.
Out cold.
Jerks.
The wall.
Out cold.
Jerks.
Head first.
Out cold.
The wall.
Out cold.
Wall.
Cold.
Wall.
Cold.
Wall.
Cold.
Wall.
Cold.
When I come to, I was on a bench in the locker room. The doc was bending over me. I could see Skip looking over his shoulder. Wasn't nobody else around. My head was busting. My whole right side ached. Doc said something about a mild concussion, and I'd have to go to the hospital. Then him and Skip left. I knew I wasn't going to get tied up with no hospital, not with a game coming up tomorrow. When I got up on my feet, I was rocky as a lush on a 10-day bender. Got some clothes on, took off out the back door. I don't know where I went or how long I walked. When I got back to the hotel, it was dark. I unlocked the door of my room. Even before I turned on the light, I knew somebody was there.
Where you been?
What are you doing here?
Where you been? Skip's been looking all over for you.
I don't know.
Been up here 5 times.
Yeah?
How you feeling?
I'm okay.
Sure?
Yeah, now get out and leave me alone.
Sure, I'll go in a couple of minutes. I just want to say I'm sorry about tomorrow.
What about tomorrow?
Skip says I'll be playing third.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
We'll see about that.
Doc says you can't play.
We'll see.
I'm sorry it worked out like this.
What do you mean?
I wanted to beat you fair and square, not this way. Besides, I had you all wrong.
Yeah?
You can play tough for the other guys, but I know better now.
What gives you that idea?
I heard you warn me off that wall just before you hit it. Only a right guy'd do that.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know, tomorrow will be the first time I ever played for Scout.
That's so?
I'd sure like to do good.
I guess you would.
Not a hitter yet, but I will be soon as I get my swing time.
You think so?
You know, Lou, I've been thinking. There's a way that'd make it seem as though you were right up at that plate tomorrow. You know how I take those 3 little steps before I hit the ball, just like Dixie Walker used to? Well, if you'd help me get my timing right, it'd be just like you was up there.
So that's it.
Huh?
You little worm, come squirming around here, tell me what a good guy I am. So's I'll give you the tip that'll send you upstairs.
You got it all wrong.
Well, let me tell you something, smart guy. I knew there was something behind it all along.
You're nuts.
And I'll tell you something else. I wasn't warning you off that wall this afternoon, because I didn't even see the wall. I was trying to scare you off the ball so's I could make the catch. Now, what do you think of that?
I was right in the first place.
That's the trouble with you little punks. You don't know how to play the game hard.
I should have known
Now,
better.
get out of here before I throw you out.
Well, I won't until
Get out.
Cut it out, Johnson. I don't want to hurt you. Cut it out.
Little punk.
Can't hit you, Johnson.
Yellow rat won't even fight back.
Your head.
You gotta play it hard. Now get out of here.
Sure, I'll get out. Not till I tell you something. You're sick, and there ain't no doctor can help you.
Shut up.
All your life you've been playing ball, playing it so hard you forgot everything else. You don't even know there's anyone else alive, and you know why? Because you're scared to death inside. Scared you ain't good enough. Scared somebody's going to take your spot away. Scared you ain't going to make the grade. Now you got something to really be scared about, because you're going to get left holding a bag. You're going to get old, and you won't have baseball nor people nor nothing, because nobody's going to care.
Shut up!
Well, you're through now, and you ain't got nothing. Nothing! I feel sorry for you.
Get out. After the game, I locked myself in my room and slept. Phone rang 6 or 7 times during the night, but I didn't answer it. At 3 a.m, Skip came up and banged on the door. I just laid in bed and listened. Finally, he went away, and I went back to sleep. Guess I was too tired even to dream. When I woke up, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. My head still ached. Whole right side was stiff. I took one of the shades down, rolled it up, and practiced swinging until my side started to loosen up. I didn't go out to the field till after game time. When I got to the locker room, it was empty. Pulled on my uniform, packed some cotton in under my sliding pads to protect that hip. When I got to the dugout, the game had started.
Johnson, what are you doing here?
I'm on the team, ain't I?
You should be in the hospital.
I feel great, Skip. Honest.
Well, you ain't going to play, so you might as well go back to the hotel and rest.
I'll stick around. Maybe you could use a pinch hitter later on.
Suit yourself, but I'm telling you, you ain't going to play. Sit down.
Snell's up, huh? Never get a hit.
Ah, shut up.
Did Steele show?
Yeah, he's right behind the dugout.
Good.
Come on out! Come on out there!
Another line drive.
Yeah, right to the shortstop.
If he just straightened one of them out.
Sorry, Skip. Just can't seem to get a home one today.
Okay, kid.
Oh, sure, that's okay. We didn't need the run anyway.
Ah, shut up, Lou.
If you'd let me go in and hit... I'll be back in a minute.
Where are you going? Stay away from that kid.
Don't worry. Let me see that arm, Snell.
Beat it.
I saw you flinch when you reached for the rail.
Shut up.
Let me see it.
Good.
Ah, swollen. How'd that happen?
It's nothing.
Last night?
It's nothing, I tell you.
You dumb jerk. You've been out there batting with a sprained wrist.
So what?
You throwing the game away? We've only been playing with 8 men.
Shut up.
What's the idea?
You said to play it hard. Well, that's the way I'm playing it.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. There wasn't no more scoring. When we got to the last half of the ninth, we were still 1 run behind. First man flied out, next man walked, next man struck out. 2 down and a man on base when Snell went walking up to the plate.
I don't know.
Playing him to pull to the left.
Yeah, such a kid.
Yeah.
He hasn't got it, that's all. What's the use of kidding myself?
Skip.
How do you feel, Lou?
Huh?
Your head. How's it feel?
Kind of rocky. Guess it's been too much for me today.
Yeah, afraid of that.
Well, let me go out and talk to him, Skip.
You think I'm nuts?
Nothing to worry about, I promise you.
Okay. I'll try anything at this point.
Kid, wait a minute.
Come on, hurry it up.
Time. Come here, kid.
You want?
Now, listen to me. I ain't got much time. When do you start taking those 3 little steps before you hit the ball?
Huh?
Tell me.
I see the ball coming around from behind his head.
Now, listen to me. I used to watch Dixie hit. Wait till the ball leaves his hand. Then go into your dance.
How do I know you just ain't trying?
Okay. Wait till tomorrow to find out if I'm right if you want to.
Come on, Snell, time's in.
Now, go on, kid. And stop pressing.
I don't know.
Don't worry, Skip. Put it over.
That pitcher's sure taking his time.
Yeah. Get it over.
Hit it foul.
Yeah, but to the right.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. All right, yeah.
Put it over.
Ball one.
He'll hit it.
He's got to hit it.
Get it over there.
Foul again. 2 strikes.
Yeah, but to the right.
Come on, kid. Get a hold on there.
Get it over. Get it over there.
There it goes. All the way. Home run. That's the ball game.
Yeah.
Attaboy, kid. You really creamed that one.
Yeah.
What'd you tell him out there?
Huh? Oh, just told him take it easy. Don't play it so hard.
Nice going, kid.
Thanks, Skip.
Now get down to that shower in a hurry.
Yeah, right away. Come on, Lou.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Nice going, Snell.
Huh?
Oh, this is John Steele, kid.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Steele.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
Oh, I'm Lou Johnson.
Yeah, sure. Now I remember. Say, I like the way this kid hits. Nice swing. Bad luck today hitting him at people, but he hit everyone smack on the nose.
Yeah, he's got a good swing.
I'd like to have a talk with you after you clean up, Snell.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Mr. Steele.
See you later. Nice to see you again, Thompson.
I guess I was right the second time, huh, Lou?
What?
Nothing.
Looks like you're on your way, kid.
I'll be seeing you again, Lou.
Huh?
Because I'm going to tell them up there they got a good coach going to waste down here at Memphis. I'll be seeing you again, Lou.
Maybe. Maybe.
The title, Comeback. The story of a man who learned that sometimes you can step down to go upstairs. And if you like Lou's story, friends, why not come back next week? I'll have a man who was trapped not 10 feet from civilization and whose life depended on a single blade of grass. I like to call it Juniper Bush. So until next week, this is John Steele saying, a life of adventure is yours for the asking, wherever you find it. Only don't look for it. It may find you. Well, goodbye and good hunting.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Take one man who thought he'd seen everything. Add a blind alley and a ghost from the past. That's our story. One-Way Street, taken from the files of John Steele, adventurer.
Hello, friends. This is John Steele. I wonder how many of you realize what a wonderful thing you've got in your morning newspaper. Oh, I know, it doesn't seem like much. The paper's thin, the ink rubs off on your fingers, you read it once, then throw it away. You wrap the garbage in it or maybe moth-proof last year's suit with it. But how many other countries in this world would give their right arm to have it? Well, this week's story is about a newspaper man, one of the guys who stay up all night, so you can have the world at your doorstep the next morning. It isn't a big story, it isn't an important story, but it's his story, and I'm proud to bring him to you. Tom DeRubo. Tom?
It's funny how a guy can be about his job. Almost like it was a woman. You give it everything you got, heart, soul, blood, sweat, and, yeah, even tears, and for a long time it's worth it. And all of a sudden, one day you wake up and say, why? You're 35 years old, and what do you got to show for it? Head full of gray hair and a set of nerves that coffee had stopped curing 5 years ago. Well, that's just about where I was with the Morning Journal. As a reporter with 15 years under my belt, I'd seen it all. And a couple of chapters that nobody's supposed to see. People were people. I'd stopped caring. Then one morning I wandered into the office. It was Tuesday. I knew it was Tuesday because it was the second hangover I'd had that week.
Good morning, boss.
Very funny.
I'm proud of you.
Why?
It's only 11:30.
Now, don't start.
Oh, I mean it. Why, only the other day I told Mr. Steele...
Julie.
I said Tom's never really late.
Please.
He's just running on Pacific Coast time.
Julie, I concede. You were radiant. You were everything a woman aspires to be.
Now, that's nice.
Now, where are the aspirin? I got a hangover.
Go in the office. I'll bring you some in a minute.
Yeah.
This'll either kill or cure.
What is it?
Water, remember?
Oh.
Well, you certainly can be a bear on occasion.
Well, there comes a time in every woman's life
Pills in your mouth.
when she sees her man.
Water?
For the animal he is.
Big night, huh?
Roughly huge.
Date?
Hmm?
I said, were you alone?
Oh, as far as I know.
How far might that be?
That's what I love about you, Dooley. You're so subtle.
I'm worried.
Why?
How long is this going to go on?
What?
This banging around night after night.
Till somebody starts taking an interest in me.
Tom?
Keeps me off the streets
Now,
nights.
don't start that.
Come here, woman.
You always catch me when I'm feeling maternal.
Come on, Dooley.
No.
We'll leave right now. Be in Maryland in 3 hours.
No,
Get a justice of the peace.
No. When we get married, it's going to be in a church with flowers and bridesmaids and everything.
And when is that going to be?
When you get that ink out of your veins and replace it with some blood.
Ah, Dooley, look.
Sometimes I wonder if you really are a nice guy.
You take it. I wouldn't talk to Hedy Lamar this morning.
Mr. DeRubo's office? Yes, we'll wait. It's long distance from Hollywood.
What?
Yes? Oh, yes. Just a moment, please. They want you.
Hello?
Come into my office right away, Tom. I want to see you.
Yeah, sure, John. Right away. Oh, you rat.
I couldn't resist.
You know, it's things like that lead to divorce.
You mad?
The guy said you go along day after day and nothing much right happens, and all of a sudden one day everything gets worse. Women. Morning, Miss Keene. Good morning, John.
What's been going on while I've been away?
What do you mean?
You're supposed to be our top man, and look at the stuff you've been turning out. Here, look at this one. War Department makes a statement on flying saucers, and you stretch it for half a column.
Well...
And here's another. Big society murder, and you let Hanrahan cover it. Why? What's happened to you, Tom?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I need a vacation.
No, you don't.
Well, I'm tired.
I talked to Dooley this morning. I know what's the matter with you.
What?
You've been all the way around once, and it was fun. Now you're seeing everything for the second time, and it's worse. I know what I'm talking about. Unless you get back on the ball, Tom, I'm going to have to do something about it.
Okay.
Oh, I got a job for you.
What?
Remember Maxie Reinhardt?
Well, who doesn't?
I want you to find him.
He's dead.
How do you know?
Well, nobody's seen him alive for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know.
He's at the bottom of a river somewhere with a nice, neat pair of cement shoes.
Maybe.
Well, why else would the light heavyweight champion of the world disappear?
I don't know. I'd sure like to.
Ask them down at Missing Persons. They'll tell you how they got him listed. Presumed to have...
I know.
Police never found a thing.
They didn't find a body either. The way things are going with the basketball scandal, the DA's office could use a little help right now.
I tell you he's dead.
See what you can find out. Huh?
Yeah.
And let's get back on the ball. Huh, Tom?
Oh, sure, boss. Now, there's a name for that kind of treatment in the newspaper trade, but I can't use it here. We'll just call it being given the business. Anytime an editor wants to get rid of somebody, he sends them out on one of those impossible assignments. You can see him coming a mile away. I suppose if I'd been smart, I'd have quit right there, but there's something about being told I'm not good enough that upsets me. Okay, if that's the way Steele wanted to play it, I'd bring him Maxie Reinhardt, cement shoes and all. Dooley and I checked all the regular sources, and then we hopped a cab for Stillman's gym.
And the morgue said they hadn't had anyone since then that was anywhere near our size.
Dooley. You sound like you're buying a suit.
Well, that's what the man said.
I see.
What'd you find out?
Not much more than you did.
He was such a nice man.
Who?
The one at the morgue. He said ordinarily I wouldn't have talked to him, but his partner was out sick today, and he had to have lunch sent in.
Please.
Who'd you talk to?
Lieutenant Corrigan, a missing person.
Oh?
What do you mean by that?
By what?
Oh?
Well, the conversation was dragging. Somebody had to say something.
Conversation was not dragging. I was merely getting my stomach back to normal.
Don't you feel well?
Oh, never mind.
He's nice.
The man at the morgue.
No, Lieutenant Corrigan.
Oh.
There, see, you said it.
Dooley, my O was one of comprehension. Your O was one of those obnoxious spurs to conversation that women insert every time a man stops to think.
Oh, that's really very good.
Thank you. Now, where were we?
You talked to Lieutenant Corrigan.
Oh, yeah. He was the guy that handled the case when it broke.
What'd he say?
No, not much. Maxie's hotel reported him missing 2 days after the Murphy fight. There was a big stink in the papers for a while, but it died down like it always does.
They never got a lead on it?
No. They kept the case open for 6 months because of the publicity it got, but nothing came of it.
Seems to me I remember something about a fix.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk. Nobody ever proved anything, but it didn't smell good. Maxie was a 4-1 favorite, but just before the fight, a lot of out-of-town money came in on Murphy, and the odds dropped. Then Maxie won the fight, and everybody stopped talking fix.
Did you ever meet him?
Maxie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I met him.
What's he like?
Oh, he's like a lot of fighters I've known. Not very smart, a nice guy. I talked to him right after the Jankowski fight in 42. He'd won the title that night. Of course, he was all hopped up about that, but he didn't say much. You know how those guys are. And I guess if I got hit in the head for 15 rounds, I wouldn't have much to say either. Just let us out here. Keep the change, Mac.
I've never been in Stillman's gym.
Oh, you'll love it.
Are you sure that women are allowed?
Sure.
What are we going to see here?
Stooley Wilson, if he's around, used to be Maxie's trainer.
Dooley? Is he a pigeon?
No. When he was a kid, he used to pull Jim Corbett's stool out of the ring. The name stuck.
Oh. Hey, you have to pay to get in?
We don't. Press.
Oh, boss, look at all those men.
Dooley.
But see.
Come on.
Oh, look at that one over there. Now, isn't he the cutest thing, jumping rope?
Fills up his legs.
I'll say.
Come on. Oh, there's Wilson.
Where?
With the guy working the bag.
That's it, kid. Now move around. Keep your feet working. No. Keep off from them heels. Up on the toes, kid. Up on the toes.
You Stooley Wilson?
Huh?
I said, are you...
Yeah, I'm Stooley.
I want to talk to you.
What about?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Stooley. Meet Dooley.
Not very good, dear. How do you do?
What about?
Maxie Reinhardt.
I'm busy.
You were his trainer, weren't you?
Go away. I got things to do.
Weren't you?
Beat it.
What happened to him, Stooley?
That's it, kid. Keep that left stuck out there. I'm over around.
What happened to him?
What are you, a cop?
No, a reporter.
I told the cops all I knew 2 years ago.
You were his best friend, weren't you?
See them. They'll tell you what I said.
When was the last time you heard from him?
Beat it, wise guy.
You did hear from him then, huh?
Work that while you're hard, kid. Keep driving. Keep driving. I'm out to your right and cross them.
Come on, Stooley, you can tell me.
See the cops.
You're his best friend, aren't you?
He's dead.
How do you know?
I know, that's all.
That's more than anybody else knows, if it's true.
That's true. Maxie Reinhardt's dead. Now let me alone. That's it, kid. Keep those feet working. Off from here, kid. Come on.
Were you ever in a spot where somebody said something and just because he said it so often you stopped believing it? Well, that's the way I felt about Stooley. When we went into Stillman's, I was positive Maxie Reinhardt was dead. When we left, I wasn't so sure. But how do you go about finding a guy that's just evaporated? Where do you look first? That's what Dooley and I were talking about that night at dinner.
What makes you think he's still alive?
I don't know. Hunch, maybe.
That's not good enough.
Why?
Go out to Belmont, see 100,000 hunch players. Where'd you get them?
But did you see Dooley's reaction? When I said you're his best friend, aren't you?
No.
He almost answered me. That's when he started saying Maxie's dead.
Well, all right, suppose he is alive. What do we do now?
I don't know.
Hello, DeRubo. Mind if I join you?
Yeah, I do.
You're always so friendly.
What is it, Scalia?
Oh, you know I only come to see you on business.
I haven't got chips to play in your league.
Sometimes I think you have.
No, Dooley, you don't want to meet this guy.
The name is Scalia. Maybe you know me?
No.
Tom and me, we old friends. He's a good guy, Tom.
Oh, well, any friend of
You remember
Tom.
a few years ago, it's very hard to get an apartment?
Yeah.
Tom, he fixed a couple of my boys up. It's too bad as it sinks, huh? Yeah, he's a good guy, Tom.
Oh.
All right, come on, Scalia. Let's get it over with.
Well, I thought I'd have a drink with
Not
you.
at my table, you don't.
Tom.
I'll throw you out of here so fast.
I wouldn't do that.
No?
The gun in my pocket might go off.
You suppose he means it?
There's not much point in finding out, I think.
Hey, you know, Miss...
Dooley.
Yeah. Tom and me, we grew up together.
Oh?
Yeah, over on the east side.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah. You know, Tom, he's a good guy. He gets up early every morning and goes to deliver the papers. He makes a lot of money. And me? I sit on a corner and pitch pennies with the kids. And one day I says to Tom, Tom, how much money you got in your pocket? He says, I got 75 cents. I look at my pocket. I got $4.30. Why's that, I says to Tom, and he says, I don't know. That's funny, huh?
What do you want, Scalia?
You know, Miss...
Dooley.
Yeah. I says, Tom wants to sell papers, that's good. Scale, you don't mind? Me? I want to pitch pennies, that's good. Tom, he don't mind. Right?
Oh, whatever you say.
You see, Tom, she knows what's right.
Come on, Scalia, what's on your mind?
I hear you want to buy a fighter.
Huh?
Yeah. I hear you up at the gym today.
So what?
I hear you talk to Stoolie Wilson.
Maybe.
I says, Scalia, Tom must want to buy a fighter.
I don't get you.
Because I say, Tom, he's a good guy. He's going to let Scalia pitch pennies.
Go on.
Well, maybe it's an accident. Tom asked about Maxie Reinhardt. He don't really want to know about Maxie.
I see.
He just wants to buy a fighter.
Yeah.
And I say, Scalia, maybe you better be sure. You better go ask Tom.
So?
You want to forget all about Maxie, huh, Tom?
Why?
Oh, 'cause Scalia wants to see his old friend sell lots of newspapers. That's pretty good, huh?
That all?
Yeah, that's all. Good night, Miss...
Dooley.
Yeah. Good night, good guy.
That night, I lay in my bed trying to make the pieces fall into place. Where did Scalia fit into this picture? He was a big-time gambler. What did he have to do with Maxie? And Stooley, what was his connection? I kept trying to see it from Maxie's point of view. Why should the light heavyweight champion of the world want to get out of town? Unless he was invited out by somebody like Scalia. Well, I must have fallen asleep because at 7 the next morning the phone rang, and it was Dooley with her first good idea of the day. I met her at the office at 8, and we went right down to back files. She figured if we read every issue of the week that Maxie disappeared, we might come up with a clue. Sounded good when she said it over the phone. But did you ever read a newspaper from front to back page, personals, classifieds, obits, everything? Brother.
Yeah, here's a woman right out in the street in her pajamas.
Why?
Thought she heard a gunshot.
Where'd she live?
20th and 2nd.
Oh, great. That's only 30 blocks from Maxie's hotel.
Well, you had anything closer?
Sure, 10 o'clock this morning I had
I know. He thought he heard a fight. How was he to know somebody left the radio on?
Well, it was the same block anyway. Oh, my back. Look, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
Did we eat lunch?
No, Tin Horn.
Why don't you be a good kid and order something?
Look, are you always so nice, or it's just 'cause this is our first date?
Come here.
No.
What's the matter?
I'm mad.
Why?
Well, it hasn't been any fun for me today either.
Who said it was?
Well, you act like it's my fault you're tired. I was only trying to help.
Well, I know.
You know what today is?
Your birthday?
No. Saturday.
Well?
Well, other girls go out on dates, have fun. What do? Sit in this dirty joint and read last year's news.
No.
I'm tired.
Baby.
I am.
Come here. There. Now you go order us some lunch.
Oh.
Baby.
You'll never learn. Marge, get me the drugstore, will you?
It's really for us anyway, honey, you know.
Huh?
Well, think what would it mean if we turned up with Maxie Reinhardt?
Oh.
We could name our ticket on any paper in town, be on the top of the heap.
Sam, just a minute. What do you want, genius?
Oh, me? Lettuce and tomato white, coffee.
Yeah, did you hear that, Sam? No, lettuce, tomato, white, and coffee. And I'll have
Hey, Julie.
What?
Come here a minute. Cancel the order. Come here.
Oh.
Come here.
Call you back, Sam. What is
Here,
it?
look. Maxie disappeared in the 3rd. Look at this item on the 4th.
Let's see. Commuter traffic was held up for an hour last night in the Lincoln Tunnel when an automobile owned by the Manse Drive Yourself system and driven by A.M. Russo of New York City lost a wheel. No one was injured and traffic was restored to normal as quickly as possible. So,
A.M. Russo, that mean anything to you?
No?
Yink Russo used to be Maxie's second, one of the best in the business.
You sure?
I think so. Look, what time is it?
4:10.
You go up to sports and see if they got a picture of Yink. I'll meet you downstairs in 10 minutes, and hurry. We've got to get to the man's office before it closes. Sure, it was a long shot, but those are the kind of breaks that crack big stories. Maybe it was right, maybe it was wrong, but there's only one way to find out. Dooley met me in 5 minutes, and we hopped a cab crosstown for the Man's Drive Yourself office. It was on 3rd Avenue, around 25th Street, with a garage downstairs and a reception room and business department one flight up. When we walked in the room, I had the feeling I wanted to open a window. The dust was thick on everything, and the little guy behind the counter looked like he should have been hung out and aired. A heavy smell of oil drifted up from downstairs.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
My name is DeRubo from the Morning Journal.
Oh, you and your wife leaving town?
The what?
Oh, a honeymoon, eh? Well, now we have a special rate within 200 miles.
No, we don't want a car.
Oh, no?
No, I want some information.
Oh, well, now, I really don't know.
Give me the picture, Dooley.
A picture?
Yeah, a picture.
You from the police?
I told you, I'm a reporter.
Well, I don't know anything about anything.
Yeah, but...
Whatever they said, it's a lie.
I haven't even asked you
yet. I don't care. I just don't care. I get so nervous over here on 3rd.
Oh, wait a minute.
I liked it much better when we were uptown.
Want me to help?
Really, the unsavory people that come in here every day.
Getting hysterical,
you just don't know. I mean, you just don't know. Why, only the other day a man was here and
wait a minute.
Yes?
What's your name?
Why, Osgood. Percival Paul Osgood. I've worked for Mr. Mance for 22 years. I've worked hard, too.
Well, Mr.
Yes,
Osgood...
indeed. Why, I'm office manager
Mr.
now.
Osgood...
I was the one that started the new filing system, you know, but, well, I just don't know anymore. Ever since we moved over here, there isn't a day goes by that someone doesn't do something.
Well, that's pretty much the way it is all over.
What?
What do you
Now, let me... Mr. Osgood, look, we're looking for a friend that we haven't seen for a long time.
Oh, a friend. Oh, well, that's entirely different. Yes, I believe in friendship.
Well, now, we think maybe you can help us.
Help? Why, yes, indeed. I'd just be glad to help.
Oh, women.
We think our friend rented a car from you 2 years ago.
Oh, that should be easy to find out, miss. You know, I started the new filing system, then I became...
Well, look, we have a picture of him. Now, maybe that'll help.
A picture? Well, now, just wait till I get my glasses on, and we can... Would you turn on that light over there? It does get dark here this time of day.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Now, do I or don't I? Now, there's something about the chin. No, it's not the chin. It's the eyes. Or is it the nose?
You know him or don't you?
Well, I really can't be sure. You see, I see so many
We think he
people.
rented a car from you on March 3rd, 1949.
Oh, well, that should be easy to find. You know, I started the
Yeah, I
filing
know,
system.
the filing system.
Yes, well, you wait right here. I'll be right back. Don't go away.
What a character.
Oh, he's sweet.
Sweet. Filing system. I'll bet you a buck right now all he finds is the last week's ham sandwich.
Oh, you're on.
1949.
Listen to him.
2 and over 1. 1, 2. Oh, March is 3 and over. Oh, yes, here it is. Well, March 1949. Dusty. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Oh, now, let me see. It was the third, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yes, here we are. Baker, Fraser, Howard, Russo, Williams.
Wait a minute. That was it, Russo. Let me see the card.
Russo, the car was rented on March 3rd, 1949, with $5,000 collision.
Well, never mind about that.
It was driven to South Charleston, Ohio, where it was picked up by our Springfield office on March the 6th, 1940.
That's it. Come on, Dooley.
Yes, but
Thanks, Mr. Osgood.
I don't understand. Don't you want to know anything?
You weren't very nice.
I was in a hurry.
Hey, you owe me $1 besides.
Huh? Oh, later.
You're going someplace, good guy?
What?
Scale you.
I thought I told you to listen.
All right, flag that cab, Dooley. We gotta get out of here. There was still a lot of things that hadn't dropped into place, but that hunch was working overtime, and I had the feeling the answers wouldn't be long coming. We left Scaley on the sidewalk and rode uptown to get Dooley's car. Then, taking turns behind the wheel and stopping only for food and gas, we were in South Charleston by noon the next day. When we showed Yink's picture to the guy in the general store, he said he thought he was living in the old Ramsey place 4 or 5 miles out of town. Half hour later, we topped a rise in the road and saw the farm nestling in the valley ahead. When we pulled into the drive, a figure came out of the house and stood on the porch watching us. Then it went back inside and came out a few minutes later with a shotgun in its hands.
Get out of here.
I want to talk to you, Yink.
Beat it.
You better get out this side, baby.
Yep.
And keep down, just in case.
Get out of here, I said.
I'm Tom DeRubo from the Morning Journal. Remember me, Yink?
Leave us alone.
What do you mean, us, Yink?
I mean, get out of here.
You stay here, baby. All I want to do is talk to you.
Go on back to New York.
You remember me, Yink?
Yeah.
Well, put up the gun. That's not going to help.
I'll come no closer.
I want to talk to you, that's all.
So talk.
I want to see Maxie.
Maxie who?
Maxie Reinhardt.
He's dead.
I don't think he is.
He ain't here.
I think he is.
He ain't here now.
I'll wait.
He's dead.
No, he isn't, Yink. He's in that house right now.
Who squealed?
Nobody.
How'd you find us?
Through the accident in the tunnel.
You want to see him?
Yeah.
Come on.
I could make the way out. Just give me a crack at it. He says, Maxie, you couldn't fight.
It's dark.
That's the way he likes it.
So I says, okay, now on you got yourself a light heavy. Well, then I got myself built up because I'm too heavy for.
Where is he?
Over by the window.
Heavy. And then
Who's he talking to?
When I meet Stu,
Nobody.
The guy for you. I'm walking in the Stillman's wondering, ain't somebody.
What happened?
It was a week before the Murphy fight. For the last couple of years, Maxie's walking Queer Street. I'm after him to get out of the game, but Maxie says no. Then one day, Scalia comes up to camp, and he says to Maxie says, I'll make it worth your while to go into the tank with Murphy. Well, now, Maxie ain't never took a dive in his life, but me and Steele, we say, do it, Maxie, do it, because maybe you'll lose anyway, and this way you make enough to get out of the game, and you don't get hurt either. So Maxie tells Scalia, okay. But Maxie's a sweet guy. He don't want to hurt nobody, see? The night before the fight, he starts thinking about all the little guys what's got their $2 on them, and he changes his mind. He even tries to tell Scalia, but Scalia says, take a dive or else. So you know what happened.
Yeah.
He goes in and he wins, but he gets his brain scrambled doing it.
How bad is he?
Don't remember nothing about it.
What's the doc say?
They don't never come back.
What about Scalia?
Lost his shape. They come looking for Maxie, but by then we got him out of town.
Who's we?
Stooley, Mark Ketchel, Al Horst.
They all know about it?
Sure.
Huh.
Hey. Is that you, Yank?
Yeah, it's me, champ. You want to talk to him?
It says, Frazier might hurt somebody. I said, we should bring it up.
No, let's leave him alone, huh?
All right.
How do you like it out here in the country, Yink?
Okay, I guess.
You miss the city?
Guess I'm getting used to it. Work on the farm the day, me and the champ play checkers at night. Ain't bad.
Did you use a television set?
Huh? Yeah.
So long, Ink. Take care of him, huh?
Yeah. And thanks.
Did you see him?
Mm-hmm.
What's the story?
There is no story.
But Scalia.
Yeah. They'll get him sometime. They always do.
What are you going to tell Mr. Steele?
There are other papers. Even other jobs, I guess.
Tom, do you notice the guy that runs the general store in town?
No, what about him?
Stein said he was also Justice of the Peace.
I thought you said you wanted all the trimmings.
I'm getting them.
Women.
The title, One-Way Street, is the story of a man who learned that the littlest people are often the biggest people. Well, friends, if you like Tom's story, why not come back again next week? I'll have a man who found his happiness was on the grounds he knew best, though his ground was 10 stories high. I like to call it dangerous glass. So until next week, this is John Steele saying a life of adventure is yours for the taking, wherever you find it. Only don't look for it. It may find you. Well, goodbye and good hunting.
John Steele, Adventurer, is produced by Robert Monroe, written and directed by Elliot Drake. John Larkin was heard as Tom. Also in our cast were Mary Kay Wells, Ross Martin, Phil Sterling, and Jack Edwards. John Steele is played by Don Douglas. Musical effects were created by Doc Whipple, and your announcer is Ted Malley. All names and places used in this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to names of actual persons living or dead is coincidental. Remember, next week, Mutual presents Dangerous Glass, another story of suspense and action from the files of John Steele, Adventurer. This program came from New York. There's mystery in Mutual's air on Sunday afternoons, too. Mystery from the hard-boiled sleuthing of Martin Caine, Private Eye, to the Western adventure tales on The Roy Rogers Show. For those with a taste for real-life crime drama, there's true detective mysteries, and The Shadow brings a strange power to cloud men's minds to the undoing of all criminals. And Nick Carter, Master Detective, unraffles another baffling case to its ultimate solution. You'll agree there's no mystery like Mutual's mystery when you listen to Mutual, the station where you hear the announcer say, "This is the Mutual Broadcasting System."
Of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's greatest comic and adventure pictures by the world's best artists, featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jim has bid farewell to Kitty at Puerto Rico and sailed for the mysterious island suspected of harboring the secret submarine base. Captain Kennedy, who runs an inter-island trader Jim is going on, has given Kolo a berth on his ship, which touches the island Jim is interested in every month or so. Jim's plan is to leave the large ship during darkness and somehow make his way ashore. His only means of contact with the outside world will be through Colo when Captain Kennedy's vessel makes its occasional stops. The trip started off uneventfully enough, but when Colo came off duty, he discovered a ticking sound like a clock, which upon investigation could only come from the forward hold. Even though a large part of the cargo had to be moved, the captain, Jim, and the crew finally located the ticking, and just as Jim suspected, it was attached to a time bomb, which he tossed overboard just in the nick of time. Shortly after that, Jim, in a rowboat, pulls away from Kennedy's sloop.
Boy, oh boy, this old tub must weigh 2 tons. What's that? Hey, let go of this boat. Who are you? It's you. Why, you little fool, what in the name of heavens are you doing here?
Oh, you almost hit me. Stop that nonsense and help me up.
Help you up? Where'd you come from?
I'm soaked. Give me a hand.
Why, you silly fool, how did you get here?
Oh, I stowed away on Captain Kennedy's ship. I hid in the locker, and when you were ready to launch the rowboat, I jumped over.
Yeah, I thought I heard a splash.
Not much. It was a good, clean dive. Well, are you going to help me aboard or not?
You little idiot. You got yourself into this mess. Now suppose you find a way out of it.
That's what I'm trying to do. And you're no help to me. What do you want me to do, swim back to Puerto Rico?
Look, young lady, that's entirely your affair. It's about time you learned to take the consequences for your own actions.
Jim, you've got to help me. I've got all my clothes on and they're so soaked. I don't think I'll be able to make it.
Well, just to make you feel more comfortable, there are sharks in these waters. And barracuda.
Oh.
There's stingrays. Yes, and electric eels, too.
Well, judging from the mood you're in now, I don't see why any of those wouldn't make a better companion than you would right now.
Have it your own way.
And if anything happens to me, it'll be your fault.
My fault? That's woman's logic. I suppose I invited you aboard that ship. I suppose I threw you overboard.
You're doing worse by not helping me aboard this one.
Of all the addle-pated, rattle-brained dames I ever met, you're the silliest. All right. Come on. Come on, give me your hand.
No, if you're going to talk like that all the time, I don't want to come aboard.
Come on over here, I said. You think I have the rest of the night to play with you? Now you will, and now you won't? Come on over here, I said.
What an old bear you are.
All right. Come on, I'll help you up. There, come on. All right, that's all. Come on, give me your other hand. Come on, up you come. There. Now sit down there and shut up.
I haven't said a word.
And don't. Not even one word. Well, I'm waiting for an explanation of this nonsense. If there can be any explanation. Oh, you won't talk now, eh?
I'm obeying orders. Not even one word.
Oh, you are you?
Yes, I am. Am I?
Well, it's too bad you waited until now. You should have obeyed my first one and stayed in Puerto Rico. Come on now, out with the story.
There's no story. You left me behind.
I left you where you'd be safe.
Now, how can I tell my story if you keep interrupting me all the time?
Well, you just stick to facts. Don't be getting indignant at everything I say. You're not fooling me one instant.
Well, you left me behind.
You must have your own way. All right, I left you behind.
Right. Then after thinking it over carefully, I thought I'd better come along. You might need me, so I just came. That's all there is to it.
Oh, as simple as that, huh? She just came along.
I didn't want to stay there just twiddling my thumbs.
Look, don't you realize that this is a life and death case? And that certain phases of the government's defense plans hinge on its success or failure?
Of course I do. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's why you're here. I haven't enough to do already. Now I have to worry about you, too.
You should have thought about those things before you gave me a job.
You couldn't even do that.
I was happy.
You may have been happy, but you couldn't even do that job right. Why, if you hadn't dropped that tray of dishes, you'd be there yet. I'd never have found you.
That would be pleasing me no end. But, Jim Bradley, all this bickering is getting us nowhere fast. I done my share, kept to my end of our bargain. Now, why don't you keep yours?
Hey, who's supposed to give orders around here? You or me?
You hired me to do a job, and I want to do it.
Yes, and that job was to stay in Puerto Rico.
Now, how could I help you there? By mental telepathy?
Well, it'd be a darn sight more helpful there than here. At least you wouldn't be in my way.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. 2 heads are better than 1. And you'll be glad I took the trouble to get here. And believe me, it was plenty of trouble. There were cockroaches aboard that ship.
Kitty, maybe women should fight all the world's wars. They'd win them, too. By talking.
You're no oyster. You can talk plenty, but you don't say so much.
Look, Kitty. You're here. That's that. Now my plans will have to be changed. Now, keep quiet for a few minutes. There's some grub and water. Amuse yourself while I figure a way out of this. Kitty, this is the way it can be worked. Now listen carefully. You and I are going to...
While Jim and Kitty are making plans for the landing on Bull Thorson's Island, one of the guards who patrol its shores 24 hours per day sights his boat with his binoculars. It's still too far offshore to distinguish much, except that it's a rowboat and has 2 seemingly lifeless occupants.
Frank! Mira! Frank! Eh? What you want, Vicky? Come here. Pronto. What happened?
Here, you look through the glasses. Huh? See, out there. That's a boat.
You look, nothing come that way.
You look in glasses, you see for yourself.
Madre de Dios. You're right. Where he can come from? That's ocean out there.
I don't know where he's come from, but there he is, you see.
Of course I see. It's a boat. No oars. Seem like people in it.
How many people you see?
I see 2.
That's right. That's what I see. 2.
Now where it come from?
All I know, he's there.
Must be shipwreck. But why no storm for 2 weeks? No one can live out there so long.
How you know these are alive?
Well, maybe you're right. Then maybe you're wrong. You wait here. I go tell overseer.
All right.
And hey, you, don't forget to look at them. I'll come right back.
Who's there?
Big news I have. It's Frank.
Now, what's the big news?
Mr. Tom, there be small boat coming to island from east.
Huh?
No oars. Seem like 2 people in boat. They no sit up. They all in heap. Don't know if he alive or dead.
From the east?
See.
You sure?
See, Vigay and me, we see in glasses. It be from east.
Wait a minute till I check this.
See.
Let me have the tower. How long ago did you discover this?
Well, just now, about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Hello, Bill. One of the shore guards just came in with a story about a rowboat bearing in on us from the east. Yeah. Put a glass on that area and give me a report. Yeah. Get it right away, will you? All right. Call me back. No sign of life, you say, huh?
While we look, no one move. But little mist out there yet. Can't see too much.
I wonder where in the dickens that boat could come from. You sure you saw people in it?
Oh, see. There be 2.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hello? Yeah, Bill. No kidding. Looks like a man and a woman, huh? Yeah. Have you had any radio reports from any ships in trouble out that way? Oh, the night before last, huh? Yeah, it could be. Very likely is. All right. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, goodbye. Come on, let's get right down to the shore.
See.
We gotta see who our unexpected guests are.
Now, Kitty, here's our story. Let's rehearse it once more, huh?
We're Mr. and Mrs. James Bradley,
Huh?
owners, or I should say former owners, of the Nancy C. out of Jacksonville, Florida, bound for Martinique, 4 days out. Oh, that's the day before yesterday. We got caught in the tail end of a hurricane.
Right.
The rudder post snapped and we foundered. And the crew were in the other boat, but we lost them the first night.
Boy, letter perfect, I'd say. You've ripped your dress where those labels should be.
Certainly. I'm certain there's not one identification mark left on any of my clothes.
Don't move, Kitty. I'm sure I saw someone running alongshore there. And they could spot us easily from here. You're supposed to be unconscious now.
That's my part of the act. Now, how about yours?
If you carry out your end of the show, it'll be a perfect screen for me to slip ashore through the surf and maybe get by unnoticed. If I don't, our stories jibe perfectly, and we're just two shipwrecked derelicts.
You know, Jim, you sound almost glad that I took a chance and came along, if only for the ride.
Kitty, I didn't want to drag you into this job. I have a feeling it's going to be dangerous. But now that you're here, believe me, Kitty, I'm mighty glad.
Thanks, Jim. And good luck.
Boy, we'll need it. Hang on, Kitty. This breaker will carry us all the way in. Here we go.
The die is cast. Jim and Kitty are racing toward a rocky shore on the crest of a wave and expect the boat to dash itself to pieces in the surf. Don't miss the next exciting episode in the adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of Cartoonland, like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. More thrilling radio adventures of Jungle Jim will be heard at this same time next week over this same station. Be sure to tune in.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with the music of Johnny Green, directed by Jeff Johnstone. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies, but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X.
Very quiet tonight, Dr. Dawson. If you will forgive my playing with words, is it this Pacific influence?
The ocean of oceans, Professor. And now we cross the Tropic of Capricorn.
Capricorn is the goat, which nibbles at the stars.
Aye, and from here on the world turns upside down. Winter is summer and summer winter. It's a little like standing on one's head. But there's still the moon in its proper course.
The moon is scowling, Dr. Dawson. Doesn't like that cloud. And you seem depressed.
Professor, I must ask you a question.
Yes?
You were invited on this expedition to the Antarctic for the same reason we all were. Field research.
An exciting project, isn't it?
I have reason to believe that it's not research that interests you, but conquest.
The clouds don't like the moon's face, Professor. The moon is blotted out. It shall be as dark for you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Well, man overboard. Man overboard!
Oh, Chief.
Well, stranger. Ken Thurston. Nice to see you back again, Mr. X.
Glad to be back, Chief. Sorry I can't stay longer.
Well, I see you haven't changed any.
How quickly can you get me on a plane for Santiago, Chile?
On the first one out, if it's important enough.
Chief, I've developed a compelling interest in science.
Oh, yeah?
In fact, I'd like to confirm a theory with those distinguished gentlemen aboard the SS Archimedes.
Oh, that expedition. Since when have you become interested in meteorology?
Since Dr. Stuart Dawson of the University of Edinburgh was, lost at sea.
I read that report. Dawson was a geologist, wasn't he?
He was also one of the world's leading authorities on uranium deposits.
Uh-oh.
That make it important enough?
Important? At the moment, I can't think of anything more important to us. Ellis, get passage on the first plane out for South America for Ken Thurston. Where are you going to pick him up, Ken?
The Archimedes has put in at Valparaiso to take on supplies. They'll be at least a couple of weeks in Chile.
Well, remember, Ken, one of the largest foundations in this country has subsidized that expedition. It's on the level. They're just a bunch of stargazers checking up on a new world in Antarctica.
A new world with the power to blow up the old one.
Santiago from Buenos Aires on ramp 3.
Postcards! Postcards! Get your postcards here! Big jumbo folder of 12 colored photographs of moonlight and the Andes. Hey, amigo, only 2 pesos. Postcards pretty... Hey, Mr. Thurston! Oh, you, Mr. Thurston!
Pagon Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Someday I must go to the equator, Pagon, where there is no shadow. Maybe you won't be there.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thurston. I knew you would be pleased to see me.
Well, that's one interpretation of what I was just saying.
Oh, thank you. Is it worth any money?
All right, Pagon, come on. We can talk about money while I find a hotel.
Oh, that has been all arranged. And I have saved you what you owe me in commissions by sleeping in your room until you arrive.
You think of everything. Come on.
Mr. X, while waiting for your plane, I saw a rainbow and a pot of gold at the end of it.
I don't see any rainbow, Pagon. And we are only at the beginning.
You see, Mr. X, it's as plain as mud. Those scientific professors are really looking for gold.
Of course, they've taken you into their confidence, Pagon.
Well, the waterfront at Valparaiso is full of gossips. And some friends of mine, riffraff, but strictly high class, are working on their ship.
So you've taken advantage of your international subterranean connections.
Well, Mr. Thurston...
Okay, what have you really found out, Pagon?
Well, I wanted to speak to you about that, Mr. X. You see, I followed the professors from the harbor to their hotel in Santiago. But when I presented my credentials, the door was slammed in my foot.
Unbelievers.
Oh, don't worry. I have other plans. You see, a fancy reception for them is being given tomorrow night by a rich old woman, the Senora Margarita Avila.
Avila? Well, that must be the wife of Professor Avila.
Someone I should know?
A lot of money.
Oh, go on.
Very successful scientist.
Yes, he interests me.
Too late, Pagon. He died 5 years ago.
Oh. But the old lady still has the money. Now, there is something I could work on.
Pagon, would you like to do me a favor?
Mr. X, your slightest command is my wish.
Good. Then, let me work on it.
Si, senor?
Excuse me, is Senora Avila at home?
Yes, she is.
My name's Ken Thurston. May I speak to her?
Come in, please.
Thank you. Well?
Well?
Will she be coming down soon?
That is impossible, Mr. Thurston.
Isn't she at home?
Of course she is at home.
But then... Oh, no. No, it can't be that good.
I beg your pardon, senor?
You're not the senora.
But why not?
You're so young and so beautiful.
Thank you. Is that so shocking?
No. No, it's much easier to ask you a favor.
Oh?
You're entertaining the distinguished members of the Archimedes expedition tomorrow evening?
Yes.
I'd like to meet them. You see, I'm a kind of a footloose correspondent.
Correspondent?
I don't like the conventional interviews, so...
if you attended my reception as a guest, you could get your information informally.
Yes, that's it, yes.
Well, can you think of any reason why I should refuse to cooperate with you?
Well, after all, I am a stranger.
A stranger bearing compliments. I shall be pleased if you will join us tomorrow evening, Mr. Thurston. On one condition.
On any condition.
You must no longer regard yourself as a stranger.
Of course, Mr. Thurston, the vast majority of laymen think of the Antarctic as a wasteland, of no consequence whatever.
But, Dr. Florio, haven't a lot of people read of Admiral Byrd's discoveries?
Oh, yes, indeed, but to them it's merely an adventure story. They have no idea of the vast resources of this immense continent.
I've heard rumors about gold.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not speaking of material wealth, though, of course, there must be an abundance of that.
Oh, yes, yeah.
No, I'm referring to the fuller knowledge of the nature of our two poles.
I understand that clearly.
Sir... with the controls that we'll eventually establish, we shall at last have nature on our side.
A very pleasant prospect, Dr. Florio.
Oh.
Even though it would put us all out of business.
Professor Sador, you met this young fellow, Thurston?
How do you do, Mr. Thurston? Senora Avila has mentioned you.
Yes, I've just been explaining to Thurston here about the real implications of our expedition.
Implications, Dr. Florio? I thought everything was out in the open. We haven't any secrets. Or have we?
Well, whatever secrets we have, Professor, represent the failures in our search for truth. Now, Thurston, in your
Thurston,
articles...
if Dr. Florio can spare you for a few moments, our hostess would like to speak to you.
Oh, yes, of course. But I will see you later, Thurston.
Yes, of course.
Thurston, how can such a windbag have room left for an idea in his head?
He knows his physics, though, doesn't he?
Oh, yes, that's the trouble. He knows so much in his field that he hasn't the slightest notion of what goes on outside.
Judging from his eloquence, he's trying awfully hard to make contact.
Well, when you get tired of Florio, try Galahoo.
Uh-huh.
He never says a word. Very relaxing on a voyage.
Your voyage didn't have a very auspicious beginning, did it, Professor Sador?
You mean Dr. Dawson's death?
Uh-huh.
You know, I wonder why he ever sailed with us.
Well, didn't the Foundation select him?
Yes, of course, but... Dawson didn't have to get on the Archimedes to take that way out.
Suicide?
Thurston, he was at the end of his rope. Tried to run away from a domestic situation and found out he couldn't run away from himself.
Scientists can be fallible, too.
Very. Well, here we are. Senora Avila.
Oh, thank you, senor. Mr. Thurston, there is someone here asking for you, Professor Zellschmidt.
Zellschmidt?
Yes, he calls himself a Lepidopterist pluribus.
Oh, that's Zellschmidt.
Looking for butterflies in Santiago?
Oh, you never know about a Zellschmidt. He can look for anything, anywhere.
Oh, well, since you know him, then it's all right.
You've let him in?
Oh, he left me no choice. Shall we find him?
Senora, if Professor Sador will excuse us, I'd much rather dance. Senora Avila.
Yes, Mr. Thurston?
At least while we're dancing, may I call you Margarita?
Have I refused any of your requests so far, Ken?
I'm indebted to you.
Have you found what you were looking for?
Much more than I was looking for.
Oh? Ken, would you mind? It's rather warm, and my garden is lovely by moonlight.
I'd love to see it.
I meant you to. I noticed that Dr. Florio was monopolizing your time, but after all, he is the head of the expedition.
He expressed his opinions very freely to me.
Yes, I know what you mean. Did you find Professor Sador interesting?
Margarita, I have a confession to make.
Oh?
My interest is no longer journalistic.
Oh, are you disappointed in your material?
Oh, no. I'm just beginning to discover its possibilities.
Then do me a favor, Ken. Promise me that you will let me read your articles when they are finished.
Who was talking about articles?
Oh, then we have been talking about two different things.
I was talking about you.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Go on.
I've heard so many long words tonight, I'm beginning to appreciate understatement.
Understatement?
Perhaps I should demonstrate. You see, I could try to be grandiloquent, but the way I feel is more like this.
Oh, Ken. Why did you kiss me?
I could say that it was in the interest of science, Margarita, but the simpler reason is I just wanted to.
Margarita.
See?
Your party was a great success.
Thank you, Sedor.
And the American, Mr. Thurston, was very attentive, wasn't he?
Does that matter?
You were very responsive.
Sedor, you're jealous.
Why did you invite him?
He asked me to?
Margarita, have you gone out of your mind?
No, but I may have lost a little of my heart.
You will stop this nonsense, my dear, when I tell you who Mr. Thurston really is.
Oh, is that all that's bothering you?
What?
Darling, I know all about Mr. Thurston. He is handsome, he's gallant, he's intelligent. And here's the man called X. Good night.
Now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to Santiago, Chile, to find out why Dr. Stuart Dawson, a famous scientist, disappeared at sea while on the Archimedes expedition. Mr. X has met various members of the expedition at the home of beautiful Margarita Avila, but he still has no evidence of foul play. On the other hand, Margarita and her friend, Professor Sedor, have learned that he is the Man Called X. Ken has returned home from Margarita's reception, and at the moment is entering his hotel room.
What took you so long, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, here you are, Professor Zellschmidt. I wondered where you'd slipped off to. Catch any butterflies?
A golden butterfly, Mr. X.
Huh?
While you were pursuing the beautiful lady, which I saw out of the side of my eyes, I was needling the very top man of the expedition.
Dr. Florio?
In person. And he revealed to me the whole plot.
No.
Yeah.
What plot?
Dr. Florio said it was a golden opportunity. Doesn't that tell you something?
Yes, it tells me your interest in the project. I hate to disabuse your mind, but this expedition isn't a gold mine. Nor am I. Good night.
You don't know what you're doing, Mr. Thurston. Now, if you're worrying about your fees...
Pagon! What? Pagon, the transom, duck!
What was that? Mr. X.
That, Pagon, was our golden opportunity. Gone.
It is no longer as fashionable to promenade in Santiago as it used to be. But, Ken, I did want you to see Park Forrestal.
Lovely, Margarita. Practically in the center of the city, but you feel as though you were miles away.
Isn't that what parks are for? To get away?
Margarita, your reception for the scientists, are you really interested, or is it your devotion to the memory of your husband?
Both, Ken. That was why I married my husband. Oh, not for science alone. You see, a woman is denied the adventurous life. She must live vicariously by keeping in contact with people who find adventure.
Adventure in laboratories?
Laboratories can lead to expeditions. Oh, why were you not honest with me, Mr. X?
Oh? Where did that come from?
Your butterfly professor offers all kinds of bargains.
You'd think Pagan was a publicity agent of mine.
If you'll be frank with me now, maybe I can help you. Just what are you looking for?
A reason for murder, and probably something even more important.
Murder?
Why would a man, worrying about family difficulties, commit suicide somewhere in the Pacific Ocean when he had no family?
You are speaking of poor Dr. Dawson.
Did you know him?
No, but I cannot believe it. This learned gentleman on the Archimedes, why would they want to get rid of him?
That, Margarita, is what is even more important. Ed? Oh, hello, Professor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thurston.
Come in.
I'd like to, but I have a lot of details to attend to in connection with the expedition.
But you wanted to see me?
That is one of the more important details.
Oh.
I have talked this over with my colleagues, Mr. Thurston, and we all feel that we should have with us, shall we say, a scribe to keep a chronicle of our voyage.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like that?
Well, who could refuse such a tempting office? It's a golden opportunity.
And you'll come?
Yes.
Good. But we sail in the morning. Can you be ready by then?
Ready now.
Splendid. We'll all be very happy to have you with us. And now, goodbye, Mr. Thurston.
Goodbye, Professor.
Mr. Thurston, you didn't even mention me. While you're going off to the South Pole, what am I supposed to do?
Pagan, you try the North Pole. Evening, Dr. Florio.
Oh, hello, Thurston. You still up?
Nice out on deck tonight.
A bit cold. Have you seen Dr. Gillihu?
He went inside with Professor Capstaff. Oh, I should think about 15 minutes ago.
Well, I think I'll turn in, too. By the way, Thurston, glad to have you with us. Any assistance I can give you to authenticate your notations, just call on me.
Thanks, Doctor.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Mr. Thurston.
So you didn't take my advice, Pagan? Stowaway?
I should have thought of that. Here I'm working as a deckhand.
You won't make as much money that way as you did by telling Senora Avila that I'm the man called X.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, how can you say such things?
How much did you get for it?
Oh, a paltry little... What am I saying? I haven't even confessed.
You don't have to, Pagan. Skip it. Oh, maybe it's just as well, because now you can do something for me at my price. Oh, congratulations, Margarita.
Oh, it's you, Ken. I was going to surprise you at the captain's table in the morning.
So now it's no more vicarious living for you. It's real adventure, is that it?
Why not? Why should I stay at home and dream?
This trip may not be a picnic, Margarita.
I know. But after all, I suggested you to Sedor. I got you into this, Ken.
Oh?
So I want to share it with you. Don't you think adventure and romance should go together?
Well, it's much more pleasant that way. It'll make a long voyage shorter.
Much shorter. Oh, do you mind if I go in now? I'm not used to the sea air.
I'll take you to your cabin.
Oh, don't bother. Just kiss me good night, Ken.
Margarita.
Oh, now I shall sleep well. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Still up, Thurston?
Well, Sado.
Mind if I join you?
Not a bit.
Have you begun the log of our voyage yet?
I don't know quite how to start.
Why not begin with our leaving Valparaiso?
That would be the easy way. But I have a feeling the story really begins with Dr. Dawson's death.
That still bothers you, doesn't it, Thurston?
Doesn't it bother you?
What do you mean by that?
Dr. Dawson must have bothered you. He knew so much about uranium.
So?
Almost as much as you do, Professor Sador. Very foolish of you to mention Dawson's family to me, since he didn't have any.
Yes, very foolish. And it was very foolish of you, Mr. X, to accept my invitation. Don't move.
Huh? You didn't shoot Dawson. I didn't think that was your method.
It isn't.
This is...
Goodbye, Mr. X.
You have to do it that way, Sedor.
You didn't offer any other suggestions, my dear Margarita?
No. No.
I saw that farewell scene of yours. Very touching.
Well, it's done. There is only one thing, Theodore. It was too easy.
Hold on to the rope, Mr. Thurston. You're so heavy to pull up. Like pulling up a whale. There. Oh. Hold me, Mr. Thurston. I think I'm going to faint.
Pagon, remember this moment. It'll never happen again. You've chiseled, you've double-crossed me. You've lied to me, but right now, you're a great man. You saved my life.
Oh, I only did what you told me to, Mr. X. It wasn't anything. But you might tell me why you let somebody throw you overboard just so I could save you.
Later, Pagon. Right now, I'd like some sleep. I have an appointment at the captain's table for breakfast tomorrow.
Incidentally, where's Mr. Thurston this morning?
I haven't seen him, Dr. Florio. Perhaps he hasn't got his sea legs yet.
Nonsense, Sador. I saw him walking the deck last night. Wasn't having any trouble then.
I saw him too. He seemed to be enjoying himself.
Well, if he's sleeping, let him sleep. Now, what was I saying anyway, Gallagher?
Good morning, Margarita. Gentlemen.
What?
Who was talking about me?
Ken.
Morning.
Aren't you going to wish me good morning, Professor Sador? After all, as you reminded me last night, you invited me on this voyage.
Fine.
Why?
What? What's happened here?
Dr. Florio and gentlemen, forgive me for being late for breakfast, but you see, I overslept. I had a swim last night.
Swim? Swim? What's the name of...
It wasn't my idea, Dr. Florio. Professor Sador's.
Sador?
If Dr. Dawson were here, I'm sure he, too, could tell you about going for a long swim in the Pacific. A swim with no end for him. You can put away that gun, Sador. You couldn't shoot anybody here. Besides, that would be mutiny. Ship's crew has been advised, as well as the authorities at Valparaiso.
Well, this doesn't sound like a laughing matter to me, Senor Alvira.
Oh, for me, I am amused. Because for once I spoke the truth. Remember, Sador? I said it was too easy. Well, Ken, you have won.
No, Margarita. You and Sador have lost. Gentlemen, I think it would be best for the good name of the profession you serve that this particular incident of your expedition be not included in our chronicle. Professor Sador and his friend, who finds it so amusing, were planning to use you for their own purposes. They were playing high stakes, almost the highest. Uranium. But as you see, they had too many cards stacked against them. Coffee. Well, perhaps a good cup of coffee will brighten this day on the cruise of the SS Archimedes.
Our star, Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's exploit of the Man Called X. The Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric refrigerators, electric ranges, electric water heaters, home freezers, and a wide variety of refrigerating and air conditioning equipment. Now, Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Next week, a chase to Central America after a notorious racketeer who talks best with a .38 automatic. And with him is his all too beautiful daughter. I promise you plenty of thrills and suspense. As usual, Leon Velasco will be with us as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X for tonight was written by Milton Merlin. The music is composed and conducted by Johnny Green, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. And so until next week, same time, same station, This is Wendell Niles, speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find a man called X. Now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Good evening, Mr. Thurston. I have a little message for you. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you right now.
Yes? Have you got Cairo?
Not yet, Chief. We're still trying, but the wires to Cairo are...
I don't care how busy they are. There must be some word by now about Thurston's killers. Get after them again. Tell them I want action, fast.
Yes, sir. I'll try immediately.
Now, what do you want, Pagon?
I wanted to tell you something very important about the late departed Mr. Thurston. Something I'm sure you never realized, Mr. Chief. I happen to be his only heir.
His what?
So many times he told me, Pagan, when I go, I wish to leave everything to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't know where all his money is. But if you would help me to locate it for a reasonable commission...
Pagan, you dirty, chiseling, black-hearted...
Yes, I know. But if you would help me collect his estate, I could give you a percentage. A small one, of course, but...
Get out of my office. Get out before I... Yes?
There's a call from Cairo, sir. It just came through.
I'll take it. Hello. Hello.
You sound dyspeptic, Chief.
And what if I do? What business is it of... Ken Thurston.
Hiya, Chief.
But, why, it can't be you. The reports of your death. Ken, what happened there in Cairo?
A local lab was working with me. He was in my room alone when a female visitor came calling on me. Her charms proved fatal.
Yes, but why... Well, why send out the story that you were killed?
Chief, if the boys we're after think I'm dead, maybe they'll relax a little.
Oh, then the looting of that steamer carrying an American relief shipment isn't just an isolated case.
Not a chance. The pirates who boarded on the Red Sea were too well organized.
Oh, what a filthy racket. The American people pay for shipments of food and clothing for those poor, starving unfortunates.
I know. And they pay Captain Kidd to make a fortune on the black market.
Any lead yet on who's behind it?
Chief, send me the Haberman file by the first plane.
The Haberman file? Good Lord, Ken, what makes you think he's mixed up in this?
Because I was killed with 3 silver bullets.
Silver bullets?
Do I get that file?
Yes, right away. Where'll my man get in touch with you?
At the Kismet. A crummy little cafe near the Nile.
A good place for you to hide out?
No, terrible. But they serve the finest martinis I've ever tasted.
Here, Effendi. Your martini with the onion.
Good. Now bring another for the young lady.
I see no young lady at your table.
You will in a second.
Very well, Effendi.
I heard you order that drink for me.
Too bad. I wanted to surprise you.
How did you know I would join you?
I saw you come in and check the unattached mails, and I thought, well...
I had a friend once who liked onions in his martinis. He had excellent taste in drinks.
Nothing wrong with his taste in women.
Your martini, Effendi.
Oh, good. Here.
Thank you, Effendi.
Shall we drink?
To our meeting?
To your friend who brought it about.
To my friend.
What was your friend's name?
I thought it was Ken Thurston. Unfortunately, he died before I learned his real name.
Too bad. How did it happen?
I killed him. The martini, it is too strong, perhaps?
So this meeting's no accident.
You knew it was not.
You're going to shoot me again?
That depends. I'm very fond of money.
I'm very fond of living.
We could both be happy.
Oh.
If you were to remain alive, you could pay me money for information.
Would it be worth it?
Would it not be worth almost any amount if it concerned silver?
You're a very interesting person.
I could be even more...
What's the matter?
Outside through that window, I thought I saw... I should have to leave now. Can you meet me later tonight?
Where?
At the Silver Scarab. Meet me there in an hour.
Have the martini waiting.
The young lady is leaving, Effendi.
She's left. Try counting up to 10. I'll be gone, too. Never mind counting. It's too late now.
No, Mr. Thurston. No, Mr. Thurston, don't go out there.
Hey, where did you come from? No, wait, I'll talk to you later. Get out of my way.
No, Mr. Thurston, people are shooting out there, killing each other.
I've got to get to that girl. Well.
Is that the girl you were after, Mr. X? That one lying there in the street?
Yeah.
Oh.
I say, what's all this rumpus about? Fearfully noisy neighborhood. Fellow can't get a decent night's sleep. Girl's been hurt, eh? Well, let's have a look at her.
You a doctor?
Have been for 40 years. Sibley's the name. Dr. Ford Sibley. My place is right across the street. I've been practicing here, but let me see.
Never mind your life's history. What about hers? Any future to it?
The girl's future's all in her past, young man. She's dead.
Yes, I saw it all, Mr. Thurston. The car was parked waiting for her. She opened the door, she screamed, and then came the shots.
So you dove for the doorway of the Kismet like a scared rabbit, instead of getting the license number.
For which you should thank me. We have no time to chase local murderers, not while this dangerous Haberman is still alive.
What do you know about Haberman?
Huh? What do I... Oh, why else would the chief send me to you with this file?
Probably because you talked him into it for your usual slight consideration. So that's what you're doing here in Cairo. Oh, skip it.
Well, as I was saying, did you know that this fellow Haberman is an international soldier of fortune and a pirate?
I did.
Oh. Well, did you know that there is no description of him anywhere? Not even his sex? The only clue is that he's nuts about silver. All his jewelry, ornaments, even his weapons are of silver.
Remind me to buy you a dictionary, Pagan.
Dictionary?
So you can learn the meaning of secret and confidential. They're stamped on the outside of the reports you brought me.
Oh. But, Mr. X, why do you think Haberman is here in Cairo?
The bullets that killed that man in my room were made of silver.
This Haberman deserves to be caught and hung. Using such a precious metal in such a wasteful fashion.
I'll work on it, Pagan, starting right here.
Here? But we've stopped in front of a nightclub.
That's right. The Silver Scarab.
Aha! The floor show. And a female dancer, too. You know, Mr. Thurston, there's nothing I like better than a female dancer. Unless it's a female. Mr. X. She's the dead girl. That dancer is the dead girl come back to life.
The resemblance is close, but not that close.
Oh, yes, you're right. I can see that now.
Sure.
But for a minute I thought... Look at those silver spangles in her dress. Fascinating.
Yeah.
Stay
here, Pagan. I'll pick you up later.
But why leave now, Mr. Thurston? There will be other dancers, I hope.
Yeah, I want to see this one. In her dressing room.
I know nothing about it. It was her own idea.
I think it you lie, Zaida. Why did she visit this man?
I tell you, I do not know. Oh!
Again, I ask you, Zaida, why did she visit him?
Playing pretty rough, aren't you?
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Do I have to write it out for you?
Your humor is as badly conceived as your entrance here. Perhaps this will teach you to mend your manners.
Never lead with your right. It gets into trouble.
Release my arm. You're breaking it.
funny thing about judo, it's liable to hurt people.
I'll kill you for this.
Let's talk about it later. Good night.
You are very foolish. He meant that.
I've been foolish before.
Not with men like that.
Worse. With women.
Oh?
Do I get a choice tonight?
That might depend on what you can tell me of my sister Deborah's death, Mr. Thurston.
Good old Egyptian grapevine.
Well, are you still in a foolish mood?
Sure, but not here.
No? Then where?
Why not a little boat ride on the Nile? Full moon.
You see, Ken, my sister Deborah preferred the easy life. Quick money, men like Polzine, the man you threw out of my dressing room. He's a wealthy and powerful man, Ken. Owner of the Euphrates Shipping Company.
Euphrates Shipping Company?
You see, he was her friend. It was because of him, I think, that Deborah was involved in this trouble.
What trouble, Zeta?
That's just it. I do not know any details. That was why I wished to speak with you. I thought perhaps you could tell me something about it.
Oh, you're drawing a blank here, Zeta. I only met her a couple of hours ago, and then only for a few minutes.
I see. And now my poor sister Deborah is dead. Well, the fates have decided. There's nothing we can do to alter their decision. I'm a great believer in the fates, Ken.
What did they tell you about the immediate future?
I do not know, Ken.
Would you like to guess?
I'm not sure.
Afraid to find out?
Afraid, yes. But you could give me courage, Ken.
I could try, if you want me to.
Yes, Ken, yes, I want you to. Very much.
Then I'll try. But first...
Oh!
Drop that gun.
Oh, let go of my wrist. Let go, I say.
You drop the gun, I drop your wrist.
No, I... All right, Ken, all right.
How'd you get that little inspiration?
Because I have sworn to kill the man who murdered Deborah, and I think you are the one.
Let's keep an open mind about this.
You cannot convince me otherwise.
No, I can try. And hold you in my arms this way, there isn't very much you can do about it.
Oh, Ken. Everything is so mixed up. What can I do?
I don't know yet. But you've got to change your mind, Zeta. And this is the pleasantest way of trying to convince you I can think of.
Mr. Thurston, this is a definite imposition on my good nature. Dragging me around in dark alleys like this. Would you mind telling me why we're here?
To find out what makes the wealthy Mr. Polzine wealthy.
And you think you can find that out by sneaking around behind all these warehouses?
Not all of them, just this one. Euphrates Shipping Company. Now get out your jackknife, pig, on and jimmy that window.
You talk as though I was a professional warehouse breaker. I don't know how to do that.
And I'll give 8 to 5 that Haberman's loot is mostly silver.
Oh, of course, merely as a favor to you, Mr. Thurston, I might try. Being new at this, I don't know how successful I will be, but... Why, look, Mr. Thurston. It worked.
Amazing. Let's climb in.
It's as black as Haberman's soul in here, Mr. Thurston.
Quiet, Beacon. There's a light under that door.
Somebody's in there, probably with a gun or a knife.
Let's go in and see.
Do we have to? Can't we just...
Well.
Coffins. The room is filled with coffins. What would they be doing in a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company?
I'll bite. Let's see if we can find the answer. We'll look inside one of them.
Huh? Oh, no, Mr. Thurston. Let the dead rest in peace. If we leave them alone, maybe they'll leave us alone. Huh? Maybe... Mr. Thurston? Look.
Yeah. Rifles, submachine guns, all kinds of guns.
But what a peculiar cargo for coffins.
Yeah. Let's check this one. This one's different, Pedro.
I'm leaving. I just remembered an important engagement. I left my waffle iron burning.
Don't be a fool. She can't hurt you now.
How do I know? If she can move from the street in front of the Kismet into this coffin, she can do anything. Mr. X, there's no chance of a mistake?
No. No. The girl in that coffin. That's Deborah.
And now to return to Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X is in Cairo to track down the international bandit Taberman. The trail has led him to a warehouse of the Euphrates Shipping Company, which he finds filled with coffins containing rifles and machine guns, except one, which holds the body of the mysterious Egyptian girl, Deborah. We join him now as he and Pagon stand there looking down at her.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let's get out of here.
Small round bruise on her throat, just above the artery. I wonder.
The only thing I wonder about is why are we still standing here?
Wait till I check the shipping tags on these coffins. It's in Arabic, but a few words, pretty clear. Port Said, Mohammed Bay, Mecca. Come on, Pagon, we're leaving.
But where are we going?
To Port Said, by way of Dr. Sibley's joint across from the Kismet Cafe.
Outrageous, that's what it was, outrageous. There was I waiting for the authorities to arrive to get the girl's body, you know, when this Arabian fellow approached and struck me unconscious. Came to, and the girl was gone.
Ever seen him before, Doctor?
Once or twice, Mr. Thurston, frequenting the Kismet. Never even been introduced. Makes me furious. Can't do that to me. I want to be in the know, Thurston, definitely. Don't know what's up, all that sort of thing, but I want to be in the know.
How well do you know Port Said, Doctor?
Been in the Middle East 40 years. Know the place like a book.
Good, you're in. I'll brief you later. Right now, get us to Port Said in a hurry.
Right. What's the time? Don't have a watch. Never carry the beastly thing.
Huh?
Always stopping on me.
It's 11:43.
Oh, splendid. Time enough to catch the last night train. I'll phone for a cab. Be right back.
Mr. Thurston, I'm not going to ask you about the guns, or about the Polzine, or the dead girl, or the dancer Zaida. Not even about Haberman. I just want to know one thing.
Why we're going to Port Said?
Yes, why we're... You said it.
Pagon, we're going there to find out about the guns. We're going to find out about Polzine, Deborah, Zaida, and Haberman.
There it is, Thurston. Night train to Port Said. First-class carriages are on this side. Shall we get aboard?
Yes, but not together.
Oh,
No, you got a compartment for yourself. We'll meet in Port Said.
Quite undercover sort of thing. Well, suggest we meet at the El Akbar Hotel.
El Akbar.
A middle-class traveller's lodging. Quite respectable.
Write it down for me, will you?
Sorry, can't. No pen or pencil.
Huh?
I'll never carry them. Pens always leak and the pencils run out of lead.
That's all right. I'll remember. See you there.
Right, cheerio. I'll see you at the good old Akbar.
Well, Mr. Thurston, do we get aboard too?
Yeah. No.
Huh?
Hello, Polzine.
You have a faculty for appearing where you're not wanted, Mr. Thurston.
So I've been told. Going somewhere? Port Said, for instance?
Prying into my affairs or interfering with them is a very dangerous pastime. Good night, Mr. Thurston.
You know something? That man's personality doesn't like me.
He doesn't exactly send me. Let's get aboard. We'll take the third compartment on the left.
Why the third one?
Because Polzine's taking the second.
Well, wouldn't it be less crowded if we took the fourth compartment? A little farther away?
There's another friend of ours in 4.
Huh?
She got aboard while Polzine was talking to us.
She?
Zaida.
Oh, Ken, if it's been so wonderful. Just the two of us here in this compartment. And now we're nearing Port Said, and our journey together will end.
I wonder.
Ken, listen to me. You must forget this business that brings you here. You don't know how powerful the forces are working against you.
I took a correspondence course in muscle building once.
Please, Ken, this is no joking matter. The pit has already been dug. The pit intended to be the grave of the man called X.
There must be another letter in the alphabet. I better find it. Too many people seem to know that one.
Then you will not listen to me. Oh, Ken, please don't die. Please.
That's good advice, Aida. I'll try to follow it.
There are times, Mr. X, when you're the most tiring of all men. No sooner do we arrive at Port Said when you rush me like mad to Commissioner of the Port.
Well?
And then before I have even had a chance to chase my breath, we're off again. This time down here to the docks. Mr. Thurston.
There's your answer, Pagan. The Mohammed Bay.
The Mohammed... So that's what Mohammed Bay stands for. A rusty old tramp steamer. And look at the cargo they're loading. Coffins. Coffins?
Yeah. Rosian's built up a live trade in dead Mohammedans, lugging coffins to Mecca. Who'd suspect such a sanctimonious guy of substituting guns for bodies and dropping them off to Harborman?
Ah, so that's how he can be a regular pirate and steal the American relief supply.
Sure.
But how do you know that these coffins are the same ones that we saw in the warehouse?
I don't. That's why I'm going to sneak aboard and find out.
Huh? Oh, no.
You meet Dr. Sibley at the El Akbar Hotel. Wait for me there.
And if you don't happen to show up? You know, they could kill you, you know.
Find yourself a nice nightclub. Maybe the dancers can help you forget your bereavement. What?
It's now my turn to ask the question, Mr. Thurston. Are you going somewhere?
Rosine, you remind me of a summer cold, very unpleasant and hard to get rid of.
Sometimes, if colds are ignored and get bad enough, they can prove to be fatal.
What is this? National Pistol Week? I haven't seen so many guns since the last gangster picture.
Unlike the weapons in the cinema, this one does not shoot blanks.
Huh?
Turn around with your back toward me.
Haven't got much choice, have I?
You are going aboard the Mohammed Bay to a much warmer welcome than you had expected. Mr. X. Well, Thurston, how do you feel now?
I see your cabin has all the latest conveniences, including the lovely Zaida.
I'm sorry, Ken. I tried to warn you, but you would not listen to me.
It sounded appealing, but I couldn't go for it. Now, while Haberman was... No, not while he was still running around loose.
Ah, yes, Harperman. Now that the Mohammed Bay has started her journey, you can forget about him. Long before we reach Mecca, you will have forgotten about everything. Because you will not...
Stand fast, everyone.
Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, we have come to the rescue. Shoot the first pirate who moves, Miss Dr. Sibley.
Sibley?
We will make them walk the gangplank later.
Pagan, you idiot. How'd you ever dream this up?
That's gratitude for you. I meet Dr. Sibley on the dock. We witness your abduction, risk our lives to come aboard and save you from sudden death. And you call me an idiot.
Don't take my word for it. Ask Haberman.
What's he got to do with it?
You brought him aboard with you.
Mr. Thurston, the strain has caused you to lose your mind. I only brought Dr. Sibley aboard. So how could I... Oh, no. Oh, tell me he's wrong, Doctor. Tell me he's...
Impossible, old chap. He's quite correct. You can relax now, Polzin. Zaida, I have them covered. Tell me, Mr. X, how did you know?
Your old weakness, Haberman, silver. It showed up in your disguise.
Nonsense. I deliberately wore nothing metallic on me.
Well, that's what I mean. You went overboard. I never heard of a doctor not carrying a watch or fountain pen or pencil. When I thought about it wasn't too tough to figure out why they'd all be silver. But the worst mistake you made was in killing Deborah.
Killing Deborah? But my sister was killed by shots from a car.
One of Haberman's stooges shot her all right, but the bullets didn't kill her. The small, round bruise on her throat proved that.
I do not understand, Ken.
When Haberman was playing doctor, he must have found a pulse in her throat. That meant she might still talk.
After she failed to kill you at the hotel and was going to double-cross me by selling information to you, I had no alternative but to strangle her.
Kind of looks like he's the man you've been looking for, Zaida.
Yes. The man who killed my sister.
The man I swore I would kill in turn. The man I am going to kill.
Ida, that knife. Put down that knife or I'll...
Ida, you fool. What have you done? Hold it, Posine.
Some knife throw right through the shoulder.
Pick up his gun, Pagan.
Sure, mistress.
Swine.
Thanks, Ada.
Ken, I don't know what to say.
So you tied up with these two to find out who killed Deborah.
It's true, Ken. I swear it.
Well, Posine?
You forget we're practically on the high seas, Thurston. You cannot possibly hope to take this ship over by yourself.
Well, that's why I arranged for a little help before I came aboard. You'll notice we're losing way. That means a destroyer is coming alongside.
You're right, Mr. Thurston. So we don't have to make a pilgrimage after all.
No, Pagan. But Harberman and Posine do. A one-way pilgrimage to the final payoff of piracy. There's nothing in this world lower than the rats who profit by stealing from the poor and starving. That's why we've got to stop them. It's a long, tough job, but you know, I can think of 140 million people who just love to roll up their shirt sleeves and do it.
Frigidaire star, Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And next week, I promise you another story filled with suspense and mystery. As usual, there'll be Leon Belasco along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Johnny.
Well, long time, Pat. What's on your mind?
At the moment, $120,000.
Hey, you're really thinking big these days.
No, correction. Worrying big.
Well, I guess if I had 120,000 clams, I'd worry too.
Look, if we had it, I wouldn't be worrying.
So who does have it?
Thomas Chase.
Come again?
A partner in a New York investment syndicate, Everson & Chase. Real dignified outfit up till now.
Chase embezzled the money?
We think so.
So what do you want with me? I'm no expert in forcing confessions.
Johnny, you can't make a guy confess if you can't find him.
Oh?
Chase has jumped his bail. He's disappeared.
I'll be right over.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account item 1, $1 even, taxi from my apartment to the offices of Universal Adjustment where Pat McCracken was waiting for me, with a worried look and a handful of papers.
Well, how can you figure it, Johnny? An outfit like Everson & Chase goes along for years without a blemish on the record, and then Bluey, one of them, turns sour.
Well, that's what makes horse races, I guess.
Yeah, that's also what gives bonding companies headaches.
Yeah. What's the background, Pat?
No, it's all in here. Everson & Chase, investment brokers. Real high-class clientele.
Partnership?
Oh, yeah. George Everson, senior partner. 42 years old. Pillar of society.
Married?
No, widower. Wife died 3-4 years ago.
This Thomas Chase is the junior partner, then?
Yeah. He's 38. He's a big fellow, clean cut. All-conference football player in college. You know, that sort of thing. Everything in his favor. Looks, personality, intelligence, ability. Why, Johnny, huh? Why a guy like that?
Oh, you're asking the wrong fella. I've seen enough embezzlers, though, to know they come in all shapes and sizes.
What turns a man like that sour, anyway?
Well, you know the stock reasons as well as I do, Pat. Gambling, debts, a woman. Incidentally, is Chase married?
Now, that's another thing I don't get.
What do you mean?
I know one of the stock reasons for embezzling is another woman. If that was Chase's motive, he's nuttier than a fruitcake. Why anyone who had a wife like Lola Chase would even look at another woman is beyond me.
Like that, huh?
Like that. Impresses me as a real fine woman. And has got the looks to go with it. Well, you'll be talking to her. You'll see for yourself.
Always a pleasure, Pat. Now, about the money that's missing, $120,000, you said.
Yeah, more or less. Currency, checks, negotiable securities.
Well, look, a deal like that didn't just take place overnight. It must have been going on for a long time.
No doubt of it.
How did Chase manage it?
Well, Everson can fill you in on that better than I could.
The senior partner?
Yeah. Now, he's still not willing to go along with us that Chase is guilty. I think he's pretty concerned about the company name, which is understandable enough.
Well, maybe he's got something.
Yeah. Well, you better save yourself some time, Johnny.
Meaning?
Meaning you just answer me one question.
Well, what is it?
Would an innocent man jump bail?
Expense item 2, $16.20, transportation and incidentals to New York to the office of Everson and Chase. George Everson was just as Pat McCracken had described him. Early 40s, a little gray at the temples, a healthy tan. The real solid citizen type. Handsome and, right now, unhappy.
I still can't believe it, Mr. Dollar. Tom Chase, of all people. Well, he was like a younger brother. I nursed him through the best graduate business school in the East. I took him in with me.
Yeah, how long ago did he become a partner in the firm, Mr. Everson?
4 or 5 years. Yeah, 5 years next month it would be. And Lola. Poor Lola.
His wife?
Well, if I ever saw an ideal marriage, that was it. As far as I could see, she's all that a man could want.
Maybe not for Tom Chase.
Well, maybe not. But I certainly don't understand it.
Tell me, how was Chase able to get away with this deal?
The embezzlement?
No.
Well, to begin with, Mr. Dollar, our firm has always maintained a very fluid relationship with its clients. Frequently, we're buying or selling for them, or both, very rapidly. In a situation like that, the client places a great deal of confidence and trust in us. And we've always had the utmost of both from them. At least we did have.
I see.
Well, anyway, in a situation like ours, it is possible for a clever man to juggle figures.
And that's what Tom Chase did?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You see, more and more lately, he'd taken over the personal management of some of our best accounts.
Oh? Sort of taking them under the wing, huh?
I encouraged him to. But if I'd realized I was only putting temptation in Tom's way, well...
How did you find out what he'd been up to, Mr. Everson?
Well, Tom had formed a kind of pattern in his accounts. He specialized in handling those clients of ours who were primarily interested in growth investments.
Growth?
Long range. You know, buy and hold it for quite a while.
Oh, yeah, I see.
But one of those clients suddenly decided to liquidate his holdings on short notice.
The account turned up short, then?
Quite short. So, of course, I immediately ordered a full-scale audit. The results of that brought the district attorney's office into it. The rest, you know.
Yeah.
But I must say that on paper, he'd done a very convincing job. You see, now, here are the files on all his accounts. Pardon me. He'd recorded each transaction carefully and correctly, and had written up memos on all of them.
Mm-hmm. These memos, they in his handwriting?
Yes, they are.
May I take one of them with me?
Yeah, certainly. Here you are.
Thanks. Mr. Everson, as I understand it, Tom Chase wouldn't talk after his arrest.
No. That was the most frustrating part of it. If he'd have given us some kind of explanation, anything. But he refused to make a statement of any kind.
I see.
I arranged for his bail, of course, and tried to do what I could, but...
But he jumped bail and disappeared.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
This was 4 days ago, I understand.
Yes.
All right, one more thing, Mr. Everson. Had he acted at all differently lately?
Well, I hadn't noticed anything, but apparently his wife, Lola, had.
Oh?
Yeah, I had dinner with them a week or so before this thing happened. Lola got me off to one side for a moment and asked me if I'd noticed any change in Tom lately.
Change?
Yeah, she said that he'd seemed rather moody and preoccupied. Well, that made me realize that he had seemed a trifle tense around the office. Apparently, he'd told her he'd been working extra hard. Yeah, I suppose that should have been a danger sign to me, but... I was afraid so I just passed it off. I kidded her out of it.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the information, Mr. Everson.
It's little enough, I'm afraid. Where do you start looking at a case like this?
Well, that's a good question. First, I think I'm going to have a talk with Mrs. Chase, find out all I can about her husband's habits, likes and dislikes, so on. Sometimes you pick up a lead that way.
Well, you'll probably run him down sooner or later. I understand you have quite a reputation at that sort of thing. I wonder if you'd do me a favor, Mr. Dollar.
Sure.
As I say, you'll probably find him, and as for the money, well, I guess whatever part of it we recover, we should be grateful for.
Well, that's about the size of it, I guess.
But frankly, I'd rather not see Tom Chase again, unless it can't be avoided.
Yeah, I understand.
But there is one question I guess I'll always wonder about. Maybe you can find the answer for me.
What is it?
Why did he do it? Why?
Expense account item 3, $12.50, cocktails and dinner for Lola Chase and myself. I figured she might relax a little more that way, and believe me, taking Lola Chase to dinner was no chore. She was everything Pat McCracken and George Everson had said she was. Tom Chase must have had some pretty powerful reasons to walk out on her. Well, Lola and I made general conversation throughout dinner. She was poised, but pretty subdued. After we finished eating, I steered the conversation around to her husband.
I don't know that there's anything I can tell you that I haven't already told the district attorney's office, Mr. Dollar. But whatever information I can furnish.
Well, what I mainly want to know is... what sort of person was your husband?
Tom?
Yeah.
I guess I'm the wrong one to be answering that, Mr. Dollar.
Hmm?
I thought I knew Tom better than anyone in the world. But as it turned out, I didn't know him at all. Funny how you can live with someone for years and never...
Yeah.
So when you ask me what sort of person he was, I guess I have to say I really don't know.
Well, how about his hobbies, likes and dislikes, that sort of thing?
Well, he liked to play golf.
Uh-huh.
He did some sailing. And he had quite a collection of records and an elaborate hi-fi set.
Oh, what kind of records?
Jazz, mostly. He used to play them by the hour. I must say he turned them up a little too loudly for me. But then I understand that women's ears weren't built for hi-fi or something like that.
Yeah, tell me, Mrs. Chase, did you notice much change in his behavior recently?
Yes, I did. And it upset me.
What sort of change?
Well, for one thing, he became rather moody. I guess you'd call it. He seemed to have something on his mind all the time. Several times he stayed out late at night, said he was working.
I see.
And then there was the thing about our vacation.
What was that?
Well, we'd planned a little trip. But at the last moment he told me he couldn't go. He insisted I make the trip without him. I didn't want to, but he insisted. So I finally went, alone. It was when I got back that I found out he'd been arrested.
Where did you go on this trip?
Martha's Vineyard.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks very much for the information, Mrs. Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar. You've been very kind. When and if you find Tom, well...
Yes?
Well, I guess I'm just foolish enough to think he still might be innocent.
I took Mrs. Chase to her apartment and then went back to my hotel. The big question was where to start. What did I really know about Tom Chase? I had a picture of him and a specimen of his handwriting. I knew his hobbies. But what did it all add up to? Oh, Mr. Everson.
Yeah, I'm sorry to barge in on you at this hour, Mr. Dollar.
No, not at all. Come in.
Thanks. Mr. Dollar, you probably think I'm crazy, and I know it's a very slim chance, but it is a chance.
What are you talking about?
Take a look at this newspaper. Right here.
Huh? A feature article on jazz in New Orleans.
This picture taken in a bar down there.
The old guy with the trumpet?
No, in the background. The people sitting at the bar. Look at this man right here.
Oh.
His face is half turned away, and it looks like he hasn't shaved for a while. Mr. Dollar, that's Tom Chase.
You sure? You can't see much of his face.
I know. But when you've been around a man for several years, you notice little things about him, little mannerisms.
Like what?
Well, look at the way he's got his head sort of cocked to one side. Now, that's just the way Tom always did when he was listening to something. And look at his hand resting on the bar like one finger was pointing at something.
Wow.
Now, that's the way Tom held his hand. And look, he's got one leg sort of drawn up. That is exactly the way Tom used to sit at a bar.
Oh, but Mr. Everson, any number of men, and that picture isn't too clear.
I know. Maybe it's just a crazy, wild idea. But, Mr. Dollar, I'll bet on it that man is Tom Chase.
Crazy, wild idea? Maybe, maybe not. But it took less than a second to mentally flip a coin, and it came up New Orleans.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this story.
Yeah, on to New Orleans, where the trail proves to be pretty cold, but warms up fast. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
George Everson, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes, Mr. Everson.
I've been thinking, I could have been wrong last night.
You mean about the newspaper picture of the bar in New Orleans?
Yes, that man in the background of the picture, the way he sits, the way he holds his hands and his head, it's so like Tom Chase.
Yeah, that's what you told me last night.
Yes, but this morning, well, you know, things always look different in the morning. After all, we can't see very much of his face in the picture. It might be just a wild goose chase.
Well, I've been on plenty of them, believe me. But I've been thinking, too, Mr. Everson. Tom Chase embezzled $120,000 from your firm. New Orleans would be as good a place for him to hide as any. Besides which, his wife told me he was very fond of jazz, and there's certainly plenty of that down there.
And you really think it might be a possibility?
My plane leaves for New Orleans in an hour.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New Orleans, Louisiana, to the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 5350, cab fare to the airport. George Everson was waiting for me at the passenger ramp.
I'll tell you, Mr. Dollar, before I came out here to the airport, I called the insurance company you represent in this investigation.
Oh?
I told them if this trip to New Orleans did turn out to be just a wild goose chase, that I would assume your expenses.
Oh, well, that's very considerate of you, Mr. Everson, but it isn't necessary. Now, an investigation's an investigation. My company's willing and anxious to exhaust all the possibilities. And from what you tell me, it's a good possibility that Tom Chase is hiding in New Orleans.
Well, I hope so.
Say, look, I've still got a minute or two before my plane loads. I want to make sure I've got all the facts straight.
All right.
Tom Chase was your junior partner. He began to specialize in those clients of yours who made long-term investments.
Right.
One of them decided to sell out suddenly, and you discovered there was a lot less in his account than there should have been. You ordered an audit and found that other accounts of Tom's had been juggled, too, to the tune of $120,000.
Roughly.
He was arrested but wouldn't talk. He got out on bail, then jumped his bail and disappeared.
Yes?
All right. His wife Lola says that for some time before that, he was moody and tense. Well, look, I didn't mention this to her, but I will tell you. Do you have any reason to think that Chase was interested in another woman?
No reason at all. Good Lord, Mr. Dollar, with a wife like Lola, a man would be out of his mind to even think of anyone else.
Well, I'm just mentioning a possibility, Mr. Everson.
Yeah, I know, and I suppose that always is a possibility in embezzlement cases. But I certainly hope not in this one. The whole thing's been hard enough on Lola as it is.
Yeah, did you tell her about the newspaper picture and that I'm going to New Orleans?
No, I decided not to mention it to her for the present. I didn't want to get her hopes up. Although heaven knows she doesn't have much to hope for under the circumstances.
Yeah. Oh, well, my plane's loading. Well, so long, Mr. Everson.
Yes, best of luck, Mr. Dollar. I'll be waiting for word from you.
Don't count on much. Oh, people have hit the jackpot on the first nickel.
I know.
But oftener than not, they turn up 3 lemons instead. Expense item 6, $114. Transportation and incidentals to New Orleans. I checked in at a hotel and headed for the quarter. It hadn't changed much. Maybe a little more neon here and there. But the same streets, the same lattice work, the same noises. Then, as I was walking along the sidewalk, something came hurtling down through the air at me. I jumped to one side. There was a basket at the end of a rope. A man from a little grocery store came out, put some food in the basket, and the lady in the upstairs window hauled it up again. No, the quarter hadn't changed much. It was after dark when I located Ace's Castle, the bar that had been shown in the New York newspaper. There weren't many people inside. A few couples scattered around, a single or two at the bar, the bartender. And over in one corner, a small band making slow, sad music. I went over to the bar.
Evening, sir.
Hi. Scotch and soda, please.
Okay.
A little slow tonight, huh?
It's early. It'll pick up. Here you are.
Thanks. This is the bar that was in the New York newspaper picture, isn't it?
Yes, sir. This is the place.
That must have been good for business, huh?
Tourists. This isn't a tourist spot.
What kind of a spot is it?
People from around the street here come in, have a drink or two, nurse their own private troubles or forget them, and listen to Pops.
Pops?
Pops Harker. The old man over there with the trumpet.
Oh. Hey, he plays like he means it.
He does.
Do you mind taking a look at this newspaper picture?
So what about it?
Well, this guy in the background sitting at the bar.
Yeah?
Know him?
Not particularly.
What do you mean, not particularly?
A lot of guys come in here. Should I know all of them?
All right, here. Here's a front view of the man I'm looking for. Recognize him?
Afraid not, sir. Afraid I can't help you.
Ever hear the name Tom Chase?
Chase? Not that I remember. This man in the newspaper picture, is his name Tom Chase?
Well, could be. I'm not sure.
Well, if he's around the street somewhere, you'll probably run into him sooner or later.
How do you figure?
People on the street don't leave it much.
Oh, world of its own, huh?
I suppose. Sort of an upside-down world, but a world, I guess. Seems to be what they want.
So you think if my friend Tom Chase is here on the street somewhere, he's liable to stay here?
Most of them do.
Then it looks like you're going to have a steady customer for a while.
We can always use him. Why don't you go talk to Pops, the old boy playing the trumpet there? He's got quite a memory. Maybe he could help you.
Thanks, I will. Pop was way off at Never Never Land. He looked as old as Africa. He wore dark glasses. And the horn he was blowing looked like he'd either found it or made it. Real cool, Pops.
Thank you, Daddy. Me and the boys just warming up.
That was a warm-up?
Oh, it ain't what it used to be. We'll still hold up for a while, I guess.
I think it will. Yeah, you talk to that horn real pretty.
It when the horn talk back that counts, Daddy.
Hey, look, maybe you can help me, Pops.
You got troubles?
In a way. I'm looking for somebody.
Oh, lots of people got troubles, Daddy.
No, that's not quite what I mean. It's a fellow named Tom Chase. Ever hear the name around here?
Chase? Yeah, there was a side man in Chicago once named Tom Chase.
No.
In the 20s it was.
No, sorry, wrong Chase. The one I'm looking for is under 40.
Only Tom Chase I remember was the old one. He been around here much? One you looking for?
Maybe.
What kind of voice he got?
Oh, I don't know. Why?
I remember voices. If I heard his, maybe I'd remember it.
Well, look, I can do better than that, Pops. I got a picture of him right here.
That don't do me no good.
Why not?
I'm blind, Daddy. Basin Street boys.
I think I knew now why he could blow the kind of music he did. It had to make up for a lot of things. I guess it was the only way he could see. Item 7, $2, drinks for me. I sat there in Ace's Castle for a couple of hours, waiting for Tom Chase to show up, or for the guy who looked like him to show up, so I'd know for sure whether this was a wild goose chase. But nothing happened. A few people slowly drifted in and out. Mostly they huddled around Pops Harker, nursing their drinks and listening. It got to be midnight, and I'd just about decided to give up when a man with a face like a weasel slid into the chair across the table from me.
Your name, Dollar? Johnny Dollar?
That's right. Who are you?
Freddie Quintana.
So?
So you should be glad to see me.
Should I? Any particular reason, Quintana?
Oh, the best. It's around the street that you're looking for somebody, Dollar.
News travels fast.
Yeah, when it's really interesting news like that.
Oh, what's so interesting about it?
Whenever I smell dough, it is always interesting.
Well, maybe your nose is too sensitive or too long. There was no mention of money.
Look, I've been around, Dollar.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, a lot of people who float around the street and the quarter don't want to be found.
Oh?
So a guy comes looking for somebody, it usually costs him a little money to find him.
I see.
And you're looking for a guy named Tom Chase.
So?
So, I think I got him pegged.
Where is he?
Oh, not so fast, Dollar. Not so fast. First we talk money,
You're wrong there, Freddie.
What you mean?
First we make sure you know what you're talking about.
Now, look now,
You look. I've bumped into a lot of characters like you. And more than a fair share of them were just trying to ace into a deal for a fast buck without any...
I tell you, I got the guy pegged.
Describe him.
Yeah. Tall, good build, probably a good-looking guy when he shaves, curly hair, brown eyes. How am I doing?
Not bad, but I take a lot of convincing.
Look, you looking for this guy, or you just want to talk about him?
I just want proof.
Okay? I'll get proof.
Bring him here. That'll be proof enough.
You kidding? It ain't that easy, and you know it. This guy don't want to be found. I know that the minute I spot him. He's going under the name of Tom James.
Tom James?
Yeah, I'd ring a bell.
Maybe. His full name is Thomas James Chase. He could be using the first two names as an alias.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a familiar pattern.
Sure.
Okay, Quintana, suppose you do give me some proof. What do you want?
$500.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
I think you want Chase at all.
I'd have to get an okay from my company.
You could arrange it.
Maybe. And that brings us back to the question of proof again.
I'll be back in an hour, Dollar, with proof.
Daddy.
Yeah? Hey, what is it, Pops?
That man you was talking to, he's a bad one.
Oh?
I can tell it in his voice, Daddy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You don't want to mess around with a bad one like that.
Unfortunately, he could have something I need.
Is that the reason?
Oh, well, maybe not a good one, but it's part of my job.
Maybe you got yourself the wrong kind of job then, Daddy.
You know, Pops, sometimes I think you're right.
Hi, Dollar.
Hello, Freddie. Right back on time.
Yeah, with the goods, too. Yeah. Take a look.
It's all crumpled up. What is it?
Well, smooth it out. I think it's a letter he started writing and threw it away.
Where'd you get it?
I paid a little visit to his room when he was out. I fished it out of the wastebasket.
Okay. Lola, when you get this, I'll be far away. Don't try to find me. It's better this way. I don't know how to explain, but ends there.
Well, what you think? Is he your boy?
I can tell you in about 10 seconds. I fished the sample of Chase's handwriting out of my pocket and compared it to the half-finished letter. I'm no expert, but I didn't have to be. There was no doubt about it. It was Chase's handwriting. So it looked as though my trip was going to pay off after all. Tom Chase was right here in New Orleans.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next exciting episode of this story.
There's a little game of chance called Dealer's Choice. Fine. Until the dealer gets dealt out. The hard way. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Brady Quintana, Dollar.
Where you been, Quintana? You were supposed to contact me again later last night.
Yeah, look, this is a complicated deal. It takes time.
What's complicated about it? I'm looking for a guy named Tom Chase. You claim he's here in New Orleans under the name Tom James. For $500, you'll tell me where he's hiding.
Sure, but the problem is he is hiding too good right now.
I think you're stalling.
You saw that letter of his last night, didn't you?
Yeah, it's Chase's handwriting, all right.
I'll find him again by tonight. You know that bar we met in?
Ace's Castle.
Be there at 10 o'clock tonight, with the dough.
Okay, but you'd better produce, Quintana. I don't have much time.
If Chase finds out I'm trying to put the finger on him, neither will I.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New Orleans, to the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continues. Item 8, 425. Long-distance call to Pat McCracken at Universal Adjustment Bureau in Hartford. Pat agreed that $500 was a small price to pay if it got us a man who'd embezzled $120,000 from a New York investment outfit. Item 9, 370. Phone call to George Everson, senior partner of the investment outfit in New York. It was Everson who'd spotted a newspaper picture of a New Orleans bar with a man in the background who looked to him like Chase. Everson had been afraid he was sending me on a wild goose chase, and he was happy to hear his wild goose had just laid a golden egg. Item 10, $2. Assorted newspapers and magazines to kill time. Yeah, there was nothing I could do until I met Freddie Quintana at Ace's Castle at 10 p.m. Pops Harker, the trumpet player at Ace's Castle, had told me Freddie was a bad one. But right now, he was my only lead. The day dragged on. Finally, it got dark, and I was just starting to think about dinner.
Hello, Johnny.
Lola Chase.
May I come in?
Well, yeah, sure. Come on in. Well, what are you doing here, Lola? I thought you were in New York.
George Everson told me about your phone call to him this morning. That you think Tom is here in New Orleans.
Well, yeah. Everson said he hadn't told you about the newspaper picture before because he didn't want to get your hopes up.
I know. He explained. I got a plane down here right away.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure that was a good idea, Lola. I doubt very much if there's anything you can do.
I thought if you do find Tom, if I could just talk to him, maybe I could get him to see that the only thing for him to do is give himself up and return the money.
No, I wouldn't count on that.
Johnny, I had to come. He's still my husband.
Yeah.
George Everson didn't go into details about the newspaper picture.
Oh, there was an article on New Orleans Jazz in one of the New York papers a few days back. It showed a bar scene, a place called Ace's Castle. And in the background, sitting at the bar with his face turned away, was a man George thought might be your husband. So I came down here.
Now you have proof he's here?
I think so.
What kind of proof? Johnny, please tell me.
Okay. But I'm not sure you want to see it, Lola.
Go ahead.
Well, last night on Ace's Castle, a character named Freddie Quintana contacted me. Told me he thought he had Tom pegged, that he was going under the name of Tom James.
James? That's his middle name.
Yeah. The kind of alias a lot of people use.
But that's not proof of anything.
Oh, I know. Then Quintana showed me a letter he'd stolen from Tom's room. An unfinished letter. I checked it against the sample of Tom's writing I'd brought with me. It looks pretty genuine.
What kind of letter?
To you, Lola.
Oh. Please, may I see it?
Here you are.
Lola, when you get this, I'll be far away. Don't try to find me. It's better that way. I don't know how to explain, but...
I'm sorry.
That's Tom's writing, Johnny.
Yeah.
What happens now?
Oh, I'm supposed to meet Freddie Quintana at Ace's Castle down on the quarter at 10 o'clock tonight.
I want to come with you.
Oh, Lola.
Please, Johnny.
Expense account item 11, $8.20. Dinner for Lola and me. She didn't say much during the meal. I guess there wasn't much for her to say. Afterward, we started walking through the quarter toward Ace's Castle.
It's interesting around here, Johnny.
Oh, yeah. The quarter hasn't changed much.
You've been here before?
A couple of years ago.
Funny.
What is?
You, in a job like this.
Why?
You, well, I don't know. You just don't look like a person who spends most of his time looking for fugitives and criminals. It seems like such a strange job for you.
It's a job.
Do you like it?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes I like it a lot. Sometimes I don't like it at all.
Like now?
Like now.
Thanks, Johnny.
For what?
For feeling that way.
Well, I guess it's my turn to say funny.
What about?
You're asking about... Well, Pops Harker seemed to think I was in the wrong job, too.
Who?
Pops Harker. An old fellow who plays trumpet at Ace's Castle. You'll hear him. He's blind.
Oh.
Yeah, that horn of his has to make up for a lot.
But why did he think you're in the wrong job?
Mostly because of the company I sometimes have to keep, like Freddie Quintana.
Oh. I hate to see things work out like this.
What's that mean?
I mean, finding Tom this way through a cheap information peddler like this Quintana. Oh, if he'd only turn himself in.
I'm afraid that's a pretty remote possibility.
I know. He seems to have forgotten what sort of a person he was. After his arrest, he wouldn't even talk to me about it. I guess he's forgotten a lot of other things, too.
All right, come on, Lola. That's Ace's Castle right ahead.
Do you think Tom will be there?
I doubt it. Probably just Quintana. But he's supposed to tell me where your husband is hiding. Here we are.
That must be Pops Harker over there in the band with the dark glasses.
Yeah, that's him. Come on, that corner table.
This is the place in the newspaper picture?
Yeah.
Yes. I can believe Tom's been here. He loved this kind of music.
Real nice, Pops.
Thank you, Mr. Dollar. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Johnny, I thought you said he was...
Yes, he recognized my voice.
You still messing around with that mean one, Daddy?
Freddie Quintana? Afraid I have to, Pops. I'm not enjoying it particularly.
Well, you stick to the good ones, Daddy. Don't mess with the bad ones.
Gossiping about me, Pops?
Oh, Quintana.
Oh, why don't you keep your face in that horn and out of other people's business?
Take it easy, Quintana.
That's all right, Mr. Dollar. I'll still be blowing away this here horn long after some folks quit breathing.
Yeah, sure. Who's the dame, Dollar?
Don't worry about it, Freddie. Let's just say she's with me.
Okay. Don't be so touchy. Okay to talk?
Go ahead.
It's all set. Oh, yeah, I got this Chase on ice for you. He thinks I'm arranging passage for him on a boat out of here with no questions asked.
That's cruel.
Easy, Lola.
Business is business.
Where is he now?
Now, let's not get nosy, sweetie.
Cut the smart talk, Freddie.
My, you are in a pretty nasty mood tonight, Dollar.
Yeah, so just stick to business, huh?
Okay. Here. Now, this here's the address of my rooming house. Chase gonna meet me in my room at midnight. You be there in a few minutes before. And, Dollar, be sure you bring a dough.
You be sure you bring Chase.
He's in the bag. See you at midnight.
Oh, what a horrible person.
Yeah, he's sure not the best.
Johnny, let me go with you at midnight.
I don't think that'd be a very good idea, Lola.
Please.
Why?
Just say I'm pretty foolish, I guess. I just want to see him once more.
Look, why don't you...
I know it won't do any good, but after you take him, I probably won't see him again. He wouldn't see me before. He probably won't afterwards, but just to see him once more.
Lola, I don't know what good
I'd
it's
like
gonna...
to go back to my hotel and rest now, but please pick me up before you go to Quintana's room. Johnny?
Okay, Lola. 11:45. This is the address, Lola. Quintana's rooming house.
It's an awfully shabby place.
The perfect spot for Quintana. What time is it?
5 minutes to 12.
All right, let's go in. Number 8. Let's see.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, we won't knock.
There's nobody here, Johnny.
Well, we're a little early. Okay, we'll wait. So we waited. 15 minutes went by. Half an hour.
Do you think he was just playing some sort of fiendish joke on us, Johnny?
I've been stood up on deals like this before. But Lola wasn't used to it. Pretty soon the strain got a little too much for her.
Please, Johnny, I can't stand this anymore. Take me back to my hotel.
So I did. Now I was right back where I started from, with no leads. I decided to go back to Ace's castle. That's where the trail had started. I sat there for a few minutes nursing a drink. Then somebody slid into the chair across from me.
You Johnny Dollar?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
Lieutenant Lefebvre, New Orleans Police.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you, Lieutenant?
How long you been here, sir?
A few minutes.
Oh. Weren't you in here early?
Yeah.
What time you leave?
A little after 10. Why?
Where'd you go?
To see somebody who didn't show up. Look, Lieutenant, what's this all about?
You don't mind, just answer the questions, huh? Who was this, somebody you went to see?
A character named Quintana. I was supposed to meet him in his room.
What, you won't see him back?
Well, that's a sort of a long story. Look, here's my card, Lieutenant.
Jones investigator, huh? You mind come with me, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, where to?
Out back. Was a woman with you earlier, huh?
Yes, Mrs. Lola Chase. I took her back to a hotel before I came back here again.
I see. End of the alley here.
What's this all about, Lieutenant?
Go ahead, Dollar. Take a look.
There were 2 policemen and a photographer in the alley, over near a doorway. I moved in close. A man was sprawled there, face up. Freddie Quintana. And he didn't look mean and nasty anymore. Just real tired. Real dead.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next exciting episode of this story.
Somehow I managed to parlay a scrap of burnt paper into a plane ticket for what almost turns out to be a one-way trip. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Lieutenant Lefebvre, New Orleans Police.
Morning, Lieutenant. Anything new on the Freddie Quintana murder?
Yes.
Oh?
You.
What?
You said you were with Quintana last night.
On business, Lieutenant.
What kind of business, Dollar?
Well, it's a long story.
I'm sure. I think you better tell it to me.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New Orleans, to the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 12, $1.20 cab fare from my hotel to police headquarters, where Detective Lieutenant Lefebvre was waiting for me.
All right, Dollar, now what's it all about?
Lieutenant, it's mainly about Tom Chase, alias Tom James.
Chase? James? Who's he?
Former junior partner in the investment firm of Everson & Chase in New York City. Chase embezzled $120,000 from the firm.
It's not very easy to do.
I know, but he was real smart about it. George Everson, the senior partner, explained how Chase had done it. You see, he specialized in long-term investments.
Oh, people that buy and hold on, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Chase juggled the accounts, and over what must have been a period of many months, he siphoned off a total of $120,000.
Mm-hmm. How'd Everson find out about it?
Oh, one of their clients suddenly decided to sell out.
His count wasn't as fat as it should have been, huh?
That's right. Everson immediately ordered an audit. The total shortage was discovered, and the DA's office moved in.
Did Chase make any kind of statement?
No, none at all. He just clammed up. Everson tried to get him to explain, and so did Chase's wife, Lola. But he wouldn't say anything. Everson raised bail for him, and Chase promptly jumped bail and disappeared.
Mm. You know, I've heard stories like this before, Doc.
Yeah, sure. Open and shut embezzlement.
Anybody find a motive?
Well, we're just guessing at that. Could be any one of the standard ones, I guess.
Gambling debts, maybe?
Oh, I don't know. As far as we can determine, Chase didn't do any gambling. Of course, you never really know.
What about a woman?
Well, now, that's probably closer to it. Although I'm like George Everson. If it was a woman, I don't get it.
Why not?
You should see Chase's wife, Lola.
Oh, like that, eh?
Like that.
Still, the woods are full of men who've run out on good wives.
Oh, yeah. There was something wrong in the happy home, all right, but I guess it was all on Chase's part.
Was he?
Lola told me he'd been moody and tense for some time before the embezzlement became known. He was away from home a lot at night. Told her he'd been working late.
Mm-hmm. That, too, sounds familiar.
She asked George Everson about it, and George told her it wasn't so. Then there was the matter of the vacation.
Vacation?
Yeah, at the last moment, Tom Chase told Lola he couldn't get away, but insisted she go anyway. So she went to Martha's Vineyard alone.
Mm-hmm. Well, it certainly has all the earmarks of another woman.
I know. I asked George Everson if he knew of any other woman. He said no. I haven't had the heart to ask Lola Chase that yet. But I got a hunch that's what she's afraid of this, too.
Well, it's all very interesting, Dollar, but what's it got to do with Freddie Quintana's murder here in New Orleans?
Yeah. Here's a New York newspaper. Last week. Take a look at it.
Article on New Orleans jazz.
Yeah. That's a picture of Ace's Castle down on the quarter. George Everson spotted this picture. The fellow in the background, sitting at the bar, looked to him like Tom Chase. And Chase was crazy about jazz.
And that's why you come down here to New Orleans?
Yep. Freddie Quintana contacted me night before last and told me Tom Chase was in New Orleans under the name of Tom James.
Did he have any proof to show you?
A letter Chase had started to Lola, then threw away. Quintana stole it from Chase's room.
The handwriting genuine?
Mm-hmm. I checked it against a sample of Chase's writing that I'd brought with me. Yeah, it's his, all right.
Go on.
Well, Quintana told me to meet him in his room at midnight. He'd have Chase there. Apparently, he was pretending to negotiate with Chase for passage out of the country.
Oh?
So Lola and I went to Quintana's room at midnight. But he didn't show. And I took her back to a hotel. Then I met you. And you showed me Freddie Quintana's body in the alley. It sure looks like Tom Chase didn't want to get found.
Mm-hmm. So now if we get Tom Chase, we got Freddie Quintana's killer.
That's about the size of it, Lieutenant.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Dollar, Quarter's been my beat for a long time now. So Freddie Quintana was a real bad boy.
That's what I've been told.
And when a bad boy gets himself killed, it isn't always easy to tag the man who did it.
Meaning there are a lot of them who'd like to have done it, huh?
In Freddie's case, a long line of them.
I don't doubt it.
Well, we give it a whirl. Tom Chase, alias Tom James. I'll get out bulletin on him. If he's the one, though, he probably skipped town by now.
Could be.
What's your next move, Johnny?
One that I don't look forward to, believe me.
Oh?
Breaking the news to Lola Chase.
I just won't believe it, Johnny.
I know.
It was hard enough to think that Tom was an embezzler, but he isn't a killer, Johnny. He couldn't be.
A nice guy can get twisted up. Then, when he's on the run, he sometimes acts like an animal. He'll destroy anything or anyone who's between him and his freedom.
But what kind of freedom can a man have who's... I guess you were right, Johnny.
Yeah, what about?
You said I shouldn't have come down here from New York. That there was nothing I could do except get hurt more.
Oh, I can understand your feeling. You had to come, but, well...
Johnny, I wish you were working for me right now.
Hmm?
This investigation, I mean. I'd just call it off.
Afraid it isn't that simple. Your husband's still a fugitive. He's got to be found. That $120,000 or what's left of it has to be recovered. And if he is responsible for Quintana's murder...
I know. It was just a wish. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, just a moment. It's for you, Johnny.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Lefebvre. Thought I might find you there.
Anything new, Lieutenant?
Yes. That Tom James alias you gave us for Tom Chase paid off.
Oh?
We just located his room.
Where?
In a room and house in the quarter, a couple of doors from where Freddie Quintana lived.
I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. Expense account item 13, $3. Cab fare from Lola's hotel to the rooming house in the quarter. $2 for the fare, $1 extra for speed. The driver earned it. 8 minutes later, I met Lieutenant Lefebvre at the rooming house, a dilapidated two-story building. He took me to a room at the end of the hall on the first floor.
There's it, Johnny.
No sign of Chase, huh?
No. We're keeping a stakeout on the room just in case, but I doubt if he'll be back. His clothes are gone.
Looks like he left in a hurry, Lefebvre.
Yeah. Take a look over here.
Well, some charred pieces of paper.
We fish them out of the wastebasket. That's a mistake amateurs usually make, burning stuff in a wastebasket.
No draft.
That's right. Some of it's not completely burned. See if any of it makes sense to you.
Well, this one looks like part of a letter. This one... Yeah. Yeah, this one pegs Chase, all right.
Looks like a little piece of an envelope.
Mm-hmm. Could be he'd brought part of the money down here in it. You see, you can still read part of the letterhead in the upper corner.
Everson and...
The full name is Everson and Chase. That's the name of the firm. Chase was the junior partner.
Yeah. Well, that makes it pretty clear that Tom James and Tom Chase are one and the same.
Did he rent the room under the name of Tom James?
That's right. Haven't got any of the details yet. There's no manager here. Vacancies are handled by a rental agent down the street.
I see.
Here's another charred fragment I can't figure out. Here, take a look. It's writing here.
And just some numbers. Looks like a 12 and a 23.
Mm-hmm. Mean anything to you?
12, 23. An address, maybe?
Possibly. But that's not much help. What address?
Oh, well, if I get any bright ideas, I'll call you. I'm going to pay a visit to that rental agent.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Are you the agent for that rooming house down the street?
That's right, sir. Collis. Is the name Roger Collis? You'd like a room, maybe?
No, thanks. I want some information.
What about?
Well, you rented a room some time ago to a man named Tom James, I believe.
Well, let me see. I'll have to look it up. We keep all the rentals in this here book, and it ought to be... Yeah, here it is. Oh, yeah.
What do you mean, oh, yeah? Was there something special about that rental?
Oh, indeed there was, my friend. A little over a week ago it was.
Yeah, that would figure.
And the month's rent was paid in advance.
Is that what was so special about it?
Oh, no, that's happened before. It was who rented it was so special.
Well, I thought Tom James...
It was rented for Mr. James by a friend of his.
Oh?
I sure wish I had a friend like that. Oh, man, what a woman.
The motive for Tom Chase's embezzlement. It was a woman, after all. He probably stayed undercover while she rented the room for him. I thought of his wife, Lola. I didn't want to see her get hurt anymore. Expense account item 14, cab fare to Lola's hotel.
Is there something new, Johnny? You left in such a hurry.
Lola, do yourself and me a favor.
What is it?
Go back to New York now.
Why?
Well, I just think it'd be better all around, that's all.
Something's happened. You found out something. Johnny, please don't hold anything back from me.
Look, Lola,
whatever it is, I have a right to know.
Yeah, I guess you do. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, but it looks like Tom isn't traveling alone.
Oh. I guess I always knew that was it. It had to be.
I'm sorry.
You're right, Johnny. The only thing for me to do now is go back to New York and forget. Try to forget. Thanks for everything, Johnny.
Item 15, $3 even, drinks for me. But they didn't take the bad taste out of my mouth. Lola, heading back to New York alone, and Chase, heading who knew where with $120,000 and not alone. I thought of that scrap of charred paper with the numbers on it, the one we'd found in his room. 12, 23. They could mean anything, or nothing. Finally, I gave up trying to make sense out of it and picked up the evening paper. News section, not much of interest. Sports, the comics, the weather, harbor news, Harbor news. Ship arrivals and departures. 12, 23. Could that be the time of departure of a ship and the pier number? From Pier 23 at 12, maybe? Sure, it sounded like a long shot. But I had a strong hunch the trail might not be as cold as I'd thought.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next intriguing episode of this story.
It's about a trail that heats up, and a girl who doesn't exactly help to cool things off. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lieutenant Lefebvre, New Orleans Police, Johnny. How's that when you call?
Lieutenant, I think I've got a new lead on the whereabouts of Tom Chase.
I could use a new lead. Let me have it.
That room he leased under the name of Tom James. Remember that charred paper we found in the wastebasket?
Sure. Stuff he tried to burn after he took off in a hurry the night of Freddie Quintana's murder.
We could make out 2 numbers written on one scrap of paper.
12 and 23. Haven't been able to figure out what they mean, though.
Neither had I, until I happened to look at the harbor news in the newspaper. Yeah. You think those numbers could refer to a ship sailing? Pier 23 at 12 o'clock, maybe?
Could be, Johnny. Sure could be. I go to work on it. Maybe I have something by the time you get here.
Lieutenant, I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location New Orleans, to the Home Office Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 16, $1.50, cab from my hotel to police headquarters in the office of Detective Lieutenant Lefebvre.
I got some of my boys working on ship sailings, Johnny. Trouble is, we're not sure what date we want and whether the 12 means noon or midnight. Pier 23 is a pretty busy place. There's been several departures in the last few days.
Freddie Quintana was killed 3 nights ago, about 10:30 at night. Could be the departure time was midnight that same night.
Could be, and that's a line we're taking. But, of course, that's assuming that Tom Chase, alias Tom James, was the one who murdered Freddie Quintana.
Oh, everything points that way, Lieutenant. Look, Tom Chase was the junior partner in the New York investment firm of Everson and Chase. He embezzled $120,000, jumped his bail, and disappeared.
Embezzler isn't necessarily a killer, Johnny. Matter of fact, the two types are usually quite different.
True enough. But the big kicker in this deal is why Tom Chase went sour in the first place. A man who changed as completely as he did in one direction might go all the way.
It's happened before, of course.
His wife Lola and his senior partner, George Everson, were pretty shocked at the thought Tom had embezzled the money. They couldn't understand why a man like he would do what he did. Neither could I, until I found out it was a woman who rented a room for him here in New Orleans.
How did Miss Chase take that news?
Oh, pretty hard.
She's still here in New Orleans?
No, I talked her into returning to New York. I just didn't want to see her get hurt anymore.
She probably shouldn't have come down here in the first place.
Well, that's what I told her. That there was nothing she could do here. But what it boiled down to was she just wanted one more look at her husband. You see, after he was arrested in New York, he refused to make a statement, wouldn't even talk to her about it. Refused to see her at all.
So she thought if she could see him again, he might have some kind of explanation.
Yeah, but as it turned out, she was just asking for another kick in the face. How can a man explain another woman?
That's a good question. Personally, I hope I never have to answer one like it.
Lefebvre, when I see what happens sometimes in the marriages I run up against, I'm glad I'm single.
The trouble is, you and I have tangled with the wrong kind of people most of the time.
You can say that again. Freddie Quintana sure fit into that category.
That name brings up a problem, Johnny. We're basing our belief that Chase skipped town and that those numbers on the scrap of paper mean a ship sailing. We're basing all that on the assumption that Chase killed Quintana.
Right.
You must remember that Quintana was a bad boy. There are plenty of people who'd like nothing better than to knock him off.
But why at that particular moment? Oh, Lieutenant, the timing adds up to Chase. After I traced him here to New Orleans, Quintana contacted me, said he could deliver Chase for a price. He showed me a sample of Chase's handwriting he'd swiped from his room. It was genuine, all right. Then Quintana winds up dead in an alley before he can deliver Chase. How else can it add up?
Look, Johnny, I'm just mentioning possibilities. You're right. Chase is the probability. Yeah. Lefebvre. What? Let me get that down. All right, I have it. Thanks.
They locate the ship?
Yeah. Caribbean Star. Left at midnight the night of Quintana's murder.
From Pier 23?
Right. Destination Trinidad by way of Havana and Haiti. And there is a Tom James on that passenger list. Your hunch was a good one.
Let's see. If I could get a plane out of here this morning, I might be able to intercept the ship at Haiti. Hey, could you cable the authorities there and request them to hold Chase if I don't make it in time?
Sure, glad to. Just a minute. Johnny, you expecting a call from New York?
Oh, yeah. I put one in to George Everson, Chase's senior partner, a little while ago.
Well, here it is.
Good, thanks. Hello?
This is George Everson in New York. They told me at your hotel that you were at police headquarters.
You were wondering why Chase embezzled the money from your firm, Mr. Everson.
I still can't understand it. Mr. Dollar, it just...
Well, maybe this'll help. We found out that his hideout here in New Orleans was arranged for him by a woman.
A woman? Oh, no.
And, according to the rental agent, quite a woman.
Oh, good Lord. To think. Well, does Lola know of this?
Yes, I talked her into returning to New York.
Good. She should never have gone down there in the first place. Any leads on Chase's present whereabouts?
Yeah, just turned one up. It looks like he's traveling under the name of Tom James on a ship to Trinidad.
Trinidad?
Right. But if my luck holds, he won't get farther than Haiti. Expense account item 17, $134.40. Transportation from New Orleans to Port-au-Prince, Haiti. The flight only took a few hours, but to me the plane seemed as slow as a truck. But then, as we came in over the harbor at Port-au-Prince, I could see it was going to be a dead heat. The boat was just entering the harbor. By the time I got to the dock, they were just putting the gangway over. Nobody had come ashore yet. I had Chase's stateroom number from the passenger list. Okay. Empty. Real empty. Oh, well.
What's the trouble here? What's wrong?
Oh, Purser.
Was that you just broke in the door?
Yeah, here's my card.
Insurance investigator. But really, Mr. Dollar, the door...
Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Right now, I'm more interested in the man who used to be behind the door.
What?
He was going under the name of Tom James.
Oh, yes, Mr. James.
Well, where is he?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know, Mr.
Now, look,
Dollar.
this is no time for games, Percy.
But I don't know where he is.
I came aboard just as the gangway went down. Nobody could have come ashore.
Do you mean here at Port-au-Prince?
Wait a minute. Are you trying to say he got off at some other port?
Our first stop.
Havana? That'd be 2 days ago.
That's right, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, well, that's just great. I bust my neck to meet the boat for nothing. Look, so he got off in Havana. You have any idea where he was heading?
None whatsoever.
Well, that just about does it.
He did ask me where the airline's office in Havana was.
Airline's office, thanks. Expense account item 18, $8.40. Long-distance call to the Havana Police Department. They put me through to a Lieutenant Escobar.
Si, Senor Dollar?
Hey, look, Lieutenant Escobar, I'm an insurance investigator from the United States.
The United States? But the operator said you are in Haiti.
Well, yeah, that's right. You see, well, let that go for a moment. I'm after a fugitive, an embezzler named Tom Chase, also known as Tom James.
Chase? James?
Yes, I wonder if you'd check the airlines at Havana and see where he bought a ticket to, then call me collect. I thought he was going to Trinidad, so I came as far as Haiti, where I found out here he got off in Havana.
Trinidad? Haiti, Havana? Senor, if you will permit me, you sound a little confused.
If I do, senor, it's because I am. There was nothing I could do after that except sit in Port-au-Prince and twiddle my thumbs. I wasn't at all sure I'd be hearing from Lieutenant Escobar again, or if I did, whether he'd have a lead for me. But 2 hours later, he called back, and he did.
About your friend, Senor James, or Senor Chase, I'm not sure which.
Let's not start that routine again, Lieutenant. James will do.
See, 2 days ago, the Senor James bought a plane ticket here in Havana.
Where to?
Barbados.
Barbados?
See, the British West Indies.
Yeah, I know where it is. Oh, brother, he really gets around.
Now, let me see if I have this thing straight, Senor. You thought he was going to Trinidad, so you went to Haiti.
Well...
But instead he came to Havana, so he went to Barbados.
Well, you see...
No, Senor, I am sorry, but it still does not make sense.
Don't worry about it, Lieutenant Escobar. It does to me. Just accept my thanks for the lead. Someday I'll sit down and write you a letter about it. Item 19, $143. Transportation and incidentals from Haiti to Barbados. From the air, it looked like a beautiful spot. Pastel-colored houses with pink roofs, clean, sandy beaches, gentle waves. Yeah, I could see Chase's point in coming here. A good place to get away from it all, particularly with $120,000 to keep you company. And more particularly when what you're trying to get away from is a couple of assorted charges, like embezzlement and murder. But if I thought that finding Tom Chase, alias Tom James, would be a cinch once I got to Barbados, I was sadly mistaken. It was a bigger island than I'd realized, about 170 square miles. And Bridgetown was quite a fair-sized city. I checked into the hotel, then made the rounds of all the others, inquiring about Chase. But I got nowhere. Item 20, $1, 2 drinks, while I brooded in the hotel bar over the fact the trail had gotten cold again. But by the time I got that through my head, I saw the prettiest sight I'd encountered all day. A girl. And unless I was very much mistaken, she was heading for my table.
You're Johnny Dollar?
Sure am.
I'd like to talk to you.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Please. You're looking for somebody, aren't you, Mr. Dollar?
Am I? Anybody in particular?
Yes. Let's call him Tom James.
Oh? What about him?
I know where he is.
Who are you?
Connie.
Connie who?
Connie's enough.
So you're the one, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, I knew Chase wasn't traveling alone.
Yeah, I'm the one.
One thing I don't get.
What?
Why you're doing this, if you're Chase's girlfriend. You want out, maybe?
Yeah, I want out.
So you'll deliver Chase to me. What do you want for it?
Money enough to get back to the States?
That might be arranged. Just one thing.
What is it?
The last person who tried to turn Chase over to me got himself killed back in New Orleans. You better be real careful.
I will. Now, look. There's a bar down near the waterfront called the Trade Winds. Know it?
I can find it.
Be there about 10 tonight. Chase will be with me.
Okay.
2 things, Mr. Dollar.
What are they?
Don't let on to him how you found him.
Okay, what else?
Bring the money.
Connie left and I sat there basking in the welcome warmth of a trail that had suddenly heated up again. At 9:45, I went down to the waterfront. I spotted the Trade Winds bar down the street a block or so. I waited. Pretty soon I saw Connie go inside. I started for the entrance. Then, suddenly I realized I was being followed. Somebody crossed the street in the shadows. I whirled and headed for him fast. It took him by surprise. He ducked down an alley, then into a warehouse on a pier. I'd finally caught up with Chase. The hard way.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next exciting episode of this story.
Next, a small fishing boat, a deserted island, and a man waiting there for me. A man with a gun. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Lawrence Dobkin, Forrest Lewis, Peter Leeds, Barney Phillips, Tony Barrett, and Victor Perrin. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night for another exciting episode of this story on Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Connie, Mr. Dollar.
Well, you're about the last person in the world I thought I'd be hearing from.
What do you mean? I waited for you last night at the Trade Winds bar, but you didn't show up.
No, I got delayed on the way by a hit over the head in a warehouse on a pier.
What?
No, don't tell me that surprises you.
Of course it does.
Look, that whole routine of yours yesterday about telling me where Tom Chase is hiding was just a decoy so he could get me down there and try to finish me off. If that night watchman hadn't come along when he did, I'd still...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Want to prove that?
Yes, but how?
by opening up and telling me what this is all about. Where are you now?
Downstairs in the lobby.
I'll be right down.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Barbados, British West Indies. To the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 21, 2 cents. Exactly what I'd have taken at that point to chuck the whole deal. Getting slugged on the head the night before was bad enough. But when I got down to the lobby that morning and found that Connie was nowhere in sight, I realized I was right back where I started from, which was nowhere. I went over to the desk.
Yes, sir?
Hey, look, a girl just phoned me from the lobby. Did you see her?
Yes, sir. A most attractive young lady.
Yeah, and right now a most invisible young lady. Where'd she go?
Why, I don't know, sir.
Was she alone?
Oh, it's quite alone. She came in and asked to be put through to your room, and after she'd hung up, she suddenly turned and walked out.
Oh, well, that's just great. You wouldn't happen to know her?
I'm afraid that's a pleasure that's been denied me, sir.
Ever seen her before?
Yes, once or twice around town.
Was she with someone when you saw her?
Oh, sir, a woman with such obvious charm is seldom alone.
Yeah, well, you remember what the man she was with looked like?
Well, only in a vague sort of way, I'm afraid. He was large, rather handsome. Athletic looking, I'd say.
Could be Chase, all right.
Chase?
Skip it. Well, that's that, I guess.
Sorry I didn't make connections, sir. But perhaps she'll come back.
I'm not counting on it. A long time ago, I learned that in my job, it's always a good idea to keep in contact with the local authorities. So I decided to visit the Colonial Police. As of the moment, I needed a shoulder to do a little crying on. The shoulder in this case turned out to belong to an Inspector Whitsett.
Let me see if I have this thing straight, Mr. Dollar. This chap you're looking for, Tom Chase, embezzled some money from the New York investment firm in which he was a junior partner.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. Everson and Chase was the firm. $120,000 was the amount.
100? My goodness, Chase must be rather clever, swindler.
Yeah, and pretty speedy, too. He's kept 2 jumps ahead of me all the way.
And you think he's traveling under the name of Tom James?
I'm sure of it. In New Orleans, a man named Freddie Quintana told me Chase and James are one and the same, and showed me some handwriting to prove it.
But Chase eluded you in New Orleans.
Yeah. Quintana was going to turn him over to me for a price, but then he turned up dead in an alley.
So your friend Chase is dangerous as well as clever. Why, you do have your problems, don't you?
A bucket full of them, Inspector.
And now you think that this Chase or James is hiding here in Barbados?
Well, I'm pretty sure of it. You see, he left New Orleans in a hurry after Quintana's murder.
Understandably.
But he burned some papers, not completely, and we found one with some numbers on it. They turned out to be about a ship sailing. I intercepted the ship at Haiti, but learned that Chase had gotten off in Havana.
I see.
The Havana police found out for me that he'd bought a plane ticket here to Barbados.
And so here you are. Well, I must say you're persistent.
Oh, yeah. But so far it's got me one big nothing. I thought my luck had changed when I met Connie last night, but apparently that was just a decoy.
Connie?
Yeah, here. Here, I've written down a description of her. I'd sure appreciate it if you could help me find her.
Yeah. Oh, I say, from this description it sounds as though it would be a pleasure to find her, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, Inspector, she's quite a dish.
Well, how does this Connie enter into the situation?
Well, pretty basically. You see, nobody up in New York could figure out why Chase had turned sour. His senior partner, George Everson, was mystified, and so was Chase's wife, Lola. But I guess the reason was pretty obvious right from the start, except nobody wanted to face up to it.
I take it you refer to perhaps the classic reason, another woman.
Right. I found out that Chase's New Orleans hideout had been arranged for him by a woman. Then last night, Connie told me she knew where Chase was, and for enough money to get back to the States, she'd tell me.
Well, then this Connie would appear to be the other woman, huh?
Yeah. She said she wanted out, but it turned out to be a trap.
Oh? How so?
Well, she set up a meeting for us last night, but on the way to it, I got slugged.
Oh?
Apparently a night watchman came along right afterwards. Otherwise, I suppose Chase would have finished me off. One thing I don't get, though.
What's that?
Well, why would Connie call me from the hotel lobby this morning, then duck out before I could get downstairs?
Was she alone when she left?
According to the clerk, yes. Oh, I know what you're thinking, Inspector. Could be she still wanted to go through with the deal, but spotted Chase closing in, so she ducked out.
Something like that. Well, Mr. Dollar, it would appear you're stymied unless you can find Connie again.
Stymied? Inspector, I'm scuttled.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dollar.
Clerk, has that girl been back?
The one you called, Connie?
Yeah.
No, sir. I've been keeping an eye out for her here in the lobby, but I've seen no sign of her.
No calls or messages for me, huh?
No, sir. If I see her, of course, I'll get in touch with you immediately. You'll be in your room?
No, I'll be at the Trade Winds bar.
The Trade Winds? Well, that's one of the waterfront bars, isn't it, Mr. Dollar?
That's right.
It's none of my business, sir, but I would be just a bit careful if I were you.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, that part of town, sir, it's not the best.
Oh, you're telling me. I got hit over the head down in that part of town last night.
And now you're going back there?
Real glutton for punishment, huh? My thought was that the Trade Winds bar was as good a place to go as any at the moment. Connie had wanted me to meet her there last night. If she really was on the up and up, she might try to contact me there again. The Trade Winds was a typical waterfront dive. Through the swirling smoke, I could make out sailors, fishermen, West Indians, and tourists all rubbing elbows. Item 22, 50 cents, 2 rum punches. They came cheap there. Halfway through the second one, I spotted someone in the doorway, Connie. But then she saw me and ducked out fast. So she didn't want to contact me. But I sure wanted to contact her. I went out the side door. My hunch was right. She was trying the alley. I stepped in front of her.
Let go of me.
Oh, no, baby. Just stay put. Stay
Please.
put.
I don't know what this is all about. Honest, Mr.
Now,
Dollar.
look. This is no time to start playing coy. Where's Chase?
I don't know.
Come on.
Please, you must believe me. I should never have come to you in the first place. I'm not Chase's girlfriend like you think.
Oh, try again, sister.
Really, I'm telling the truth, Mr. Dollar. I know I posed to you as his girl, but I'm really not.
Look.
I was trying to work something for myself. When you started talking about murder, I realized I was getting involved in things I shouldn't.
What are you talking about?
Honestly, I can explain everything to you, Mr. Dollar.
Okay. Inside. That's just what you're gonna do. Look, we'll take this table right here. Go on, sit down. All right, now, Connie, let's have it.
Mr. Dollar, I want you to know I'm pretty ashamed of myself for what I was trying to do. It was wrong. I should have realized it sooner.
Less editorial and more news, huh?
Well, I met Tom Chase, or Tom James as he calls himself, here in Barbados a couple of days ago.
A couple of days ago? You mean in New York a long time ago, don't you, Connie?
No, Mr. Dollar, I wasn't Chase's girlfriend. I'd never seen him before 2 days ago, right here.
Go on.
I had a date with him. Then I found out you'd been asking around town for him, so I decided on a plan.
So?
I found you and told you I knew where Chase was. You thought I was his girl, and so I went along with it. I was supposed to have a date with him last night here at the Trade Winds, but he didn't come.
He was too busy hitting me over the head at the time. You telling me the truth, Connie?
I swear it.
Then there's one big question. Why did you do it?
Because I'm broke, Mr. Dollar. I'm stranded here in Barbados, and I want to go back to the States. I thought
you were going to put the finger on him for enough dough to get back to the States, huh?
I'm afraid that's about it.
And you don't have any idea where he is now?
None at all.
Well, that's just fine. My last lead, out the window.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar.
You're sorry. Look, did he mention his girlfriend to you?
He did say he was expecting a friend down here.
They probably had it rigged for her to meet him here later. He didn't give you any indication where he was staying, huh?
No.
Or what his future plans were?
No. There was one thing.
Well, what was it?
Well, I don't know if it means anything or
Come on,
not.
let's have it.
Well, we were here at the Trade Winds night before last. Afterwards, we walked around the waterfront for a while.
Yeah?
Tom stopped and talked to one of the fishermen there for quite a while.
Ah. Could you hear what they were saying?
No, they left me and went off to one side.
Now, listen, Connie. Do you think you'd recognize that fisherman if you saw him again?
Yes, I think so.
Then come on. We went outside. It was sunset. A few fishermen were scattered along the wharves, mending nets, getting their gear in shape. We gave each one of them the once-over, then kept going. Suddenly, Connie stopped.
There he is, Johnny. The one who's yawning.
Okay, thanks. You stay here. Good evening.
Good evening.
You don't sound very convinced.
Oh, sure, it's a good evening. Soon it will be a good night, and then I can go to bed.
Hey, look, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, sure.
Mind staying awake a few minutes?
But it's that I'm tired. Last night I worked all night.
Oh? Fishing really must be good around here.
It's not the fishing, it was the passenger.
Passenger? Who?
He don't give his name.
Where'd you take him?
Lagos Island.
Where's that?
3 hours by boat from here.
What's there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
A small abandoned pier, an old abandoned house. Nothing else. Nobody else.
Uh-huh. You let him off there, huh?
Yes, but he should be comfortable. He took much food with him.
You mean he's there now, then?
Sure. There are no boats there, and nobody could swim so far.
I see. Okay, partner. Thanks a lot. Pleasant dreams. At this point, it looked real easy, and I began to wonder if it wasn't a little too easy. Chase sitting there on Lagos Island with no way to get off. All I had to do was hire myself a boat and go pick him up. I looked at the fisherman. He smiled at me politely. I looked back at Connie. She smiled too. Yeah, everything could be on the up and up. Or it could be a great big trap. But one thing was clear. I was going to have to go to Lagos Island to find out.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next exciting episode of this story.
Getting to the island of Lagos? Easy. But getting away from it in one piece? That's a different story. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us for the next exciting episode of this story on Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Lola Chase, Johnny.
Lola, where are you?
At a hotel over at Mirasol Beach.
Mirasol Beach. You're here in Barbados?
Yes.
Look, when I left you in New Orleans, you promised to go back home to New York.
I know, but I just couldn't stay there. Look, it's my husband you're after, Johnny. He's an embezzler, and according to you, he's even a murderer. But he's still my husband. If there's anything I can do to help him...
Lola, the best you can do is to stay away.
I'm sorry, I just can't, Johnny. Please don't try to make me.
Lola, I'm coming over to see you.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Barbados, British West Indies. To the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 23, $1.20 American cab fare to Lola's Hotel at Mirasol Beach. She was waiting for me on the terrace.
Please don't be mad at me, Johnny.
Oh, I'm not mad, Lola. It's just that I hate to see you keep leading with your chin. It's the best way I know of to get kicked in the face.
I know.
After all Chase has done, you
Johnny,
still...
I've discovered something about me.
Yeah? What do you mean?
It does hurt to get kicked in the face. It hurts plenty. But you know, after a while, you get over being hurt.
Oh?
When you found out it was a woman who arranged Tom's hideout in New Orleans, I thought, well, it seemed like the end of the world for me. Up to that point, I kept trying to tell myself that the reason Tom had embezzled the money was because he was in trouble of some kind. And I could help him. But I guess down deep I knew, right from the start, it had to be another woman.
And that's why I wanted you to go back to New York, Lola. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore.
I know. But, Johnny, I don't think I can be hurt anymore.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count on it.
I mean it. When I found out there was another... It ended a lot of things for me. And one of them was the way I used to feel about Tom.
You're over it now?
Well, not completely, of course, but things are different with me now.
Then I still don't get why you came down here.
I still want to help Tom if it's humanly possible, don't you see? Let's say I feel obligated to because of the way things used to be. Does that make sense, Johnny?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, I gotta be going now, Lola. It looks like your husband is holed up on an island about 3 hours from here.
Is he all right?
I wouldn't know. I haven't been close enough to find out. Except once. And that once got me a lump on the head.
What do you mean?
Oh, I ran into a girl named Connie. Thought she was Tom's friend. She offered to locate him for me. I guess he was following and caught up with me down at the waterfront.
He attacked you?
Yeah. Then it turned out the girl was only trying to promote herself a trip back to the States. She knew I was looking for Chase. She'd had a date or two with him, so she saw a chance to make some money.
But how did you find out where Tom's hiding?
The girl heard him talking to a fisherman. She pointed him out to me. He told me he'd taken Chase to Lagos Island. Now, if that fisherman's on the level, it looks like the case is just about wound up.
And if he isn't?
It could be another trap. But with luck, I should be back by dark with your husband.
I'll be waiting, Johnny.
Expense account item 24, $9.50, long-distance call to Chase's senior partner, George Everson, in New York. I figured he ought to know that Lola was down here in Barbados.
Lola there? Why, Mr. Dollar, I thought she was right here at home in New York.
No, she just arrived this morning.
But this is no good having her there. It just means more pain for her.
She says she's over that part of it.
You don't know Lola. I don't think she'll ever be over Tom Chase. Mr. Dollar, I'm going to take the first plane to Barbados and bring Lola back to New York with me.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Mr. Everson. This time, maybe you can make her stay. Things could get a little rough around here, and I'd just as soon she was somewhere else.
Rough? Johnny, you've located Chase?
I think so.
Well, look, maybe if I came down right away, I could persuade him to give himself up.
Afraid it's a little too late for that, Mr. Everson. It looks like Chase is holed up on a deserted island. I'm leaving in a few minutes to pick him up.
He doesn't know you're coming?
That's what I'm going to find out. See you when I get back. I hope. Item 25, $30 rental on a power cruiser. I wanted one I could handle alone and one with a radio. After I'd arranged for it, I told the owner to get it ready while I paid a visit to Inspector Whitsett at Colonial Police Headquarters.
Lagos Island, sir. That's where this chap Chase is hiding.
Yeah, looks like it. According to this chart I have, it's about 3 hours out.
Yes, just about, I should think. How'd you find out that Chase was there?
Well, I finally located that girl, Connie, who'd pulled the disappearing act on me.
Good.
Not good. Turns out she isn't Chase's girl after all. Oh. At least I don't think she is. But she'd heard him talking to a fisherman. She pointed out the fisherman, and he told me he'd taken Chase to Lagos Island.
I wonder, Mr. Dollar. Well, doesn't the whole story sound just a wee bit pat to you?
Yeah. And that's just what's worrying me. This whole deal could be a trap. Connie could still be Chase's girl. And that fisherman could be in on the deal, too.
In which case, you could be in for a bit of trouble at Lagos Island.
Well, there's one way to find out, Inspector.
Well, let's hope it's not the wrong way.
What do you know about Lagos?
Well, it's fairly flat, pretty heavy underbrush. A small cove with a rickety pier and an abandoned house on the other side of the island.
Anyone living on the island? I mean, other than Chase?
No, not that I know of. Or there used to be rather good sport fishing out there, but that died down a couple of years ago. Well, I doubt that anyone's been near the place in quite a while.
I see. Look, Inspector, I'd like you to do me a favor.
Oh, certainly.
Well, I've got a radio on the boat I rented. My call letters are 6X3. Now, here's a description of the fisherman in this boat. I'd appreciate it if you could have one of your men keep an eye on him and radio to me if he puts out to sea after I do.
Very well. Of course, even if he did put to sea, it wouldn't necessarily prove that he was working with Chase and was going after you. He might just be going fishing.
Oh, sure. Just one thing, though, Inspector. I don't want to be the fish. I went down to the waterfront. My boat was all ready, so I went aboard and shoved off. Once out of the harbor, I set my course for Lagos Island. The boat was equipped with a rig for lashing the wheel in position, sort of an automatic pilot. So I snapped it in place and started down into the cabin. And then I saw the cabin was occupied. Lola.
Hello, John.
Oh, great. For 2 cents,
I
Lola.
knew you'd turn back and put me ashore, but please don't.
I can't, but only because I can't afford to take the time.
I'm glad.
But if you think I like the idea of your stowing away, you're crazy. Do you mind telling me why you did it?
For a very good reason.
Well, let's have it.
Tom obviously doesn't want to be found.
I think he's made that clear enough.
And you... Well, you're the kind who doesn't stop until you finish your job. So, that being the way things are... Johnny, somebody could get hurt. And I couldn't stand that. I thought that maybe if I came, there wouldn't be any violence.
Oh, look, Lola, Chase isn't going to get hurt if he'll just be sensible.
I wasn't only thinking of Tom. I wouldn't want you to get hurt either, Johnny.
Oh?
I've thought about you a lot. About how wonderful you've been to me. It's funny.
What is?
Oh, just that if things were different, maybe you and I...
Maybe. But things never are different, Lola.
I know.
Are you sure that's the reason you came along?
What do you mean?
It wouldn't by any chance be because you want to help Tom Chase.
Help him? I told you, Johnny, if there's anything I can do to help you, I want to. That's why I came down here.
Help him get away from me.
Thanks for your very charming opinion of me. It's wonderful knowing that's the way you feel.
Look, Lola, whatever my own private opinions and feelings are or might be, sometimes I have to file them away and concentrate on the way things look.
When the time comes, Johnny, you'll see that isn't the way it is at all.
I hope so, because the time could be pretty soon.
6X3 from Barbados Control. 6X3 from Barbados Control. Over.
This is 6X3. Go ahead.
This is Inspector Whitsett, Dollar.
Oh, yes, Inspector.
The fisherman in question left the harbor about 20 minutes after you did. He may be following you. Be careful.
I'll try, believe me. Thanks, Inspector. Over and out.
What does that mean, Johnny?
It means that this Lagos Island deal could be a trap.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Find out. What else? We kept going. A couple of hours later, we sighted the island. There was no sign of life, and I headed for the rickety pier. There was nobody in sight, so we went ashore. Inspector Whitsett had said the house was on the other side of the island, so we started through the underbrush.
It's awfully dense in here.
Yeah, it sure is.
How far is it across the island, Johnny?
Oh, about a mile, I think.
Is there anything over there?
A deserted house. Although it's probably not deserted now. Easy through here. This stuff is pretty rough going.
Look, if Tom won't give himself up, will you let me talk to him?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not going to take any chances with you, Lola.
You mean you still think I might try to help him escape?
I mean, he could be pretty dangerous right now.
Oh, he'd never turn on me, Johnny.
Don't count on it. I remember a guy named Freddie Quintana who tried to turn him in back in New Orleans. Freddie wound up dead.
No, I still can't believe Tom had anything to do with that. He's not the type. Johnny!
Get down. You were saying, Lola?
Where did it come from?
Who knows in this underbrush? Come on, down in the gully here. He's shooting wild. He mustn't be able to see us.
What do we do?
Work our way along the gully and keep as quiet as possible. Maybe we can spot him from the other end. Careful now.
Johnny, your gun. You're not going to try to shoot him.
You think he's trying to shake hands with us?
Oh, but...
Be quiet, will you? It's thick in here.
Can you see anything at all?
No, nothing. Hold it a minute.
What's the matter?
Not a sound. Now, look, you'd better stay right here, Lola. This is a fairly sheltered spot. You'll be safe.
What are you going to do?
Track him down.
Johnny, how do you know it's Tom out there?
I don't. But whoever it is sure not hanging the welcome mat out for us. I'm funny that way, Lola. I don't like getting shot at. Now, you stay here.
But, Johnny,
do as I say. Still wild.
That came from a different direction, it sounded like.
Yeah, from behind us.
Toward the beach.
Well, they must have circled around us. Hey.
What's the matter?
The beach. Oh, brother, is this a sucker play?
What do you mean?
He's heading for our boat. Come on. We took off through the underbrush, heading for the beach. It was slow going. Vines kept grabbing our legs. The footing was bad. Then we finally came out into the opening. I saw my hunch was right. He'd started the boat and was pulling away. By the time we got to the pier, he was heading out to sea, out of range. He turned and looked back at us over his shoulder.
Johnny, it's Tom. It is Tom.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the next exciting episode of this story.
Next, a friend to the rescue and an unfriendly phone call from a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us for the next exciting episode of this story on Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar, boy genius.
Oh, look, Johnny, don't blame yourself.
We come here to Lagos Island to pick up Tom Chase, so what happens? He circles around behind us, grabs a boat, and takes off.
But how could you help it?
I should have figured what he was up to. He was all alone here on the island, no way to get off. So we obligingly show up in a boat. He pins us down in the underbrush with a few wild shots while he works his way around to the boat. Well, one thing I got to admit, Lola, your husband's no dummy.
Please, Johnny, I'd just as soon not be reminded of Tom's cleverness. Embezzlement, murder, escape. If that's cleverness, I don't want any part of it. Oh, if he'd only turn himself in.
Oh, fat chance of that.
Maybe if he goes back to Barbados, we can find him there and persuade
You're
him.
overlooking one small detail, Lola.
Huh?
You and I are now in the same spot Tom Chase was. We're alone on this island, and there's no way off.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Lagos Island, 3 hours by boat from Barbados and the British West Indies. To the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase Matter. Expense account continued. I was getting nowhere. I've been on the trail of Tom Chase ever since he'd embezzled $120,000 from his New York investment firm and jumped bail. First to New Orleans. There, a man named Freddie Quintana had offered to deliver Chase for a price. But Quintana had wound up dead in an alley. Obviously, Tom Chase didn't want to be delivered. I'd finally tracked him to Barbados and found a fisherman who told me he'd brought Chase here to Lagos Island. Chase's wife, Lola, had flown to Barbados and insisted on coming with me to the island, hoping she could convince her husband to turn himself in. But instead, Chase had maneuvered us away from the boat I'd rented and had taken off in it. And now Lola and I were out in the middle of nowhere. But really nowhere.
What are we going to do, Johnny?
Well, that's a good question, Lola. Police Inspector Whitsett back at Barbados told me that nobody comes near Lagos Island anymore, not even fishermen. We may be here quite a while.
But we don't even have any food.
Well, that abandoned house across the island where your husband was hiding, could be there's food in it that he brought.
Would you do me a favor, Johnny?
Yeah, what is it?
I'd just as soon you didn't keep calling Tom my husband.
He is, isn't he?
Legally, yes. When I found out he wasn't traveling alone, that it was a woman who arranged his hiding place in New Orleans, I guess I just quit thinking of him as my husband.
Oh. How do you think of him now?
As a confused animal on the run.
He doesn't seem very confused to me. One thing I don't get, though.
What's that?
Well, that night in Barbados, before you arrived, when Chase slugged me over the head in that waterfront warehouse, why didn't he finish me off then? He had a chance to take me off his trail for keeps. And today, here on the island, those shots of his were plenty wild.
Johnny, I keep telling you, Tom is no killer.
Look, why don't you...
I know he's an embezzler running away from the law, but I can't believe he killed that man Quintana in New Orleans.
Can't believe or won't believe.
Won't believe, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to build a fire here on the beach. It's just possible a boat might pass near enough to the island to see it.
Funny.
Hmm.
The way things work out.
Oh?
The timing is always so bad.
What do you mean?
Oh, you and me here. Under other circumstances, I don't really think I'd mind being here with you at all, Johnny.
I think I'd better start building that fire. We collected a pile of driftwood and brush and touched a match to it. Then we went across the island to the house where Chase had been hiding out. It was a pretty rickety affair, but he left some food. After we'd eaten, we went back and built the fire higher. Then we waited. The hours dragged by, and I was sure Chase was getting farther and farther from me all the time. But there was nothing I could do about it. Finally, I guess I dozed off.
Johnny.
What is it? What?
Look, coming around the point out there.
Huh? A boat?
Come on. Let's get out where they can see us.
Not so fast, Laura.
What's the matter?
That could be the fisherman who brought Chase here. If he's working with Chase, maybe he's coming here to try and finish us off.
Johnny, do you
Oh,
think...
hey, wait. That's a police boat. Yeah, it's Inspector Whitsett.
Oh, thank heaven.
Come on. Hi, Inspector.
Yes, Inspector, yes.
Yeah, aside from getting shot at a couple of times.
Had a bit of a go, eh?
Pretty one-sided go. Oh, Inspector, you're the most beautiful sight we've seen all day.
Oh, well, thanks, old man. When I couldn't raise you by radio, I decided to come and have a look-see. Where's Chase?
Who knows? He pinned us down in the underbrush with a few shots while he circled around behind us and took off in the boat.
I see. I wonder.
What?
About halfway here, I saw a boat in the distance. It was too far away for me to see who was in it.
Which way was it heading?
Back towards Barbados.
Then let's get this boat cranked up, Inspector. Maybe we've got a chance after all.
I imagine Barbados looks pretty good again to you two.
It certainly does, Inspector.
Yeah, until you came along, it looked like we were going to turn out to be Lagos Island's oldest citizens.
Here we are. Well, incidentally, Mr. Dollar, do you know a chap named George Everson?
Yeah, sure. He's the senior partner of the firm Chase embezzled the money from in New York.
He's an old friend, Inspector. Why?
Well, he dropped in on me just before I shoved off.
What?
Said he'd wait for you at your hotel.
George here in Barbados?
Well, I phoned him earlier, and he said he was going to catch the first plane he could and come down here.
But why?
Mainly to take you back to New York.
Now, Johnny, we've been all over that.
Yes, and I still think you ought to... Hey, hold it.
What's the matter?
That boat on the other side of the pier, tied up there.
It's the boat we went to the island in.
Yeah, sure. So Chase did come back to Barbados.
Good. I'll have the airlines and steamships watched, and I'll get word to the fishing and charter boats. If Chase is there, I think we can keep him bottled up.
Inspector Whitsett took off to cover all the bases, and I took Lola back to her hotel. When I got to mine, George Everson was waiting for me. I took him to my room.
Any luck on Lagos Island, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, yeah. All of it bad.
Oh. You're sure it's really Chase you've been trailing?
All the way. Freddie Quintana in New Orleans stole a letter from him, one that he'd started to Lola. It matched the sample of Chase's writing you gave me in New York. And when he grabbed our boat on Lagos Island, Lola got a look at him and recognized him.
How's Lola holding up under all this?
Oh, I don't know. She says she's all over being hurt, that when she found out there was another woman involved, it killed her feeling for Chase.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Dollar.
Neither am I.
Lola was completely devoted to Tom. She was badly hurt by his embezzlement, and I think she's still being hurt.
Well, in any case, I'd feel a lot better if she'd clear out.
Well, as you know, I came down here to take her back, but on the way, I started thinking about it.
Oh?
As long as she is here, perhaps she could be a big help to us.
How so?
Well, I still think Tom Chase would listen to Lola, even if he wouldn't listen to anyone else. Nobody could change that much.
I wouldn't count on that, Mr. Everson.
Yeah, well, still, it's worth a try. Now, if it could only work out so that Lola could talk to Tom, or, better yet, if Lola and I both could talk to him.
Well, what would you say to him?
I don't know what Lola would say, but for me, I'd put it to him that his only hope of straightening himself out is to turn himself in and turn over whatever the embezzled money is left.
Oh, look,
I'd even go so far as to guarantee eventual restitution to our investors of whatever amount he's already spent. I know it'll take time.
Well, that's pretty generous of you, Mr. Everson, but I'm afraid you're a little too late.
Why?
In the first place, Tom Chase obviously is not going to turn himself in. He's had plenty of chances to up to now, and he hasn't exactly jumped at them.
But if
I think I think he's got a good reason for not turning himself in. It's better than an even chance he's the one who knocked off Freddie Quintana in New Orleans.
The man who offered to turn Tom over to you for a price?
That's the one. Oh, no, Mr. Everson. At this point, it looks like there's only one way for me to get Tom Chase, and that's to track him down and drag him in. Expense account item 27, $1.20 American. Cab fare from my hotel to Colonial Police Headquarters. Check with Inspector Whitsett, who, fortunately for me, was being most cooperative.
Chase hasn't contacted any of the airlines or steamship lines. We're in touch with the charter and fishing boats. He hasn't approached any of them so far as we know.
In other words, the chances are good that he's still here in Barbados.
That's right.
The question is, where?
Right again. Take a look at this map and you'll see our problem. 170 square miles, more or less.
Yeah. He could be here in the city or on the sticks somewhere.
Or over here in the Mirasol Beach area. I somehow doubt that, though.
Why?
Well, it's a pretty fashionable spot. Well, I imagine Chase would try to be as inconspicuous as possible.
Yeah. So he's probably hiding out in the city here.
Well, there are scores of hotels and rooming houses. I don't have enough men to... Oh, excuse me. What's that here? Yes? Oh, what's the address? Well, thanks, old boy. Yeah. Things are looking up, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
Yes, a man answering Chase's general description just checked in at a hotel out in the north part of the city. That's the room at the end of the hall, Mr. Dollar.
Okay. Let's not be polite, Inspector. Let's use the passkey the clerk gave us and barge right in.
Right.
Ah. Empty.
How about that closet?
Nothing.
Window's open and there's a fire escape.
Well, he apparently left in a hurry. You see there? There's clothes on the chair.
Yeah, that jacket. It looks like the one he was wearing when he swiped my boat on Lagos Island.
Pity we just missed him.
Inspector, I've been just missing him for the last 10 days, and believe me, I'm getting tired of it.
Probably only by a few minutes, too.
Sure, just a few minutes. But it might as well be a year. I went back to my hotel. I was beat. Being always one jump behind Tom Chase was getting on my nerves. Sure, he was still in Barbados, but where? At the rate I was going, catching him was turning into a full-time career. A career I was getting fed up with. Then as I entered my room, I heard a slight movement behind me, and I realized all of a sudden that I wasn't alone.
Don't turn around, Dollar.
What?
Hold it very still.
Okay. Look, I can save you some time. If it's my gun you're looking for, it's in the shoulder holster left side.
Thanks.
You know, I just had a real wild idea.
I said don't turn around and keep your hands in sight.
Okay. My wild idea is that you're Tom Chase.
Yeah. I'm Tom Chase.
Mind if I ask you a couple of questions?
Why not?
Why did you do it? The embezzlement. Was it because of a woman?
It was a woman.
Was?
It turned sour.
Oh, where is she?
It doesn't matter anymore.
And where's the money?
That doesn't matter either. You won't get it.
I see. Next question. Why did you come here to my room, Chase?
I've tried every trick I know to shake you, Dollar. None of them's worked. You've kept on coming. I can't stand it anymore. I'm sick of running.
Give yourself up, Chase.
It's too late for that. No, there's another way. I've got to take you off my trail once and for all.
Now, wait a minute, look.
Sorry, but that's the way it has to be. Dollar, this is the end of the line for you.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this story.
Tomorrow, the payoff. But who gets paid off? And how? And why? Well, the answers to those questions surprise me plenty. And maybe they will you, too. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us for the final episode of this story on Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
It's Lola Chase, Johnny.
Hang up, Dollar.
Johnny? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but right now I can think of a lot of places I'd rather be.
I said hang up.
Johnny, there's someone there with you.
Look, Dollar.
Is it Tom? It is Tom, isn't it? I'm coming over.
No, don't do it.
I'm coming over.
Stay away, Lola. He has a gun and he means business.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Barbados, British West Indies. To the Home Office, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Phantom Chase matter. Expense account continued. Item 28. Well, along about then, I figured this item would be around $200, burial expenses for me. Tom Chase was desperate, tired of running, and ready to take me off his trail for keeps. But Lola Chase's phone call to me seemed to have a strange effect on him.
That was my wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Lola.
Why'd you drag her into this, Dollar?
I didn't, Chase. She insisted on coming here to Barbados herself.
Why couldn't she stay out of it?
I suppose because she's your wife.
That's all over.
Yeah, I figured that when I found out it was a woman who arranged your hideout in New Orleans.
That's all over, too.
Turned sour, huh?
Real sour. There's nothing left for me.
Wait a minute. Look, Chase. There's only one thing for you to do. Turn yourself in. Turn over what's left of the money,
It's
and you'll
too
be...
late for that, Dollar. There's only one thing left.
Wait a minute. Killing me's not going to do any good, Chase. Somebody else will take over and keep after you until they get you. And they will get you sooner or later. You can count on it.
I know. They'll keep coming after me. I can't run anymore, Dollar. I won't take it anymore from you or anybody. I just won't take it. Oh.
I never thought I'd be glad to get hit on the head. But just before I blacked out, I remember being very happy that it wasn't the bullet in the back I'd been expecting. I don't know how long I was out, but when I came to, Lola Chase and George Everson were bending over me.
Are you all right, Johnny?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Oh, brother, my head feels like it was on a pogo stick.
What happened, Mr. Dollar?
Chase was waiting for me here in my hotel room with a gun.
Why did he come here?
For a very good reason. To take me off his trail for keeps.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. But when you phoned, Lola, it seemed to tie him up in knots to learn that you were here in Barbados. He started talking wildly.
Mr. Dollar, Lola and I'd still like to try the plan I mentioned to you earlier.
Oh, look, Mr.
No,
Everson.
now, hear me out. If we could just talk
You'd be
to Tom.
wasting your breath, Everson. Tom Chase is not about to turn himself in now or ever. I still don't get it, though.
Get what?
Why he didn't kill me just now. And why he didn't kill me before in the waterfront warehouse or on Lagos Island. He had plenty of chances. Yeah, it's almost as if...
Yes?
I'll skip it. Everson, suppose you take Lola back to her hotel. I'm going to check with Police Inspector Whitsett.
From what you tell me, Mr. Dollar, I'd say Chase was just about at the breaking point.
Yeah, that's why we've got to track him down fast before he loses his head completely.
Well, we're continuing our check of hotels and rooming houses. I don't think there's anything else we can do for the moment. Oh, excuse me. Whitsett here? Yes, in just a moment. For you, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
It's Lola, Johnny. He was just here.
Chase, where?
Here at my hotel cottage. Please come quickly, Johnny.
I'll be there in 10 minutes. I made it in 8. Lola was still trembling.
Oh, it was horrible. He was talking wild, crazy.
You see which way he went?
Yes. I got to the window in time to see him drive off toward the mountain. Johnny, we've got to find him. He's out of his mind.
We piled into the car and took off after Chase up a twisting, steep mountain road. Tell me what happened, Lola. What'd he say?
I've never seen him like that before, Johnny. He's sick. The things he said.
Like what?
That it was all over. There was nothing left for him. That he just wanted to see me once more before...
Before what?
He didn't say, but... Hurry, Johnny.
We can't take these turns any faster.
I begged him to turn himself in. He said he wished he could, for my sake. But that he couldn't.
Look, Lola, maybe he just took this route to cross the island.
The way he was talking, Johnny, I don't think he was trying to get across the island.
Wait a minute, hold it. Look, up ahead.
That's the car he was driving.
Parked beside the road.
Next to a cliff, Johnny.
Yeah. All right, Lola. You'd better stay right here in the car.
Yes, I guess I'd rather.
I walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. His body was crumbled up on the rocks below. I climbed down. He was dead, all smashed up. It wasn't pretty. I climbed back to my car. Lola just looked at me with the big question in her eyes. All I did was nod. All she did was slump over on the seat. I drove her back to her hotel and phoned Inspector Whitsett. Then I went back to my hotel. Expense account item 29, $3. Drinks for me. I thought about a lot of things. About Tom Chase, who'd had everything in his favor back in New York, but who'd embezzled $120,000. Had killed a man in New Orleans for trying to turn him in, but who hadn't killed me for trying the same thing, and who ended up at the bottom of a cliff in Barbados. I thought about Lola, who'd come a long way for nothing, except the final heartache. And I thought about me, who'd also come a long way for nothing, period. The next day, I dropped in on Inspector Whitsett at police headquarters.
Well, Dollar, I've missed you.
I sort of took time out for a while, Inspector.
I don't wonder. Well, Mrs. Chase, of course, identified the body. The inquest was this morning. Verdict suicide. Burials this afternoon.
Here in Barbados?
At first, Mrs. Chase wanted to take the body back to New York, but Mr. Everson felt that would just be adding another painful experience to those she'd already been through.
Oh, yeah. Well, I still don't have the money Chase embezzled, Inspector.
No, and offhand, I'd say your chances of finding it were not too good.
Did you find anything at all in Chase's pockets that might give me a lead?
Oh, just the usual. Loose change, his wallet, cigarettes, some matches, a comb.
Book matches?
Yeah. From a waterfront bar.
Well, let me see him, Inspector. It's not much, but it's the only thing I've got to go on. I went down to the waterfront bar named on the match folder and started combing the neighborhood. I checked every hotel and rooming house. 3 hours later, I was about ready to give up. And then I found it. Yep. Chase's last hideout. I searched his room, but the money wasn't there. I went back to the desk and checked the register again, trying to find out if a woman had checked in about the same time Chase had. No soap. But then I pulled out the sample of Chase's writing that Everson had given me in New York, and I compared it to Chase's signature on the register. A few wild ideas started chasing themselves around in my brain, ideas that began to fall into a crazy pattern. Item 30-1260, long-distance phone call to the home office of Universal Adjustment in Hartford. I asked Pat McCracken to run an errand for me. 3 hours later, he called back from New York City with the answer. Yep. I'd come all the way to Barbados, but the case got solved in New York. I phoned Lola and Everson and asked them to come to the cemetery. 15 minutes later, we met at the freshly turned grave.
Mr. Dollar, I must say you're not being considerate of Lola. I'm sure you realize that coming back to Tom's grave here is a most painful experience for her.
I'm sure you had a good reason, Johnny.
Yeah, I did. I wanted both of you to know what a jerk I've been in this investigation.
Oh, don't say that. You've done everything that could be done, and I appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Lola. But you see, for almost 2 weeks now, from New York to New Orleans to Barbados here, I've been chasing a dead man.
What?
I don't understand.
I think you understand real well.
Now, look here. If this is some kind of a joke, it's in very poor taste.
It's no joke. I've got to hand it to you both, though. You engineered the whole deal with just 2 people.
What are you talking about?
Drop the act, Lola. The faithful, grieving wife. You had me fooled but good.
Look, Dollar.
You told me you took a trip alone about the time Tom was arrested, Lola. Oh, that was true. But it wasn't to Martha's Vineyard. You went down to New Orleans and rented a room under the name of Tom James. You were the other woman I was looking for.
That's a lie.
You don't know what you're saying, Dollar.
Don't I? Freddie Quintana in New Orleans showed me a letter Chase was supposed to have written. It matched the sample of Chase's writing you'd given me in New York, Everson.
Well, of course it did. That proves it.
It proves that the sample you gave me in New York wasn't Chase's writing. I just checked by long-distance phone.
You what?
Oh, yes. Freddie Quintana played his part real well. But what he didn't know was he was going to get paid off with a bullet. That was the day you turned up in New Orleans, Lola. To kill him and shut his mouth.
Dollar.
Let him finish, George.
Oh, there's not much more. You hired the second guy to pose as your husband and lead me a merry chase. That explains why he didn't kill me and why I was always able to pick up his trail again. I was supposed to. That's the way you were playing it. And all the time, the real Tom Chase was dead. You probably killed him back in New York when he was supposed to have jumped bail and disappeared.
Are you through, Dollar?
Almost. Except for the money. You are the embezzler, Everson. It was you who juggled the accounts. And after I ran into a dead end down here with a fake Chase's death, you and Lola could live happily ever afterward with the dough.
Go on.
Of course, the fellow you hired to pose as Chase didn't realize he was going to get paid off the same way Quintana was.
What are you talking about?
The way you helped him over that cliff, Everson, to make it look like suicide.
How did you know?
I probably wouldn't have tumbled to it if I hadn't checked his handwriting.
Of course, you can't prove any of this.
Like to exhume the body, ship it back to New York, and prove that it isn't the real Tom Chase?
The body stays where it is, Dollar.
Oh, put that gun down, Everson. They already know most of the story in New York.
You're bluffing.
Then why don't you call the bluff and find out?
I think he's telling the truth, George.
In that case...
Yes. We've got to take care of him.
Not we, Lola. Not anymore.
What do you mean?
I think we'd better just dissolve the partnership.
Don't try anything like that, George. This was our idea together, and you're in it as deep as I am.
And that's why I'm leaving, Lola. I wish it had worked out, but as long as it didn't...
You can't do that. You've got the money.
Exactly.
I won't let you.
Get back, Lola. We both went for Everson at the same moment. The shot spun her around and crumpled her. I grabbed the gun from Everson. I'm afraid it's not serious, Lola. If his aim had been better, he'd have done you a favor.
Johnny!
One thing I still don't get. Your husband wouldn't make any statement after his arrest. That means to me he knew what you were up to. And he loved you so much he was willing to take the rap. Tell me this, Lola. Why did you marry the poor guy in the first place? Expense account total, $1,723. Lola and Everson were turned over to the authorities, and Everson gave up the key to a safe deposit box in New York, where the embezzled money had been all the time. It also showed us the deserted spot on Long Island where he and Lola had hidden the body of the real Tom Chase. Remarks, Dear Pat, next time you call me for an assignment like this one, I hope you get a busy signal. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a body suddenly rises from the grave to take the spotlight from a Hollywood star. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Edwards, Ben Wright, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, Forrest Lewis, and Richard Crenna. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The year 1892 provided some history-making events, such as the completion of the Cape Johannesburg Railroad, the introduction of the first automatic telephone switchboard, the granting of patent rights for the internal combustion engine. Gladstone was chosen Prime Minister, and last but not least, a genius by the name of Sherlock Holmes took up residence at 221B Baker Street, offering his services as a consulting detective. And very shortly thereafter, he was called upon to solve the mysterious affair of the BERYL coronet.
Arthur, what are you doing in my room at this time of night? And why have you taken the coronet from the bureau?
Father,
You've dropped it. You've destroyed it, you thief. What did you do with the jewels you stole?
Father, if you believe me a thief, I'll leave your house in the morning.
If you leave, you'll leave in the hands of the police. The fact that I'm your father will not stop me from prosecuting you to the limit of the law for this vicious crime.
Our mystery drama, The Adventure of the BERYL Coronet, was adapted from the Conan Doyle classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A Star is Born is a theatrical statement of unarguable clarity. However, the truth of the statement doesn't apply only in the theater, but in the fashion, the arts, and literature. And so it was with Sherlock Holmes, who gained instant immortality as the world's foremost detective when he was first created by A. Conan Doyle more than 100 years ago. And now we pick up Holmes and his famous friend, Dr. Watson, cozy by the fireplace in their Baker Street flat on a winter morning.
I was standing at our bow window overlooking Baker Street one February morning when I observed a most unusual sight. A well-dressed man in his 50s running down the street oblivious of the stares of passers-by, with his hands jerking up and down and his head waggling on his body. I called to my friend, "Holmes, look at this madman. Doesn't it appear rather sad that his relatives allow him to come out alone?"
I think, Watson, I recognize the symptoms. They portray not madness, but a desire to consult me professionally. Did I not tell you? The door, Watson, before he pulls the bell out of its socket.
No doubt you think me mad.
Oh, I see that you've had some great trouble.
Well, heaven knows I have. A devilish combination of public disgrace and private affliction. Besides, it's not my trouble alone. The very noblest in the land may suffer unless a way is found out of this frightful affair.
Pray you compose yourself, sir, and try to give me a clear account of who you are and this trouble that has befallen you.
I'm probably known to you by name. I'm Alexander Holder, senior partner in the banking firm of Holder and Stevenson on Threadneedle Street.
We have indeed heard of you, sir, and your firm.
Oh, then you will understand what it means to me to have my son arrested and jailed for theft.
Who brought these charges against him?
I did, Mr. Holmes. My son left me no choice. There's no doubt about his guilt, none at all.
Well, then, what brings you to me?
Desperation. I confess it. Complete desperation. Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard gave me your name. Although neither of us have much hope there's anything you can do.
If that's true, I think you should hear it from me. But I can make no judgment until I have all the facts before me. It would help if you would start from the beginning.
Yes, of course. Well, as you must know, one of our largest sources of income comes from confidential, very discreet loans to some of England's noblest families who leave with us unimpeachable security.
Your reputation in that field is well known.
Yes. Well, yesterday morning, I advanced the sum of £50,000 to... Well, the name really should remain confidential.
As you wish. And the security for this large sum?
You have heard of the BERYL coronet?
One of the most precious public possessions of the Empire. And I respect your desire for discretion with the name of the owner, which is well known to the world.
I suppose it was inevitable you'd know the owner's name.
I am surprised that this august gentleman would allow the coronet out of his possession.
I brought that point up. But he assured me that he needed the money for only 4 days. And he was certain the coronet would be safe in my hands for that short length of time.
And from what I gather, you took it home with you. Wasn't that an unusual procedure?
Well, decidedly. But the coronet was so precious, I felt it would be imprudent to leave it behind me. Bankers' safes have been forced before. And if it should happen to me, what a disaster. Therefore, I resolved that for the next few days I would carry the case containing the coronet back and forth with me, never leaving it out of my possession.
And your son, of course, knew about the coronet.
Alas, yes. Arthur's a good boy, Mr. Holmes. I must seem like an old fool telling you that while he's sitting in jail. You see, Mr. Holmes, I've spoiled Arthur. Well, I don't deny it. I've granted his every wish, including allowing him to become a member of an aristocratic club where He fell in with men with long purses and expensive habits. He gambled and lost and came to me again and again, imploring me for advances on his allowance to settle his debts.
I take it, then, that he's more or less a gentleman of leisure.
I wanted him very much to succeed me in my business. But to tell the truth, I was afraid to trust him with the handling of large sums of money. In fact, it was the conversation I had with him yesterday evening in my study. That is the most damning piece of evidence. I'll try to lay it before you just as it happened.
I don't suppose you're going to look upon what I have to say very kindly, but I've left myself no choice.
Was it money again, Arthur?
I'm afraid so. Can you let me have £200?
No, I cannot. I'm sorry. That's not true. I will not. I've been much too generous with you in money matters.
I won't deny you've been very kind to me, Father, but this is truly an emergency. I must have the money or I can never show my face inside the club again.
Well, a very good thing if you don't.
You mean you'd have me leave the club a dishonored man?
Well, that's something of your own doing.
I couldn't bear the disgrace.
My patience has run out. You won't get a farthing from me.
Very well. If you won't let me have it, then I must try whatever other means I can find.
Those were his last words before he left the room. Damning, aren't they?
They can be. I'll withhold judgment until I have more to go on. Now, you've told me your son knew the coronet was in the house. Did he also know where?
I see you're trying to do your best for him, Mr. Holmes, but it's no use. Arthur not only knew it was in the house, but also the exact location.
How did that come about?
When I told him and my niece Mary about the coronet, they were both desperately anxious to get a close look at the famous crown. I thought it was wiser to leave it undisturbed.
Well, then how?
Arthur asked me where I'd put it. And when I told him it was in my bureau, he remarked that he hoped the house wouldn't be burgled during the night. I responded that my bureau was locked, and he told me that any old key would fit my bureau. In fact, he went so far as to say he'd opened it himself as a child with the key of a box room cupboard.
A most singular statement. Don't you think, sir?
That's not the way I'd characterize it. It seemed to me absolute proof to his guilt.
I still have reached no conclusion on that point, Mr. Holder.
You have yet to hear the worst. After he left, I started around the house to see that all was secure.
Is that your usual habit?
No, not at all. I usually leave that to my niece, Mary. But last night, in view of the circumstances, I thought it best that I check myself.
Understandable. And?
You must understand that my niece had lived with us for the past 15 years, and our relationship is more than that of father and daughter and of uncle and niece. As I came down the stairs, I saw Mary closing and fastening a window in the hall. Upon seeing me, she said immediately...
Dad, did you give Lucy the maid permission to go out tonight?
No, certainly not.
She came in just now by the rear door. I don't doubt that she only went to the side gate to see her young man. But I think it could be dangerous if she makes a habit of it.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. One of us must speak to her in the morning.
I'll do it. You have enough on your mind.
Right. Well, thank you. Good night, dear.
Dad, is it the coronet, or is there something else bothering you?
Oh, dear. How well you know me, dear Mary. Yes, there is something. And oh, how I wish you could have found it in your heart to marry Arthur. It's my fondest wish.
I know.
So I left her, went up to my bedroom, checked that the coronet was still where I'd placed it, and went to bed and fell asleep. I'm not a very heavy sleeper. About 2 a.m, I was awakened by some sound in the house. I lay listening. Suddenly, to my horror, there was a distinct sound of footsteps moving softly in the next room. Well, I slipped fearfully out of bed and peered around the corner of my dressing room door. I'd left the gas half up, and by its light, I saw my son, dressed only in his shirt and trousers, standing beside the light, holding the coronet in his hands. He appeared to be wrenching at it with all his strength. I shouted at him, asking what he was doing in my room at this time of night. At my cry, he turned pale as death and dropped the coronet. Oh, Father! No wonder you shake, you blackguard. Where are the jewels you've stolen from the coronet?
Stolen?
Yes, you thief.
There are no jewels missing. There can't be any missing.
There are 3 missing. And you know where they are. Must I call you a liar as well as a thief?
You've called me names enough. I shall leave your house in the morning.
If you don't tell me what you've done with the jewels, you'll leave in the hands of the police.
If you choose to call the police, then let them find what they can. Father, I won't raise a finger to help you.
Today there's a good deal of talk about the breakdown of communications between parents and children. It certainly seems that there's a lack of communication between Arthur Holder and his father, and with good reason. What is the good reason? We'll find out in Act 2 when I return shortly. Every father wants his son to grow up to be somebody. No matter that child experts claim this wish is, in reality, an expression of the father's own frustrations. One of the last things in the world a father would want is for his son to be a thief. So it's not difficult to imagine the staggering shock Alexander Holder underwent when he caught his only son, Arthur, in the act of stealing a priceless jeweled coronet.
There's more to that miserable night than I've related, Mr. Holmes. But I can't go on. Oh, what shall I do? In one night, I've lost my honor, my gems, and my son. What shall I do?
Face the facts. Pull yourself together and continue with the story. I'm not convinced that your son is a thief.
But I saw him with the coronet in his hand.
I hardly consider that conclusive. Was the remainder of the coronet at all injured?
Yes, it was twisted.
Isn't it possible that he was trying to straighten it?
Heaven bless you, but I'm afraid you're undertaking too heavy a task. What was he doing there in the first place? If he were innocent, why didn't he say so?
Precisely. And if he were guilty, why didn't he invent a lie? His silence appears to cut both ways. But pray continue. You've told me you were shouting. Now, what about the rest of the household?
Oh, the whole house was astir. Mary was the first to rush into my room. At the sight of the coronet and Arthur's face, she screamed and fainted dead away.
And when did the police enter the case?
An inspector and a constable were there within an hour. And here again, Arthur's behavior pointed only to his guilt. If you'll allow me to recount the scene to you.
Father, I'm asking whether it's your intention to charge me with theft.
This is no longer a private matter. That coronet is national property. The law must take its course.
You might at least do me one favor.
And that is?
Don't have me arrested at once. I implore you to let me leave the house for just 5 minutes. Believe me, it would be to your advantage as well as mine.
So that you can run away?
I give you my word I shall return if you let me leave.
I'm afraid your word is something that holds no value in this situation. If you don't intend to run away, perhaps you wish to leave in order to conceal the stones you've stolen?
When you take that attitude, I see it's useless for me to try to help you.
Help me? Why don't you help yourself? There were 39 perfectly matched barrels in that coronet. 3 are missing. You can still avert a national scandal. I beg you to tell me where the missing stones are, and I promise you that all will be forgiven and forgotten.
Keep your forgiveness for those who ask for it.
When I heard those words, Mr. Holmes, I realized that anything further was useless. I called the inspector and gave Arthur into custody.
Did the police make any attempt to locate the missing gems?
Oh, they're still sounding the planking and probing the furniture in hope of finding them.
How about outside the house?
They've shown extraordinary energy. The whole garden has already been minutely examined. Mr. Holmes, my head is spinning. What do you make of it?
Well, let's first look at what you make of it, Mr. Holder. It's your opinion that your son came down from his bedroom, went at great risk to your dressing room, opened your bureau, took out the coronet, broke a small portion of it off by main force, went off to some other place, concealed 3 gems out of some 39 with such skill that nobody can find them, then returned with the other 36 into the room in which he exposed himself to the greatest danger of discovery. Now, I ask you, sir, is such a theory tenable?
Certainly not the way you put it. But I ask you, what other is there? If his motives were innocent, why doesn't he explain them?
It's my task to find out.
Holmes, myself, and a thoroughly confused but slightly more hopeful Alexander Holder set off for Fairbank, the modest residence of the great financier. Holmes left us standing at the door and walked slowly around the house. He was so long that Mr. Holder and I went into the dining room and waited by the fire for his return. Now, as we sat there, a slim, dark, pale-faced woman entered the room.
You've given orders that Arthur should be freed, haven't you, Dad?
No, my dearest. The matter must be probed to the very bottom.
But I'm sure he's innocent. Perhaps he refuses to talk because he's angry that you should suspect him.
Would any sane man have acted otherwise? I saw what I saw.
Trust a woman's instinct, Dad. Take my word for it that he's innocent. Let the matter drop and say no more.
Far from letting the matter drop, I brought a gentleman down from London to inquire more deeply into it.
This gentleman?
No, his friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's round in the stable lane now.
The stable lane? What on earth can he hope to find there? Oh, this, I suppose, is he. I sincerely trust, sir, you will succeed in proving that my cousin Arthur is innocent of this crime.
I hope I may prove it. I believe I have the honor of addressing Miss Mary Holder. May I ask you a question or two?
Anything. Anything that will help clear up this horrible affair.
Last night, you heard nothing yourself?
Not until I was wakened by my uncle's voice and the shouting coming from his room.
Mm-hmm. Your uncle has told me that you usually lock up at night.
That's so.
Did you fasten all the windows last night?
Yes.
And were they all fastened this morning?
Yes.
Now, you have a maid who has a sweetheart. I think that you remarked to your uncle last night that she had been out to see the sweetheart?
Yes. She's also the girl who waited in the drawing room, and she may have heard Uncle's words about the coronet.
I see. You infer, then, that she may have gone out to tell her sweetheart, and that the two of them may have planned the robbery.
Well, what's the use of all this? I saw Arthur with the coronet in his hands. These theories...
Please, Mr. Holder, I must ask you to allow me to pursue the investigation in my own fashion.
Holmes wanted to see the dressing room and the coronet, and we all trooped upstairs. On the way, Holmes continued to question Mary Holder.
Now, about the servant girl, Miss Holder. Last night you saw her return to the house by the kitchen door, I presume.
It was when I went to see that the door was fastened for the night. I met her slipping in. I saw the man, too, in the half-light.
Do you know him?
Oh, yes. He's the greengrocer who delivers our vegetables. His name is Francis Proper.
He stood to the left of the door, did he not?
Why, yes, he did.
Then he's a man with a wooden leg?
Why, you're like a magician. How did you know that?
Since we've reached what's obviously your dressing room, Mr. Holder, I'd like now to have a look at the coronet.
If you'll wait just a moment till I get the case in the bureau. There it is. And now, here's the coronet.
Thank you. I see this corner here corresponds to that which was so unfortunately lost. Might I ask you to break it off?
You might not. I shouldn't dream of trying.
Then if you'll allow me... I will. No chance. I feel it give a little, but although I have exceptional strength in my fingers, I cannot do it. Now, Mr. Holder, what do you think would happen if someone should succeed in breaking this off?
I have no idea.
There would be a noise like a pistol shot. And if you tell me that all this happened within a few yards of your bed and you heard nothing, then I say I do not believe it.
Well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, has my father succeeded in convincing you of my guilt? Are you here to get my confession?
Quite the contrary, young man. I know that you are innocent. All I ask is that you confirm some deductions that I've made as to what happened in the house the night that the coronet was mutilated and the jewels stolen.
Well, I should think it's your task to find the jewels.
So it is. But you can make that task easier and at the same time clear yourself and ease your father's anguish.
He's brought it on himself.
Is your father also to blame for your gambling debts?
Of course not. I've been a fool, but I'm through with all that. Once I pay this lost debt, I'll never touch a card again.
And what about the club?
I'll resign. And I won't miss it. I'll be glad never to walk through those doors again.
And how about the friends you've made there? Sir George Burnwell, for instance. Won't you miss his company?
I rather think it will be the other way around.
Indeed. From what your father told me, I thought Sir George was your mentor and your ideal.
Oh, you think you're very clever. Perhaps you are, but you'll get nothing from me. No more answers, nothing. If I am tried and convicted, so be it. And that is my last word.
Well, I can't understand why you're looking so content, considering how little progress we made with that young man.
My dear Watson, if you think back on the conversation, I'm sure you'll see we made gigantic strides. For one thing, he told us that he's equally angry with his father and Sir George Burnwell.
Well, so he did, but how that helps is beyond me.
Look at the facts. Up until the incident of the coronet, Sir George Burnwell, according to his father, was Arthur's constant companion and dazzling friend.
Oh, and he was also in good terms with his father.
Precisely. Now it stands to reason he has cause to turn against the father who accuses him of theft. But why does he also change his feelings about Sir George?
I've no idea. And I don't see how it has anything to do with the matter we're looking into.
Only this, Watson, that the sudden breaking off of this friendship comes at exactly the time of the theft of the coronet.
Well, couldn't it be coincidence?
Exactly what I'm going to find out. This note is to a friend of mine who's a member of the same club, and I'm asking for an invitation.
Well, what do you intend to do when you get there?
Why, gamble, of course. Watson, you shouldn't have waited up for me. I might have been out all night. As a matter of fact, I should have been, but I felt that losing 150 pounds was more than enough.
You lost 150 pounds?
Naturally. I was cheated.
Cheated? Oh, by whom?
Sir George Burnwell.
Oh, but surely you unmasked the scoundrel.
No, I did nothing of the sort. I paid my losses and walked away. Burnwell is a devilishly charming man.
I don't care how charming he may be. He's a cheat, and he should be blackballed.
No doubt. Now, here. Look at this deck of cards. Observe how I'm holding it. In gambling circles, this is known as the mechanic's grip.
Yes, sir.
And should you ever sit down in a game with a man who holds the deck in this fashion, I urge you, Watson, to get up and walk away.
And Sir George held the deck this way?
Most certainly. And it enabled him to deal what gamblers call seconds.
Well, it's too much for me.
Let me illustrate. Now, observe, Watson. I turn the top card face over. What is it?
Well, it's the ace of clubs.
Exactly. And now watch as I deal you 4 cards and deal myself 4 cards. Now, since the ace of clubs was on top, it should be the first card I dealt to you. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes, certainly.
All right. Turn your cards face up and show me the ace.
What isn't here? Where is it, Holmes?
Exactly where it was before I dealt, Watson. On the top.
I see.
I dealt you always the second card, just as Burnwell did when he dealt. thus reserving the ace for him when he needed it.
Well, it's amazing, Holmes. But I don't see how that explains the theft of the coronet.
It supports the only logical deduction as to how the crime was committed and who stole the gems.
You mean that the whole thing was some sleight of hand trick?
I mean only that after a brief return to Fairbank, I will be able to tell Inspector Lestrade who the criminal is and where to look for the gems. Magic and sleight of hand are practiced by many, and some of the magicians of the world have performed tricks which border on the incredible. But so far, no one had been able to duplicate the feats of detection registered by the unique Sherlock Holmes. We'll be back shortly with the solution of the affair of the BERYL coronet. It's ironic that the incomparable solver of mysteries, Sherlock Holmes, should himself be the source of a puzzle whose answer has eluded all the experts. The puzzle is, what accounts for his undiminished popularity? The hold that he has exerted over 4 generations of readers. My personal belief is that the Holmes stories satisfy a deep-seated longing for a well-ordered existence where justice always triumphs. That may be an oversimplification, but let us put that speculation aside and visit with him and Dr. Watson as they bring yet another case to a triumphant conclusion.
Holmes returned early in the afternoon with that glint in his eyes which told me things had gone well.
Watson, they're doing the Symphony Fantastique at Covent Garden tomorrow evening, and by that time we'll have completed the investigation of this little affair of the BERYL coronet.
Ah, you know the culprit.
Oh, I knew that yesterday. But there's an interesting development. Here, read this note from Mary Holder to her uncle.
Well, my dearest uncle, I feel that I've brought trouble upon you, and that if I'd acted differently, this terrible misfortune might never have occurred. I cannot, with this thought in mind, ever again be happy under your roof, and I feel I must leave you forever. Oh, dear. Do not worry about my future, for that is provided for. In life or in death, I am ever your loving Mary. Holmes, do you think this is a suicide note?
No. Nothing of the kind. It is perhaps the best possible solution.
What can this note possibly mean?
Bring it along with us while we visit with young Arthur Holder, and everything will become perfectly clear.
Before you start with any questions, I want you to know I haven't changed my mind.
No questions, I promise. We bring you some news. Your cousin Mary has left the house.
Oh, I don't believe you. It's a trick.
Show him the note, Doctor.
See, my dearest uncle, I fear I must leave you. Oh, the fool. The poor little fool.
You cannot blame her too much. You were also taken in by the rogue, were you not?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Sir George Burnwell. I believe she's with him now.
You're wrong. You must be wrong. Mary couldn't...
Why not? She'd led an extremely sheltered existence, and you have personal knowledge of what a charming, plausible villain the man is. When Sir George undoubtedly told her of his undying love, she believed him and became his willing tool.
It's a lie.
You, above all, should know it's true. How else do you explain her action on the night your father accused you of taking the coronet?
You don't know anything about that night.
On the contrary, I know everything, and I shall prove it to you. You went to bed, but you slept badly after the argument with your father.
Well, what has that got to do with Mary?
Because you had difficulty sleeping, you were curious when you heard a soft step pass your door. You looked out and were astonished to see your cousin walking stealthily along the passage leading to your father's room.
Mary doesn't have it. She didn't...
Didn't what? Keep it, you mean?
I don't want to listen to any more. I am going to plead guilty and get it over with.
Well, that won't help anyone, since I shall have your father engage a solicitor and pass on all the information I've gathered, and the whole world will then know about it.
If you know so much, you don't need me.
I would not be here if I didn't.
Oh, very well. I'll listen to what else you have to say and then make my decision.
Although I understand the depth of your feeling for your cousin, you shouldn't be blind to the fact that she acted ignobly.
Mr. Holmes, if all you're going to do is criticize Mary...
I am referring to her attempt to cast suspicion in your uncle's mind upon the maidservant.
But it's perfectly true that Lucy saw her young man that night.
I'm aware of that. But I also know that the maid had nothing to do with the coronet, as you yourself know. Because you saw Mary disappear into your father's dressing room. Huh? You were so amazed by her actions that you slipped on a shirt and trousers and waited. When she came out of the room, you saw, to your horror, that she carried the BERYL coronet in her hands. You also saw her pass it through an open window to some person standing outside the house.
Poor Mary. You make it sound almost as if you were there.
For a moment you were undecided. You wouldn't risk exposing Mary for anything in the world. But the instant she went back to her room, you ran out of the house and overtook Sir George Burnwell.
I didn't know it was he until I caught up with him.
And then you struggled with him. Each of you had a hold of the coronet, and then something suddenly snapped. You, finding the coronet in your hands, rushed back, closed the window, went to your father's room, and observing that the coronet was twisted, was trying to straighten it out when your father discovered you.
Yes. Yes, you could see why I couldn't tell him.
I see what difficulties love can lead a man into. But it was obvious that the reason for your cousin's fainting was that she saw you with the coronet and realized that you had the power to reveal her as the thief.
Oh, she should have known I'd never do that. But how in the world did you know what happened outside the house?
Simplicity itself. When I first arrived at Fairbank, I looked around the house for traces in the snow. When I reached the stable lane, there was a very long and complex story written there for all to see.
I don't understand.
There was a double line of tracks of a booted man and a second double line belonging to a man with naked feet. Though the man with the boots had walked both ways, I saw that a struggle had taken place near the road. When I examined the hall window with my lens, I could make out faint markings where a wet foot had been placed coming in. Your father had told me that you were dressed only in shirt and trousers. When I learned further that you wanted 5 minutes outside the house, it was obvious you hoped to find the missing jewels where the struggle had taken place.
Well, since you have it all down just the way it happened, why do you need me?
Because of Sir George Burnwell. You know what an astute villain he is. He knows, because of the nature of the theft, our hands will be tied in the matter of prosecution. Also, now he has an extra ally in May. Your father won't want to involve her and his home in that sort of scandal.
I still don't see how I can help.
Simply tell me that you will testify against Sir George Burnwell in court if it should come to that.
Mr. Holmes, I give you my word.
Holmes sent me off after that interview with instructions to fetch Alexander Holder to Baker Street and wait there for his return. He was off to see Sir George Burnwell at the club.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Back for revenge, I fancy. I don't mind confessing that you deserve it. My good luck was outrageous. Shall we go to the card room?
I think a small private room would be more suitable for the matter I wish to discuss.
There's a small room off the bar which should prove just the thing. Here we are. Now, what exactly is it you wish, Mr. Holmes?
The 3 gems you stole from the BERYL coronet.
I really don't believe I heard you correctly.
Let's not waste each other's time. I know you for what you are. Gamesman, cheat, corrupter, and seducer of women. And now thief. So if you please, the gems.
Dear chap, I suggest you see a physician. I can recommend an excellent man, by the way. He's in Harley Street, name of Langley. Now, I wish you good day.
Before you open this door again, I've just come from the prison cell of Arthur Holder. I explained the evidence I have gathered to him, and he has agreed to testify against you in court.
No, I can't see this thing being brought up in court, old chap. You know, a national scandal. One of the realm's oldest and most honored families putting up national treasure for a loan.
It would be distasteful, surely, but remember that Alexander Holder was willing to bring his son to court and let him stand trial when he believed the boy to be guilty. Do you think he'll show any mercy towards you?
Yes, well, that does put things in a rather different...
I shouldn't if I were you. As you see, I came armed.
No offense, old chap. I just thought I'd...
Add murder to your list.
Not a chance. Never. Just mean to bash you over the head and get out of the country.
I am prepared to offer you a deal.
Aha. Now, that's more the kind of talk I like to hear. And what did you have in mind?
No prosecution. You can get clear of the country. Just return the stones.
I'm afraid I can't do that, old chap.
I'm prepared to pay.
How much?
£1,000 apiece.
Why, dash it all, I only got 600 for the 3.
From whom?
Look here, I think I can do my own bargaining.
Do I have to restate my position? You will let me have the name of the man who has the stones, or...
I think you're bluffing. I may just call it, but... Mr. Holmes, what are you doing with those cards?
Going to demonstrate the art of dealing seconds, which I shall be glad to demonstrate to your foolish club members. Your fellow club members whom you've cheated over the years, unless you give me the man's name.
Ah. Very well. 600 for the 3. Just goes to show that a gentleman should never try to do a business deal.
No. They should stick to cheating at cards.
I brought Alexander Holder to our headquarters in Baker Street, and while we waited for Holmes, I told him as much as I could of the story clearing his son of the theft. And he was saddened to learn of his niece Mary's weakness, but still most anxious about the recovery of the stones. Finally, Holmes arrived. He looked fatigued.
Thank you, Watson, for having Mr. Holder here. There you are, Mr. Holder. The missing stones still intact in their setting.
I'm saved. How can I ever repay you, Mr. Holmes?
With a check for £4,150.
I shall make it 10.
No need. I paid $3,000 for the stones, $150 for expenses, and $1,000 for the fee. But there is one other thing you owe, Mr. Holder.
Name the sum, sir. Name it.
The debt is not to me. You owe a very humble apology to your son, who acted most gallantly throughout the whole affair.
He shall have it as soon as I can deliver it in person. And what of poor Mary? Can your skill help me there?
She, sir, is wherever Sir George Burnwell is, and that should be sufficient punishment for her sins, whatever they may be. And so our proper moralist, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, consigns Mary to her just punishment. He evidently wasn't a believer in the romantic notion of the world well lost for love. Romance wasn't Doyle's strong suit. Mystery, adventure, and deductive reasoning were his specialties. And they were enough to gain him a place among the immortals of literature. I'll be back shortly. There are several railroad stations in London, but one of the unanswered puzzles that has tormented aficionados of Sherlock Holmes tales is that Holmes always took a train from either Waterloo Station, Charing Cross, or Paddington. There's really no satisfactory explanation ever been offered why he never left from Euston, King's Cross, or Liverpool Street. All perfectly good stations, but not for Sherlock Holmes. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Court Benson, Russell Horton, and Catherine Byers. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
by Adventure. Tonight's story by Dorothy Bennett is entitled On the Roof of the World.
The Chinese patrolled their borders and the Russians theirs. And the wind patrolled them both, sweeping down from the snows of the Hindu Kush with a fine disregard for political terrain. I wore the felt boots, the flapped leather cap, the skins and the furs that are standard dress in this part of the world. And I wondered what idiot impulse had made me bribe my way into this camel train to follow the old Silk Road across the roof of the world, just so that I could go home and write about it, if I survived. The name, by the way, is Ben Conyon. And in addition to myself, there was another stranger with the caravan. He called himself Paul Duclerc and claimed to be French, but my every instinct told me he was Russian. So what, I said. And as I said, the winds of the Hindu Kush know neither politics nor nationalities. In this part of Afghanistan, there can be energy for only one thing: survival. Oh, I never saw such whiteness. Not even a rock breaking the snow crust. Isn't this land ever green, Ollie?
In the summer, below the snow line.
I'll take your word for it.
You wish to experience a camel caravan in winter? It is beyond your imagining, no?
You're right. Oh, I thought I'd experienced cold, but never like this.
Here one needs a skin like leather, and a belly like iron, and still one suffers. Even the camels, the yaks, and the mountain ponies.
Yet you spend the best part of your life here. Why?
It is our home, where we were born and bred.
But these snows...
are part of my people. Here we are down to elementals.
Yes. Under a sky so blue it blinds you, and a wind so cold it freezes you.
There's a sort of purity here. It is the snow. People speak of virgin snow, but to experience this is a sort of rebirth.
Yes. And for a historian, you wax poetical.
You are laughing at me?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound offensive. You know, crossing these frozen rivers, these silent passes is bad enough, but at least we know each camp is only temporary.
That there is a return?
Exactly. But to live here...
You think it would be terrible?
Yes. You agree, Paul?
Lonely, but not terrible. The small communities through which we have passed have seemed to me to be happy.
Yes, but they miss so much.
Central heating and civilized diseases, pollution and politics.
Yes, you scored a point. Arlie, don't you ever wish to know something else?
I have visited the West. You have made impressive strides.
Ah, you see.
Impressive strides into chaos.
Touché. Here you're quite literally the men on a high roof. You can afford to be superior.
Not superior, my friend. Different. Allah's kindest gift to a man is to make him a member of a poor community.
On the premise that those who are loved are humble.
Rather say that those who are humble are not subject to the jealousy of others. Each night, Paul, you make maps. Tracing the age-old routes? As a historian, that's my job.
You better make most of your time, then. I don't know about you, but it took me nearly 2 years to get permission to join this caravan.
My small country is surrounded by the great power groups. We have need to be wary.
Despite the fact that you are poor?
There is always the danger that we might be used as a corridor.
Oh, no army would survive this weather. We were spending the night in a village where I would have thought no village could survive. A cluster of half a dozen dwellings clinging to a mountain face, torn at by the eternal wind and half buried in snow. But there were women here, and children, to say nothing of the goats and the yaks. A curious smell overhung the quarters to which Paul and I had been assigned, a smell of dung and yak's wool and rancid tea. We were on the most northerly side of the Wakhan corridor, and moving ever closer to the borders of the Soviet Union, where in some remote settlement Ali intended to trade, bartering the goods he had brought with him in the camel train for lapis lazuli, the finest of wool cloth and handsome rugs.
I will leave you to sleep now. Sleep well, my friends. Tomorrow the pass takes us to nearly 14,000 feet, and there will be no rest for man or animal.
Well, how do you like the sound of that?
Oh, sound of what? Ali exaggerates. There is only one pass at that height.
You've been through this way before,
I thought I had made that clear when we left Kabul, no? But I have studied maps.
On whose behalf?
My own. You seem surprised.
Well, I just think you're earning a living the hard way.
What about you? Would not your books be just as effective set on some balmy Pacific isle?
I want something different, even if I have to get frostbite to do it.
It seems a long time since we started out with this caravan.
It does. Another life. And that was strange enough.
Ben, had you considered waiting here and picking up the caravan on its return journey?
Not go on, you mean?
The next few days are going to be terrible. Even for men who are used to this.
Had you thought of staying here?
No.
Then why suggest it?
The sort of cold you will experience tomorrow, the lack of oxygen, is a torture to which no man should subject himself unless he is desperate.
It can't be worse than we've had.
It will be infinitely worse.
Are you desperate, Paul?
I need to complete my maps.
And I don't want to buckle in at the knees now. Thanks for the warning anyway. Good night.
Bonne nuit, my friend. Is he asleep? Yes. It took a long time. That's why I'm late. Get inside the brazier. Warm yourself. It is no time for a man to be creeping from one shelter to another. I am not cold, except with fear. If the fates are willing for the venture to succeed, it will succeed. The fates are not likely to take compassion on a man who has not made proper plans. We have done our part. It is for them to do theirs now, at their end. It is over a year since we were able to communicate, and then only through a third medium. All the better. Where there is no constant intrigue, there is no suspicion. The past worries me. Others have survived it. Until we are back at this point in our return journey, I shall not feel successful. However well it goes at the border. The important thing to hurry without giving the appearance of speed. You are sure your men are to be trusted? How many times have you asked me that, Paul? No one will talk. They don't know yet? Not yet. When will you tell them? After we have climbed the pass, perhaps. Perhaps never. You may need their help. They take their leadership from me. If I twist the truth a little in the name of mercy, they twist it with me. In the name of mercy or expediency? You must not doubt me now, Paul. How many of us journey onwards? 6. And the 4 baggage camels. Are you counting the Englishman? I understood that you did not wish him to come, that you were going to dissuade him. He is determined to accompany us. Then let him. It won't matter. We know nothing of him. He would not have been allowed to join my caravan had he not been vouched for. But we know nothing of him as a man, an individual. You are afraid of his politics? I do not know them. After all these weeks? I only know what he says. He could be a first-class actor. An actor who watches you. That could be the case, could it not? If he had wanted you, Paul, he would have hardly crossed the Hindu Kush to get you when he could have destroyed you in Kabul. Ali, you mentioned that a poor country is less liable to pressure than a rich one. That applies to men, too. You mean that a man with a poor brain is left undisturbed? Is he not? Like a cabbage, until he's cut off. But a man without a brain is as barren as a desert. And as uncaring. Men have strange fancies at altitude, and we are already high up. It will go well at the border. The day after tomorrow. Yes, the day after tomorrow. And when your cameliers see a woman has joined the caravan, what then? It is not always easy to tell the sex when a person is muffled in the furs and felts and the skins of winter. They will have to know. To start with, they will think I have bought myself a wife in the bazaar. I long for the next 2 days, and I fear them. There will be no time for worrying tomorrow, Paul. It will take all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your skill to cross the pass.
I knew nothing of this conversation between Paul and Ali. I was dead to the world, as I had been night after night on our grueling journey through Afghanistan. It was my practice to wake an hour or two before dawn and write up my notes by the light of a torch while Paul slept. But on this particular morning I had no such time. We were awakened while it was still dark.
You are still determined to come, Ben?
Why should I drop out now?
Half the Cavaliers are staying behind here.
And for what reason?
The past is not every man's meat. One or two are married to the women of this village. And anyway, they trust Ali to trade for them.
And some of them don't think it too healthy to stray quite so close to the Russian border.
I wouldn't know about that.
You're Russian, aren't you?
With a name like Duclerc?
Well, what's in the name? I only know what you've seen fit to tell me.
Meaning?
I don't know you're French any more than you know I'm English.
On your passport, it states you are English.
So you sneaked a look at that, did you?
One has to be wary of one's traveling companion.
Yes, I'm English, all right. But it didn't occur to me to delve into your passport.
You wish to see it?
No, I'm sure it's in order. These things can be arranged.
Just what are you driving at?
You evoke a memory, Paul. A face, a name.
What name?
I can't for the life of me remember.
I am who I say I am.
All right, fair enough. I don't give a darn about your past or your future.
What do you know about my future?
Nothing. Haven't I just said...
You have accused me of masquerading as a Frenchman. Now you speak about my future as though you had some inner knowledge.
Look, I assure you I haven't. We've had an easy slog of it through these winter snows. It's of more importance to me that a man should have endurance than nationality.
I am Russian by birth and by upbringing until I was 13. Then my mother widowed. She married a Frenchman and was given permission to take me with her to France. She relinquished her Russian citizenship.
And you took your adoptive father's name?
Precisely.
I wondered why he should think it necessary to lie. We were interrupted by a woman bringing us tea, and the water tasted smoked and it was flavored with salt. Not my favorite way to start a journey. And when Paul and I stepped outside, it was to find Ali already mounted, along with 5 of his cavaliers. The stars were still bright in the sky, the ground frozen and glittering. There was no wind, but I knew it was only in hiding somewhere, gathering strength. All day the sky remained overcast, and this added to our misery. I thought Paul had forgotten our pre-dawn conversation and his suspicions of my sincerity. I still groped to find out why his face evoked a memory, and I drew a blank. After a time, a man had no room for thought. The elements took possession of us all. Then we came to a bridge slung across a gorge, and I thought we'd come to journey's end. I rested with the others in the lee of an overhang while Paul and Ali went forward to inspect it. The wind gathered strength somewhere in the upper reaches of that gorge and rushed down with the speed of an express train, swaying the bridge, clawing at it.
You should wait before crossing. You yourself said we must hurry. The wind is no respecter of time. Is it impossible to cross now? It's not impossible, but dangerous. We must cross. My men will not expect me to give the word until the wind drops a little. Crossing now may be dangerous, but to delay near the border will be worse. Perhaps. The bridge itself is safe, is it not? It is strong, yes. So the only fear is that the wind may sweep a man from it. Only a fool does not recognize danger. Ali, cross! If we do not appear on time, the whole of this journey may have been for nothing. Oh, very well. Ali, wait. Yes? He is suspicious. Van Conyan? He would have spoken before now. Would he? Would he not think it better to take us both at the border? He has no legal rights here. But if he is what I think... An agent? I think you are wrong. I cannot take that chance. What plans do you dream up now? The bridge is dangerous. If you were to be swept off it... If anyone is with an accident crossing the gorge, my men will see the caravan is cursed, and that will be an end to it. They will go back. But if we could only take the right steps... Or take one step at a time. No more. It is all a man can do on the high roof.
The settlement where Ali had chosen to trade was on the shores of a frozen river. Remnants of a wall encircled it, though it was hard to believe there was anything here worth attacking. There was a hostelry for the caravans that came so far east, and a sense of permanence, despite the remoteness of the place. It was dark when we wound our way through the streets, and braziers glowed red with fire, while across the river, white lights stabbed every now and again at the icy sky.
What are those lights? The lights are in Russia. They man their borders night and day.
Well, even here?
As you say.
I shouldn't have thought there was much here to watch.
Some of the precious stones that are traded in this town are mined just across the border. The Russians don't like that.
I suppose there's a severe penalty for smuggling.
With the aid of nature, yes.
I think you'd better explain that.
If the Russians catch just such a smuggler, they release him in winter and beyond the town.
But a man would die of exposure.
Precisely, Ben Conyon.
But surely the Russians have no jurisdiction here?
Not legally, no. But their spies are everywhere.
And don't the townspeople help men treated that way?
Many try, or should say, have tried. Now it is better not to know. Helping such men triggered off accidents.
Shooting accidents?
Yes, for which our neighbors would apologize after the men were dead.
Well, what about your government?
Here you are a long way from Kabul.
Do you suppose there are any Russians in the place tonight?
I hope not.
You said that fervently enough.
I am not always compatible with Russians.
And what about Paul?
Paul is different. Only part Russian. And we met many years ago when he visited Kabul.
Why on earth do you come so far to trade?
Because distances are in my blood. And the stones and furs and woolen cloth here are the finest in Afghanistan.
Well, the place seems busy enough.
2 caravans came in ahead of us, and both larger than mine.
I thought I saw some Chinese.
It is probable. Russia, China, Pakistan, the borders are all around us. It is an international town.
With the Soviet floodlighting the border, who's fooling who, Ali? Ali's face darkened. He bade me an abrupt good night, not at all his usual courteous self. I found myself in a corner of the hostelry, amid the snoring cameleers. And though I couldn't see them, for there were no windows in the place, I was conscious of those Russian searchlights eternally stabbing, probing. Once, it must have been towards dawn, I went outside, unable to stand the fetid atmosphere any longer, and stood for a few seconds in the deserted street. And I wondered why it seemed so impossibly dark. It wasn't until I was back in the caravanserai that I realized why. The Russian searchlights had ceased their vigil.
Wake up, Ben Conyon. We move now.
Now? It's not even light. And what about your trading?
My trading is finished.
And Paul?
Paul already awaits with the others.
Why the change of plans?
It was necessary.
Oh, for heaven's sake, we're not even rested.
Your camel is laden already. It is time to make the return journey.
Well, count me out.
You cannot join any other caravan. It is not permitted.
Now, look.
Must I put you to action like my other cavaliers?
You're getting tough all of a sudden, aren't you, Ali?
Come!
Ali yanked me unceremoniously to my feet, held out the thick felt boots, which I'd only just discarded, and I thrust my feet into them. I was angry and I was tired. The thought of the return journey was a joyless one. He pulled me outside, and now the street, far from being quiet, was full of shouting, and I could hear Paul's voice.
You are wrong, I tell you, wrong. I came with the caravan from Kabul.
And the woman?
What is this about a woman? If I come here to seek a wife, whose business is it but mine?
We have reason to think
that... The people in this town have neither thought nor reason. If my wives at home cannot give me sons, why should I not seek one who can?
You move out early.
To reach the pass before dark. A woman cannot travel fast. Move! Move!
Wait.
You want a man. Take this man. Ali, for Pete's sake. He picked up my caravan less than 5 miles north, and he carries the jewels from across the border. You lying son of Genghis Khan. Search him. He lies in English and has the mind of a serpent, and he mines in Russian territory. I can disprove that. Search him. Ali. He's no business of ours, and my wife grows cold with waiting. If you had not been so insistent on buying a wife here, we might not be in this trouble now. The fairest women in Afghanistan come from this corner of the earth, and she was promised to me when she was a child.
I could hear their voices under the cold stars like voices in a dream. The reality was 3 men bearing down on me, tearing at my clothing, ripping my pockets, and finding a great handful of uncut gems that must have been worth a king's ransom, and not one of which I'd seen before. And I remembered how Ali had yanked me to my feet, crowded me. He must have planted them on me then. The camel train moved off, and I was left with the Russian agents, half naked, or so it felt, and chattering with the cold. It's days since the last camel caravan left the town, and no more are expected for another year. Soon it'll be my turn to be thrown beyond the walls. But I shall be alone and on foot, and no one makes a move to help. And why should they? It's better not to know about men like me. Paul was right. I should have kept to some balmy Pacific isle. Paul. I think I know now who he was.
Do you feel now that we have been successful? Now I know that we have been. Yes. You have your daughter out of Russia at last. But it was a near thing. I did not think there would be so many agents in the town. Oh, it is often so when the caravans go in. It took years of planning, years. And now you will seek security in the West, untroubled by conscience. Should I be troubled by conscience? What of Ben? You planted this stuff on him, not I. You made him the sacrificial lamb. I had no choice. But now... Now? You can journey back to Kabul and beyond. I go back to the pass and beyond. You must be mad. A man like you has his own loyalties. A man such as I has his. You have a great brain to bequeath to the Western world. But Allah will smile on he who saves life. Ben will have perished long ago. Perhaps not. He had endurance, that one.
You took your time, Ali.
I knew they would not fling you out until the last of the cameliers had gone.
Well, if you think I have the strength to ride across the roof of the world...
You have the strength, then, Konyan.
I'd like to see spring in the Hindu Kush.
You probably will.
You fixed me proper, Ali. Signed my death warrant. Why?
For the sake of Paul and his daughter. Russians, both. You were right about that.
I remember. His work on disease that could revolutionize the medical world. He tried to impart his knowledge to the West.
He escaped, and they held his daughter hostage.
And he said he couldn't speak until she was free. I thought you weren't compatible with Russians.
I am not compatible with Russians. Only with men.
Let's go. I was a wreck when Ali picked me up. And if all that was high adventure, I thought it was for the birds. I often wondered why he'd come back for me, tough leader of men that he was. But it was weeks before I asked him. And by then, the high passes were behind us. What on earth made you come back for me, Arlie?
Merely to avenge the insult you hurled at me.
Insult?
You called me a lying son of Genghis Khan.
Oh.
It angered me. I wanted you to eat those words, to become beholden to me, as you are. High Adventure is produced by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
Adventure. Tonight's story is entitled Assignment in Moscow by Alan Campling.
Ladies, now you can dress in high fashion at unbelievably low cost. Thousands of South African women acclaim Janome sewing machines, which not only simplify dressmaking, but give your work a real professional touch. Janome is a quality-built sewing machine which tacks, hems, smocks, darns, and does all kinds of fancy or plain stitching perfectly. What's more, Janome comes in a full range of models, and every machine carries a lifetime guarantee. You can do so much more with a Janome.
Every General R280 radial has 364 little safety studs between its treads. The studs are there to brace and stabilize the treads and help stop them fidget under stress. And the fact that we've reduced the fidget in our treads explains why the General R280 brakes so well, corners so well, and has the longest possible life. General R280 radials. The long-living tires.
This is a story based on fact. But you will probably not believe it. Because 100 years earlier, the same things happened in a work of fiction. But what is truth? And what is fiction? What is there to prevent a made-up story coming true? If you will look into the histories of the Second World War, you will find my name, Vasily Antonovich Skriabin. And you will find that the Nazi general who gave me the code name Igor believed I went to my death in my own country.
You will shortly be taking off, Igor. I will check your belongings myself.
It is a great honor, Herr General, to meet you.
If I see you again, I hope to have the honor to decorate you.
I understand, sir. Which of my belongings do you wish to see?
Everything. The future of the Third Reich could depend on your having Soviet-made laces in your shoes when the checker examines you an hour from now.
These are my passports, General. May I say something?
Carry on, Igor.
As the commander of Germany's Eastern Intelligence Group, you must know that my country's secret police is now called the NKVD, and not the Czech. I assume that you made an intentional slip to ensure that I also knew this and was alert.
Good thinking. Well, the passports all appear to be in order. My forgers have done their usual excellent job. Let me have your watch, a fountain pen, cigarettes, and lighter or matches. And tell me who you are. Thank you. Of course, I do not want you to tell me you are the nephew of the Soviet Prime Minister. I want you to forget
wait until the time is ripe. What is your cover story?
I have 3, Herr General. First, I am to be Major Posyuchkin of the General Staff of Marshal Alexander Vasilevsky. Then I am...
Who is Marshal Vasilevsky?
Herr General, he is Chief of Staff to the swine.
Oh, do not become emotional.
I speak of Joseph Stalin, and I think of him always as the swine.
It is because you hate that man that you are serving the Third Reich in this way.
He had my father and mother murdered, Herr General.
Of course. To this you owe your own life.
My life, sir?
Certainly. When you were captured with your 38th Red Guard Regiment in 1941, the Gestapo would have executed you if I had not got you on my list of well-connected Russian officers. It is fortunate for you that Molotov is your uncle, and that Joseph Stalin has made Herr Molotov his prime minister.
I am related to the lick-spittle of a swine.
Control yourself. It is to that fortunate occurrence that you owe my decision to parachute you into the Soviet motherland tonight. It is Herr Stalin that you must thank that you are now a soldier of the German fatherland instead of a corpse rotting in the same grave as the rest of your regiment. Is that clear?
Quite clear, Herr General. The swine destroyed my father, so you give me Germany in his place. He destroyed my mother, so you choose me and train me and order me to spy upon my motherland. It is a twisted fate, Herr General. I cannot be held responsible if I assassinate Stalin without orders.
I have no wish to reduce the hatred that is your mainspring of action. But I can assure you that you will not kill Stalin, even if you get the chance. You will turn aside from your personal obsession and continue the mission that I have given you, because I, Major General Reinhard Gellen, have so arranged your life.
Soviet motherland is so mighty with her tanks and aeroplanes, but the civil population must live in poverty, as always. Hey, comrade, over here. Can you give me a lift to Moscow? I've just
Come along, Major. It's always a pleasure to help a brave soldier.
Oh, many thanks, comrade. It is kind of you.
Put your cases behind the seats. You have a great many of them.
They are heavy. I have had to walk from the military hospital.
From the hospital? You are a doctor, Comrade Major.
Not a doctor. I was wounded. Now I am convalescent.
Oh, many have been wounded, but the ball goes well. You are going all the way to Moscow.
All the way. If you could drop me off at the station.
Krasnodar station. It's only a little out of my way.
No, comrade. Skilsky station.
I see. Skilsky station, yes. Well, it is some way yet. Perhaps you would like to take a nap. You are convalescent.
You are most thoughtful. Beautiful, too.
You are safe with me. I will take you where you should go. Believe me, Comrade Major. He is sleeping now in the cab of my truck, Comrade Colonel. Your men will be able to capture him without difficulty.
You were right to bring him here, Marfa. If you had refused him a lift, he would be freely roaming the area, and we might never have picked him up. How did you know he was not telling the truth?
Twice a week I deliver vegetables to the military hospital. 2 days ago, there was an order that only hospital staff were to use the tarred road. Patients and tradesmen must use the side entrance, which has a large patch of wet clay just outside.
Wet clay? I don't understand.
There was no clay on his shoes. He could not have come that way. Also, he agreed with me that I should take him to Skilsky railway station.
Now I understand. It was taken out of commission last week by my own orders. And all military installations, including the hospital, were so notified. Oh, yes. It is evident that he is a Nazi spy. You have deserved well of the state, Comrade Marfa. You come in. Now we shall see how long it takes to get the truth from him. All right, Sergeant, you can go. Come in, Major. Take this seat.
What's going on here? Why have I been...
Sit down, then the colonel tells you.
Not that chair. This one. That's right. You see, this one I can reach with my boot when I want to.
No! What the devil do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad? I see that you reported to me.
Enough play acting. Your knees are both dislocated now. When you tell me who you are, I shall summon the surgeon to put them back in place. It will be painful for you, my friend, but less painful than the shoulder I shall dislocate if you refuse to cooperate.
Cooperate, Colonel. May I have your permission to leave? To wait outside.
Feeling squeamish, Martha? This is not a human being deserving your sympathy.
You have just ended your career, you fool. When my uncle hears of this...
Your uncle? You threaten me? Is your uncle Adolf Hitler, perhaps? Here, you give him this with my compliments.
Stop it, Colonel. He's fainted. Is this how you interrogate your prisoner?
Do not interfere. Scum like this can understand nothing but force. Now, where is his wallet? We will soon see who he pretends to be, and then we are halfway to learning who he really is. Let me see now.
It is possible that I was mistaken, that he is telling the truth.
It is not possible. Well. These letters are supposed to make us think he's related to the Prime Minister himself. To Comrade Vyacheslav Molotov, no less. Huh. The cheek of these people.
It seems such a foolish lie. Molotov was born right here in this village. The papers related to his family must still be right here in the town hall files. You can expose this story in a moment, Comrade Colonel. Then, when he revives, you can confront him with the evidence, and there will be no need for any more torture.
Comrade, wake up. Wake up, sir. Are you mad, girl? You would strike a gentleman of this importance?
You must bring him round.
Don't hit me again, my uncle. Get your hands off me.
Comrade Major, I brought you some vodka. It will make you feel better. It is the very best vodka, but if you would prefer brandy, just say so.
It down his lips. You choke him. Here, let me.
What is it?
Comrade Major, there has been a misunderstanding.
I know you. You're the beautiful girl from the truck.
Oh, such a beautiful girl, Comrade Major. You're quite right.
Are you the insane thug that hurt me?
Who, me? Oh, you mean you don't know?
I remember coming in here, but it's all a blank after that.
It is the shock. But do not worry, Comrade Major. The vodka will pull you round and your memory will return.
Vodka is bad for the liver. Give it to me. Are you trying to poison our dear friend, you foolish girl?
I'm feeling a lot better now. Thank you.
You remember who you are?
Who I am. Of course I do. No, wait a minute. Let's see. I'm Major Igor. No, it's in my identity card. General Staff Officer to Marshal Vasilevsky. But what am I doing here?
You were convalescent. You were wounded at the front. You just left hospital.
Wounded in the knees, Major, both of them. While you were unconscious, I took the liberty of having my surgeon treat them and bandage them. If they are not perfectly comfortable, I shall have him shot.
It's coming back to me. Aren't you Colonel Kozlov?
You know my name, sir?
I was supposed to inspect this railway region you command, wasn't I?
Well, I have had no orders about that, but please, Major, if you want to inspect my headquarters, my men, the records,
Look,
anything...
if you're feeling better, Comrade Major, I must be on my way.
No, don't go. I still have to get to Moscow, and I don't feel up to taking a train.
Marfa, your truck is under arrest until the Major here orders it to be released. Now, sir... may I make a suggestion? Instead of using up valuable time inspecting my headquarters, all the information is contained in these files. Only a couple of cabinets. Why do I not have them loaded on the back of Marfa's truck? And
I don't want to make trouble for you, Colonel.
Oh, I'm delighted to hear you say so, sir. That is settled then. I will get my men onto it straight away. Excuse me. Please be comfortable while I am gone. I have some more vodka. It will help your memory to... No, on second thoughts, I'll take it with me, shall I? In case it upsets your distinguished stomach.
I've never seen a bully turn so quickly into a coward. He's frightened of you.
And you're not.
I did my duty. You know I reported you as a spy, of course.
Certainly. My memory is perfectly intact. I wish the Colonel to believe it wasn't, but...
You are on a secret mission for our government. You are inspecting military installations. I understand. It is my duty to give you every assistance.
My identity is to remain a secret. Those are my orders. You know who I am, and that presents a problem. The Colonel knows too, and that's another problem. In order to close his mouth, it might be necessary to kill him. No, don't get excited. I am not going to kill you as well, unless it becomes absolutely necessary.
How would you like to feel years younger? If you're middle-aged and troubled by forgetfulness, restless sleep, lack of vigor, and odd aches and pains, try Solusa 45. Solusa 45's remarkable formula actually helps you feel and look years younger. Solusa 45 helps give you new physical and mental energy. It can even help combat the symptoms of aging too quickly. Enjoy life. Feel years younger. Try Solusa 45.
Kids, how will you know when you're really grown up? Sandra?
I think I'd know when I'm grown up when I put on makeup.
Peter, how will you know?
And I've got a motor car
Mm-hmm.
and a business.
And how will you know when you're really grown up, Celia?
I can open an account at the Standard.
Why the Standard Bank?
Because I just have to sign my name and I can go in and pay my bill.
Who told you that?
My mother.
After the filing cabinets were loaded onto Martha's truck, I would have had to leave a signature for them with Colonel Kozlov. And sooner or later, some senior officer would have checked on my credentials. The only way to avoid leaving that clue behind me was to avoid leaving him. So I ordered him into the back among the cabbages and fowls and took him along too. He was most useful. I don't know what I would have done without him. Most useful.
Operator! Operator! What happened to my call to advanced headquarters? What? Of course this is a priority call. On business for the Supreme Presidium. Do you want to spend the rest of the war in Siberia? Put me through immediately.
Having difficulty, Colonel?
Oh, no, not at all. No, sir, no difficulty. Colonel in the communication corps does not have difficulty with the... Hello? Hello, is that advanced headquarters? About time. Now listen, I have a priority message for Fighter Base 203. Got that? 203. Very urgent.
I shall be happy to commend you for your cooperation and efficiency, Comrade Colonel. But only if you get that call through, of course.
Comrade Major, they keep telling me that this fighter base is still in German-occupied territory. They claim our glorious Red Army has not yet taken it back in its relentless drive forward to rid the motherland of...
Tell them I want to speak to the airbase anyway. Don't explain, just tell them.
Of course, certainly, sir. What? What's that? Of course I accept full responsibility. I should think so, too. Here, sir. They're finally putting you through.
It's taken long enough. All right, you needn't stay. This is secret.
Very good, Comrade Major.
Hello. This is Igor. Get me Gordon.
Gordon speaking. Your call is late. Where is your report?
Herr General, I have taken possession of official records for railway traffic throughout the Moscow and southern sector.
Don't call me General over a Russian telephone line.
It is perfectly secure, General. The operators understand that we are speaking in code. You follow what I am saying, sir? The telephone operators have been told this conversation is in code. It is top secret. They are not to listen in, and they will be shot if they interfere.
I understand. You have secured the willing cooperation of a senior Soviet communications officer? Is that it?
Willing or unwilling, sir, he is cooperating. But he doesn't have the authority to send whole filing cabinets into the Third Reich. How do I get the information to you?
I have to have it. The Russian counterattacks are becoming irresistible. Luftwaffe cannot spare planes to bomb their lines of communication unless we know exactly where the munitions and troop trains will be.
That's all in the files here, General. But there's far too much information for me to read over this line to you.
You have been trained in microphotography. Photograph the material, reduce the negatives, and place them in the smallest possible parcel. Shortly receive an invitation to a performance of Swan Lake Ballet at the Bolshoi Theater. Leave the parcel in your greatcoat when you hand it in at the cloakroom. When you leave the theater, the parcel will be gone.
I understand, Herr General. Any further orders?
You have done well. As a reward, I shall do my best to fly you out from a certain meadow one night, soon after I have the microphotographs in my hands. thing, Igor.
Yes, General.
At the ballet will be Joseph Stalin.
Oh, that's fine.
Listen to me. Everybody's attention will be on Stalin. Nobody will pay the slightest attention to an obscure infantry major like you. Try to take a pretty girl along with you. She'll make good cover. Nobody will pay attention to the cloakroom once it has been thoroughly checked out before the ballet. Igor, you are not to make an attempt on Stalin's life, for the whole theater will be swarming with police, and the parcel might be found. Forget your hatred. That is an order. My men have orders to gun you down, and the girl as well.
Darling, are you in there? Something exciting.
Don't come in. I've got pictures developing. What is it?
I'm not telling you. You'll have to see it. Oh, it's so wonderful.
Only a couple of seconds. Nearly ready.
Are you going to spend the rest of your life in that dark room?
Well, there's the timer now. I'm just coming. And now, what's so exciting?
See, darling, tickets for the ballet and the Grand State Gala performance. Oh, I wonder if Ulonova will be dancing.
Martha, you can't go.
What? What did you say?
I'm sorry, but I'm going alone. Don't ask me to explain.
Igor, what's worrying you?
Worrying me? I don't know what you mean.
I'm not a fool, and I love you too much to be blind to your moods. You've got more and more. Oh, I don't know. Ever since you got poor Colonel Kozlov to rent this villa and started locking yourself in that dark room all day and half the night.
I have work to do. You know that. The wars, such things are more important than music and dancing. You must stay here.
I don't understand. It is you that has important work here. So why is it I that must stay while you go to the Bolshoi Theater? Igor, can't you tell me?
That's it. I can't tell you. Reasons of state. A matter of national security. You mustn't ask me.
Oh, darling, of course. Forgive me. It was foolish.
I'm not foolish. There is too little gaiety and music in our lives now. I wish we had met in peacetime, when I could have brought you flowers and chocolates and pretty things. I wish I could court you as you deserve.
It's nothing. I have your love, and this is all that matters.
Marfa.
Major! Comrade Major, where are you?
Colonel Costa, were you expecting him now?
Go into the dark room. I've told him specifically not to come here while I was working. He has never disobeyed me before.
Oh, God, be careful. He is always armed.
I'll be all right. Stay in the dark room until he has gone. I don't want you in the way if he's in here to make trouble. Go on now. There's a good girl.
Major, are you in your dark room?
I'm here, Colonel. What is it? What do you want?
There you are. Major, please answer me one question.
You are interrogating me? You have forgotten what happened the last time.
Just one question. Why is it that the Prime Minister's office believes you are a prisoner of the Nazis?
I will not tolerate interference with my work. What is your authority for questioning me in this way?
I see. You evade my question. Now that you see my revolver and the safety catch is off, you also see my authority.
You will be severely punished if you do not put that gun away.
Well, not if I am right.
Right? About what?
I have been to much expense to rent this villa for you, to purchase all that photographic equipment. As a military officer, I'm entitled to submit a claim for legitimate expenses to the authorities.
Certainly. Go on.
Yes. But the military authorities know only that you were taken prisoner by the Germans on August the 17th, 1941. They have no record of you being released or having escaped. So they did not know you were in Russia.
You told them. You betrayed a state secret. Then it's a firing squad for you.
I did not tell them. I only asked information. I gave none. I was referred to the civil authorities, and eventually to the office of the Prime Minister. They also know nothing of you since the Nazis took you.
High matters of state are not disclosed to junior public servants.
Naturally. But the head of protocol is not a junior public servant. He is my mother's brother. And what am I to think when my uncle says that your uncle believes you are dead?
There is a mistake here.
A mistake you will pay for with your life, you fascist spy.
You wouldn't dare kill me. I might be what I say I am after all.
Killing you would do me no harm. Letting you live would make me look a fool and a knave if you are not what you made believe. Nobody knows who you are. If I kill you and destroy your body, then kill and destroy your mistress.
Leave her out of this. She's done nothing wrong.
That sounds like an admission that you have done something wrong. Well, Comrade Major, who treats me with such contempt, I would like to see what this famous photographic work is that you've been doing for the motherland.
You can't go in the dark room.
You are no longer giving me orders, Comrade Spy. I'm going in there.
No, I surrender. Take me to the secret police. You're right. I am a spy. Let us go now.
Not so fast. You told me you were printing photographs of enemy installations secretly delivered to you by our own secret service.
Yeah.
If I find you have been recording the communications information, which you tricked me into giving you, we shall not go anywhere near the police. Stand still. My revolver is pointing straight at you, and I'm an expert marksman. I'm going into that dark minute.
Martha, what are you...
Come on, Igor, run for him.
He's dying with a
Full
devil.
of acid in the face. Don't look. We must get away.
You must go. I still have to go to the ballet tonight.
Not now. Whatever you want to do there, you will be watched.
No. He didn't dare say what he suspected in case he was wrong. I have to take a parcel to the Bolshoi Theater tonight, and then we must hide ourselves.
What's so important about a parcel? You sound as if it were a matter of life or death.
Life or death? Yes. Listen, Martha. Joseph Stalin will be in the state box at the ballet, and the colonel has provided the gun to kill him.
Did you leave our mysterious parcel, Igor?
Yes. Be quiet. We may be watched.
Igor, I have something to tell you. While you were wrapping that parcel, I screwed up my courage to take the revolver from the dead hand of Colonel Koslov. I have removed the bullets.
How could you? What made you do that?
What made me do it? Don't be such a fool. You could kill him, yes. At this range, you couldn't miss. But there must be a security officer in every row of this theater. You'd never leave here alive. And although I'd die for you, darling, and you already know I'd kill for you, I won't let you die for hatred when you must live for love.
The Triumph Chicane is very fast and very luxurious, and we've kept it very quiet. But the motoring press hasn't. Car Magazine said of the Triumph Chicane,
our test crew found it a delightful car to drive, and it has magnificent balance between performance and easy driving.
SA Motor said,
the Triumph Chicane offers a standard of motoring way out of its price range.
Triumph Chicane, built by Leyland. Listen to what the experts say about it.
Announcing the complete detergent. New Dato. New Dato. It's all your whole family's wash needs for dazzling whiteness.
And brilliant brightness.
And stain removal.
And easy rinsing.
And all temperature action. New Dato. What more could a mother want for her family's wash?
Now you've got what you want for your whole family's wash. New Dato is a mom's best friend.
New Dato. The complete detergent.
General Galen was right. I did not kill Stalin, but my reasons were such as he could not know. After the war, he became a famous man, creating in Europe an espionage service operated by the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. He could have got me out of Russia, but I would not leave without Marfa, and she would not leave her family. Today, it is my family too. And although the official records say nobody knows what became of us, there is information coming out of Russia from me and many others that will one day help to bring peace and freedom to the whole world.
When holiday driving gets hot and sticky, watch for the most heartwarming sight on South Africa's highways, a mobile restaurant oasis. Freshen up in a well-equipped restroom and enjoy a delicious snack or meal in a sparkling clean restaurant while mobile attendants top up your tank and clean your windows. Mobile restaurant road stops, now on most major South African routes.